I taught a room full of business professionals, n8n, for just 6 hours at a company hackathon. By the end of that day, they built a fully automated driver's license validation system that's now running in production for their underwriting decisions. No coding experience required. That's the power of n8n when you actually know what you are doing. Hey, I'm Ryan, a full-time data scientist at a payments company. And over the last year, I've created over 70 plus videos on workflow automations as well as AI. I help businesses and freelancers save hundreds of hours every month. Whether you're a business owner drowning in repetitive tasks, a freelancer looking to scale your services, or someone who just wants to build out powerful automations without writing code, this course is designed to take you from a complete beginner to building production-ready AI workflows in n8n. Here's what makes this course completely different. Most n8n tutorials will show you one workflow and call it a day. This course contains over 15 hours of content broken into 30 strategically designed sections that build up on top of each other. You'll start with the basic fundamentals and progressively tackle more complex real-world scenarios. I work with clients every single month building automation solutions across healthcare, real estate, finance, and more. And every workflow that you see in this course is going to be based off of actual client work, not theoretical examples. So what are you going to learn in this course? Well, you're going to learn the n8n fundamentals that 90% of users get wrong. You're going to learn how to connect to any API from the Google Suite to custom HTTP requests. You're going to learn advanced pagination techniques that most courses don't even mention. We're going to be building out AI agents that actually work in production. We're going to cover the basics of RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation, essentially feeding your own internal data into AI agents. And I'm going to show you how to turn these skills into income. Every single workflow and template is available for free in our school community, so you can download, customize, and deploy. This is the course I wish existed when I started with n8n. So make sure to bookmark this video because you're going to want to come back to this multiple times for specific sections. And please do not watch all of this in one day. Save some time and spread it across at least a week or two. Anyways, good luck with this course, and I'll see you in lecture number 1 shortly. All right, so our first part of the course is going to break down the differences between cloud and self-hosted. You often hear people saying, oh, I'm using self-hosted n8n, or I'm using cloud, and you might be a little bit confused. So let me simplify that for you. If you are signed up on the website n8n.io and have a subscription plan of some sort, chances are you're going to be on cloud. Pricing is going to be based around executions, and I'm going to show you this in a minute. n8n.io does offer a few self-hosted subscriptions, but 95% of the stuff that you can purchase on there is going to be specifically for cloud. If you host n8n on your own infrastructure, so this could be anything from a computer, this could be a VPS, or a cloud server, this is going to be considered self-hosting. And there's a misconception out there that, hey, self-hosting is always cheaper. And that's just incorrect, as some businesses want to self-host on their own servers. There's people that are going to have to manage that specifically. And also on the self-hosting side of things, you're going to have to sometimes get a business license if you have a larger company. And these licenses can start at $10,000 a month and get more expensive. So while self-hosting may be a little bit cheaper if you're a solo entrepreneur or you have a very small team, it can get pricey really quickly, especially if you are going to be running on your own servers. I quickly also wanted to talk about the differences between both of these. I'm going to put up a table on the screen right now, so that way we can do the comparison. So first, let's talk about the cost. Self-hosted is free to get started, and it's usually cheaper initially. Cloud is obviously more expensive out of the gate. You're going to be spending at least $20 a month for a cloud license. However, there is a 14-day free trial. Now, on the setup side of things, self-hosted, you manage everything. So you manage if your stuff is down, you have to manage all these updates. And there's a lot of work associated with it, which is why when I say on the business side of things, businesses will have to employ a specific person that helps focus on that as part of their day-to-day routine. However, on the cloud side of things, this is all managed by n8n, and there's a 99% uptime. On the control side of things with self-hosted, you have full control and you have a lot more options and capabilities, whereas cloud, you're going to be a little bit more limited. Maintenance, again, with self-hosted, you have to handle all the different updates. You're going to be in charge of maintenance. Whereas cloud, yes, you do have to make some updates, but they're honestly like 2 clicks away and it's super fast. data for self-hosted, this stays on your server. However, on the cloud side of things, this is going to be stored on the n8n server. Let's talk about community nodes. So community nodes are different nodes that companies will create. On the self-hosted version, all of them are going to be available for you. On cloud, they're limited. The n8n team has to go through the node and also approve it. So there's a little bit of a lag between when a company pushes out a community node and when it's available on n8n cloud. One other drawback is the MCP connections. With the self-hosted side of things, you have a lot more advanced options due to community nodes and different things like that. Whereas on cloud, it is limited. However, I do believe that this is going to be changing in 2026. All right, so who are these best for? Well, if you're going to go the self-hosted route, this is better for power users or people that just want to get started in n8n for free. Cloud, it's much better for people who want a quick start and then really focus on convenience. I don't know the exact data point, but I would assume a lot more people are going to be on cloud versus self-hosted. So I'm going to be building out this course based around n8n cloud. However, everything that's going to be taught in cloud should be applicable into self-hosted, minus showing you really quick how to update your specific instance. So let's jump into part one, which takes a look at n8n cloud. All right, so I'm on the n8n cloud website and you'll see it like this. They've had this site for a while, so I do see it changing here in the future. So if it does change a little bit, I apologize, nothing I can control about that. So if you want to see your pricing, you just go into the pricing options over here and you can see that there's two different ways to price. You have monthly or you could go annual. So I am personally paying for this starter over here at $24 a month. However, if you go to annual, it is $20. So over here, you'll see what is included. So starter is hosted by n8n. So you have cloud hosting over there. And what you have next is pro, hosted by n8n. But then you go into the business side of things, and this is self-hosted, which I mentioned, like there is some things on n8n.io that are self-hosted. And then if you go to enterprise, it's either hosted by n8n or self-hosted. Business, as I mentioned, is $10,000 because you can see $800 per month billed annually. If not, you're going to $960 per month. So most of us aren't going to need business right away. What I started with is starter, and I still have this on my specific plan. There are some limitations with this as well, and you'll see this through the course. I talk about some of the limitations associated with it, but you also start with 2,500 workflow executions, which is pretty nice. This will get you really, really far. And honestly, unless you have a ton that you're already trying to automate, I think this is going to be the route that you specifically start with. So I would start with your free trial, which I believe the trial is 14 days. Once you have this going and let's say you need more executions, then you could upgrade into Pro. So with Pro, you have multiple shared projects. You can have 20 concurrent executions at a specific time. You have 7 days of insight. You have workflow builder credits, which we'll show you a little bit later. This is a really cool way to save some time. You have more admin roles. You only have one admin over here. You have multiple here. Variables, workflow history, and execution search, a lot more available on that side of things. And you can also change the amount of executions. So over here, you're stuck at 2,500. However, on the pro side, you can go up to 50K executions and you're paying $144 a month. You could also use a custom plan, but you have to, I believe you have to mention or talk to the team on that side of things. Again, I'm on starter. So until you really start getting over that 2,500 threshold, you don't have to worry about pro. Business, as you can see over here, there's a lot of different plans associated with it. Like if you're 500K executions, you're spending almost $6,300 a month, and enterprise is even more expensive than that. So just to keep that in mind, I believe they also have other plans too. So you can see startup plan under 20 employees, check if you qualify for a startup plan and get 50% off business. So on the business side, if you have under 20 employees, you could be paying $480 a month, which is a better deal. There's also the community edition. So self-hosted version n8n is available on GitHub. So if you're going self-hosted, that's what you're going to be specifically using. Here does even more breakdown of what features are available in each plan. So you can see max days on the workflow history is 1, pros 5, enterprise is 365. I do wish this 365 number went down into pro and maybe the starter was 5. I do find this to be quite limited on the workflow history, which is a little bit unfortunate. I think this is very generous for the workflow credits, 50, 150, and also 1,000. You can see a lot of these developer tools are available except for global variables. So unfortunately, I will not be teaching you guys global variables and n8n because I don't have a pro account. Maybe one day when I do. You can see different environments, stuff like that, not available in either starter or pro. These are just enterprise available only. So again, something I just can't show you guys because I'm not going to be showing out $1,000, $2,000 a month on n8n. My YouTube channel doesn't even bring in close to that, even in ad revenue. Going into the workflow executions, you have max active workflows. All of these are going to be unlimited across the board. You have automatic retries, max saved executions. So you can see some of the other different data points if you specifically require about it. Execution logging, AI assistant only available upon request, other information over here. And by the way, if you do go with like the business or enterprise route, there are other features I believe that are not under this page. So like SLAs and things like that. So you'll have to reach out to the n8n team, I believe. You can see filtering date range. There's a lot more other things. Maybe the support. You can see email support, dedicated support with SLAs. So to get the really more granular insight, you're going to have to contact them, go through their sales rep for enterprise. You can see pay by invoice, sales assisted. So there's a lot of other questions, Q&A on there, but all you're going to have to do is click on one of these plans. I would really recommend you go starter. You can start with the free trial. And I believe the free trial, like I said, is 14 days. So get going with that. And yeah, that is going to be cloud. The other two are going to be using Docker to get started. And then we also have an option to specifically use self-hosted with a VPS provider. And I'm going to show you how to use both of these here in a second. I already have videos on the channel just walking through the process of these. So I'm just going to play those right now. These are going to be essentially the only videos that I reuse from my main channel. Everything else is going to be original content throughout this course. However, since self-hosted on hosting here does cost money, I don't want to repeat that process. And there is a few steps in there. And then Docker, it just takes a little bit of time to download everything and get it going for the first time. So we'll just repeat those. I'll put them on the screen right now and make sure to choose your own path. Again, my personal opinion is if you want to get started the fastest, you go with n8n Cloud over here. If you want to have more control over yourself, but a little bit more maintenance, I would go with self-hosted on Hostinger. If you're going to go self-hosted Docker, it is free, but there's going to be limitations. So let's take a look at those right now. We'll start with self-hosted Docker. All right, guys, let's get started. So what we're going to do first is download Docker. So you can do this by searching Google and look for Docker download, and you'll get put to this Get Started Docker page. I'll put the link also down below in the description. Then you have these two icons over here, learn how to install Docker or download Docker desktop. Now, what we're going to be doing is clicking download Docker desktop. This will be showing you how to do that. Now, there's a few different options, right? You have Apple computers, you have Windows as well as Linux down there. Now, personally, I have Windows, so I'll be showing you how to set that up specifically. And one caveat is that you need to have Windows 10 or newer. So if you have an older version of Windows, this is not going to work for you. So make sure you have Windows 10 on that side of things. I'm going to be choosing AMD 64. So once you click that, you're going to get a download on your computer. It might take you a minute or so to have that fully downloaded, but I'm going to pause the video right here until that is downloaded, and we'll be right back once it's ready to go. All right, so double click on the Docker icon if it's downloaded to your desktop or wherever it's downloaded, if it's in folders, whatnot. And then it'll open up a pop-up. Inside this pop-up is the service agreement. Now, obviously, I'm not going to tell you if you're breaking the terms of service or not. You can view full terms if you want. But it mentions, if you have over 250 employees or more than $10 million in annual revenue, you have to have a pro subscription, right? So you're learning this, testing it out. You should be okay on that side of things. So if you agree, click accept. And then you get this screen over here, welcome to Docker. Now you can set up an account if you would like to, right? Whether you want to use work or personal, or you can even skip this screen, right? So I'm not going to set up an account here. I'm just going to skip and we're going to go right into it. Now, what I get over here is it says WSL needs updating. So what we're going to do is go into the command line and update this really quick. It's actually going to be quite easy. I know for some people, the command line can seem scary, but all we have to do is just copy this over here, and we'll do that here shortly. All right, so what I'm going to do is just copy this. So click copy on that side of things. And then we're going to go to our command line, so CMD on that side of things, and look up your command prompt. What I'm going to do is paste in that update. And then you can see it starts updating on this side of things. And it'll go through on that side and get everything ready for us. So I'll skip ahead when this is ready to go. All right, so update is now complete. So that's the only thing we're going to need for our command prompt here in this install. So feel free to close that out. And then it's going to restart on this side of things. So just click restart. You're going to get this icon over here. And then we're going to be good to go here pretty soon. So this is a pretty fast restart, but I will skip it to when it's ready. All right, so this should be your Docker page now. If you didn't have to do the update like I did, you'll probably get put right into here. But now what we need to do is go on to the images tab over here to the left. As you can find it right under containers, so go to images. And then what we're going to do is we're going to search images to run. And this is where we can find n8n. So click on that. And then inside over here, we're going to search n8n. And it's going to be your top result, most likely, right? So 100 million downloads on that side of things. So the first thing we're going to do is pull the latest version of that, right? And see there's a lot of reviews on that too. So just click pull. And then you'll see, again, this loading icon over here. It'll take a little bit to get this ready, and I'm going to skip to when it's done. All right, so it's going to stop here in a second, and perfect. We have that working. So you can see status downloaded new image. It's the latest version, and we're almost ready to get this going. Okay. So the next thing what we're going to want to do on this side of things is click on run, and then you're going to see optional settings. So we're going to want to fill out our host port. Now by default, it says 5678. So that's what I did on this side of things. But from looking online, some people do have issues with 5678. So feel free to change that port. One that I saw that people used was 5680. And then it's going to say, do you want to allow public and private networks to access this app? Click allow on this side of things. And then you can close out. And then what you'll see is we have this going over here. And then at the very bottom, it says localhost 5678. So click on that over here. And then you get this page over here, which is set up an owner account. Now, if you already have credentials elsewhere, this is not going to work, right? This is the credentials for your local version. So just set up your first name, last name, email, and then also a password. And then if you want to receive updates or not, click that checkbox. And then what you're going to do is click next. Now, some people are going to get a 524 error, but nothing will happen on that side of things. You still should be good to go. Then you get the survey over here, fill it out, right? So I'm just going to click on, I'm not using n8n for work, just so I don't have to fill it out. And I'm going to put over YouTube on this side of things and then get started. And then what I would recommend is you already set this up. So it says get paid features for free. It'll send you a key to your email. Now, personally, like I'm not going to be using this version after this tutorial, but if you do want to use it, right, put in your email over there. It will send you a key, and then you want to sign up for on that side of things. Again, it's free, but I'm just going to skip because I don't really need it for this tutorial. So what you can do is now start building. And what I recommend is just make sure to test one basic workflow to see if this is working properly. So I'm just going to create a workflow. All right, so click the plus icon in the top right. We're going to do a manual trigger. So just go up here to the top, trigger manually on that side of things. Okay. So we have that over here, right? And then we're just going to go and add a few other nodes. So what we're going to do now is do an edit set node. And inside over here, we're going to double click in there. We're just going to map a manual field. We're going to go over here and set an array. And then we're just going to essentially put a few different pieces of automation software in over here. And then what I'm going to put over here, and then inside the array, I'm going to put in n8n, I'm going to put in make, and then I'm also going to put in Zapier, right? Probably the three most common ones right now. Then you can see that is working over here on the output side of things. And then after that, what we're going to do is go over here and do a data transformation, and we're going to use a split out node. We're just going to drag and drop this over here, which is going to split out our array, right? Very, very basic on this side of things, but just want to make sure that these nodes are working and it looks good to go on that side of things. And again, right, you're going to have issues if you set up a webhook in over here. So you can mock that data up. But if you want to get webhooks working, that is a whole different process on that side of things, right? And outside the scope of this particular video. Lastly, I want to show you how to start and stop this. So just load up Docker Desktop again, right? And by default, if you refresh it, right, nothing's going to happen. You're fine over there. So let's go to our Docker Desktop on the side of things, right? So click that icon and we're going to click stop, right? So then you can see it says stopping n8n. And we can go back to n8n and then we refresh this. And now it's not going to work. And it says the site cannot be reached. The localhost refused to connect. We have issues over there. So then just click the start icon over here and then it's going to restart it. So you'll see that happen here in a second. And you can see we have all this information populating once again. And just click on the URL and take a look. We have our workflow that we started building out right over here. And we are good to go. Using n8n Cloud was going to cost you over $20 every single month. But what if I told you that you can self-host n8n for just about $5? An opportunity to save well over $100 a year. Not only are you going to be able to save this money, but you can also unlock a larger selection of community nodes and get even more control over your workflows. Now, I know what you're thinking, right? Self-hosting, this sounds pretty complicated, but don't worry. In this video, I'll be taking you step by step throughout the entire process. So at the very end, you'll have n8n running on your own server. Also, big shout out to Hostinger. They reached out and were able to give me free hosting for this full walkthrough. And for viewers of this channel, they're offering an extra 10% off any of their subscriptions with code Data Science. I'll show you exactly where you can apply that discount code in throughout this video as we build this setup. So your different plans below over here. KVM1, which is $4.99 a month. KVM2, which is $6.99 a month. $9.99 for KVM4. Then KVM8 is $19.99. They have different specs for every plan, right? 4 gigabytes of RAM, 8, 16, 32. And, feel free to choose which one that you would like to start. Now, also, if you use my code, right, you're going to get additional 10% off over here. So you're technically not paying the screen price. You're actually paying 10% less. And to be fully transparent, right, like most things with hosting online, the renewal rate is going to be a little bit different. And you can say over here, it says renews at $10 a month for 2 years, right? Cancel anytime. So there is going to be that information, right? And I can tell you, like, I own a few different websites out there. Usually, the get-in price is going to be a little cheaper, and then they increase it over time. That's just how it is anywhere that you go. So let's say you want to start this off, right? And let's say choose plan for KVM1. So then you choose plan over here, and it goes into your cart. We're going to walk through this here in a second with you guys. Okay, so you can see you can choose your period. So again, you can choose 24 months, right? You can go here to 12 months, right? It's going to be a little bit more expensive. If you choose 1 month, a little bit more expensive. I wouldn't recommend that you just do a 1 month. Like, look at 12 or 24 months. Even at 12 months, right, you're at $5.99. But lock in that rate at 24. Now, also to show you where you want to put in your coupon code, if you go over here, right, put in data science. So data science, you click apply over here. You'll see it saved you a little bit of money, right? So you saved actually $12 if you're doing the cheapest plan. So highly recommend you choose that code if you want. Regardless, right? Next thing you want to do is choose your server location. So choose the server that's closest to you, right? You can see United States over here. If you're in Europe, choose that side of things, South America or Asia. right? I'm obviously in the States, so I would want to choose that. And then also just make sure that you click n8n on this side of things, right? There's two n8ns. Just click the one that is here by default, right? With the thumbs up. Okay. Then what you're going to do is go over here and click continue. All right. Then you're going to jump into the screen, right? So you can do Google, you can do GitHub or sign this. Let me just do a Google one, for example. Continue. And then you're going to get to this screen with your billing address and stuff like that. So I've already have my account, so I'm not going to go through this, but just fill out your information, right? Address, city, state, zip code, and then your payment details down below. Just make sure data science is over here, save you a little bit of money, and then you're going to be good to go. So once you have that, we'll move on to the next step, and I'll show you where that goes. All right, so now we have our H panel within Hostinger. And what we're going to want to do is it says your KVM2 setup isn't finished yet. Set up your service to start using it. So we're going to go over here and click setup. Okay. So first we're going to do is set up a server location. Now you want to choose the location closest to you. So I'm going to go into North America over here. Okay. Click next. Okay. And then on this side of things, what it's going to ask you for is choose an operating system. So I'm just going to go over here and type in n8n. I'm just going to go over this over here. So build 2404. Okay. And select that. And then it's going to say choose a root password. You'll use the root password to log in to your VPS. So make sure to choose a password over here and make sure it fits all these criteria: one number, one lowercase, 12 to 50 characters, etc. Right. You can also set up an SSH key, probably outside the scope a little bit on this video. Okay. Save the password over here. They have a malware scanner for free, so you might as well just select that. And then it says setting up your VPS. This will take about 5 minutes. Feel free to leave this page. You'll get an email once your VPS is ready to go. So what we're going to do, I'm going to save this recording real quick, and I will be back when this is ready to go. All right, so we're in now. Let's go over here to manage VPS. Sweet. And then we get this little survey. I'm just going to say personal reason. On here, I'm going to say AI and machine learning. Save that. Awesome. And then you can see all of our information here on this side of things. And I'm just going to click over here to manage app. And then what you'll see is it says set up owner account. So what we're going to do is set this up all over again on this side of things, right? And what I'm going to do on this side is grab my email. So n8n data. Okay. So now what we're going to want to do is set up our owner account. So again, set up an email, first name, last name, and a password. I want to receive security and product updates. I'm going to click next over here. And it says customize n8n for you, right? Best describe your company. I don't know. We'll just click over here. I'm going to say YouTube. Yeah, it doesn't really matter too much. Data science. There we go. Myself, less than 20 people. How do I find out? Let's say YouTube also. Okay. And then it says get paid features for free forever. So receive a free activation key for more advanced features below: lifetime access, right? Workflow history, advanced debugging, execution, tagging, folders. Sure. We'll send that over here. Why not? And take a look. We are now officially in n8n. So this is really awesome, right? So it says your license key is on the way. We have that over here. And we should be good to go. All right. So, and to activate this, all I did is get this email over here. It says, please find your license key to unlock select paid features, right? Click activated over here. And it says you have 14 days to activate it. Just activate it right now. And there's a little notification over here that's been activated. So awesome. And it says you're on the community edition, registered, and we are good to go. So just go back over here and let's create our first workflow. All right, and then we get taken into this screen over here. So we're going to keep this super simple for the video. What I'm going to do over here is click first step. I'm just going to do a chat trigger. We can say chat trigger over here. Okay. And then what we're going to do next is set up an AI agent. So we'll say AI agent over here. Awesome. And then this is just going to be based off of the chat input. Now we're going to have to set up our credentials. I'll show you really quick how we could do that. Chat model, right? This is where we're going to be setting up our credentials at. So I'm going to say OpenAI, and you'll see that says select credentials. So we're going to have to create credentials. And I have a few videos here on the channel talking about how to create credentials and such. I'm just going to create a new credential. It's super easy to get your credential on OpenAI. So just go to OpenAI like this, right? Log in. And then once we're in, we're just going to go over and get an API key. So we're going to go over here, it's settings, API keys, create new key, test n8n cloud, set a project. And you can also set permissions like how much you want to spend on your key. I'm just going to go over here and do that. So save that over here. Sweet. And it's been saved. Okay, great. Okay, great. And then just to stay up to date, our model is not GPT-4.1. We actually want to set this up into GPT-5. So make sure we save that over here. And also what I'm going to do really quick is just say memory. I'm going to do a simple memory, right? We'll say context 5. So we just want to open up our chat and just make sure this works. So I'm going to click open up chat and I'm going to say, who is the all-time strikeout leader? And this should be pitcher-wise. Should be Nolan Ryan. Super easy question. You can see our workflow is running over here. And Nolan Ryan with 5,714 career strikeouts MLB. Sweet. So that is working on that side of things. So I also want to show you really quick a few other things. Number one, I want to show you community nodes as well as how you can update this, because there are going to be updates and this is a little bit different than when you work on n8n Cloud. All right, so I closed out over here, and what I'm going to do to update is we're going to go over here to Browse Terminal. You'll see this over here. Now, what I'd recommend is just click clear so that you have all this space now, and you're just going to follow these commands. And there's actually an article on the website, super, super easy. So all we're going to do is pull the latest version with Docker. So we're going to go over here and say Docker compose pull. So go over here and say Docker space compose space pull. Okay. Then we're going to say Docker space compose down. And then lastly, what we're going to do once this is running, go to 2. Okay. Lastly, we're going to say Docker compose up dash D, right? 3 lines like that. I'll probably put in the description, but yeah, that's essentially it. Now you have all this updated on n8n and you can close this out, right? Just close that out and I'm here back in my terminal. All right, so now let me show you how to work with community nodes. So click these 3 dots over here and then go into settings. And then what we're going to go over here and say community nodes. So it says supercharge your workflows with community nodes, install node packages contributed by our community, install a community node. So find community nodes to add on the NPM public registry. So let's look on this side of things. So here you can see there's over 1,000 different community nodes that you could work with on this side of things. Now, I know Tavily is really, really popular. So maybe we'll do a video like that here on the channel. But you can just keep going over here and see. Now I know also MCP is really popular as well. So maybe we want to go on that side of things. We'll use this one. So then what we're going to do is just copy this name over here. So it says copy to clipboard over here. And then I'm just going to paste in the package name over here. I understand the risk of installing unverified code from public sources. So then I'm just going to click install. And then you can see I have this community node. Now another way to install it, let me just show you that. I'm going to this workflow. And one of the community nodes that has been out now is Appify. And you can see it's over here and we want to just click install node. So 2 different ways on that side of things. And yeah, now you can says package installed and now we have Appify in here, right? And let's say I wanted to set up something with Appify, right? I just go over here to Appify. You can see we have all these different actor actions. And I've already covered this here in the channel, so make sure to check that out. One thing's nice is this run task and get data set. When an Appify community node was available in cloud, it did not have that, but now it does. So it's super, super nice. But yeah, that is essentially it with community notes. Really quick before we jump into lecture 2, I quickly wanted to share with you guys where you can find all of the resources for this course for free. That includes JSON files, that includes notes for each lecture, as well as a community. So if you have any questions, you could ask them and someone will help you out with those. I'm super active in here and I try to help out as many people as possible. Again, this is all for free. You could join our school group. Let me show you this really quick. So here is our school group. I'm recording this on New Year's, so just made a post on that. We also have Hangouts as the group. So I've been a little bit busy this week and last week recording this course, but you can see like whenever we have a Hangout, we'll post it in over here, and a nice little shout out on that side of things. So to get all the resources for this course, and by the way, they'll all be added in over here once I finish the course. I just put a few over here for demo purposes. What we're going to do is go over to this n8n v2 course. So click on that. And then you'll see we're going to have a start here section, which will have the video, talk about the best way to approach the course. And then each of these lectures, and there's going to be probably well over 30 lectures, all compiled together in the course. So for example, I just put this together really quickly. A lecture 3, core concepts. Just a note, every n8n workflow is built with the same fundamental pieces. Understanding triggers, nodes, and data flow will unlock everything else in this course. And then just some notes, like trigger starts a workflow, nodes are the components of a workflow, how to pin data, modify and pin data. Like these are just my notes for the course, and I'll throw these in over here, and I'll expand this over time as well if people are enjoying this and have other feedback associated with it. In addition, we have our resources down here. So you can just click on this, and this is our JSON file. So every lecture, well, I'd say probably about 95% of lectures are going to have a JSON file. Some things won't. For example, lecture 1, where we just talk about the different types of n8n. So if I go over here and download this, you'll see we have section 3, core concepts. Let me show you really quick how we can upload this into n8n. So all you need to do is go over here and create a workflow. And we're going to go and click these 3 dots on this side of things. And I know you don't know the whole user interface. We're going to talk about that in lecture 2. But all you're going to do is click import from file, and then go to your downloads. So let me find our downloads on here. So this is our downloads, and it says section 3, core concepts. So you click on this, and this is the exact workflows that I used when I was teaching lecture 3. So as soon as I finished recording, all I did is I saved this workflow, and then I essentially had this ready to go to publish in the course. So we'll talk about edit fields. We'll talk about an AI agent. Well, this over here, we build your first workflow, which was kind of one of the homework assignments directly in the video. And then I showed you how to do this as well. So all of my notes as I was going through live and teaching are in over here. And in addition, in the future, each of these sections will have a bonus homework section that is not available in this video. So if you want to have extra credit and really learn the concepts, there's going to be a bonus in here. Just also quickly show you, there is other additions in our classroom section. So we have discounts and links for some of the different things that we reference here in the video. We also have an n8n roadmap if you want to learn different concepts over time. And we have a lot of the n8n workflows and JSON files from our other YouTube videos. This is still being built out. So by the time that you're watching this, it might be a little bit fuller. And then we have member created workflows. So if people want to submit a workflow on here, they can, and we'll give a shout out to that specific member. So all of this is available in our school community. It is 100% free to join. It's not $100 a month, $200 a month. This is our free group, giving as much value back to you guys as possible. And I'd love to have you be a part of it. Join our calls, post over here, and learn to grow your skill set, whether it's an n8n, data, or AI. A lot of us are just trying to improve our skills and upskill in life. Anyways, back into this course. I know we have a long way to go. I just really quickly wanted to share with you how you can access everything. So don't worry too much about keeping very particular notes on each section. Don't worry about having to replicate everything, because it's all available for you in this free group. All right, see you. Okay, so hopefully you have either cloud or self-hosted. Right now, no excuses. There's some free options, trial options, and paid options. What I want to do now is kind of walk you through where everything lives in n8n. Now, I'm going to be using cloud. So if you do have self-hosted, there's going to be some slight variations, but probably about 95% of what I show you over here is going to be applicable. So I find it really helpful understanding where everything lives within a piece of software. before I really dive into it, just because if I have an error or need to find something, I typically spend a lot of time trying to find it. So I want to clear up any confusion with that. Next lecture, we're going to actually start jumping into some of the triggers and nodes and build your first workflow. But with that out of the way, let's take a look at this. Now, when you log in, you're typically going to go into this screen right over here. You probably don't have any workflows as of yet, unless you've really started with the program. So let me show you a few of the different sides. First thing, what we have is all of our flows, and these are essentially the automations that you are creating. What's great is you can see if it is a personal workflow over here, and then you can see if you've shared it with anyone else, and you can see that there's a +1. Up next over here, you have this icon right here. So all these negative signs means it is not published, and I should have some green check marks, and these means that they are published in general. You can also sort this. So you have sort by last updated, sort by last created, sort by name, A to Z or Z to A. You can also add in some additional filter criteria if you want to. So you can filter by tags, by status, which is published or unpublished, archived workflows, as well as the particular owner. You can go over here and search as well. And you can see the name of the workflow, when it was last updated, and when it was officially created. In addition, what you have over here are different tabs. So you'll be using workflows the most. The second one that you'll use quite a bit is going to be credentials. And what credentials are your logins to different services. So you can see I have my Google Drive credentials over here with OAuth. I have HubSpot, which is OAuth. I have Anthropic over here. I have my Gmail account. I have some header auths that I have over here. I have Cloudflare. So different options over here. You can see if it's a personal one or if it's someone on your particular team. Next is going to be your executions. So this tells you if their execution was successful or not. And you can see we have our specific workflow. And this is going to be probably a little bit out of scope right now, and you're going to be confused about it, but we're going to cover this a little bit later on in the course. So if you have an error of some capacity, it's going to populate over here. If everything worked in particular, you'll see this green check mark. You can see when the workflow specifically started, how long it took for that specific workflow, and then also the execution ID. Next, we have variables. I don't have this on my plan, and we're not going to be covering this in the course today, but I may make another video in the future on it. This is only available for Pro, and I'm not going to pay for that. Lastly, we have data tables, and we are going to be covering data tables. I want to say it's somewhere from like lecture 8 to 10, somewhere around in that particular area. And it's going to be very helpful. You can think of data tables like a Google Sheet, but it's native directly into n8n. And why this is amazing is you don't have to worry about API calls. So you don't need to worry about sending data to Google Sheets. You don't have to worry about sending data to Airtable. And this is a really great way just to store internal data. You pull data, do some testing. We'll cover this in a lot of detail, probably 20 to 30 minutes alone a little bit later on in this course. But that is going to be one of the tabs that you could click over. In addition, what you have over here is your executions. You have how many failed executions. Obviously, this is my kind of testing account for YouTube, the failure rate, the time saved associated with it, which is calculations, and maybe we'll cover that as well in the course, and also the run time on average. So I'm going to just jump back into workflows. I'm going to show you a few other settings here before we move on. You can also change the number of workflows you show per page. So by default, it is 50, but you can change this to 10, 25, or 100. You have also multiple pages on that side of things. If you go to the top right, you have a few different options as well. So you can create a workflow, which is going to be the automations that we're going to be covering. You can create a credential, which is going to be your login to a particular website like API. And then we also have our create the data table. And I just find it very helpful. I'm always over here just creating workflow. And you can see that we're in the workflow tab. It says create workflow. We're in the credential tab. It creates credential. And we go to data tab. It goes to create data table. So it's not always going to say create workflow. And I do like that component because the n8n team made it really nice. Like if I'm going to data tables and I don't want to just click down and find data table, like it's already right over here. And I just think that was a really great design. Okay. So now what we have is a lot of different settings over here to the right. My microphone's actually a little bit in the way. So I might move a little bit out of screen over here just to see them. But the first one is to expand the sidebar. So maybe out of the gate, you have a sidebar that looks like this. Personally, I just hide it for these YouTube videos to give you guys a little bit more space, but you'll see we have overview, personal, shared with you, chat, admin panel, templates, insights, help, as well as settings. So everything I've showed you so far is on our overview side of things. What I want to show you next is personal. So this is just what you personally have. And you can see this has changed slightly. So this has workflows, credentials, executions, and data tables. You can see variables is not available on that personal section. So that is gone, as well as this particular header. And, maybe in the future, I see the n8n team kind of merging these together. I don't know for sure, but you have that very, very similar. Next, what you have is shared with you. So any workflows that someone shared. So this was one for a particular YouTube video. My editor was helping me with. We haven't even published a filter node video as of yet. This was shared over here. Next, what we have is our chat hub. And we're going to talk about this entirely in a lecture within this course. And this is relatively new, like within the last 2 weeks or so. But I really like Chat Hub because essentially what Chat Hub is this is your internal, essentially Chat GPT for n8n. And the best part about Chat Hub is you can actually talk directly into your workflows, which is great. In addition, what you can do is build out personal agents. So you can have an agent for a particular task. And then you can see the workflow agents. So this is a personal agent. I have one that's built out just for SQL debugging. And then we have workflow agents over here. And why these are helpful is you can use these to talk to your particular workflows if you have a chat trigger. And a lot of this might not make sense right now, but later on in the course, you will use it and you're going to be like, man, this is awesome feature. But again, think of this as like Chat GPT. You can just ask questions. You can do whatever you want. And what's great about this as well is you can go over here and you can choose whatever model you want as long as you've set up the particular credential. So you can see GPT, all these over here. If we go to Anthropic, all of that. So instead of having like one tab open for Anthropic, one tab open for ChatGPT, you can do everything all over here in addition to working with your workflows and asking questions. Again, very, very nice. And just to show you what this looks like as well. So I just have some older stuff over here and you can see these were examples just talking to workflows, which is why these are workflow agents. This over here was just another question where I'm asking GPT-5 mini. And I was also asking about the personal agent a little bit earlier. And then I was testing building out a UGC creator over here. But one limitation, and I do think the n8n team will eventually solve this, is this does not work right now with images or videos. In fact, the n8n team does know about that because a few of our creators talked to them about that in a call. So, in the future, I can see this being changed. But again, I just wanted to show you what is available in Chat Hub as of now. And you can see it is in beta version. All right, so you just click into the n8n logo and we're going to be back over here to the homepage. So that's overview, that's personal, shared with you. Now you have a lot of other sections, which is our admin panel, templates, insights, help, as well as settings. So let's go into our admin panel first and we'll click this. And here you see this option. It says n8n. You have your dashboard, manage, you have your help setter, you have your instance. It tells you that the instance is currently online. It tells you what version of n8n that you are currently running, which is important because what ends up happening is n8n team drops a ton of new features literally weekly. And it's super important that you stay up to date on that side of things if you want to access new features. So you might be wondering like, oh, how do I actually n8n? And let me show you. So you click over here into this gear icon and you can see it says n8n version. And I'm on the latest stable version, but you'll find that they often have a beta release as well as a stable version. So just go over here and choose whatever one you personally want. Since I'm making a lot of videos on YouTube, I use this for beta releases just so that way I have the newest nodes and newest settings available. But if you want to just go stable, you have that option as well. You have your time zone over here, executions to save. You have community nodes, which we're going to talk a lot more about. I know a little bit about community nodes within the previous lecture, but community nodes are pretty important. Obviously, they are limited on cloud versus self-hosted, but if you want to access community nodes, you have to go over here. You want to disable them as well. You can choose to do that option. Again, it really depends on your data governance at your job and what you want to particularly use. I can see some companies disabling all community nodes. I can see some only allowing verified. Okay, you can also change your plan over here as well. I'm just on starter for this particular account. Next, you have the billing side of it. You can see when payments were coming through and things like that. I'm just going to blur my payment method down below so you guys do not see that. But yeah, I am paying the $24 a month for this account. And then you also have an export. So click here to download a copy of your workflows from the latest n8n cloud backup, which is nice. So you should probably download a copy of your workflows occasionally just to save them if you particularly need that. So I'm going to go back over here and go to this dashboard on that side of things. And we're going to go and click open instance. And what you'll see if we click open instance, take a look, we are back on the overview side of things. So that is going to be the admin panel. Next thing we're going to do is go into templates. And honestly, I don't really use templates that often, but if you want to download a template specifically from n8n's website, you can just click on that. Here are some featured templates. So you can see, for example, create daily newsletter digest from Gmail using GPT-4.1 Mini, research assistant for WhatsApp using Twilio, Flexity and Claude, analyze website backlinks with top backlink checker, and API Google Sheets logging. So if you have a particular use case and you don't know where to start, sometimes templates can be pretty helpful on that side of things. And, honestly, I should be using templates a lot more than I do. Again, I don't really use templates that often because I'm kind of stubborn and I want to build everything myself, but they could be a great starting point. And if you click over to see more templates, you can actually see 7,536 workflow automation templates over here. You can see who wrote or who built a specific template. They have verified creators and whatnot. And actually, I do have a template on the website. In fact, I plan on putting a lot more over here in the future. I'm curious if I type my name, if we have it over here. No, I don't. I believe I put binary data on here. So let me see. Oh, here we go. And I haven't even updated my image. This is some very poor text and copywriting, but you can see I just wanted to test one out here on the forums. And we could also cover how to publish a template as well on the side of things. And I actually think this would be a pretty cool video to talk about, or not video, but a section in the course, because I do think there's value in sharing some particular templates, whether you want to share it for free or paid, because both of them are available over here. But yeah, this is just an example. And when you take a look at templates on the n8n forums, what you can see is you can actually zoom in, you can grab different sections. We'll be covering a lot more here in the future. And I just talked about this was on the YouTube channel. I embedded a YouTube video over here. You can see the different examples I put through over here, as well as some text. But you can go back into templates. If you want to click on another one, let's say generate AI videos with Bellotto. And actually, I just listened to a podcast, I believe, by the creator of that on n8n. They publish a podcast, but you can see I'm going over here. This person over here uploaded a video as well. There's documentation. So documentation on Notion, requirement doc. And then you can see there's different steps over here. Select the idea, step 2, image, video ad script, post automations, and some really cool stuff going on over here. Like I said, I still got to check out that node. I've heard some great things about it. It's on my tutorial backlog. Maybe we'll throw it in this course as well. But yeah, so that's an option over here. And if you actually click use for free, this will populate directly within your n8n instance. So you can see import template to Rhino and Data Cloud Workspace, copy template to clipboard as JSON, open self-hosting installation docs. We're going to cover this more in the future. I promise you on that side of things. I don't want to take away from the UI side of it for this part of the video, but yeah, that's what templates essentially allows you to do. Sorry if I spent a little too long over there. Okay. Next, we have insights, and I just don't have insights because I'm not on the pro plan. And this is more of an impact if you have a plan for a particular business. You can see a lot of stuff is just, it's not filled out. Again, I want to look at more time saved here in the future, but you can see I don't even really get that breakdown on that side of things. So I just haven't really filled that out. Okay, so next you have your help section. So there's quite a few things over here. So to share your workflow with others, unlock perks, and become a featured template creator, become a creator. Again, we're going to cover that a little bit in the future. You have a quick start guide, which honestly, if you guys are watching this video, you probably won't need to use that. You have documentation, which I use actually quite a bit. I think some people think they're too good for the documentation, like, oh, I could figure things out. But the n8n team does a really great job when it comes to documenting how nodes work. And I would really recommend if you don't understand how a node works, or if you want to get some clarity, check out the documentation. We're going to open up that here in a second. Next, you have n8n community forums. So we'll go over there. You have a report of bugs section about n8n. Next over here is your changelog, like what is new, what is n8n bringing in, instance level MCP, guardrail nodes, new ways to authenticate MCP client tool. All these we're going to cover here in the course. You can see the full changelog. And then if you're behind on a version, which you guys saw, I'm on the latest version, you would want to click over here and it'll go back into your admin panel. So just to show you the n8n docs really fast. So you go over here, you can look for a specific node and just try to find it. So you could go and search something, for example, let's say n8n loop over items documentation. So I'm just going to go over here and you can see loop over items. It says when to use it, node parameters, and what they have is templates and examples on this side of things. Read RSS feed from 2 different sources. There's an example over here, view workflow file. Again, more JSON on that side of things. Get the current running index of this node. So like a lot of really great documentation, in my personal opinion, all on one side of things. And you can see built-in nodes, you have cluster nodes, credentials, community nodes. Again, very great documentation. Feel free to read into it. See cluster nodes, talk a lot more about that. But one other thing, we'll cover this once we get into the UI, is actually if you click into a node, they'll often have a section that says either look at a template or read into the documentation. So that is all there. Here's the n8n community. So this is another great spot to just kind of just network with people, see what people are building and things like that. I don't use the community as much as I really should, but one of the best aspects of n8n is kind of the community that they've fostered. Like it's a very great community. You can see we need your help. There's 208 replies, 50,000 views. Welcome to the n8n community, 16,000 views. So like a lot of people are pretty active on here. OAuth issues. You can see people put questions that aren't working, or they share things as well. There's a lot of different topics, announcements, questions, tutorials built with n8n. And you can see the people that are responding or whatnot. Lastly, our release notes. So just based off of here, like what is going on with n8n. So you can see like when there's a new version, they talk about what is being changed. I use release notes just to kind of know what's happening with n8n, and kind of helps me make some YouTube videos like, oh, they just put this in n8n. I should probably cover this on a video on the channel. So, maybe it's not as important for you, but if you want to take a look at release notes before you update, or if you just want to see what's new to the software, you can see what's new over here, or you can just like really go into the release notes and press that use the release notes a little bit more. All right. So that covers essentially that side of it, which is insights. Sorry, that covers also the helps section that wasn't insights. Lastly, you have settings, which there's quite a few different settings over here. If we click on one, it'll go to everything. So we'll just go over here and go to settings. So you have the personal side of things. Then you have your users that are in your instance. You have different roles for projects, but that's only available on enterprise plans. I'm not going to click on that because enterprise is really, really expensive. You have the n8n API, which I haven't used as of yet. Maybe I'll take a look at this here in the future. You have external secrets, again, available enterprise plan. So I don't have that. You have environments, enterprise plan, don't have access to that. You have SSO, again, enterprise plan, I do not have that. LDAP, do not have that as well. Log streaming is a paid feature, so don't have available on that. You have community notes. That is something I do have. So as I mentioned, community notes are things that companies will build, and they want to put this in directly into n8n because a lot of people use their software. For example, there's Firecrawl over here. There's Appify that I've used. There's SERP API. And you can see the versions of these, and it says you're up to date, you're up to date, you're up to date. But if you weren't in the most current version, it would tell you that you could update it over there. You can take a look at the documentation, and you can uninstall community nodes as well, all in one particular place. You can also access all of this on your particular canvas. You have a migration report. Now, why the migration report is important: when people are moving from version 1 to version 2 of n8n, there are things that are going to break with the Python code node as well as the subworkflow node. And yeah, so this tells you what workflows are particularly impacted with that. I've actually covered this in a lot greater detail in our n8n v2 stuff. But if you're watching this video, chances are you're probably brand new to n8n. You don't really have to worry about this in particular. The next is the instance level MCP. So it says let MCP clients like Claude, Lovable, and other AI tools discover and execute your n8n workflows. So actually, we're going to be doing this a little bit later on in this course. I haven't actually recorded the particular YouTube video for this as of yet. It's in my backlog, but I guess we're going to put it in the course first, and then I'll have the breakdown of a YouTube video on there. And then lastly, you have chat settings. So we'll cover this a little bit more a little bit later on in the course when we cover into chat, but you can see we have a specific provider, what models are available and things like that. And you can choose different options, whether you want to enable it in chat or not, limit the models. Again, we're going to talk about that later in the course. I don't want to spend all the time doing that. And then just clicking back, you are back into this home page, which is going to be overview. A few other just quick minor things I want to cover really fast for you. So first, we already covered the sidebar, so you can see how that has. Next thing, you can click this plus, you can create a new workflow, you can create a new credential, or you can create a new project. And then lastly, what we have over here is a command bar. And a lot of people like the command bar, and I actually haven't seen a lot of people talk about it, but this allows you to go into recent actions. So you can see like open RSS feed node, which is a video I published, open AI nodes, another video I published, open n8n chat. You have workflows, create a new workflow, open a workflow, projects, create a project, open a project, credentials. You have data tables over here, execution. You can go to navigation, what's new, chat, templates, variables. So a lot of things I already showed you over here. You have the help guide, but this is just all available in this search rather than just going through all of that over here, which can save some time for some particular power users. What I want to do now is just go into create a workflow and show you a few other things really fast. And then and we'll call this for lecture number 2. So I'm just going to go over here to create workflow, and let's cover some of these specific basics. So going into the canvas, again, you'll see that we have the sidebar. Personally, I like having as much space as possible. So all I'm going to do is just collapse the sidebar, and you can see you have a little bit more room. And the first thing you should notice is we have our sections over here, which is editor, executions, as well as evaluations. Again, we'll cover all these more in particular detail in the future. Executions is when you run your particular workflow. Obviously, we haven't even built out a workflow yet, so this is going to be blank. Evaluations help when you're building out AI workflows or AI orchestration, and there's a lot of nuances behind it. You can see you only have one for the individual side of things, and I'll have to delete it for this course, but that's fine. And we're back into our particular editor. So those are your 3 options over here. When you want to save a workflow, what you want to do is click over here and mention that it is save. So now you can see my workflow is saved. You can change the name really, really easily. So you can see how it says my workflow 12 over here. All I'm going to do over here is say section 2 interface tour, and boom, we have saved our thing, and you can see it's saved. We have the new name as well. And if we go back into our overview, you can see at the very top, it says section 2 interface store. And that is our workflow that we have for here. And it says last updated just now, created December 26. So all of that is on that side of things. What's great is you could add a first step. You could start from a template, which we've already covered the templates, or you could build with AI as well. So just going over here, you could essentially ask AI to start building out the framework of a workflow, or you can start from a template, or you could start from scratch. Now, I'm going to really preach kind of learning the basics and building things out first before you ask AI. It kind of goes back into vibe coding. What happens with vibe coding is a lot of people just have no idea what is going on in the code, and you have bigger issues later on. So it's super important to know the fundamentals of n8n before you start using templates or building with AI, in my personal opinion. All right. Next side of it, which you're going to see. So you have all these different things over here, open nodes panel, you have the command bar, you have add a sticky note, you have the focus panel, and then you have n8n AI as well on that side of things. I'm going to cover each of these here in a second. You have the 3 dots over here, which is more setting options. You can see edit description, duplicate, download, share, change owner, rename, import from URL, or from file, settings. You could archive it. And then you have different things like it says zoom to fit, zoom in, zoom out, and then also tidy up. So let's walk through a few of these over here first. We've already covered this command bar before, and you can see it just shows up. It is the same thing as over here, right? So 2 different options just for these power users that want to just go over here, grab it, or you can go over here. Okay. Next thing, this is what you're going to use a lot, which is your nodes panel. So you can click this plus icon. When you initially start your workflow, it's going to prompt you to use a trigger. We're going to cover triggers in greater detail, but let's go over here to the basic one and say trigger manually. And we'll just click that. And now what you'll see is it asks for a specific node. You can use another trigger, which again, we're going to cover. You have AI nodes. So you can click over here and you can see all of these different nodes, as well as all of these over here. Then you have an action in a particular app, which you can see there's no way anyone's ever going to cover all of these. There's just so many. And I keep scrolling and you can see there's more and more are going to be added over here. If you see this check mark over here, it says this is an official node maintained by that specific company. So these are going to be your community nodes, whereas these are native nodes like the sticky note on there. And you have data transformations, which again, there's the popular section here at the top, add or remove items, combine items, convert data, and other. Then what you have next is flow. So essentially how you want to change the direction. And you guys might think I'm going fast right now. Promise you, we're going to learn about everything over here. We're just covering the interface right now. We have our core side of it as well. And human in the loop. And again, if you want to add another trigger, you have that option. One thing as well is once you know essentially what node you want to use, you're going to be searching quite a bit. So like imagine if I just wanted a text classification node, you can just see I say text and I already know text classifier is here. So I don't really have to dive in and click AI and go say, hey, where's the text classifier? Oh, right over here. And I promise you, like the more and more you use n8n, you'll have ideas in your mind like, oh, I need to use this type of node. And you just search it and it really does save you quite a bit of time. I'm going to close these out really fast so we can just go back into this. Sticky notes are really important. We're going to talk about this on the documentation side of the course, but there's quite a bit that you can do with sticky notes. You saw I added in a video over here. I add in text. You can do different headers. You could also add in images over here. You can change the color of these, and sticky notes populate behind nodes, which is really helpful. So let's say I have a schedule trigger and you can see the sticky note is behind it on there. Again, I find sticky notes very helpful on that side of things. Again, I just find sticky notes very helpful. One other thing that you have is this focus panel. So let me just show you when you're going to specifically use that. So let me put an AI agent and we'll have a whole AI agent setting or section, multiple sections on AI agents. So don't worry if you're a little confused over there. But if I want to click into the AI agent, I'm going to click over here to define below. You'll see that we have a prompt that we need to specifically write. And if you're not familiar with the prompt, don't worry. It's just essentially text that you want to tell an AI to do something. Well, you know, this is just one screen. What if I wanted to see the whole workflow while I'm writing this prompt? So click your focus parameter and you can see, I'm going to say, write a generic email. And I'm just going to say that over here. And you can see write a generic email is over here as well. And if I actually click this, it's going to start the workflow and it says run the current node will also run previous nodes if they have not been run yet. So I'm not going to do that, but you could also just run this AI agent on this side of things right here. And if you haven't run the previous nodes, it'll run those up into that AI agent to perform that particular task. So something that's just pretty helpful. Again, we'll cover that here in the future. Next, with our specific chat trigger node, one of the things you'll find if we actually open this up, you can actually have a chat with it and you'll see this down below. Again, we'll cover this in greater detail when we talk about the chat, but that is available over there. Okay, so now let's talk about these. So one of the things I find sometimes is, and this happens on my laptop more than my desktop, sometimes it'll zoom like way out. So like these nodes just, they turn out to be like this. And you can see like, I don't know what's going on. And honestly, I wish the n8n team would solve this because I can't see what's going on. And you don't even know like there's a node, like you can't see that. Well, the way that you fix this is you just say zoom into fit and congrats, you are back into that area. I think the n8n team shouldn't have it zoom out that far. Like I don't think there's ever going to be a workflow that needs that much space. In fact, you can't even see the nodes. So that should be limited, but if that ever happens to you, zoom to fit. And it took me too much time to admit. Again, you can zoom in, you can zoom out over here. You have an action to reset the zoom, which is that over here, which only populates when you change your zoom. So again, like if you go way out over here and you want to reset it, done. Okay. And next thing is the tidy up. So again, this is going to be kind of more of a section when we have a bunch of nodes going on. Let's just throw in some random stuff, like not anything in too particular. We'll go over here. We'll do like an edit set. Do not do what I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of just showing you something really weird. And this means absolutely nothing. So nothing in here should be replicated with this workflow. So please don't do that. I mean, if you want to, you can, but like really there's nothing. So like this looks like gibberish and you're like, all right, this is not something that's worth presenting on YouTube. It's not worth something presenting to a client. Like you need to organize it. And, a lot of people just go, okay, well, let me organize it and put all this over here. And this is simple, right? We have 5 total nodes, 1 trigger and 4 nodes over here, but it does take time if you have 20 or 30 nodes. So what can happen? Well, if you just click this tidy up, boom, like 2 seconds. Like it doesn't matter how disgusting this is. Like, please, again, do not make your workflows like this. Like I have legitimately no idea what the order is taking a look at this. And this is terrible. Done. Tidy up. So a very impactful setting. Lastly, you have n8n AI over here. So it says like, what would you like me to automate? You have monthly credits associated with this. So you can just ask it to help you with your particular workflow. I'm going to cover this later on in the course, as well as a particular video on my YouTube channel. And you can see that this is in beta. You could ask a question, or you could also build, and you have different credits based off of your plan. So that is essentially the interface. I think we covered everything. Oh, a few things. So 2 things I forgot to show you guys. First is your workflow history. So I'm just going to say leave without saying. And you can see your versions over here. And it says version history is limited to 1 day. Upgrade plan to activate full history, which I think is kind of a bummer on that side of things, but you can see your version history there. The other thing is you have these 3 dots and you can see there's quite a few things. So edit description, clear descriptions help other users and MCP clients understand the purpose of your workflow. So as you build out a lot more workflows and you want to use your workflows within MCP or chat, you should write a description for that particular workflow. So that is that section. If you want to duplicate your workflow, so essentially if you want to create a second version of it, I do find this helpful for when you want to do some sort of evaluations. I just duplicate a workflow for there. If you want to download a workflow, so essentially how this works is a workflow is JSON, and you download the JSON over here and you can send it to a customer, or you can use it somewhere else. So that's where the download is. You can share as well. So you just add in a particular user and you can share your workflow. You can change the owner of workflow. And really, like sharing or changing owner helps if you have multiple people. If you're just a solopreneur and you're not doing workflows for other people, not really there, you could rename it, but it's like you could just go over here. I just wouldn't recommend clicking these 3 extra dots. You can import from a particular URL. Sometimes you have a URL for a template. You can just click and import that over here. You can import in from file. So this is a JSON file. You can push this over to Git. So that's a GitHub. And then you have settings over here. So you have execution order. And there you have error workflow. So if your workflow errors, you can send it to another workflow. We're going to cover that later on in the course. This workflow can be called by, and this allows you essentially for chat. So you can see no other workflows, workflows created, selected workflows, or any workflows. Time zone as well. You have save failed production executions, save successful production, manual. Again, just some other stuff over here. Timeout available in MCP, which you need to publish your workflow. I'll show you how to do that here in a second. And estimated time is saved. So minutes per production execution, if you want to save that there. Lastly, you might be wondering, like, how do I publish a workflow? It should be a little bit later on, but let's imagine we just have the super basic workflow. We have a chat that goes into an AI agent, and we have a chat model over here. We're just going to add an Anthropic. We'll say Sonnet 4.5. And we just open this up over here and say, I don't know, we'll ask a question and open chat. What metal band has the most Spotify plays? Not that it matters in any case. And you can see our workflow is running. We receive the chat message. It's going into our AI agent. Again, if you don't know what is going on, we're going to cover it in greater details. But you can see you have our output over here on this side of things. We have our input. It says human, which is us. Then you can see the logs of what is going on. And again, you can see our response over here on that side of things. So let's say, hey, this is great. I want to publish this. So how do you do that? First, what you should do is save this and then click on publish. You just say version 1. We'll say section 2 interface. And then we'll describe our changes. Added in chat trigger AI agent. Now, why this is really important in software programming, what you do is something called versioning. So essentially, you just keep building different versions of your software. Sometimes things will break. So it's super important that you describe all of your changes in over here. So that way someone more senior within your company knows essentially what is going on. And then you also use set version naming. As you can see, like with n8n, they set specific versions of their software. You can do the same thing with like versions of your particular workflows. So I'll just click publish and you'll see it says workflow published. You can now make calls to your production chat URL. So this is available in MCP as well as our chat. And you can see there's a production checklist over here as well. I'm just going to ignore this for now. We're going to probably cover this a little bit later on as a section in this course. And you're like, okay, cool. Well, I can't unpublish this over here. How do I do that? Click these three dots, and then you just go over here to unpublish. We'll click unpublish, and the workflow has been unpublished. And again, if you want to hide the chat, just click that. So we have covered a ton for just section 2, which is our interface. Hopefully this cleared up any type of confusion that you had. Our next section, we're going to start covering the core concepts of n8n. We're just going to honestly start from the workflow page over here. I'm going to create a brand new workflow for us to go through and keep up the great work. We're about to jump into some awesome stuff, and you're honestly just a few lectures away from learning how this AI agent works and filling out your first AI automations. All right, I'll see you in lecture number 3 right now. So the last section, we talked about where different components are within n8n. Now what I want to do is really dive into what makes up a workflow in n8n and talk a little bit more about triggers as well as nodes. We're going to actually build our first workflow in this section as well. So some pretty exciting stuff over there. Your hello world essentially for n8n version 2. So let's jump right into it. All right. So what I have is another brand new section, and we're going to start off with a trigger. Now, every workflow has to start with a trigger. Triggers will start those off. And as I showed you in the last section, you'll go over here and it says, what triggers this workflow? You could start off with manually, which personally I use probably about 80% of the time within testing. You can have an app event. So imagine you have some sort of CRM, which is essentially a way to save data on customers, and you just added a new customer into your CRM. That could start a workflow. Or what happens if you get a particular email for a contract? Well, that could also start a workflow. So this is where an on-app event looks like. And just to show you, like there is hundreds, if not thousands in here in n8n. And what's really cool is when we talk a little bit later, webhooks essentially are on-app events, but for things that are not here in n8n. And you can see I keep scrolling and there's more and more and more. You can do a schedule. So you can say, hey, I want this workflow to run 9 a.m. on business days, and it will do that. Or, hey, I want this workflow to run 3 times a day, 9 a.m., noon, as well as 5 p.m. Well, you can set up a schedule to do that as well. Here are webhooks, which I talked about on app events. So essentially webhooks are for things outside of n8n, or if the option is not available in n8n, they can be a little bit complicated to set up. So webhooks is going to be a full section by itself here in this course. You'll have a specific form. So essentially what you have is just like a web form. Someone fills out some information. It starts a workflow. You can actually start a workflow from another workflow. The chat message, which we covered a little bit earlier, when running evaluations, which is a little bit outside. And then we have other ways as over here. You have an email trigger, error triggers, again, outside MCP. We'll have a full section over it. n8n, handle events and perform actions on your n8n instance, and then your SSE triggers. So again, we'll just start something super basic and have a trigger manually. So again, we'll just start something basic and do a trigger manual over here. Next, you have nodes, and we already covered all the different parts of nodes in the previous section. So I'm not going to cover that in greater detail, but typically your workflow is going to be filled with different nodes. And you might be wondering like, oh, how do I know what node to use? I promise you'll pick up the skill really, really fast. And sometimes you'll want to build out diagrams, essentially kind of like a flow chart, like what's going to happen each step. We'll cover that as well a little bit later on in the course. And again, we covered also community nodes. So if you want to look for a community node, you can see over here, we have this. This is a node from our community. It's part of the Appify side of it over here. And then you can see this is official node maintained by the WhatsApp notifications by SyncMate. Okay, so we have that over there. Let's talk about how data flows in n8n. So what we're going to do is actually build out a edit set. And this is going to be one of the most popular nodes that we're going to use here in n8n. We'll actually cover this in greater detail a little bit later on, but we have our edit set. And what we're going to do in this edit set is we're just going to go over here and write something here in a section. So we'll say a name and just put your name over here. We'll say Ryan. Okay. And what we'll do is have another edit set. And I just want to do this to show you how our data flows. So essentially what you can see is we start our workflow and it goes over here and says one item. And we go into our edit fields over here. And you can see we have our input for the node. We have our node settings and different options and our parameters over here. And then we have our particular output on this side of things. And you can see it says name, Ryan Nolan. This is our schema view. We have our table as well as our JSON view. And most of the time you'll see 3 different views over here. There's going to be an option with binary files. I don't even want you to worry about that as of yet. We're going to cover that later on. But you can see anytime we click into a node, you'll have your input over here, you'll have the settings and your output. And you can see that there's no output over here because I never really filled out any settings. So that is why that is particularly correct over here. And you can see one item goes through each of these things. Now, one of the confusing points for people is like, what happens if there's multiple items? Some people think, oh, each of these go one item at a time throughout a workflow. That is not the case. What I'm going to just show you, it's a little bit more advanced, but I think it's super important for me to cover this right now. So I'm just going to go over here and we're going to go and add our second example. So we're going to create a new edit set. So edit set, and I'm going to create something called an array now. We'll say example array. And again, don't worry too much about arrays. We're going to cover this in greater detail. I'm just going to go over here in array and we're going to put 2 metal bands. We'll say Metallica and I'll put Megadeth over here. And this is an array. But why I want to show this to you is our array right now is one item. We're going to split this out, And with an array, when you split out an array, it turns into multiple items. And then what we're going to do is do an AI agent. What was the most popular album for? Just pass this in over here. Again, a lot of this is going to look foreign, and I forgot to put a chat model over here. It's fine. Don't worry about this for this example. All we're doing is talking about how data flows. So I'm just going to find mini. Great. Save that. And once this populates, I'll show you. All right, so this workflow ran. So let me explain how n8n works with particular items. So what happens is we have one item that starts the workflow and it populates over here. Okay. Then we have one item from this edit fields, which is just an array. Again, we'll cover arrays a little bit later. So that's one item that populates over here. We took each of these elements within an array and we split this out and turned it into 2 items. Now, this is where the confusion happens for a lot of people. They think, oh, well, how n8n works is, again, maybe you start off with a trigger that has multiple items. Well, it just goes one item at a time for everything, and then it restarts and goes one item at a time. That is not the case. In n8n, all of the items process through one node before it goes into the next node. So you can see one item that's self-explanatory, one item, and then it has 2 items. So for example, if I have another node over here, right, and let's just say like, I don't know, we'll do like Google Sheets or add it to a data table. Let's say we want to insert a row into a data table. Obviously, I'm not going to fill this out right now. The 2 items are going to process through the AI agent, and then the 2 items are sent to insert row, and these 2 items are going to be inserted into row. It's not, hey, we're just going to go through one item for each of these nodes, go back around and one item through each of these nodes. And I think there's a lot of confusion on that, because what happens is I see people that have a loop over items, and they think, okay, how n8n works is it just has one item at a time. That is not how it works. Again, all items are going to be processed through a specific node. Once that is done, it goes on to that next node. So it does not work one item at a time and goes through this. Every single item will be processed through a node, and then it goes into the next node. Again, this is a little bit complicated right now, and you'll see this over time, but I just want to preach this super early on because it does trip up quite a few people. Again, for a third time, every single item is processed through a node before the next node happens. So when we have these two items, both items are processed in our AI agent before we go into inserting a row within this data table. And obviously I didn't connect this up, but then I would insert these two rows based off of what's over here and then go on to the next node with those items. All right. Hopefully that makes sense. Another thing that's pretty impactful here in n8n is pinning items. And why this is really important, two reasons. Number one, when you use a service, let's say, for example, OpenAI or use some sort of API, there is a cost associated with it. And, if you're going to keep running the same data over and over again, it's just going to cost you for testing. So instead of constantly having to go to OpenAI and run their model, you can just pin their data. So you can see it says pin data, node will always output the current data instead of executing. So now, anytime we go to this node, the data is already saved over here. And this is also sometimes tripping up people because they forget they pinned the data and they're like, why is my workflow not working? Well, that's because you have pinned the data and the data over here might be wrong or it might not be what you're testing. So it's a dual-edged sword. One side of it, it's great because you don't have to constantly call different APIs. You aren't going to have additional costs. In here, you can save things for testing. And just to show you, we can pin all of these different items. And you'll see that they have this icon over here for the pin. Again, super, super helpful on that side of things. And when we run a workflow, it will automatically populate through these. This will take a second and you can see done. Whereas in the past, when you saw this screen, our AI agent took a little bit to run. Might have cut out how long it took for that AI agent, but regardless, this took 30 seconds, 60 seconds to get the answer for these two particular items. Now that's pinned data, it takes a second, but it's always giving the same exact data. So it will save you a lot of money when you're testing with particular APIs, and it can save you time if you have an elaborate workflow of 30, 40 nodes and you have to pin some of this data because it just takes forever. So I highly recommend learning about pinning data. And you can pin it, you can unpin it. And just to show you, when we unpin it, go like that, and it is gone. Also to mention, you can modify the data that is in over here. All you have to do is click the pencil icon. And let's say I want to put in Slayer instead of Megadeth. You can just put Slayer over here and you can save it. And this data has been modified in that particular model. So we could send that over here as well. And you can see it's just saved. So just another thing that's a little bit helpful. You might see it in some YouTube videos and you're confused what they're doing. Well, they just updated that over there. Okay, so we talked about pinning data. We talked about items. We've already talked about as well as the input output, right? You can see input output as well. You can see, again, we have this data is pinned for test executions. You see that over there. Okay, we've talked about the different ways you could view it with the schema, the table, as well as JSON. We'll cover that in greater detail in the future. But one of the other things I want to talk about is passing data between nodes. So you saw this a little bit here. And let me show you how that particularly works. All right, so what we're going to do is we're just going to grab our start over here, and we're going to go and grab our edit set. So edit set, and we're going to just start this off, and we're going to do another name side of it. So you'll see on this side thing, I'll just put last name, and I'll just put my last name over here, Nolan. And then what I'll do next is we'll just, we can use any node. Let's just use an AI agent for fun. And the only purpose of this, by the way, is just to show you something called expression versus fix. So fix, essentially all you do is write some text over here, and there's nothing dynamic about this. You could say who won series in 2021 or 2022. It doesn't matter, right? This is fixed. It's always going to say the same exact message over and over again. But that doesn't really get the benefit of orchestration while we're using n8n. So one of the things that's really cool is if we click over here and go into expressions, we can actually pass in dynamic data, and we can say, who is the most famous person with the name? And you can just grab over here You can see I have last name n8n from the previous node, and I can pass that in. Who is the most famous person with the name n8n? Now, this probably is going to be either Nolan Ryan or the film director was Christopher Nolan. So one of those two will probably populate on that side of things. But what's really cool is because we're in this expression, we're able to pass over this from the previous node, and it dynamically adds this in as JSON in over here to our prompt. Hopefully a light bulb just clicked. And you might be wondering, like, do I always have to click over here into expression? Well, yeah, because you can see if it's fixed, it just has this over here and it's not highlighted. So again, a source of debugging, if you see this, you're going to get a specific error. And one other thing to note is it automatically goes to expression if you drag this over here. Now, I find it a little bit buggy at times. So you can see what happens. I grab this last name, go over here, and it's like, it's kind of forcing me to throw this here in the beginning. So sometimes it works and it populates in the correct spot. Sometimes it'll populate a little bit weird. I just find it easier. I click into expression and then drag and drop it, because either way, I'll have to adjust this in some capacity, but this will pass in that additional data from the previous node. Again, light bulbs should be clicking. You're like, wow, this is really, really cool. Okay, a few other things as well. As I'm mentioning about the documentation a little bit earlier, you can see in the AI agent, it says tip, get a feel for AI agents with our quick tutorial or see an example how this node works. You can actually click in over these and you'll see a tutorial, build an AI agent with an n8n. So you have this YouTube video they embedded, they have all the information over here and a lot of great examples in their documentation, docs.n8n.io. You can continue to do that with all these particular nodes. If I go back over here, oh, sorry, this is the example that they showed, right? I just populated a new workflow. I'm not going to save that. But if you go into our edit set, you'll see as well, they actually, oh, here's the docs on this side of things. So you can see if you click onto the docs and it says edit fields set, it's a core node and it has all the information on here. You can see also there's templates and examples. And yeah, that's just built out directly on that side of things. So you can just click onto those docs, or if there's an option right over here, they give you both of those. And go back into AI agent, you can see the docs of the AI agent. It is right over here. So a lot of different options, and you can close this out if you want. I'm just going to keep it for this particular tutorial. I just find it pretty helpful. All right, so we covered triggers, we covered nodes, we covered how does the data flow. Remember, one item at a time. All right, we covered how data flows. Remember, all the items pass through each node at a time. It's not one item at a time like a lot of people assume. We showed you how to modify and pin data, the input and output, different ways to view the data, whether it's schema, table, or JSON. We talked about going in over here and you have the options for fixed versus expression. And you can see like this constantly is an option on these side of things. Let's talk about like what happens with an error now. So like, how do you know something errored out? Well, I'm going to purposely error this AI agent out because I don't have a chat model associated with it. So you'll see if there's an error, it says problem with the node. It says a chat subnode must be connected and enabled. And you'll see that this has a red X and it says issues a chat. And it actually tells you exactly what the error is. And you know, the more that you build out workflows and the more that you test, the more you'll understand why specific errors happen. And this one's a pretty easy one. But this also just tells us that there's an error and it's an easy alert. Also, you can see this in executions. I'm just going to save this over here and I'll go into executions and you'll see that there is an error and it says error in 28 milliseconds in. What's really cool is we can actually debug in the editor and it copies exactly what you tested and it'll go back into our editor and save the data that you tested with. And this is really, really helpful if you have a lot of different items going on and like one particular item breaks the workflow. Like it's a weird edge case. And I use that all the time. I just go in executions, I debug an editor from that exact error. So you can use that. And there's other options as well if you want to restart your workflow. And again, we'll talk a lot more about this in error handling, but you can retry with currently saved workflow or retry with the original workflow as well. But that is errors. Just pretty important to cover this, at least the basics right now early on in the course. And yeah, so what I want you to do now is let's build our first workflow together. So I have been essentially teaching you guys things for the last, hour and a half. And I think it's time to build your first workflow. So I'm going to say build your first workflow. And essentially what we're going to do is we're going to build out the hello world of n8n. So how do I want this to start? Well, what I want you to do is start with a manual trigger. So start with the manual trigger as I've showed you. Then what I want you to do is go into the set node. So we'll go to the set node. And inside the set node, what I want you to do is literally just write, hello world, I'm learning n8n. And yeah, so what I want you to do now is just pause the video and build this out. And one thing to note before we do that is this over here, this to start the workflow, you only can have one of these per workflow. So you're gonna have to detach this and just bring that over here. Okay. A little bit of nuance. And if you already paused and you're jumping into this, I am so sorry. And that's why I've been dragging this throughout the video. So pause the video now, attempt this, and I will show you the solution. Okay, guys. So hopefully you're able to solve this. All we're going to do is click this plus icon over here. We're going to search for edit set, edit field set. And you'll see we have this over here. We're going to keep the mode manual mapping. Again, we'll cover a lot more of the detail here in a second. And we're going to click add in field. And I didn't tell you specifically what to call this field, but just going over here, I'm going to call this hello world. So hello world. And then we need to pass in a value. By default, we're lucky this is strings, and you probably don't know what all of these are as of yet. It's tough to cover everything at once, but this is a future lecture. We're going to cover all of these. But all we're going to do is copy this hello world, I'm learning n8n. So just grab all of that, go in here and paste that hello world, I'm learning n8n. I'm going to execute this step, and you can see we have this over here, hello world, I'm learning n8n. And let's run this and take a look. We have our input, which is the manual trigger. We have our output, hello world, I'm learning n8n. And hopefully you're able to get that, right? Obviously this is super basic, but this is your first step in the right direction. I do want to note one other minor thing just about these workflows that I think is a little bit helpful for you guys. So I didn't really cover this in detail, but if you take a look at these workflows, one thing that n8n team does have is first these dots that allow you to kind of drag and drop to go from node to node. And then you can also see these arrows. So it tells you data is going from this node into this particular node. Another thing that's really helpful is with triggers. You'll notice that these are not squares. They actually have a rounded left edge like this. And obviously you might say, oh, that's just maybe the manual one. If I go to triggers and let's say on a schedule, same thing, right? And we're going to cover this greater detail for the trigger section, but they're not squares. Like the nodes are going to be squares. The triggers are like that. And one other thing to notice is there's an icon and there's something called execute workflow. You can see that there's lightning over here. So that also shows you how to start a workflow. Okay. One other thing, and again, there's just so much with n8n. How do you relabel these? Because it's just not helpful seeing edit fields for. If you go over here and you click on this and you can say, this is print hello world. And it's super important within your workflows that you label your nodes. You can see print hello world, and you have other settings as well. You can put notes, you can display the note in the world, and we can say print hello world, learning n8n. Okay. And we're going to display this note in flow. And you can see we have this down below in that description. Super, super important. Again, you can see the green check mark, this worked properly, and we have one item that is passed at the very end. You have this plus icon to add in that next node, and it populates this screen over there. And guys, that is going to be our section number 3. We've covered a lot. We covered the basics of triggers. We covered the basics of some of these different nodes, showed you how the data flows. I showed you how to in data, modify the data as well. We talked about expressions. We talked about different types, whether schema, table, or JSON, an error, and we built our first workflow together. So really, really happy about that. Next thing we're going to be covering is the most common ways to build out a workflow with triggers. So we're going to cover a few different triggers like the manual, schedule, chat, form, and much more in that next video. Keep up the great work, and I will see you in section 4 now. Well, congrats on building out your first workflow. What we're going to do now is talk about other ways that you could start a workflow. There is well over 10 different options, but we're going to break it down into some of the first ones that are easier for beginners to comprehend. And don't worry, we'll cover the other ones throughout this course, so that way you're familiar with all of those. We're going to start with a blank canvas, and let's get started. Okay, so the first one that we should talk about is our manual trigger. That is what used quite a lot already, and I can just go over here and search manual trigger. Again, we have this icon over here, and we have the rounded corner. It says the execute workflow. I use the manual trigger all the time for testing purposes. It's great because you can just click this and then everything else starts running. Not much, honestly, to it. So we're going to just fly through it. The next one, which we're going to do, which I often pair with the manual trigger, is going to be a schedule. So we can go over here, add another trigger, and then we can say on a schedule. And we're going to actually jump in a little bit more detail on this side of it. And why I use on a schedule with execute workflow. Well, in reality, sometimes you want to run a workflow once at any given time, and sometimes you want to run it on a specific schedule. And what's nice is you can actually pair multiple triggers together. So imagine I have a workflow and our first node in it is the edit set fields. Now, it's not always the case. Either one of these can technically start the workflow, whether it's execution over here manually, or if it's on a specific schedule. So like, let's say every day at midnight, right? You can run this and every day at midnight it runs it. Or if you're testing here, you can run this over here, or if you want to do whatever you want. So one of the things that people don't understand is you can have multiple triggers start a specific workflow. And that's just, one of the different use cases over here. Jumping into the schedule trigger, you'll see we have different trigger intervals. You can go all the way to seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, or a custom cron job. And the thing with cron jobs, it's quite complicated. In fact, you can see it has this format over here. And I would recommend, if you want to learn a little bit more about cron jobs, you check out our video that we have already based around it. We have a full trigger video talking about that side of it. And honestly, it's a little bit outside the scope because you will need it in some sort of cases, but it's not used as often as you think, just based off of what's already available here directly in n8n. If this wasn't a drop down and you just had cron jobs, I would recommend learning about it. But you can see minutes between triggers. You can set this up as well. So you can see like 5 minutes, or you can go over here in hours, 1 hour trigger at a minute. Days, you have different options as well. And you have other rules as well. So why I mentioned like the cron job is nice to have, but like you can set up different rules over here and have multiple rules. Like maybe you have one on a specific day and you have one on a specific month. So for example, let's say you have a report that needs to be sent out once a month, but then also every Friday. You can build that out off of these specific rules over here, but set them up. You can set up a specific time with the schedule trigger, or you could set up something automatically. And both of these populate this over here. Okay, the next one is a chat trigger. So I'm just going to delete this edit, and what we'll do is go into our chat. So actually, no, I'll keep these here. We'll go into chat and we'll do something else. So go into chat, and chat trigger is used a lot more than in the past because of Chat Hub, because ideally you can start your workflow from this in Chat Hub. But this is kind of like a chat bot, and you can open up the chat and you can send a message. You can say hi, right? And it starts this. And the first item, paste it in here, and you can see action, send message, chat input is hi. And it's really common to have some sort of AI node directly after a chat message. And the most common one is going to be your AI agent. So if you go in your AI agent, and again, we're not covering AI agents in this section, we're actually going to cover it into the next one. But you can see connected chat trigger node is the source for the prompt. You can either define it below or the chat trigger node. It's just so common to use it. And you can see prompt user message is JSON.chat input. Literally, this is one of the most common use cases for chat message received, and n8n is used to it. And that's why they built this in. It's so nice. You don't have to paste in this chat input, and it's just set by default. And you can see right over here, parameter text has expression. You can open this up, and you can't update this because it automatically pulls whatever is in that chat into that specific AI agent. And you don't always have to go directly in AI agent. Again, you can use other approaches for your workflows, but It's just very, very common to have that there. Okay. So another thing with chat, you can see we have this over here. There's been no response from our AI agent. So what I want to do is actually just add a chat model really quick, and we're just going to ask it a very basic question. So I'm going to go over here. We'll go over in GPT-5 Mini. I got to go to my other account. And don't worry, we're going to talk about credentials a bit. We'll just go to GPT-5 Mini since it's cheap. And we'll ask the question, who won the World Series in 1972? And it's going to go in our AI agent. It runs. And by the way, another thing to mention is you see how it had that animation. That determines like, hey, this node is currently running. I don't think we covered that. But you can see the Oakland Athletics won 1972 World Series, defeating the Cincinnati Reds 4-3. MVP was Gene Tennis. Which I don't know who Gene Tennis is. I probably mispronounced it. But yeah, that's the chat trigger. Very, very common to set this up with an AI agent. You can see we have our chat window over here, which again, we can expand. We can also expand it this way. If we want, we have our logs over here. You can clear your logs. You have your model. It tells you how many tokens. You have your output. A lot more. They're kind of more advanced. And we're just going to hide the chat. And we're going to move on to our next one. So the next one we're going to specifically use is a form. And another one that I just use all the time. And you can go to the n8n form. And you'll see trigger. And it says on a new n8n form update. Now you have two different URLs for your form. We're not going to really talk too much about production as of yet. But just jumping in over here. You'll see we have our test URL and we have our production URL. And you also have authentication with your form. We're going to cover authentication in a whole section, but you can set your title for the form. So feel free to set a title as you want. I'm just going to say n8n starter form. And then you can set a form description. So we'll say take user input. And what's really cool is there's a lot of different form elements. So if we go over here, you'll see we add a form element, and then first thing you do is set a field name. This could be fixed or an expression, but you can say, okay, let's say person name, and then you can say label. What is your name? Next, you have your element type. So you could specify if, hey, is this a checkbox? You can add in custom HTML. Is this a date? Is this a dropdown, email, file, a hidden field, a number, a password, radio buttons, text or text area. Out of all of these, the most common ones, you're going to use checkboxes quite a bit. You're going to use dates a lot. Drop down, super, super popular. Numbers also very popular. Radio buttons, text, and text area. So you can also put placeholder values and as well as a default value. Again, depends on your use case, but your placeholder would just kind of show you what's there and what the default value of something isn't there. You also have your required field. So sometimes people won't fill out a form and, hey, I actually need this data point. So you can just turn this on or turn this off. And you have different options when the form is submitted or workflow finishes. Most of the time I just use form is submitted. In addition, you can add in multiple form elements and you can see how I'm just adding in all of these. But we'll just go very basic and we'll use the person's name. In addition, you have other options down below. You can append to any n8n attribution, labels, paths. You can ignore bots. This is helpful when you're in production. You can use the time zone of the workflow, which we've already showed you set this up. And you can do custom styling, which is just over here. And you can change different fonts. You can change all the colors associated with it. So if you want to change the design on the form, I would just recommend you send it to an LLM. I'll show you how we can do this here in a second. But let's just execute step to show you what this form looks like. So I'll execute this step and you can see it says n8n starter form, take user input. I put my name over here. Let's say Ryan Nolan. Submit. And then you can see over here, it says person name, submitted at the exact timestamp, and then form mode test. So you can see we're in our test URL. So if I click the copy of this form URL and I put this over here, you can see that this says form trigger isn't listening yet. But if I go over here to execute step, or if I go over here, refresh this, you'll see that this is available and it says this is a test version of your form. And again, be very careful with your form. I'm just going to stop the execution over here, which by the way, I didn't even really talk about this, but you can execute your workflow from down over here. You can see chat has an option here too, but be very careful with that production URL. So that is an option over there. That was just text. We can go and take a look at a few other ones. You can do checkboxes. Let's do a drop down and we'll say, instead of person name, oh, actually, let's go and do the name. And what we'll do instead is we'll have another section and we'll say n8n skill level. We'll say, what is your n8n skill level? And what we can do is go down over here. Let's do something like a drop down. Default value, we're going to say beginner. So option beginner, their option over here, advanced. Obviously, like you can add in a lot of different things over here, but we'll just do this to save some time. And you can see this just as a drop down over there. We'll stop listening and you can say, I didn't want to add option, but I want to add another form. Field name used n8n before. Have you used n8n before? And we can go over here, element type. Let's use a checkbox. Default value. Let's say we're going to actually fill this out. This time we're going to say yes. We'll go over here and say yes as a label, add a checkbox, and then no. And then you can limit selection, and you can set stuff like that too. Anyways, we'll go to execute step. I've used n8n before. This allows both of these. Obviously, that's not correct. So you could stop listening. You could set exact number. You could set 1 over here. And if you go to exact step this time, it says you must submit exactly one option. So you can't choose both. And this is forcing you to choose one option. So you can go over here, put Ryan, and you can really see how we can build this out. So here's what I want you guys to do. Just get used to stuff. And obviously there's more triggers, but I want to give you guys an assignment. Again, just to kind of build this out. I want you to take a form. So we're going to say step 1, like we're going to build out an n8n form, build out an n8n form that asks about job. So what this might have questions is like, 1 is like job title. 2 is a job description. 3, join date for the job. And I put data over here, but let's say join date. What else can we throw in over here really quick? And I want you to go over here and add in different form elements for these. So like try different form elements. What else can we just throw in over here really fast? We put the title, description. I know there's other things that we could put over here as well, but I'm just going to go over here and take add form elements. We're not going to cover files. Oh, you could put over here, I'm just going to say for fake work email. Don't put in your exact email for this demo, but I think that'd be another good add on here. I'm just trying to get you guys to use different things, right? What else can we add in over here? Text, drop down, number, password. Do I have a number in here? Might be the last thing. Title, description. Oh yeah, put salary. Salary. Cool. So what I want you to do is pause this video, build out a form based around this, and yeah, we'll take a look at that output. We'll throw all this also into an edit set field right after. And let's put this over here, add edit set field after this. And I know we haven't really talked about that in greater detail as of yet, but I want you to pause the video, do this, and I'll cover the solution. And then after, what we'll do next is talk about the styling of the form. All right, ready? Pause the video. 3, 2, 1, try it out, and I will be right back. All right, I am back. Let's build out this form. So we'll go and grab the form, the n8n form, and we'll say on a new form event. And let's build this out. So the first thing we want to do is grab our job title. So this is pretty easy. We'll say job form, hold this there, job form for n8n video. I guess it's more of a course than that. We'll add an element, field name. We'll say job name. What is your job title? No, it's just like We'll do job name like this. That's fine. This is text. Again, you can make things required or not, but I'm not going to do it. Next, we're going to go into our job description. We'll just call this job description, label job description as well. We'll call this over here, instead of text, a text area. So that way someone can fill a little bit more information. The next is join date for job or job start date. Again, I could really fix this and make it better, but I don't think it really matters too much for a tutorial. Obviously, if you're building things for customers, be as detailed as possible. All right, so this time we're going to grab a date over here, and it says the displayed date is formatted based on local of the user's browser. All right, fake work email. Go over here and add in work email. And we'll just grab that. We'll go over here and grab email this time. And then lastly, let's grab our salary. So just going back in over here, add form element, put in field name as a salary label. This time we're going to go into a number. And yeah, so we have everything over here. Obviously, I've kind of rushed through this. Hopefully you take your time and you can execute this step. And you can see we have a full form now. We have this calendar. We have a work email that expects an email. So you can see it says enter a valid email address. I have a salary. So if I type in this, like it's not letting me. But if I type in a number, it's fine over here. This expands out. So you can see that expanding out over here, whereas this does not. And if I put this over here, I'll say data scientist, job description, put underwriting and risk. It's my full-time job. Job join date is way in the past. Work email, or we're just going to say Ryan@google.com. Now, obviously I don't work at Google, but I'm just going to put that over here. And salary, we're just going to add in this over here. I do make way more than that, but we'll click submit. And you'll see we have all this information over here. And what's great is we can pass all this data into our edit set field. And you can take a look at this. And we can actually just grab and drag and drop all of our data points directly into edit set. And we're going to learn a lot more about this here in a second. You can even see we grabbed submitted at, which wasn't in the form. You can execute step and take a look. We have all of that on that side of things. Great. Okay. One other thing I did promise you guys is just showing you how we can update this form. And let me just stop this really fast. This not run. I guess some weird stuff. Let me save this. I'll refresh it. And we'll just change the formatting really quick of this form. I guess I never filled this out. That's why. It's like, why did it not allow me to do that? That's all right. We'll save it. And let's add in the colors now. So just to grab this, I'm going to go and put Claude up. So we're going to go Claude AI. I'll throw this in over here. And what I'm going to do is just grab this form. We have this, and I'm going to grab all this code and then say, can you change this code so the form is red and blue? Super simple. And I'm just going to throw this over here. Obviously, there's a lot of things that you could change, but it's going to go over here, make those changes for you. And you can see key changes applied. Just copy that. And this is something you'll learn over time, is like you can prompt large language models to help you solve things faster, because take a look at that form. We completely changed it. It took us 2 seconds. And in the past, historically, we'd have to know our colors. So we'd have to change this up. I could have provided exact colors as well to our LM or ideas of a form, like a design. But at the end of the day, this took 2 seconds for a YouTube video. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm curious if I click submit. That's pretty cool. All right, so I'm going to close out of that. We're going to save this. And we're just going to recap this video before we move into our next section, which, by the way, our next section, we're actually going to learn about using an AI agent, which I'm super thrilled to get over there. I know, obviously, there's still so much to learn, but I want to get you using AI. Regardless, first, you can use multiple triggers to start a workflow. Very common one is manual execution with a scheduled trigger. Schedule trigger is for timing in real world, especially like for my job, I do data analysis. I have reports getting sent out every day sometimes every week, sometimes every month. So schedule trigger helps with your workflows on that side of things. You have a chat message received, very common to use with an AI agent. Also, using a chat message received, you'll need that for specifically Chat Hub to start a workflow. So you'll see these being used way more in workflows just based off of Chat Hub and how awesome it is. And form. I use forms a lot for when I want to process binary data or I want to grab a lot of different inputs from a specific user. And we covered a lot of different examples of what you could throw into a form. And for testing, I'm just using the testing URL. I'm not even going to cover production URL until we're a little bit later in the video, probably talking about webhooks when we talk about production URL. So don't worry about that over now. But one of the benefits of this form is we get in our data and then it already has one item and we can start passing it forward. Lastly, I showed you how we could change the colors on the form. And remember, there's other triggers out there. We're just covering the basics in this particular video. But now we're going to cover AI agents and I will see you shortly in section 5. So in this section, I want to get you guys some of your first wins using an AI agent. Obviously, there's a lot of details with AI agents, and we're going to go into a little bit more of an advanced section quite later in this course. But the goal and objective of this section is to learn how to set up an AI agent with LLMs from a few different popular providers. I'm going to show you how to set up OpenAI. I'm going to show you how to do Claude Anthropic as well as Google. We're also going to go through 2 exercises together to get used to this as well. And yeah, let's jump right into it. So the first thing we're going to do is go over and just set up a chat trigger. Now, you should be somewhat familiar with this based off of the last 2 videos. So we're going to have a chat trigger over here. And then what we're going to do next is go and grab a AI agent. So we'll go over here, have our AI agent, and by default, it'll have the chat trigger go into the AI agent. Again, we've covered this before where the prompt for the chat should say JSON.chat input. It already does. So we're pretty good to go on that side of things. But now what we need to do is fill out our property where it says chat model. And this is really important because this defines what model you're going to be working with. If you don't have this, nothing's going to happen. And just to show you, I'll put over here, I don't know, we'll say what is the most expensive Babe Ruth baseball card. And I might be misspelling this over here. My microphone is in the way, but you'll see we'll get an error because it says a chat subnode must be connected enabled, and we just don't have our chat model. So it's super important to set this up. So let's click on this plus icon, and you'll see over here we have all of our different language models we can work with. You have Claude Anthropic over here, you have Azure, AWS, go here, DeepSeek, Google Gemini, Vertex, Grok, Mistral, Lemonade, Olama, OpenRouter, Grok, OpenAI, and there's just so many, and you're like, man, I don't know what to use. So a few notes, like obviously the most popular one out there, and this may change in the future, but as of essentially 2026, because I'm recording late December, OpenAI is probably used by the most amount of users. Okay, so you'll see a lot of different workflows that use OpenAI. It's pretty popular in corporate environments, but some of the other ones that are really, really popular, you have Google Gemini, which Gemini 3 has really taken off and put Gemini a little bit higher up in the rankings. And you also have Claude Anthropic that a lot of people like as well. There is some local models over here, which I'm not going to dive into. You also have specifically OpenRouter, which allows you to choose between different models. And then in addition, you have things like Grok, which may be helpful if you want to use a specific Twitter data. You also have something over here called the model selector. And it says use this node to select one or more of the connected to this node based on the workflow data outside the scope of today's video. But yeah, we're going to go through and set up multiple of these. Let's start off with OpenAI. So I'll just go over here and click OpenAI chat model. And the first thing you're going to do is set up an account. So I'm going to show you how to create a new credential right now. We're going to click this and you get this pop-up screen and it says, need help filling out these fields? Open Docs. Again, n8n is fantastic for documentation, but honestly, this is going to be pretty easy. All we need to do is get an API key. So how do you get an API key? Well, you go to a website, openai.com/API, and we're just going to log in over here. If you don't have an account, make sure to set one up, but we're going to go log in and we're going to go to API platform. I'm just going to log in with my Google account. Cool. And then we're right over here. We're going to click this settings icon. We're going to go into API keys and then you're going to create a new secret key. So just click plus, create new secret key, whatever we're going to say. We're going to say n8n tutorial full course. I don't know. We're going to delete these shortly after. You can set a project if you want. You can set up specific permissions if you want. I'm just going to say a default project. I'm going to create the new secret key. And then you see I have a key over here. So it says save your key. Please save your secret key in a safe. You won't be able to view it again, blah, 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 right? Best practices. Also, to mention with API keys, you can set limits in a platform. So just in case it gets lost or anything like that. But you only can copy this once. So copy that key and then go back into your API key over here. You'll see it's been pasted. If you click save, then it'll say credential created inside your own personal workspace. And what I would recommend is you actually label your credential over here because if you don't, you'll be confused. Like what's account 1, what's account 2, what's account 3. I made that mistake a long time ago and I just never cleaned it up on here. So just label this right away. If you want to delete your credential, you can go over here and delete it. I'm going to delete this one because I don't want to use it. So I'm going to say delete. Obviously, you see what this credential is. It's going to be gone. And go over here. And I'm actually going to delete this one as well. So I'm going to remove that key. So that way you guys can't use it. And we are good to go. So I'm going to go to my OpenAI account. And what you'll see next is we have different models over here. Now, I think one of the things that n8n should improve on is just changing out the recent model that populates here. It's 4.1. I'm not using 4.1 at all. And by the time you watch this video, we might be on like GPT-6 or GPT-7. But GPT-5.2 is out, so you could use that. I tend to use just Mini because it's a cheaper model in a lot of my videos. So I'll say GPT-5 Mini. You also have the Responses API, which has a lot of information outside the scope of this video. But just like that, like 5 minutes, we were able to set up this OpenAI chat model. Now I'm going to save this over here. And I'm also going to show you something pretty cool that we haven't covered yet in this course. And actually it kind of escaped me when I was covering the nodes and stuff like that. One of the things that you should be able to do as well is turn on and off nodes. So if you see this over here, I'm just going to deactivate it. And this is no longer being used. Now, obviously, this is a chat model attached to an AI agent, but the same thing happens with nodes. So you can see it's deactivated or not outside the scope of this particular lecture, but I feel like that's important. So that's OpenAI. Next, what I want to have us to set up is going to be Claude Anthropic. So again, we're going to just click this chat model. And I'm going to go over to Anthropic chat model like this. What I'm going to do is click down over here and create new credential. So once again, we have to get an API key. So if we go to Claude console, so platform.claude.com, sign in with your Google account, which I'm going to do right now. Okay. Then you have this main screen over here. Make sure to get API key. We're going to create a key and then name your key. I'll say n8n live tutorial. I'll add this key. And again, you'll see our key right over here. Probably be blurred out for this video, but go over here to API key, paste that in, and you'll see save. Again, rename your thing, and it says connection tested successfully if it works. I'm just going to delete this one because we don't need that. And I'm going to go back over here and this as well. So I'm just going to go over here and delete this. Obviously, you guys should not do that for your keys. I'm just doing this right now because for the video. So it's been disabled and delete it. Great. So I have both of those particularly in here. And again, you have a lot of different models associated with Claude. And you can go over here. You can see Sonnet 4.5 I use quite a bit. Opus 4.5 is a really expensive model. And maybe we'll have a section talking about like what model to use and what particular use cases. But again, I'm just trying to get you set up and going. So that's Anthropic. I'm going to just remove that over here and then deactivate it. Next, what we're going to work on is adding in Gemini. So click this plus icon. You'll notice Google has multiple models. I'm going to use Gemini over here. And again, we're going to just create a new account. So just click over here, create new credential. It's going to ask for an API key. So how you get this is you go to Google AI Studio. So aistudio.google.com. And then we're just going to go and get API key in the bottom left. Create new API key. I'm going to say n8n course like this. You choose a cloud project as well if you want. And you choose a cloud project as well. I'm just going to say n8n. Grab that. And then we have our key. And again, you can just copy over the key. You can see copy API key like this. And yeah, this one was here. So copy that, go back in over to n8n, API key. You can save that. And if it works, connection tested successfully. One thing to mention as well, again, I'm just going to delete this key because I don't need it. One thing to mention as well, though, is you need to fund all of your accounts because these are paid. Now, you do not use a lot of money with large language models if you're doing a small amount of testing. Like it's very rarely, like I spend more than $50 a month on projects just for YouTube tutorials and things like that and testing and building out things. Obviously, if you have a SaaS product or you're selling services, that's going to be a little bit different. But just keep that in mind. These models tend to be pretty cheap. There is expensive models out there as well for OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google Gemini. So like Gemini over here, we can go over and choose a specific model. I'm using Gemini 3 for a lot of stuff. So this pro preview over here. And yeah, we'll talk about costs of models and a lot more in our advanced section. This is just our basics. So what I want us to do now is build out a workflow. We're going to use our chat trigger. We're going to use our AI agent over here. And then let's ask each of these over here a question. What we're going to ask is, and I'll put this over here, what is the most important n8n skill? So we're going to ask each model that. Let's jump through this. So first, I'm going to unactivate these, or make them live, I should say. And we'll test them one at a time. So let's open up our chat. I'm going to clear the chat log. So I just click reset chat session like that. And let's jump into it. So our first one, what is the most important n8n skill? And I'm actually very curious what each of these say. So our first one's going to be OpenAI. And I just want to document this too. We're going to use Claude. And then we're going to use, all right. So short answer, the single most important n8n skill is knowing how to work with data and APIs, reading and transforming JSON HTTP between systems, debug and flow. Again, my mic is like right here and that's in the bottom left. So it's kind of tough to read. So we'll just copy this. Obviously they wrote a lot over here. You can see that is our answer. I don't know why I'm copying this here. It doesn't matter. So now what I'll do is I'll just deactivate this or move this out of the way. And I will throw in Anthropic. Cool. Let's run this again. So I'm just going to go reset chat session and we'll go through on this side of things. And what you'll notice as well, each of these models have their own personality. Like, do they respond short, fast, efficiently? And there's a lot of nuances behind it, but you're getting the ground started and you can see there's a ton. Understanding logic flow and conditional thinking is the most important n8n skill. Interesting. And then we'll go into Gemini next. Again, we'll just clear this out. Ask the same question. And you'll see we get 3 different results. All right. And then it says, if you had to pick just one skill that separates an average n8n user from an expert, it is data transformations using JavaScript. I don't think that's the most important skill. Low code, and then etc. So 3 different results, 3 different models. There you go. So I'm just going to hide the chat right now. And what I want you guys to do is work on a mini project for this section. So let's outline your small project. Again, we're keeping things simple. It's going to get a little bit more complicated towards the end, but let's jump into it. So large language models are pretty good at researching. And one of the things I want you to do, see if you share a birthday with someone that is famous. So how are we going to do this? Well, step 1, what we need to do is have a form trigger. And what this does is this accepts a date or a birthday. Then step 2 is we're going to send the information into an AI agent. And then step 3, we're going to ask the agent, do I share the same birthday, we'll say day and month as someone famous. And then part 4, we're going to also expand on this and we're going to say this should be within, I guess, like industries or something like that. These, let's say music genres. Sorry, this makes more sense. These music genres, and we're going to say sports. Okay. So let me explain what we're going to do on this one a little bit better. Famous birthday matcher. So here's how this works. We're going to set a form as a trigger, and this should accept a date for a birthday, music genre, like that, as well as favorite sports. So it could be one or more for music genres, one or more for favorite sports. Accepts a date as a birthday. Then what we're going to do is send that information into an AI agent like this. Then we're going to ask the agent. So we're going to ask it, we're going to open this up over here. Instead of a chat trigger, we're going to define below. We're going to ask the agent, do I share the birthday with someone famous? And then this should be within these music genres or sports. Again, you could have one or more for each of these. So a lot going on, but I think you could do it based off of everything we've covered so far. Pause the video and attempt to do this. I'm going to pause it in 3, 2, 1. Go for it and come back once this is ready to go. All right, we are back. Let's try it. So first thing we're going to do is set up our form trigger. So you go to n8n form and we're going to say on a new form event. And this is our form. So let's first ask our specific questions. And we're going to say birthday matcher is the name. Again, you can use whatever you want. Matcher, we'll say matches famous birthdays. And we have to have 3 form elements. So the first one is going to say birthday and label. We're going to go over here and say birthday, or we should put like your birthday or something like that. Birthday. Then what we're going to specifically do is go over here and look for a date. That is a required field. Then we're going to have another form element. We're going to say music genres, favorite styles of music. And this could be multiple things if you want it to be. You could have kind of a drop down if you already have defined genres. You could also choose checkboxes. You could also technically go over here and choose radio buttons. But I'm just going to keep this as just simple text like that. Okay. And then what we're going to do is have sports. And I'm just going to say favorite sports. And a lot of options that you could choose if you want to customize this to your liking. We already covered this a little bit in the last video. Then what we're going to do is we're going to create an AI agent. So go over here to AI agent and we'll grab that. And you'll see we have this over here. However, this won't work right away. So what we need to do is define below, and we'll write this here in a second, but we need to add in our chat model. I'm going to be lazy and I'm just going to use Google Gemini. So just copy that and then paste it. So Control-C, Control-V works really well in n8n. So we already have this set up with my credentials. And what we're going to do now is test this form out. So I'm actually going to disconnect this really fast and we're going to test the form out. So execute step, your birthday. So put in your birthday over here. I'm just going to use today's dates, but obviously way back. So let's go, I'll say like 1990, December 26th. Today's not my birthday, by the way. Favorite style of music. I like rock, metal, some bluegrass I like. And favorite sports, we're going to say baseball, running. We'll put cricket in here. I think that should be fine. So we'll say submit, and you'll see we have our data that is over here. We can pin this if we want. We could change this data, but I'm just going to pin it for now. And then we're going to go and attach our AI agent, and we're going to say, create a prompt. Now, I haven't taught you anything about writing good prompts, but that's okay. We're going to say, what famous people have a birthday on this month and day. We're going to go over here and then pass in this birthday. So you can see it turned into an expression. I'm also going to expand this out. So if you click this bottom icon, it expands it out. And let's write this out. The famous person or famous people must play in this sport, in these sports, I should say. And obviously my grammar is not perfect today, but I'm writing this on the spot. Or they are a musician and play this style of music. Production-wise prompts, there's a lot that I would change over here, but all we're asking the AI is what famous people have a birthday on this month and day. So we pass in the birthday from the form. The famous people must play in these sports like that. And the musician play in this style, in these styles of music. And then you can pass in multiple genres. And you can see over here to the right, the result, the birth date, baseball, running, cricket, rock, metal, bluegrass. So now save that and let's test out this workflow. Obviously I've pinned this data so don't run the form again. And now I'm very curious what results we're going to get. We didn't even define what type of output we want from the AI agent. We can specify that in multiple ways, but we're getting our feet wet right now. We're only on section 5 and there's a lot more to cover. And you'll see we have our results. So we can go over here based on the specific date of December 26, 1990 and your required categories. There's one prominent famous person who fits that criteria. And I can say it. Andy Biceric, founder and lead vocalist of the band Black Veil Brides. Plays rock, metal. While there are other famous people on this day, such as soccer player Ramsey, they do not fit the sport or music genres you requested. That's pretty cool. Now, what we could do as well is let's change this up. And I'll click this over here and let's make it tomorrow's date, 12/27. So I'll save that and we will run this again. And you'll see we're going to get different results. We're going to get probably different text as well from Gemini, just because we didn't really define our prompt that well. This is like a very mediocre prompt. I'd probably give it like a C-. But, it is what it is. It's good for a tutorial. Now I'm curious, who did you guys share a birthday with? Put that below in the comment section. Obviously, this is a very early project. It's like a form submission AI agent. And when you get farther in the course, you're like, man, this was so basic. I wish everything was this basic, but it's good to get some wins. So we'll run this one more time and it'll take a little bit, but that's fine. I'll also show you a few other quick wins in here. And you can see over here, there's a lot more stuff. So based on the specific birth date and the strict categories provided, there are no internationally renowned celebrities. However, there are professional athletes in cricket category fit the exact description. Horace Miller, a Jamaican cricketer, which I didn't even know they played cricket in Jamaica. All right, these are famous people born on that exact day. Professional tennis player, ice hockey player. And yeah, so a lot more stuff going on that side of things. So either way, that is essentially how we built this out. So one other thing I really wanted to quickly show you is sometimes a large language model will fail, like a company is down or something like that. So how do you actually build a backup? And let me just show you this over here because this takes like 2 seconds. You enable a fallback model. So imagine like OpenAI is down, but that's your primary driver. you could have a fallback model. And let's say you want to have your fallback model be Google Gemini. So this will get priority, but if something's going on with OpenAI, you have something as a fallback. And this is something that I highly recommend that you do if you build out some sort of production grade system or something that cannot fail. It literally takes 2 seconds out of fallback model in over here, and it's just a really good thing to do. Obviously, we were going to have a lot of other things we talk about later, but there is going to be that. So hopefully you learned quite a bit in this section. Our next section we're going to do is we're going to cover a lot more about data types as well as JSON. But before we get into some technical stuff, I wanted to get you guys a win. We haven't even covered the basic nodes yet, really, outside of edit set and some of these triggers, and that'll be coming up in section number 7. Thanks, guys, for watching so far. And if you are getting a lot of value, make sure to subscribe. But yeah, see you in section 6. So this next section is going to be a little bit more complicated than the previous ones. And we're going to be focusing on, in particular, is going to be data types. And data types is critical, especially in software engineering or data analytics, or anytime you're going to be doing some sort of programming. Because if you don't have your correct data types, you're going to have errors in your specific program. So we're going to cover what n8n has available today. We'll go through a lot of different examples. And then we're going to also show you a little bit of insights as well as how JSON works with these particular data types. So let's jump right into n8n. We're going to be on our section number 6, and we're going to keep this very basic. We'll have a manual trigger, and then what we're going to have next is just an edit set. And the reason why is if you go over into the edit set, and we're just going to put like example 1, you can see that we have different data in over here. We have something called a string. We have a number. We have a Boolean, array, object, as well as binary data. So we're going to go through each of these one at a time and kind of give you some examples with that. So what we're going to do is say this is example string. And a string is pretty straightforward. All a string asks us to do is have text. So you could say, for example, Trent Reznor, the lead singer of 9-Inch Nails. You can go over here and you can see example string, and it says Trent Reznor, which is pretty cool. And one of the other things with strings is you could technically have a number as a string as well. So if you type in 99999 like this, execute step, and that is perfectly valid. And you could mix both of these together. So I'll go further here like that, and we'll run this example, and you can see we have technically a number with the string, but this is all together as a string. It really doesn't matter. And you can put special characters in over here as well. I meant to press shift on my keyboard, but this is totally valid as well. So our next data type is a little bit more restrictive, and this is going to be a number. So we'll call this example number, and it has 0 by default. Let's keep it. And you'll see over here in the output, we actually have a difference as well. So I'm just taking a look at the schema view, but you can see how this says T for like a string or text. Well, this one has a number icon, which is really nice from the n8n team, because you can just look over here really quick and tell the different data types. If you go over to your table, you don't know for sure, but the schema will tell us that. JSON, it does tell us that as well, because you can see the string has double quotes, whereas the example number, it does not. And again, just to show you the difference, if we remove all of that and just keep it as 9999, and we use the same thing for our number, it does not have these double quotes, whereas the string does. So if you're in the JSON view and you see this, right, string number. So where people get tripped up is you cannot put a string as a number. So if I go over here and say Trent, or I put anything in here, so you can see it says E4. And it's actually pretty restrictive because I'm trying to spam my keyboard. I believe in the past you could, but now they probably have some sort of logic based in there. You can see example number is null. This just generally does not work. It actually did not take that as input. Also in the past, this used to specifically crash, it'd have an error, but it looks like now an n8n team just has this as particularly null, which is, I think, a pretty good add over here. But again, you cannot include anything else over here minus a specific number. And yeah, that's the difference. String, you can have a number in there, number you can't. All right, so what we have next over here is going to be a Boolean. And Boolean is so simple. Either something is going to be true or it's going to be false. So let's take a look at a true example. We'll go over here and call this example Boolean. So example Boolean, like that. Okay, now we're going to do example 3 and 4. So example 3, we're going to take a look at is our Booleans in the array. So we're going to make sure we click onto array. And in over here, we'll say true and false. True and false. Populate that. And you can see again, no double quotes, but it grabs our example from the Boolean. And lastly, let's combine everything together. Let's have an array that has a string, a Boolean, and a number. So go for that. We'll just copy each of our records that we've had so far, each of our items inside these arrays. So pretty straightforward, if I say so myself. And we'll just go down here and choose array. You can see we just have a lot of different data types inside of that particular array. Again, one thing to differentiate our array from everything else, you can see we have these brackets here at the very end. So brackets like that, and everything else doesn't, right? Our string doesn't have those brackets, our number doesn't have those. We have true or false directly in here. But when you have a string inside of an array, you have to make sure that you have these quotes. And I just put single quotes in over here. Numbers have none, and then true or false have none as well. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at something called an object. And because I didn't want to make this pretty complicated, we're just going to say example object 1. I actually had this generated by Claude because it's kind of a pain to create an object. Just grab an object over here for 9-inch nails. So I was giving those examples. And I'll just paste this in over here. Obviously, again, you could just make this way larger, but still even there. And you can see I can make it like this. I feel like it's just easier to explain. And if I execute this step, no issues. You can see all of this is populated over there. To take a look at the schema, for example, once again, we have our text for string, number. We have kind of that checkbox for Boolean. An array has these 3 lines. You can see that. And then our object kind of has that specific cube. And inside of that, you can see we have a 9-inch nails release, an album, a track, production, and then additional metadata. This is quite complicated for you right now, but because we're showing these other data types over here, it was pretty important to do that. So you can see 9-inch nails, and we have other information inside of the album, year, label, the track, the production associated with it, as well as the metadata. One other thing that you're going to see in this edit set is something called binary data. And what binary data is any sort of file within the n8n. And it is also outside of the scope. I'm not going to be covering binary data in this specific section. In fact, there's a full section we're going to dedicate towards binary data because binary data is weird in n8n and it's something that trips up a lot of beginners. So do not want to cover binary data within this JSON basic and data types. So the next thing I just want to quickly cover is like, how do you access specific parts in particular, like with an array or an object? Because you'll see this when you work with APIs or you're working with data, you might want to have a specific section. So what we're going to do is have another edit set, and I'm just going to show you the JSON associated behind it. So all you got to do, and like, obviously this is pretty easy, is just grab a section. So for example, if I'm grabbing this example array 4, and why is this not running? Oh, you know why it's not running? Is I have this binary data that's complete garbage. All right, now it's gonna run. I'm like, why is this not running? All right, so you'll see that I was able to populate this example of, it should be Trent, but it's tent. So I'm grabbing our array 4, and I'm grabbing the first element of it. And this also trips up a lot of people initially. A lot of times in programming, you're going to start from 0. So 0 is going to be that first position. So the item over here within the array, the first one is 0, then goes 1, 2, and it ends with n-1, which is the number of items minus 1. So if you have an array of 3 length, you start with 0, and then you have 1 and 2. Your last item will be the length minus 1. So just to go over here and grab another example, you can see if we were to grab 75, that's over there. Again, you can just go here and take a look at the JSON as well for that specific object. And you'll see JSON.example object.track.title. So it goes example object 1, right, which is our JSON side over it. Then you do .track, which is our next part of it. And then you grab the title section. So a little bit more complicated JSON, but honestly, it's pretty easy because you can just drag and drop based off of what expressions you have and everything like that over here to the side. So I typically kind of use the schema view for this most of the time. Could use the JSON view. I don't know why I've just kind of defaulted to schema over time. Each of these tell a different story. Schema will give you just one example and the different data types behind it. Table is really good when you're working with particular tabular data, which we haven't even really covered data tables and sheets and Airtable yet in this course, but I use the table view for that. And then JSON as well. It gives you a lot of different examples. So it can be really helpful to see everything that is going on. Again, you can see data types. JSON gives you multiple examples. Table is really good for tabular data. I'm trying to think anything else. You can also grab like specific dates and times and things like that with JSON. There's a lot of different shortcuts and things that you can combine together. Maybe I'll show you this really quick. You can also have something, let's say we're going to do full name. You can combine multiple together. So what we might want to do for the string is have this over here, and we'll grab next side. It's actually, you can see I'm just putting both of these example arrays over here for Trent Reznor, and I just put a space in between that. You can also add with math. So for example, I'm just going to go over here and choose this as a number. Oops, I accidentally deleted it. We'll do this as a number. So you can see it automatically changed that to the number side of things. But I can go over here and say plus, and in over here, just going to grab that, and we'll put this over here. So when you're using strings and you want to combine them together, make sure that you have these like double curly brackets on the outside, put a space, and then put that. But when you're adding numbers together, you have to do this all within inside one curly bracket like this, and just add them in between. And you'll see we get 150 because we have 100 over here, and then we're adding 50. Run this one over here, we're getting Trent Reznor. So first part is the Trent, or Trent in this example, then Reznor, so space. You can also get now. So we'll say like time, just go over here and say, and this should be an expression, by the way. Now, like this. And you can see it gets the exact timestamp as a date time right in over here. So you can see we have all this together. And yeah, so what I'd say for your example over here, and we're not going to walk through it, but really mess with these data types. And put this over here, example to try is like, example, create more data within edit set. Create an array. I'll say create an advanced array with 5 elements, and then grab specific pieces of information. Of information with an edit set. I think that's probably going to be a good example on this side of things. No need for me to kind of do this with you guys. I think it's pretty self-explanatory how to do it, but really get these data types down because it's going to help you a lot, even outside of n8n. All right, so now that's pretty much the end of this specific lecture. We're going to jump into some more of the basic nodes, kind of like edit set, things that you're going to use in almost every workflow, or a good amount of those next. So we'll take a look at like if, as well as filter, switch, merge, and much more. I believe it's going to be a bit of a lengthier section. So before we jump in there, obviously, make sure you're all set. You have some water, you have some snacks, and you're eager to learn because it's going to be quite a long section. So I will see you guys right there, and keep up the awesome work. Okay, so we've covered a decent amount so far in this course, and I think it's time to cover some of the most essential nodes that you need to know. We're going to cover things that split up your workflows. For example, an if-else branch, where if a condition is met, it goes in one direction, or if a condition is not met, it goes into another direction. Things like filtering, where we have X amount of items in a workflow, hits that filter and it decreases it. And merges, where you have multiple flows and they merge together into one direction. There's a ton of different nodes we're going to cover in this section, I think like 10 or so. And yeah, without wasting time, let's jump into it, because we also have a few different example workflows we'll build here at the very end of it. All right, so the first one that we need to cover is our edit set node. And you might say, well, I've already learned a lot about this node, and that is 100% correct. But there is a few different use cases of why edit set is really impactful. And I just wanted to cover those first before we jump into these other nodes. So why is edit set helpful? Well, the first thing that you can do with edit set is rename a field. So let's go over here and I'll show you this example. Let's say, for example, you had something as name, and I'll just put name as Ryan over here. However, you decide at some point, and maybe this is like an item a little bit earlier in, we have this name, but you say, hey, in the final output, this name over here should actually just be first name. And guess what? We have officially cleaned this up. And you can see we have first name like that. I showed you in the last lecture, we could combine multiple inputs into one specific field. So that is another option that is quite popular. Another thing is just cleaning up your data. Sometimes you might have, 10 or 15 different fields. Let's say, imagine you have a spreadsheet and you don't care about having all the fields. Like, let's imagine you have a name, we'll have income. Let's say I make 5,000, which obviously I don't. We'll put over here that as a number, and we'll add one more thing. Let's say we add in n8n YouTube videos, n8n YouTube vids, and I have 75, which I believe this is video 75 if it's out in time. But really, like, I only care about name and income. I don't care if someone made n8n YouTube videos. Well, your edit set will allow you to do that, because it only passes forward the things that you clarify in over here. So you can see that the option, you have include other input fields if you create a field, and this will put everything in over here, right? Including this one that's been relabeled. You can go over here and filter and choose selected fields, all accept. So there's a lot of different options that you could specifically choose from over there. You could strip binary data as well, include type conversion, or support dot notation. So reality, why you want to use the edit set, first, you can relabel data as I showed you over here. You can create new fields as I showed you as well. So like, again, I'll just do it one more time. We'll say income YouTube. And let's just say for some reason we wanted to add our name and income. So you literally just can go over here. We'll do name and not a name, sorry. I meant to go over here and use a number and choose income and YouTube videos. So like, for whatever reason you want to do that, remember, these need to be inside here as well. Put that over here like that. There's other ways you could add too, but you can do some sort of modification to a field. You could put that over there. You can add in fields, you can exclude fields. Really helpful after a spreadsheet. I use this all the time. And you'll see a lot of people also use edit set for just testing purposes to create specific data. So that is our edit set. The next one we should talk about is our if node. And if node is very, very popular if you come from programming. If you are a programmer, you know about if else. And that's essentially what we have in n8n. So we have this if, and you'll see we have a lot of different options. We can go over here and have options for our string. So we have string variations, we have number variations, like if a number exists or not, is equal to, etc. We'll cover a lot more of these here in a second. We have date and time. We also have our Booleans, right? If you remember our true and false, well, that's our Booleans. We have array and we have object. Now, object is quite simplified because it is a complex data type, but array has a lot more interesting information, such as the length of the array, which is the number of items inside that specific array. So you can specify that, your Boolean. So let's just cover some of these examples. We'll create an edit fields over here, an edit set, and we'll populate that into if. And let's take a look at this. This is the first time we've actually started adding in some cool logic into our workflows, where our workflow will go in one direction or our workflow will go in other direction based off of the incoming item. So let's take a look at it. First thing we should take a look at is, let's do our string, and we'll set a string over here. We'll say this is a band, and let's put in goose. I was in them a little bit earlier today, and we have our band being goose. So let's take a look at some of our stuff. First thing, we're going to put our value 1 over here, and we'll put value 2, and we'll say this is equal to goose. So if that is true, it goes into this branch, and then we could do some logic a little bit later on. And if it's false, it goes into this branch. So that is very simple, right? Like goose is equal to goose. Well, what if it's not equal to? Well, it goes into the false branch. And you can see in the output now, we have two different sides. We have a true branch and we have a false branch. And one of the things that you'll find kind of interesting is when we start having control logic, like an if statement, we can't pin our data. So you can see that pin icon is gone, whereas it's available over here. So take a look at it once again. You do not have that particular option. All right, so going back into this over here, exists, does not exist, is empty, is not empty. So obviously we have values in this JSON.band. So these are going to exist and it's not empty. So you can see, like, for example, is not empty. This helps depending on, like, when you have data coming through a workflow. In some weird cases, you're not going to have specific data and you would want to filter based around that. Very common if you're working with databases and things like that, but you're quite early on in your n8n learnings. So I wouldn't focus primarily to about it, but something worth bringing up. We already covered is equal to, not equal to, contains. So contains is interesting. So obviously goose is going to contain goose, but if we do contain, all we have to do is look for something in it. So let's imagine we're looking for the string OS within goose. Well, it's true because OS is OS right over here. And that means goose contains OS. If we keep going through, does not contain, well, this will turn false because OS is available in there. Starts with is the beginning of a string. So this will turn false because goose does not start with OS. However, if you just start with a G, it's going to be true because that is the first letter, but you can obviously add in others as well. Let's say goo, like this. Obviously, it will still be true. The opposite does not start with, ends with, also kind of the opposite, right? And this is at the very end of our particular string. This is going to turn false. But if we go over here and say SE, we know it's going to be true because it ends in OSE. And again, it could be any of these variations over there. Does not end with, you have that. Regex, I wouldn't really worry about regex on this side of it. Regex is pretty powerful. And if you want to use regex at this point, I would probably just recommend prompting ALM, but this is just from complicated ways of matching. And regex is really popular within programming. In fact, when I did a Python video on regex, it was like an hour and a half long. I didn't even memorize all these regex codes. I just literally looked them up. So a lot of the things that you're particularly probably going to search for are going to be in most of these where it's like is empty all the way down to does not end with. These are some rare, obscure cases we're going to look at specific regex. So that is the string side of it. What I want to do now is cover integers. So I'm just going to go, or sorry, numbers, and we'll put something called like Spotify plays. And let's say Spotify plays is 1 million. So we're at 1,000. Now we're at 1 million. We're there. Pretty sure. Let me just double check. Yeah, we're good. Cool. So Spotify plays. And let's jump into our next one. So this is number. Again, we talked about exists versus not empty. We can put our number over here. And yeah, so we'll go on that side of things and just take a look at Spotify plays. So we'll drag and drop that over here. And looks like I have an issue. And you know what? I do have an issue because this is still a string. I should have checked that. You can see now it is fixed. And this would be a common example. If you have a workflow, you get an error. Like, what is going on? I can't solve it. Well, it's because of the data type. So now we can see our true branch is as well as 1 million. So another interesting thing to add on, when we're using if else, everything gets dragged along with it. You can see over in our edit set, we had both a band as well as Spotify plays, and those were on our output. You can see that in the schema. And while both of that is passed into our true branch, just to skim through these, you have equal to, not equal to, you have greater than or less than. So with the greater than side of things, this is actually going to turn false because they are actually equal. And it's specifically looking for a number that is greater than 1 million. And because 1 million is equal to it, that is not the case. Same with is less than. 1 million is not a less than 1 million, it's equal. So that'll also turn false. However, if you want to have it where it's greater than or equal to or less than or equal to, you have those options in here. Again, something that's pretty popular with programming, and those will both return true over there for either of them. And then we'll just go over there and choose that. Great. Now let's add on another in here, and we'll say like live dates. We can put something over here, and we'll want to put this as a string as well. And let's say 01/01/2026. And we'll actually remove the single quotes. And you'll see we have that. And let's take a look at changing that up. So over live date over here, we'll take a look at date and time. And we'll start off with is not empty, just to show you that it's not empty, it's true. Great. We'll say is equal to, and we can put in our exact date. So we can go over here and choose this, and we'll grab specifically this over here. And this actually shows as false. And that is because this date over here is formatted differently. You can see 01/01/2026, whereas this one over here, take a look at the date format. We actually have that timestamp over here like that. And by default, it has that. So this isn't the approach to write in specific dates. And I'll show you that a little bit later on how we could solve this particular date issue. So that does throw some confusion into people. n8n actually has a specific date node. So we'll cover that here in a little bit, but you can see we have is after, is before, is after equal to, or is before equal to. Again, we'll cover dates. I believe I actually have that in this section too. Yeah, that's literally one of my next nodes we're going to cover. So don't worry about that side of it. Okay. We're going to cover really quick Booleans. This is super easy. So we'll say, I don't know, still touring. We'll say like still touring. And obviously Goose is still touring as of now. We'll go over here and do a Boolean, and we'll say that is true. Great, we have that. And then we can just go over here and do still touring. We'll go into our Boolean. It's true. And it goes into true branch. It's false. And honestly, like the n8n team probably should have just kept it there because you have is equal to and is not equal to. But personally, I would just recommend staying the is true, is false. Then we have our array side of it. And really our array is just based off of the lengths. So you can just put array, we'll say like songs. We'll say songs. We can just fill this out. Over here, you can put like your direction, hunger site. Just put those two like that. Cool. And actually, this is probably a string right now. I need to fix that. Good call out. And I need to put a comma. Whoops, I do have an error, and that's because the other single quote. Third time's the charm, right? Boom, there we go. Great. So now we can just do some if else based off of our array. So you can see JSON songs, array. So what we can do is if it contains a value, we'll say contains your direction. And you'll see it goes into the true branch. But if I do your directions, it's going to be false. It's looking for that exact case. Then we can go back over here. We'll change this out and say is length is equal to, and this time it's going to look for a length of 2 for it to be true. And it is because we have 2 songs in here, and that's why it's true. So you can, array is interesting because you can look and filter based off of multiple things, whether it is strings or numbers. You can go also over here, length not equal to, and it's the same as earlier, the length greater than or less than. So this is looking just absolutely, is this greater than something or less than, whereas then are equal to if the values are equal or not. So when it's like less than or equal to 2, that'll be correct. However, if you go over here and say less than 2 or greater than 2, both those are going to go into that particular false branch. You'll see that there's other things for objects. It's literally just asking if it exists or not. You can also convert types when it's required. You have this option over there, and you can ignore case. So let me show you an example of ignore case. Let's go first and go into our array, and we're going to do contains, and we're going to go your direction like this. And you'll see, even though we have your direction here, as well as right over here, it's going to show false. And you'll see both populate as false. Why? This is your direction. So if you think someone has some bad data in some sort of capacity, there you go. Your direction now is matching. It ignores the capitalization associated with it. This was like a super fast walkthrough of the if node. And like all the nodes I'm going to cover here, I have detailed videos, sometimes 20, 30, 40 minutes on each of these. To be respectful for your guys' time watching this course, I'm not going to go over every single example, but if you really want that detail of, hey, I want to know everything about the if node, I want to know everything about a filter node or a date and time, just watch the individual videos on the channel. I go into greater detail, but there's so much to cover in one video. I'm not going to do 40 minutes of if within this course. So the next one I wanted to do really fast is switch. So switch is a little bit more of a leveled up if, because essentially what you can do is you can create multiple branches, whereas if is stuck with true or false. So if I go into switch, you'll notice I keep adding routing rules, and we have route 1, we have route 2, we have route 3, and 0, 1, 2 just doesn't hit it. So we can go over here and we can rename these outputs. And let's go back to some of the music I listen to. We could say one of these outputs is rock or metal or bluegrass, miscellaneous. Okay. And now you can see these are relabeled. We have rock, metal, bluegrass. We can add in an edit set, and let me show you how this works. So we'll go over here. We'll just say a genre. Go over here, we'll say artists first, throw in good old Billy Strings, and then we'll go in and say genre, but bluegrass. That's so pretty basic. Two strings over here, artist and genre. We go into our switch, and then we're going to look for this. We're going to say genre is equal to rock. So let's say rock over here. Do the same thing over here. Is the genre equal to metal? And actually, we don't need this third one over here, because what I like doing is if these conditions aren't met, we can actually go into an add option and create some sort of fallback output. So none, you can say extra output, output rock, output metal. I always call it an extra output over here. So items will be sent to the extra separate output. You can also rename that fallback output, and I can just rename it bluegrass or miscellaneous. So you can see, since we have over here bluegrass, and that doesn't fit rock or metal, it goes into this additional one over here. So that's just kind of your fallback. Now, if I just wanted to say, hey, bluegrass really should be its own genre over here, and we'll just say the other one's miscellaneous. So bluegrass like this. And rename that. And hey, again, we just want to keep this as miscellaneous. So now you'll see it populates under bluegrass, and now we have a fourth one. So pretty important that you set a fallback of some capacity. Otherwise, you're going to lose some sort of data. So highly recommend that you build out that. we talked about in the previous node, convert types when required. Probably highly recommend you do that as well if you have some capitalization issues. As I showed in the previous node, you have the option for ignore case as well as convert type. So if your capitalization is going to be messed up, ignore case. And one interesting thing is this send data to all matching outputs. So let's say you have some sort of switch statement where, hey, an item could fit in multiple buckets. And, in the music side of it, there's artists that, play a mixture of rock and bluegrass or metal and bluegrass or whatever else the case may be. So they might want to populate in each of these over here. So that's where this option would be send data all matching outputs. So if they match and matches multiple, it goes over there. And yeah, that's kind of the basics of our switch. Ideally, you can really build this out and add a lot of different conditions around that. Okay, so our next thing is going to be very similar to our switch and if, and this is going to be our filter. And our filter, essentially what it does is it removes items based off of a filter. So we've already talked about some of the different rules within our if. You can see we have things for our string. So if a string's equal to something, you see all of this over here, number, date and time, Boolean, array, object. You can see we can convert types as well. We also have the ignore case, and we can start off with just a very basic filter. And why this helps is, let's imagine you have 100 items in your workflow and you want to filter some of these out just based off a condition, and it'll go down to 25 items. So I'm not going to give you that direct example, but what we'll do is we'll create and edit fields of an array and we'll split this out. So we'll go over here and we'll start off with just some numbers in an array. So we'll just say random numbers, which are not technically random, but for purposes of this video, they are. So random numbers. We're going to go into an array and we're going to put a bunch of different values. So say 55, 21, 66, 77, 22, 11, done. I'm not caring too much about these numbers, but what we'll do is turn each of those from the array into a specific item. I do that with split out. So it says turn a list inside items into separate items. Again, this is very popular with arrays. Should probably execute the previous node. Pass that in over here, and we'll cover this also in this section. But you'll see now we have 6 particular items. Schema view doesn't really show that well. Table view does, as well as JSON. So as I mentioned earlier in the course, schema just pretty much shows you what data types you have. Table is really good for CSV data, and JSON shows you a lot as well. So, okay, great. We have 6 different numbers now we can pass into this filter. Let's take a look at a number value. So we'll say random numbers. If random number over here is less than, we'll say 25, we're going to filter that out. And then we're going to look at random numbers. If this is less than 25, we're going to keep it. Otherwise, we're going to filter it out. So it kept 21, it kept 22, it kept 11, and it filtered out 55, 66, and 77. And you can see that we only have 3 items afterwards. We're only going to have the items that are kept. So if we flip it and say, we're going to only keep numbers that are greater than 25, you can see 55, 66, and 77. So let's say we want to change this up and say greater than 55, we only keep 66 and 77, where we disregarded these 4 other items. Pretty powerful on that. And then we can also add in additional condition as well. So we can say it's greater than 55 and less than 70. So we can use either an and or. So we're going to use and in this example. So we're going to copy the same exact thing. And we're going to say number is less than, and we're going to say less than 75. And you'll see we only have 1. However, if we do or, that means one of these conditions has to be true. So technically, the number has to be greater than 55, which will populate the 66, or it has to be less than 75. So that's less than 75. It'll populate less than 75. This is false for both, so it'll still be disregarded. This hits the criteria as well, and this hits it. So you can see it kept all of these over here because all of these numbers are either greater than 55 or less than 75. We could change this up as well. I will say is greater than, we'll actually make this a 70. You can see it's all the same as well. Let me change this up. So we're going to say is greater than 55 or is less than 20. So this should get us a different number. So 66, 77, and 11, because that's greater than 55, greater than 55. This is less than 20. You go to 55, right? It's not greater than 55 and it's not less than 20. This is not less than 20 over here, but it's greater than that. And 22 like that too. So kept 3 of those, disregarded, and again, or only one of these has to be true and every condition has to be true. And you can see we can add more conditions as well, depending on how complicated you want this filter to be. And it's really great because you can limit the amount of results. Another thing that's kind of used within testing, and we'll just briefly cover it, is limit. So you can see it says restrict the number of items over here. And you can see it says max items that you want to keep. So I am just going to remove this filter and we'll keep it in this workflow because you guys can download this workflow and I really don't want to ruin it for you guys, but we'll throw that over here. And actually, you know what? We are just going to copy that. Well, you guys can follow along and we'll just limit this. So this, we can say limit items into 3. And this keeps the first items over here. So you can see we have 55, 21, 66. It kept first 3. Or we can keep the last items. So it'll keep the last 3 over here. We can change this number as well. We can put this to 5. It keeps 5 items. We can put this to 2. If it's larger, it keeps everything. Let's say we keep 10. You can then keep them all. So another way just to limit the amount of results that are passed through. I use limit a lot when it comes to testing. So if I don't want to send all my items throughout a workflow and I'm personally using testing in some sort of capacity, that's when I use limit. Okay. Next, I think what we should cover in a little bit greater detail is date and time. So going back into our date and time is I did mention I was going to talk about this. You can also get a date pretty easily or format a date. So all you have to do on the side of things is use this node. And you can see it says format a date. It does mention you could also do this over here with the schema. So your date.format. So let me show you this example from earlier where we had this if. I think this is it. Just double check. Yeah. So we'll grab that. I'll pass it over here. And let's say we want to pass in our dates. So I'm just going to execute the previous node. And I will grab this live date. So now we can actually format this date and you can see we have 1/1/2026, but we have different formats and you can see depending where you're at, people format dates differently. So this is month, day, year. You can change it where years are first. You can add in timestamps as well. So you can see that it's a specific timestamp. You can go MS. It really obviously depends on what you particularly want to do. You have also custom formatting as well. And you can see we have more info over here. And this talks about all the different format options. And obviously, I'm not going to cover that in today's video because that's just crazy. But I have a full video talking about formatting and dates and things like that. You can also change the name of the date as well. You can include the input fields, which I would just recommend that you include this because as everything else over here, you could literally just filter out in the future this specific live date. What else? You could use the workflow time zone. I think that's pretty important. And you have other options too. So this was just formatting. You could also extract part of a date, which I mean, you could do that with JSON as well. You could add to a date. So you can have a date and say, what's 180 days from now? So you can just say, what's 180 days, right? You can also get the current date, which I would just use now anyways in JSON. Get the time between 2 particular dates. So if you want to find a start date and end date, how many days are they between? You can grab that. You can round dates and also the opposite of adding to a date, you could subtract from a date. Also mentions this over here as the expression that you could utilize, but you could also just throw this in the particular node. So if you are working with date and time, which I think everyone does in some capacity, I don't really see this node talked about that often. And obviously a lot of this could be just used with JSON. You could just format your dates based around it. But I kind of like having that particular node. All right. So we covered edit, we covered if, covered filter, date and time, we covered switch. So let's talk about another way that you guys could clean up your data. And what we have is a node for removing duplicates. So we'll see over here, it says remove items repeated within current input, or remove items processed in previous executions, or clear deduplication history. For ease of use, what we're going to do is remove items repeated within a current input. We'll talk about the other one here in a second. So I want to go back over here and use this example. We're actually going to modify this a little bit. So in over here, what we're going to take a look at is pretend we have another duplicate. So let's say we have 11 and then we have 21. So a few duplication and 22. So a few numbers that are duplicated. You can see we have 9 total numbers. We split these out. So each of these numbers are an item. And then we're going to go into remove duplicates. And what we're going to do is compare selected fields. And I would just recommend that you choose a field. So I'm going to use random numbers over here. And this is only going to remove items repeated within the current input. And you can see this now goes down into 6. We're at 9 items, now 6. And the reason is the last 3 were duplicated. You can take a look at this table, 22, 21, and 11. So it removes that in here directly. Now, this is where you're going to be a little bit careful, or this is kind of in your benefit as well. So if we actually choose remove items processed in previous executions, imagine you have some sort of like a unique identifier, and you only want that identifier to go once through a workflow. Well, that is where this would take place. So remove items processed in previous executions. If you don't want this item ever to be through this workflow again, which is rare, you choose that. And then if you choose that, you'd want to have something for the clear the deduplication history. So just one use case, for example, is let's say you want to, I don't know, reach out to people in your CRM once a month, and you reach out to everyone and they have a unique identifier. And well, you want to reset that maybe one time a month. You reset it automatically with this clear deduplication history. I don't know. That's just something I thought of on top of my head. I don't use it that often, but that is an option over there. And you can see disable dot notation or remove other fields. If you want to use that, I just choose selected fields and go through there. Okay, so we remove duplicates. Let's talk a little bit more about split out as well. I think it's time to talk about this. So essentially what we're doing with split out is, and hopefully you kind of figured this out by now, within an array, you have multiple items in over here, like 55, 21, 66, 77. Like this counts as one item currently, the array, but you could split this out and go from one item to many. And actually, if you take a look at the icon, that's literally what it's showing you. You have one item coming in and it builds out multiple. So you just choose the field that you want to split out. You can also include other fields or selected other fields. So let's say, for example, I had, I don't know, what's going to be a good thing. I'll just say, I don't know, random number ID. I don't know, let's say like when you generate random numbers, you have like an integer associated with it. So let's say the repeat results in programming, I'll just say like 11 on the side of it. So we have this random number ID. It's kind of bizarre, but I think we can throw that in over here. And we'll include all other fields. So now you can see 11 is associated with each of these, where earlier we had 11 once and then this array. So hopefully that kind of makes sense as an example. 11 is kind of attributed to each of these, and we can just pass them like that. You could also choose selected other fields and choose one thing if you really want to. So you can see if I want to grab that, throw that over here. This depends, obviously, if you have a lot of fields, you can either choose all of them or select it as well. This will get the same exact results. Disable dot notations here again, destination field name. You can relabel this and you say, instead of random numbers, let's say randomly generated number. And yeah, that's essentially it. If you have binary files, you can pass that through too, but you can relabel that. And it's honestly a pretty easy node just to kind of walk through on that side of things. So I'm back another day recording. So if you see this shirt change, that is why. We're going to continue to move forward with a few other nodes. I also made the choice to put some of the essential nodes in later parts of the course, such as like when we start working with binary files, because I think they'll make sense over there. But I still have 3 more to cover in this section, and then also 2 workflows. So the next 2 nodes are going to be very similar. They're going to be called aggregate as well as summarize, and it's the opposite of split out. So if we go over here and we go to aggregate, you'll see it's combine a field from many items from a list into a single item. So I just want to populate this probably after split out just to show you how this works. So I'm just going to copy this over here, then throw it in, and I'm just going to go like that and check this out. So in our edit fields, if you remember, we had this array on this random number ID. We actually split out the random numbers over here, and actually may execute this to refresh it. So you can see all these were split out over there. I'm not going to include this random number ID anymore as well. So I'm just going to remove this over here. I'm going to execute this step, and hold on a second. Let's go over here. Okay, so we have our random numbers like that, and no other fields. That's why I have there. And you can see in our table, we have 9 items over here. But when we go into aggregate, we're going to do the opposite. So we're going to take those 9 items and then populate a new field. So you can see we are back into one particular item, essentially how we started, right? If we go to our schema view, these are nearly identical minus this random number ID, which honestly we didn't really need for this example over here. Now there is a few other options that are worth mentioning. So first, you can rename this field. A lot of the time, I do find this helpful, just keeping things clean. So you should be able to throw that in over here. You can also merge lists, include binary files as well, keep missing and null values. So if your data is just gone and you want to still keep these, you would put in this missing and null values field. So obviously I have all these numbers defined over here, but if that's the case that there's stuff that's missing, you would want to choose that. I find it helpful. So that is pretty easy. It's simple. You could also have all item data into a single list over there, but that's aggregate. And I don't use aggregate actually as much as this other node. And why I use this other node, I just find there's a little bit more that you could do with it. And this is summarize over here. And with summarize, essentially what we could do is you have different types of aggregations. So like this aggregate on steroids is essentially summarize. And you can see we have append, average, concatenate, count unique, max, min, sum. So we're just going to literally copy what we have over here, and we're going to walk through a few of these different examples and also kind of explain why this node should probably be used a lot more than aggregate, or the n8n team should probably combine these together. I honestly think that's probably the best approach, but it's probably too late because of just how workflows are out there. All right, so we're just going to execute this step. Again, I'm just going to remove this random number ID just to keep things clean. And we'll split this out. And now we go to the summarize. And let's go through some of these aggregations. And you can think of this as like different tasks that a data analyst or a data scientist would perform on a data set. So you might say like, oh, how many items are in here? And well, there's 9. And you can see it automatically creates count random numbers. So we see a count and then it populates in front of random numbers. So I think it's pretty helpful that we already rename it. We can also find the average. So you can see there's 34 over here. You can count unique. So how many of these numbers are truly unique or not? And you can see 6, we have a few different duplicates. What's the maximum over here? What is the minimum? What is the sum? Again, just something really easy that you could populate in 2 seconds to find some statistics. Obviously, there's other data points I wish that were in here, like median. Maybe that's helpful thinking. But really, it's like, okay, why does this matter? Like you keep saying summarize is better than aggregate. Well, what happens sometimes is I want to send all of my items to our AI agent. And one of the ways that we could do this actually is go into concatenate. And what's really nice is we have different options on how to concatenate all these numbers. All right, so you can see there's different options to how we would want to concatenate. So by just putting a comma, we put all this together like this. You can also put comma in a space, and you can see now we have a little bit more formatting associated with that. Then you can also put all these on new lines. You'll see /n, that stands for a specific new line. Then we have none. So this is just going to put everything all together. I don't really use this that often with none. We have space, and you can see all these are space like that. And then we have other, which you can define whatever separator you want. And you can see, like, for example, I just put 3 dashes, and then there's the dashes like that. So sometimes I have a bunch of different items, and I want to populate these within, let's say, for an example, an email newsletter. Summarize will allow me to do that like really, really easily, and then apply the formatting where I want it, where aggregate really doesn't give me that option to do that. And again, just look at concatenate. We're combining all these together, concatenate them, and we can specify however format we want. We also do have the option append over here. And you can see all these are together like that. And you can take a look at the table view. This is essentially what we've already had. Go back over here just to show you, right? 0 through 8. This is an array. We have all those over here. Again, just going, we have specific array. Cool. So you can also include empty values if you want. There's other options. So disable dot annotation output format. So you can each split into a separate item, or all splits into a single item. And you have ignore items with invalid fields to group by. So you can also group by specific things as necessarily, but there's a lot more nuances associated with this. I just wanted to share this with you guys because it's really, really impactful. All right, the last node, and actually with this node itself, we're going to have to grab our manual trigger just because it does bug out if you don't have this. And this is going to be the merge node. And merges are used all the time by people in data, because what ends up happening is, at least in a database, you have data coming from multiple tables and you want to combine this together in some sort of report. And obviously you're like, well, that doesn't matter for n8n. Well, and it does, because in n8n, often you're going to have multiple branches in a workflow and you're going to have to merge them together. So why this happens? So first off, in n8n itself, sometimes you're going to have a decision logic like an if else, and your workflow will split into multiple parts. Sometimes it can be really difficult to access data a little bit earlier on in the workflow. So what I tend to do is, I have a data point earlier in a workflow, I'll create another line and then merge it post everything going on. I know that doesn't really make sense right now because we've gone through a lot of very basic examples, but I promise you, like, if you want to access data that's a little bit earlier in your workflow, and sometimes you can't access it with JSON, merge is going to be your best friend. In addition, sometimes you're going to have to merge from different sources. Like, merge is a very important skill to have if you want to build out some great workflows. So obviously there's a lot going on with merge, and I do want to also show you a small bug within merge too that I hope the n8n team does eventually solve. I haven't flagged this to them, but I will bring that up. So first, let me show you how this is done properly. We're going to just create 2 different data points over here. We're going to say edit fields. We're going to do this twice. And we're going to start off with the most basics of merges. And we're going to do something called append. And if you come from the data world, this is union. Essentially what we're doing is stacking data on top of each other. So let's go over here and we're going to create 2 long runs. So one of my favorite sports is running. And when you're doing training, you're going to have to do long distance runs. Today, before recording this video, I did 30 miles. Last weekend, my long run was 19 miles. It's a completely different long run. That one was 19 miles on the road. Today was on the trail. So we have both of our long runs over here. And you know what? Again, imagine like we have a lot more items of trail runs over here, a lot more items of road run. We actually want to merge these together. And real world, you can imagine maybe I have a spreadsheet with just trail runs, a spreadsheet with just road running, and now I want to combine this together over there. Again, you might say like, well, you could just have had that in general. Sure. But I'm trying to just give you an idea. All right. So you can see, and these are pretty basic. We have long run, 30, etc. Why we need this? Let me just populate this over here and execute this. You'll see that we have And that's actually another good point. Make sure when you're using append, these are the exact same, because you'll see I have long runs and then long run. And if these aren't the same exact value, you'll have undefined as the other one. So super important that you make sure those are the same. Watch what happens now. Great. So we have a long run, we have 30 and then 19. So these are stacked together. We have two items over here. So we have the item over here, we have the item over here, and we just stacked them. So they're individual items, but now we have two items with our specific append. And this is also kind of where a bug in n8n is. So let me show you this bug, because I've encountered it a few different times. And I was really hoping this was something that would be solved in V2. So imagine we're doing some sort of testing. I'm not using a trigger over here. And I know some people are going to probably say, like, should always have a trigger, even with testing purposes or making out videos. That's fine. So we go back into this merge over here, try to execute this step. Now the merge doesn't work. It only grabs the bottom section. You can see that doesn't work. So if we put our manual over here, now we get the two items. So if you're doing some sort of testing and you're like, man, why is my merge not working? Make sure that you have a trigger over here. I learned this the hard way, and it's embarrassing to say this. My full-time job, we had a hackathon with some of our customers, and essentially, I don't do AI consulting full-time. I work at a fintech as a data scientist, but ideally, one of our customers was building out an n8n workflow, and we're trying to get a merge to work, and I didn't have a trigger here, and I was getting these results on append. I'm like, obviously the one item, not two. I'm like, what is going on? Why cannot I get this to work? And I literally tried to spend like 15 minutes trying to solve the issue. I'm like, I know how merge works, just couldn't get it to work. And then I threw on the manual trigger for testing, and it worked. So a very weird bug that's in n8n. I'll bring it up to the team and see if they do anything about it. But if you do have that issue, just make sure in testing you have that. There's other options as well for the merge node, not just appending, which is like stacking our data together. So you could actually write a SQL query. And this is for the people that may have a like data analytics background. And I'm not going to cover all of SQL in today's video. In fact, I have probably like 10 or 15 different SQL videos here on the channel. If you honestly watch my 1 hour SQL course, plenty enough information to jump into this over here. But this is just kind of a little bit for more advanced joins of your data. So we'll not cover that over here. You can choose a branch over here as well. So choosing branch will only grab data from one side. So you can see I chose this one, use data of input 1, it's long run 30. We choose this one over here, it's long run of 19. And then you have combine. So what combine allows you to do is merge data together. There's a few different ways that you could combine it. You could combine by matching fields. So combine items with the same field values. You could combine by position. So combine items based off of their order or all possible combinations. Typically, I'll either use matching fields or specifically positions. And again, just depending on what type of join you particularly want. Why I use position, just how I have a workflow populating, and I just want to have everything together. So just to show you over here, this isn't really going to do much because our data over here doesn't really make that much sense to combine by position. And I didn't really prep for the merge. But if you watch our merge video on the channel, it's like well over an hour. And actually, maybe I'll give you an example right now of combine by position. It might be a little bit out of scope, but I'll just pause this, build this out really quick for you, and we'll be right back. All right, so I made the two other examples really quick, just so that way you guys can kind of visualize what is going on. Otherwise, if I didn't, I feel like this course just wouldn't go in as much detail. So the first one we're going to be taking a look at over here is combined by matching fields. You also notice that we have code nodes over here. And listen, we're going to have a code node section within this course, so don't fret. All I'm using the code node over here just to show you is we're building out multiple items. So you can see that there's 4 items associated with it. I could still technically go over here and use an edit fields and split out to build out multiple items. I personally find the code node is a lot quicker to build out multiple items for testing. And I'll often do this all the time. Again, we'll cover it in more detail, but What I have going on over here is I have different products as well as their category over here. So 4 products: laptop, desk, monitor, and chair. Category: electronics, furniture, electronics, and furniture. And then over here in our second one, what we have is a discount that the store is applying for specific categories. So you can see 10%, 15, 5% electronics, furniture, and clothing. We can actually join both of these data points off of category, right? There's category in here. There is category in over here. And there's a lot of different ways that we could join. We'll quickly go through these. So how we go over here, we go to combine by position. How we go over here, we do combine, merge matching items together, and then combine by matching fields. And these are the same in name. However, if they have different names, which is very common in the real world, you just click on this fields to match have different names. Obviously, I did not do that to make this more simple for you. Next, fields to match. They both have a category. So we're going to choose a category. And then you have different types of output. And I'm just saying over here to keep matches and output data from both inputs merged together. You can only choose input 1 and input 2 if you want, but most likely if you're going to be combining matching fields, you'll want to have both inputs merged together. And when I use a step, you can see our product category, and then you can see the discount all in one section. This is essentially what a data analyst does when they're combining tables. Very rarely, you only combine 2 tables, but in general, this is just a very basic MVP. Now, there's a lot of different ways that you could join data together. So over here, it says output type keep matches, and you'll notice it says an inner join. This is probably the most popular options over here. So only if there's a match, it will join. One of the other common ones that you'll often see in the real world is a left join. n8n is kind of interesting because you have a left join or a right join over here. No one really uses right joins in the real world. Typically, you'll use the main table as your build out for your left join. However, based off of orchestration, sometimes you'll want to have the source of truth, either input 1 or input 2. And that's kind of where you have your left join or right join. So if we do left join over here, you can see it doesn't really change much. Then you can see it's called enrich input 1. And that's just because all 4 of these items have a category that's in here. However, if I change one of these and you can see it's electronic, clothing, furniture. Let's say I just call laptop consulting. Again, this makes no sense to do this, but we're going to do this on purpose just to show you what's going to happen. I rerun this. You'll see this is undefined. Whereas earlier, if we did inner join, that laptop is going to be dropped. And you can see if I execute step, that is no longer there. So inner join will only keep the matches. If you do this left join over here, even if there's a null value in that first input, it's okay. And the opposite for input 2. So this time we start from the discount and you can see there was no clothing. So that's why that is undefined. So you have that. The other things over here is non-matches. So just show things that don't match in general. This is kind of good for data cleanup in some capacity. So you can see your laptop, which is consulting, doesn't have a discount. And then you can see clothing, which doesn't have an item that is missing over there. And then lastly, you have a full outer join, which will show everything all together. Again, I understand it's not going to click, but maybe do some practice with merges. It's really, really important. Okay, the other option over here is to combine by position. And you can see that we have 2 inputs. This is a little bit different. So what we have over here are different metal bands, Meshuggah, Tool, and then Orbit Culture. And then over here, what we have is different iconic venues. So Red Rock Amphitheater, as well as Madison Square Garden. I've never been to either of those, but they seem like they're going to be pretty cool. And what we do is merge over here. We do combine by position. And nothing is populating because I don't have this execute workflow. It is such a bummer that you have to always do this on testing. All right, so let's rerun this again. And now it should work. And you can see we only have Meshuggah and Tool. And you're like, what happened to the third one? Well, there wasn't a third venue. You can see we only have 2 venues over here. And we have 3 bands. So unfortunately, Orbit Culture is not playing an iconic venue. They will in the future. They're going to grow quite a bit as a band. But because it's missing, we have item 1 over here, which is Meshuggah. They are playing Red Rock Amphitheater, and that'd be an interesting show. Then you have Tool, and they're going to play Madison Square Garden, which I think they've played probably multiple times. And unfortunately, Orbit Culture does not have a venue assigned because we're combining by position. And that is no longer the case. And you can see the output over here is 2 particular items. And hopefully that cleared up at least the basics of merges. And as I've been saying multiple times, if you want to watch another video to talk about merges, where it's just only focused on merges and has like 20 examples, go check that out. But I want to give you guys the examples for this section. So we're going to talk about these. So example problems, and we're going to try to solve 2 of them together. So the first one, and I'm just going to copy this over from my notes. So what we're going to do is have a form submission. We're going to look at the form submission with an if node to see if someone has budget. And we could say also have a switch based off of the company size. We can build out some score calculation, and then it sends into a CRM, which obviously I haven't shown you how to do the CRM yet, so this step will not exist. Score calculation, we can make something up if you want on that side of things, like, hey, we're just going to sum things up. Honestly, it does not really matter. But I want you to try building this out, and I'll just make this note, not available yet. But this would be an example of kind of a real workflow that someone might want. They'll have a form. We do some sort of calculation based off of the form, which, real world, we might be using a code node for this. Obviously, we haven't really covered the code node, but really it's just to test out, the form submission, which we've covered, the if node, and then switch. So honestly, if you just want to do these 3 steps and stop there, I'm perfectly okay with this. And I'll just put over here, like, don't worry about the rest. We can always expand on this later in the course, but feel free to pause the video, try to solve this, and then I'll give you the solution. All right, I'm back. Let's solve this. So what we're going to do is have a form submission, and go n8n form, go into a trigger. And the first thing we're going to want to do is build out our 2 data points. So obviously, actually, we're going to probably have 3 data points. So we're going to say consulting services, and maybe we have 3 different form elements. So first we'd have like a business name, or you could have like a contact name. It doesn't matter. We'll just assume we don't need the contact name. Obviously, real world, we will. What is the business name? And what we'll have next is our first one over here is based off of the budget. So let's set up our budget. So we're going to call this budget. How much can you pay for AI services? And then lastly, we'll do company size. And obviously, based off the company size, there might be different data governance rules. Companies with larger amount of people typically pay a little bit higher for services. There's obviously more rules that you're going to have to follow. We're going to say how many are in. Make sure that both of these are going to be numbers. So we'll go into numbers like that. And let's test this out. So execute. What is the business name? Great. So we're good to go on that side of things. First thing, what we're going to do is build out an if. So we're going to say if, and maybe you have a specific rule for what this budget should be. I'm also just going to test this out one more time and just fill out some blank data. We're going to say Ryan's SEO. How much can you pay for AI services? We'll say $1,200. Also, by the way, when you're building out forms, you should be explicit because someone might try to put, $sign over here. Obviously, it's blocked right now. I'm trying to spam it and it's not working, but just be explicit. And how many people are in your company? We're going to say 1. And great, we have this over here. I'm going to pin this data just for testing. Next, we have our if node. I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you guys. First, we're going to take a look at our budget. We're going to say, is this budget? And it automatically defaults for a number. And we're going to say is greater than, and maybe you don't want to take on customers that are less than $1,000. So we'll put 1,000. And typically, a lot of people will put like round numbers and things like that. So maybe you want to change this to greater than or equal to. And you'll see this goes into the true branch. And maybe we don't want to deal with anything that goes into the false branch. Great. And then next, we'll want to have some sort of switch. And maybe we have a different template we build out later on. Or obviously this one's is sending into the CRM, which, maybe we label based off of the company size. Again, there's a lot of different things we could think about why we're using the switch based off of this company size, but I just want you guys to have some testing with it. So we're going to say value for company size, and we're going to do this by, let's just do it 3 times. So we'll 3 over here. So I'll drag in company size over here, and we'll do company size, and we'll do small, medium, large. So we'll go small, medium, large. Call this small, call this medium, call this large. Maybe we want to call this large company, small company. What is considered a small company? And actually, let's think about this. Maybe if it's less than 20 employees. So we're going to say 20 over here, and instead of is equal to, we're going to say less than or equal to. Okay. Then let's say medium. Maybe that's under 99 employees. So we'll go over here, number, we'll say less than or equal to 99. And then honestly, instead of this large, what we should do is probably remove that. We're going to go over here to add option. We'll fallback output. And think about it. Actually, we should keep large. We'll have a fallback output as well. And we'll still label this. Just going to copy this expression in. And then we're going to say value number is greater than 99. Call this large. And this is just in case someone sends us in bad data. We'll have our fallback over here. And we'll say items will be sent to an extra separate output. And I think we're going to be good. And then we'll rename fallback output. We'll say like missing buddy size. Doesn't matter too much. But now, if we execute this workflow, you can see this populated into small. We go over here and we change this. This is what we can do for testing. Let's say we want to test these edge cases. I'll put 100 over here. You can see now it goes to large. We go over here and change this out again. Sorry, I meant to go to the form submission. We'll test that, and do now is 50. Save that. And you'll see it goes to medium. We can also go back over here and say, hey, Brian's SEO, they have $200 a month. Are we going to do any services with them? Nope, it goes into the false branch. But now you know how if works in a real world scenario, as well as switch. Again, very basic on the side of things. I just want to get your feet wet with it. The next one we're going to do is a little bit of cleaning up data. So let's just copy this note, and I will go over here. Great. And let me just copy what I have in my notes. All right, so a workflow that processes contact lists from multiple sources, removes duplicates, and then creates a clean master list. So let's go and build that out. How I want you to build this out is first, we're going to take in 2 edit fields. Then what we're going to do is expand that out. Expand these out, and you can think of this 2 edit fields, and we're going to actually just populate arrays. So populate arrays. We're going to expand both of these out. Then we're going to append in our merge, and then we're going to remove duplicates. So I want you to build out this workflow. We'll build it out here in a second, but again, pause the video. Try this for yourself. Obviously, our edit fields are going to be a little bit different, just based off of what we want to populate in there, but that's all right. All right, we're back. Let's go and do that. I'm lazy. Actually, I'm not going to copy it. I'm just going to show you where edit fields are. We're going to go over here and say edit fields. We can do that twice. Why is that connected all the way over here? Look at that connection. That is, should have been lazy and just copied it. That's all right. Edit fields over here, edit fields, right? We need to expand these out. If you remember from a little bit earlier, how did we do this? Well, we go to split out. So just copy split out. So we'll split out twice. Great, so we have one split out, our second split out. Then we're going to want to merge these together. So we're going to go into our merge like that. Awesome. Let's remove that. And then we're going to want to remove duplicates. All right. Remove items, process previous executions. No. Repeat it within current input. Yep. So we're going to have our clean list. This will go right here. This will go right here. And then let's find where our manual trigger is, just because we know it has some issues. And this is going to be our workflow. Now let's go in over here and we'll say names. We'll change that into an array. And I'll just put Ryan over here. Let's go Nolan. Over here, we'll do another name. I'll put Kershaw. Kershaw. That's great. And honestly, I'm just going to copy this. We're going to actually replace this because I want to have some duplicates. Great. Then over here, we'll change Ryan to Carlton. Keep Nolan, and we'll put Maddox over here. Awesome. So we have those. Let's just test one of these edit fields. So that way we can just populate this for here. We'll call this names. Just super easy. Just execute this to make sure. Great. That works. And obviously, I like testing out each node at a time. Great. We have our output there. We're going to merge these together. We're going to pen that. That's fine. So I'm going to run this up into this remove duplicates. Should have no issues. So you have 6 names. Great. I'm going to pin this data just for testing purposes. And then we go into remove duplicates, and what we're going to do is compare all fields. That's fine. We can specify fields, selected fields. Let's go over here and choose names. And we have 5. And take a look at that. So we removed the extra. I want to say there was an extra Ryan or extra Nolan, but we have Ryan, Nolan, Kershaw, Carlton, and Maddox. And that is 2 more workflows that we built together. If any of this did not make sense, I'd probably just pause the video, go back into that specific node, because this video is going to, and honestly, just working with n8n, you're going to expand out and really use these in workflows. And if you don't understand the basic fundamentals of these nodes, you're going to struggle. And I don't want to sound rude, but it's super important that you understand the basics. So yeah, this is a longer section. But to kind of recap, edit fields, we can create data in there. We use it often when we're using spreadsheets and we don't want all the specific fields, or we have other things going in over here. We can manipulate the JSON as well. If allows us to build out different branches within our workflow, true, false, super basic. Switch, you have multiple options associated with it. So you can think of a little bit kind of a more advanced if node. So you can see, for example, I built out 4. Filter helps you clean up data. Limit is really good for testing. Date and time allow you to build out, as it says, date and time. You can add in dates or additional days or hours or whatever else. You can remove it. You can format dates. You'll use dates occasionally, but it's just important to know where it's at. Remove duplicates, removes any duplicated data. Some people don't want to have duplicated data. Split out, it essentially takes an array and builds out multiple items associated with it. Aggregates the opposite. It takes multiple items, turns that into an array. Summarize allows us to do calculations, such as what's the average, what's the min, max, what's the count. And then also allows you to aggregate, but has a lot more functionality associated with it. Again, I use summarize more than aggregate, in my personal opinion. Merge, we have a ton of different options with merge. You can append, which essentially allows us to stack data. You could combine by position, or you could combine by field. If you combine by field, just know that there's multiple types of joins. Most popular one is just to keep only data that matches together, which is your inner join. You have the inverse as well, which you can see things that weren't matched, and you can either use the left or right join to see those sides. Outer join shows you everything all together. And then we went through 2 of these different examples. So hopefully that cleared up, or I shouldn't say clear up, but hopefully you learned the basics of these nodes. We have 1 over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in this section. Man, so hard. But we still have quite a more that we're going to go through. Our next section actually is going to jump into data tables, native data tables here in n8n. one of the game-changing things that the n8n team developed in 2025, and we will take a look at that. Again, feel free to take a break because this section was very long. I don't expect data tables to be as long as this, but yeah, we'll definitely need to use it. All right, see you in section number 8. All right, so good job so far through the course. Today, we're going to be talking about data tables. And what are data tables? Well, you can think of this as like a spreadsheet internal to n8n. So instead of having to call, let's say, Airtable or call Google Sheets, you can have the data directly in n8n, and you don't even need to import in a Google Sheets file. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to go over how to access data tables. We're going to create a few different data tables as well. And I believe we also have 1 or 2 different small minor projects at the end of this lesson. So let's not waste any time and jump right into it. Okay, so I'm over here in a new workflow, but I want to jump back into our overview tab, because that is going to be where the best place to access your data tables are. So I'm just going to click overview like that, and we're going to head over here. We're going to jump into our 5th tab, which is going to be data tables. And what we're going to do is we're going to create our first data table together. And I'm just going to click this create table over here. And then what we want to do is enter in a table name. You can either create something from scratch, or you could import in a CSV file. And your CSV file must contain a header row. Otherwise, you need to define it. So I'm just going to click from scratch. We'll also create one from CSV here in a second. And I'm going to say this is a running log. So like what my different runs are. Feel free to use whatever examples you want. And we're just going to generate this over here. There's also notes on how we could generate it, but we're going to start over here for running logs. I'm also going to create one from a CSV here in a second, but let's start off with that. So first thing you'll see is we have a created at by default, as well as updated at. So these are going to be here originally. You also have an ID, which is your row number. Over here, you have an add row section. You also have an add column section. You also have a search over here too, if you wanted to search for specific data. This plus icon allows you to add in additional columns. So row, column, but you also have these options over here. So what I want to do is add in a column, and we're going to go over here and say this is miles. And you'll notice that we have different types available to us. We either have string, number, Boolean, or date time. And I'm going to say miles is that over here, and we're going to add a column. And you'll see miles now is populated over here. Now, let's say I want to add in a date. So what we're going to do is add in run dates, and we can go over here and choose our date time. So we have now created miles, right? How many miles I ran, what day of the run. Now let's add in another column, and we're going to say difficulty, or let's say, instead of difficulty, we're going to go and say location, whether it's like a trail or a road or a mountain, whatever the case may be. There's no mountains in Florida, by the way. We're going to go over here and add column. And then lastly, what we're going to do is a Boolean, and we can say like, I don't know, spelt difficult. And you know what? Actually, what we're going to do, I'm going to change our location. I'm going to delete this column. And why I want to show you that is we can delete stuff here as well. So I'm actually going to delete that. And I'm thinking about, you know what? We should have a Boolean instead of road run. And this is either true or false, right? You ran on the road or you ran on the trail. So we're going to say this is a road run. And then lastly, we need to have a string, and then we're just going to say run notes. And you know what? Actually, I want to change run notes. I want to go over here and go and rename this column and say runner notes. And obviously I'm making these mistakes on purpose or changes on purpose just to show you that we can delete, we can change the name. We can also change the order. Like, hey, you know what? I want runner notes before road runner. I want this before the run date. Or actually, you know what? I want run date first, then miles, runner notes, road run. And you can change all these as you want. Again, you can add in a column over here if you wanted to, or you could just click on that side of things. There's also filters and things like that, and we'll cover that here in a second. But yeah, let's jump into adding our first thing. So we're going to add in today's run, and this is 12:27 miles. I did 30 miles. Road run is false because that over here, like that, yeah, it was old trail running. Runner notes, and we'll just say felt pretty good overall. Overall, tested newer shoes on the trail, a bit dehydrated, which is true because I'm kind of a little tired right now. Hydrated, and I probably misspelled dehydrated. That was terrible spelling. That's fine. And you can see created at, it says 12:27. We have a timestamp over here. So it is 6:21. And you can see that it's built over here at 6:20 and then updated at as well. You can see it's 20:56, which is essentially 6:21. And you know, we can change these if we want. There's nothing telling us we have to put this in general. It's supposed to be 31 miles today, but there's wasps on the trail. And you know what? 31 miles now. No, you know what? I want to go back over here and make it 30. Again, you can have the options to change that as you want. And you can also see I can change the time. Well, you know, I started running this morning at 6 a.m. and we can put that over here. So you can see now it's at 6. Well, actually, you know what? It's not at 6. We started at 6:10. So what we're going to do is click OK. And we're going to change that over here to 6:10. Boom. We have that over here. Obviously, there's more fields that I'd put in a run tracker or not, and you can keep expanding that out. Another time earlier this week, I took a break the last 2 days, but I did run on Wednesday. And on that day, I ran specifically, what did I run? 8 miles, I want to say, and that was a road run. So we're going to put over here, and kind of felt really tired. And it was a speed day. I don't like doing speed work, but you can see we changed this up as well. When this created at time is different, updated at is different. You know what? I change this over here, or updated at it's going to change as well. Cool. So next, what we can do is add in different types of filters and take a look at it from that perspective. So if I wanted to go over here and, hey, you know what? I only want to take a look at things that were not road runs. I can go over here, false. You know what? I want to actually show anything that was at a road run. That is true. You know what? I want to just remove the filter. It goes to both. And these are going to always be different because you can see like this is a Boolean. Miles over here, we can choose our different options. These options are going to be very similar to what we've already covered with our if node or our filter node. You can see we have equals, does not equal, less than, greater than, equal to, between, is null. And maybe I want to see anything that's like larger than a marathon. So we'll say like 26.2. Actually, that should be just greater than. So greater than 22 over there. Or you know what? I want to see between anything 26.2 to 100 miles. 100 miles is a very common ultra. And you can see we solved that one over there. So you know what? I want to find some things that are less than a marathon, 8 miles over here. All right. So again, those are some of the different options over here. And yeah, so we also have this option for dates. You can see we have equals, is not equal, less than equal, greater than equal to, between, is null, is not null. We have our runner notes, which we can filter. So you have something that contains, and maybe want to search for things that are tired. Also, let me remove this filter. And I don't know why this filter is not working. There we go. Reset. You would think it would be easier just to click on and off. But let's say I want to filter for anything that says tired. So I'm just going to go search tired over here. And you see tired shows. I am curious if it is case sensitive or not. It is not case sensitive, which is great. But that's contained. You have equals. Obviously, the full thing needs a match. Does not equal, is empty, not null. And then you have other things for when a specific row is created or last updated at. Okay, I'm going to reset this over here. You get the gist of essentially how this works directly in this view. However, we can do a lot of modifications as well directly within n8n. I also just want to show you really fast uploading a CSV file because that is something that has been recently added to data tables. People have requested it. So I'm going to find a CSV file really fast, and then we're going to upload that. Actually, I won't even need to find one or create a new CSV file, because if you click these three dots, I forgot to show you, we can rename. We can just change this first to runner logs. Okay. Then what we can do over here is delete, which I'm not going to delete this yet, but I'm going to download the CSV first. So you can see we have runnerlogs.csv. I'm going to delete this over here, delete. Now we go to data tables. I'm going to say create new data table, import CSV, and I'm going to grab my runner logs. And I'm just going to drag that in over here. My CSV contains a header row, which I assume it does. Oh, I need to put in a name. I was like, I would have thought it would have just kept the exact name. That's all right. We're going to create this over here. Runner log CSV has been uploaded. We found 7 columns and 2 rows. Column name, which is interesting. You can't use the default ones if you just download this one over here. So, and you can't, I guess you also can't just change this as well. I'm just going to call these ID2 and things like that. Again, this is my first time literally looking at the new updates over here. All right, so cool. So I'm just going to say this is created at 2 and then ID2. I wish if you had the same column names, like for ID and then updated at and created at, it would just automatically populate those. So like that should be edited. And maybe it will in the future. All right, so we have all those. I'm just going to create this really fast. And then you can see we have these over here. I would just recommend you delete this ID2. We're putting that in. And then you have these created out and updated out. And obviously you can't modify these, but yeah, so these unfortunately are gonna have to go as well. So you won't see exactly when these were created out or updated at, which is a bummer. You can't upload that within a CSV, but we essentially have the same runner log that we had before. All right, so now let's talk about the nodes here in n8n. Hopefully that cleared up any confusion. Again, you can add row, add column. Created out is when you add in that row, updated as last modification. You can move these around, make sure to get your data type correct because you cannot change it. You can change the column name and you can also delete a column as necessary. Multiple options. Add a column here, add column there, add a row here, add a row. All right, so now let's talk about data tables in general. And we'll see is we have data table and it's a recommended node. So what we're going to do is take a look at our data table, and we have delete rows, get rows, if row exists, if row does not exist, insert row, update rows, and upsert rows. Now, I am going to say, I believe here in the future, and I saw a note from the n8n team that there's going to be like a create data table option as part of the node. I could be wrong, but I believe I did see that they were going to populate that soon. So depending when you're watching this video that should be out, we're just going to go and take a look at some of these options. I guess we can't. Oh, let me go to operations. Yeah, so we have all the different stuff over here. Let's just go into these. So first thing, what you have is resource. So this one's just based off of rows over here. There's no option yet to update columns, which I would think that there's going to be a node option for that in the future, but you can see rows, row, row, row. They obviously put this in here so you could have columns here in the future. Again, I don't know the full n8n development, but I would assume it's going to come at some time in the future. This one will delete a specific row. You could get rows if a row exists, match input items that are in data table, match input items that are not in the data table, insert a new row, update, upsert as well. So let me just show you a few of these really fast. So what we can do is get row. You have to find your data table. So you just go over here and search for your table. If you're not sure what the table looks like, you see this icon. This actually opens up your data table here and to the side. And now we have that populated over there. So I'm just going to do runner logs. What we're going to do is match any condition, but you can also match all conditions. I don't have any filters over here. I'll show you some filters in a second. You can also return all of the data, or you could limit it based off the results. And why they have that is n8n tends to lag if you have a ton of data. Data tables can be pretty large. Obviously, I only put 2 rows in there. So you'll see if I execute this, we have all of this information. But you know what? Maybe I just want to limit this to 1 row. And you see now we only have 1 row. It says limit is not, or maybe more items return, tweak the return all. I'm just going to return all. But now what we're going to do is match a condition. And what we're going to do is take a look at miles. And we're going to say if miles equals 30. So let me want to just find all the runs that are 30 miles. And boom, we have this over here. And you can see that this is defined as a 0. If we go back into our data table, oh, you know what? This actually didn't pick up the Boolean value. If you take a look at this, earlier we had this as Boolean. And let's say road running. And we'll just go back over here and make this a Boolean. I'd call them. That's another thing I did not even notice. That's interesting. All right, we're just going to delete that over here. So another thing to mention, if you are working on this, sure to change your Booleans because it might not always be correct. Going back over here, I'm just going to execute this step again. And you can see this is turned into false. That is interesting. I feel like that's another bug. Obviously, the software or not software, but the team has made some changes. So maybe that was something they didn't address. But regardless, you can see now it is false over here. I can change our different conditions. We can go to another column. Let's go into road running as a Boolean, and you can see is true. I just want to show whatever is a road run, and you can see that it's true. Obviously, there's more things we can take a look at if we really wanted to, and this could be way longer. Obviously, you can delete a row, which would just completely get rid of it from our data table. I don't want to do that because I already spent enough time building that out. And you can insert a new row. So let me just show you how to insert this in really fast. Let's say I'm going to run another thing over here. I actually ran a half marathon. Though you see half in Orlando. So I will say that half marathon's nothing, by the way. That's only 13 miles. And that is a road running runner notes. Felt great. Didn't really feel great. I kind of cramped a little bit, but I'll put that over here. You can see this has been updated to 13th. We have a time, which I could put in the exact time if I really wanted to. But now if I go and get rows, you can see this is now populated in over there, which is awesome. And, we can sort these results as well. And I wanted to cover this node in this area. So let's say you have a spreadsheet and you want to sort these. You can go over here to sort and changes the order of items. So we have 3 items, which is each row is a specific item in a spreadsheet. And I want to sort these now by run date. So I go over here to sort, and I'm going to do a simple sort. There's other options as well. You could sort by code. You could sort random. Also by code, I believe it's only JavaScript now. Yeah, they need to put Python in here. JavaScript, but we'll do a simple sort. Add fields to sort by. We're going to go and grab our run date, and we're going to put this in ascending order, which is A to Z, or earliest or smallest number to largest. In this case, like earliest date. And you'll see that has changed. 1213, 1224. You know what? I don't want to do run date. I want to take a look at miles, do this in ascending order. You can see it goes from small to large. You know what? I want descending order. You can see it goes from 30 into 8. Again, we can change this as well for other things, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory. There you have other options over here, disable dot notation, but that's really it. And you can sort by multiple fields if there is things that are tied. So typically, if there's a tiebreaker, you'll want to have a secondary sort. Very, very common in the real world. I can tell you that because I pull a lot of data from SQL databases, and there's a lot of sorting. You can sort by random as well. This can randomly generate your data. So you can see it's changing every time that I run it. So if you need to have any sort of randomization, maybe you want to go with this approach. Although the one downside is this is not replicatable. You just don't have that specific seed number if you want to get it randomized. But yeah, that is essentially a sort. I just wanted to throw this in over here really fast. This was something I was going to throw within the data tables or like Google Sheets. But I felt like it was pretty applicable now. So again, go into data tables and create a table. In the future, the n8n team is going to be building this into a native node. I thought it was going to be out by now, but it's not. And you can create a table from there. You can also create a table from scratch, or you could upload a CSV, although it seems like the CSV functionality is down just a little bit. Again, it's a small bug. Data table node over here is based off of rows right now. You can get rows, delete rows, update rows as well, upsert, and different things like that. You have options to return everything or limit it so that way your n8n instance doesn't bug out if you have a ton of data. And that essentially is data tables. I want to jump into our projects now for this section. Obviously, we don't have a ton going on the node side of things. Obviously, I'll give you guys the spreadsheet that I used, but let's talk about two projects. And what we'll do first is add in project number one. I'm just gonna grab this from my notes, just on our second screen. Great. So this project today, what we're going to take a look at is a birthday emailer. So imagine you have a schedule that takes a look at your table on like a daily basis or runs the operation on a daily basis. You filter for today's birthday, and I say send a personalized email. Obviously, I haven't shown you guys how to send a personal email yet, so we could ignore that section. Although if you want to try doing it, awesome. And this is pretty basic. So spend a few minutes, try to see if you could do that. Try to throw also a different trigger just to start this workflow for you guys. And yeah, pause the video. 3, 2, 1, and let's take a look at it. All right, I'm back. Let's build this out. So first, what we should do is create a new data table. And what we're going to do is call this birthday. And we'll create this. And we're just going to go and add a column. And we're going to say, this is birthday. And it's going to be specifically a date time over here. Awesome. And what we're going to do first is also create another name, and we're say like employee name. And oh, that's another thing I forgot to bring in this video. You can't have spaces. You can see it says invalid column name. So if you want to have space, essentially do an underscore. So I'll say like employee name. Obviously, there's database principles associated with this in database. You should not have a space in your column name. All right, so we're going to go over here. We're going to say someone has a birthday of today. Employee name. I collect cards. So the first card that I have over here, just to show you, like from 1986 Fleer, put his name in over here, Danny. So let's see, Danny Sanjay. I completely butchered that. I clicked mostly baseball cards, not basketball, but that was on my stack. Cool. So we have that over here, and then we'll create another row over here. Let's grab a baseball card. This is Derek Jeter. We'll throw Derek Jeter in over here. Obviously, I could look up their birthdays or just grab it from the back of the card, but I'm not going to do that. We're going to say Derek Jeter has a birthday of, and we're just going to go, oh, sorry. And obviously, I'm looking at 2025. I should put actual days over here, but it does not matter. I mean, it does matter, but we're just going to literally filter by month and day. Cool. So we have both of those over here. I think this is fine. And let's jump into it. So first thing we want to do is go over here. We're going to look for a trigger. So let's go into our triggers. So we should go over here. And then we say on a schedule. So we have this. The first thing we need to do is take a look at a trigger interval. We'll say this runs at every day. We could choose a specific hour. Let's say this runs every day at like 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. when a workplace starts. A little bit on my view because of the mic, but that's okay. Then what we're going to do is get rows. So we'll go into our data table, and what we're going to do is get rows. I first want to just make sure that we can pull all of our data. So I'm just going to go into birthday, and we're going to execute this step. And you can see now that specifically works. And we might actually have to pull the data over here and add in another filter into the next node, but I'm just going to double check. So we can add in a condition. We're going to look at birthday over here. And yeah, so we can say it's equal to something. Wonder if we can actually make an expression. But we might be able to make an expression. I'm going to actually pause the video and show you really fast how we could do this. All right, I'm back. Here is the other part of the solution. So I tried to get this working down in the conditions. Since it's a little bit more complicated, I decided, hey, let's pull all of our data over here And let's actually use a node after to filter. I'm not ashamed of that. Next thing, what I did is I essentially was trying to grab an expression to just grab the month and date. Here's the deal with it. I'm not going to memorize all the different patterns for month and date and time and all this stuff. LLMs are pretty good at this if you want to prompt it. So you can see what it did is it's a datetime.from ISO JSON.birthday to format month, day, day, and then datetime.now to format month, day, day. Probably could have easily figured this out over here as well as this if I put a little bit more effort into it. And I'll show you also what I prompted, but you can see kept one item. So we kept the birthday over here that I said was 12/27. It does have that timestamp, but you know what? It's still matched specifically what today is. And yeah, we can send a personalized message after. And, we could actually build that out with an AI agent. Obviously, you guys know a little bit of the basics. And what I'll do is put this over here. We'll add in a chat model. We'll go in here and add in, what are we going to add? We'll add Anthropic for this one. Great. And then all I'm going to say is go here and say, write a unique birthday message for our employee. Let's pretend these are employees. And we'll put over here. His birthday is, and we'll go over here, JSON.now. Not JSON.now, sorry. It's going back over, not this one. It is datetime.now. See, I make mistakes as well. Datetime.now, good. Great, so we have this information. Let's write this. You know what? This is probably going to be a little bit weird because it might think its birthday is 2025. Is the month, day. It's the month and day from. That's a little bit better. We haven't obviously talked about prompts, and this is a pretty bad prompt. But let's write this, and we'll get the birthday message as well. Based on that day, here you go. Happy birthday, Danny. Wishing you a fantastic December 23rd. Hope your day is special joy, relaxation, all your favorite things. And it sounds straight up from HR. And here you go, your team company name. Cool. So we're able to build this out. The nuance, based off the filtering of the dates, I just found it easier to throw this in the filter side of it. And again, just to show you how I prompted this, which I don't believe I showed it to you. If I did, I apologize. I said, n8n, can you write me an expression? I want to have it. Grab the birthday matches this. So I initially sent in this screenshot. Obviously, that didn't work. So I continued to prompt it. And then I sent what this looked like based off of the code that they gave us for each of these across the board, showing that the timestamp over here, and this also had a different result. And then it gave me both of those and should give you that, which is 100% correct because that is what I got. And again, we filtered out Derek Jeter because apparently he was born 10/17. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that example. What we're going to do next is do another data table. And what we're going to do is actually a little bit easier. Maybe we should have started with this. Cool. So we're doing a product inventory tracker. So let's say we have data table for different products. We want to schedule some sort of check. Maybe this isn't a daily check, but we're going to do a weekly check. So weekly check. And then we're going to say if low stock, we'll say like less than 5 items, then 5 items. We're going to do an email alert, which again, I haven't shown you an email alert yet, but you can ignore that section and we can do still the first parts of it. So let's spend a few minutes. You try to solve it first, and then I will give you guys the solution. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's get that. All right, we're back. Let's solve this. So first thing we need to do is create that data table. And we're just going to say, inventory as our table name. We're going to just keep this super easy. I'm going to say items. And what we're going to do is say stock. Obviously in a real database, there's a lot better designs and things like that. But let's add in some items. So we'll say Hoka speed goats, which I've never ran in, but I've heard great things about. let's say the stock on these are 20. And then we'll go over here and we'll add in Nike Alpha Flies. We'll keep that misspelling. And the inventory is 2. Great. And what we're going to do is build this out. So first thing we're going to do is a schedule trigger. So we have the schedule trigger over here. This time we set a weekly check. So just go in over here and change this into weeks. We can choose the day. Let's maybe make this as like a Monday morning. So that way it can be on the task for an employee. We'll say 8 a.m. We can say also minute. Let's put this to 30 minutes, like 8:30. Then what we're going to do is grab our data table. So we're going to go to data table like that. And we're going to say get rows. And we're going to go over here and choose inventory. And we're going to add in a condition directly over here. So we're going to look at stock and we're going to say stock is less than or equal to 5. That's a low. And boom, we have that right over there. Literally 2 nodes. Now we have a trigger that goes and runs this on weekly cadence. And then we get the rows from our database. And obviously we could schedule an email and things like that a little bit later. That is coming though, because I'm going to be showing you guys how we could set up Gmail in just a few different sections so we can really expand these out. And honestly, if you want to go backwards later on in the course and expand these out, that's perfectly fine. These are going to all be saved as JSON files so you guys can access them. And that is data tables. Obviously, I should probably put this one here first rather than this one, but today just wanted to show you 2 use cases. Thank you for checking this one out, and I will see you guys in section number 9 now. All right, so we're now going to cover something called binary files, and binary files seem really scary, but they're really not. It's really any type of file that you want to pass along your workflow. There's some weird quirks about binary files in comparison to the things that we've covered so far. And I'm also going to teach you about 2 new nodes in this section, which I think will be pretty helpful for you to learn. I didn't want to put them in the common node section because they really pair well with binary files. So we're going to jump into n8n right now, and let's learn a little bit more about binary files. Okay, so first, the easiest way to start working with binary files is honestly a form trigger. So we're going to go and grab on form submission, and you'll see we have this right over here. Okay, and what we're going to just call this on the side of things is file uploader, and we're going to add in a form element. So I'm just going to call this field name data, and I say upload file. And what we're going to do is change our element type. So this is brand new, and we've covered a lot of these, but this time we have something called file, and you could accept either one file or multiple files. For simplicity's sake, in this video, we're just going to do a single file. You could also specify the specific file type. If you're going to go into production, highly recommend you define what file types that you want in over here. Right now, since I am going to be giving you guys this through multiple examples, I'm just going to leave it blank. So we have our form, and if you go and execute the step, you'll see it says choose file, which is great. So we're going to go through this as an example, and we're going to go and upload our CSV file, the runner logs that we just used. You can see I just drag and drop this, or you could choose a file on your computer. And I'm going to click submit. And look at this. Wait, we have our 4th option. So we've covered schema, table, and JSON. And now we have this section over here that has a binary file. The field name will be populated here at the top. And you can see file name is runnerlogs.csv. It has our file extension over here. And we can actually view our file and download it. View will go and do that over here, and it downloads that as a file. When you view an image, it'll actually show over here. So I want to just show you that as an example as well. Let me actually grab a image and throw that in. All right, so I'm going to execute this step. I have just this running image. I believe we used it in a YouTube video or just some testing purposes. And I click submit. And you see if I click view, we actually have the image that populates over here, which is cool because if you do any sort of image editing or image manipulation, you can just preview it on that side of things. And again, I could download this as well. This time it's a PNG file, and you can see PNG has been uploaded over there on that. So I want to execute this step one more time, and we're going to actually just go back and to throw in the CSV file. We're going to go to images a little bit later, and we'll click submit. And you'll see, oh, I actually uploaded the wrong one. And we click submit, and you can see we have our CSV file here once again. Okay, so showed you that this is the fourth type over here, and you'll see this with other stuff as well. First thing I want to do is show you how we can actually extract our information, because you might have uploaded a CSV or someone uploads a CSV and you're like, how do I actually grab this data out? So you go over here and say extract from file, and it says convert binary data into JSON. And you can see we have a lot of different options over here. So you want to match this based around the file that you're using. And I'm going to show you also just a quick pipeline if you're working with like CSV files, how we could also approach this, or CSV or Excel files. We're going to just say extract from CSV. You have input binary field name. Make sure whatever is here matches over here. I called this data, so it's 1 to 1. You're not matching on file name. You're matching on whatever this is called. This is called data over here. Again, we define this as the field name. So our field name needs to match what it says input binary field. So that is at the very top. I know when I first started working with binary files, I always thought it was like this. I just could not get it to work. So make sure it's that field name. So if I execute this step, we have all of our data. You can see table. We have our table that's been extracted from a CSV file. Then what we can do as well is use an edit. You can say edit fields like this. And what we can do now is go over here and choose what fields we want. Now, I don't care about the ID. Maybe I just want to have the run date, miles, and whether it's a road run or not. And look, we just populated these three, and we have all of this over here. And this is one of the ways I use edit fields all the time. I alluded to it a little bit earlier in this video or this course, however you want to define it. But edit fields allows you to really clean things up, because now I don't have all of this junk. I just have these three over here. So now I want to show you the opposite of extract from file and show you to convert to file. So convert to file will take our JSON data and turn it into binary data. And we could define, hey, I want to turn this into a CSV, HTML, ICS, JSON, ODS, RTF, text file, XLS, XLSX. Like you can choose whatever you want. Let's say I want an Excel file. We're going to call this data over here, and I execute the step. And now we have created a binary file. So we have the option over here to extract from our binary file. You can see extract from CSV, HTML, etc. And then we have the option over here to convert back into a file. And why this is really cool, if you go back to some of our other previous examples, like we could have used this convert to file in multiple different ways. So now we know if like, hey, we end off with some sort of JSON, we can turn this into a spreadsheet, and then we could attach this spreadsheet into an email. And again, there's a lot of different opportunities out there, but extract from file grabs from a binary file. You'd have to define the file type, and then convert the file, converts it to a specific file type. And again, you could download this right over here. You could also essentially take this file and move it up into Google Drive. There's really a lot of different options for you. So I showed you how to download it. I showed you that. Let me show you as well working with binary data, because it can be weird in your workflows. So what I want to show you is this note. And I just save this all the time and I access it because it can be confusing. Like let's imagine you have a binary file a little bit earlier in workflow, and then you do some other data manipulations or have other nodes and you want to access this binary file again. How do you actually access the binary file? So what I'm going to do is just copy this, and they're just going to be called on form submission 1. And let's imagine we have 2 edit fields. So I'm going to go over here and say edit fields. And then maybe I want to go and have another edit fields after. I don't know. We're just going to go and make some weird stuff happen over here. All right. So we have 2 edit fields. Put like name. We'll say, I don't know, Kipchoge. And let's say we want to access this binary file later in edit fields. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go and execute this workflow. We are going to access an image. I'm going to go find another image for you guys. Okay, so now I want to share with you guys how we can actually access binary data a little bit later on in a workflow. So from the example above over here, if I execute this workflow again, and I upload a file, which I'll just grab our runner logs again and upload this over here, you'll notice that if we go to the edit fields, we no longer see the binary file. We only have schema, table, and JSON. However, when you go to extract from file, you'll have our data, which is our binary file, on this side of things. You're like, all right, how do I actually access this? And let me show you how we could do this. So here's how this code works. And I'm just going to make this a little bit more clear. So essentially what we want to do is define the node where the binary data is at. In this case, it's the form submission, which is our trigger. And so I just put that as node, but node or trigger. We do .item.binary and then the name of the file. So not name of the file, but the field name. So you can see over here, the field name is data. So in this case, when I duplicate this, we're going to say on form submission 1, because we're going to get a second version of this, .item.binary.data. Again, if this is something else, let's say it's like .file, you just change .file in right over here. If you say spreadsheet right there, you change this over here to spreadsheet. So we'll do that really quick. I'm going to make one modification over here. So hopefully you guys don't mind. So I'm just going to go over here and just put a limit because it's going to duplicate my binary files if I don't. And I'm just going to put a limit of 1. So let's just go there. Great. And then I'm going to add in an edit fields. And I'm also going to show you really quick how edit fields works with the binary file. So what we're going to do is grab our code side things, and you'll notice the curly brackets. So that's going to be a expression. So we'll go over here and automatically changes to an expression. Instead of string this time, we want to go into binary data. And by default, we can keep our name. I'll just keep it data, but I'll show you we can change it as well. So let's run this workflow, execute step. I'm going to run and put in my runner logs over here. I'll click submit. And you'll see we have the green check. And we have our binary data once back again. So again, how you access this is what node has the binary file, the item.binary, and then the file name. But hey, what if we don't like data? I want to name this to spreadsheet. Well, that's one of the cool things with the edit set. So we can go over here and call this spreadsheet now. I execute this step. And now if I want to access this later on, it's just called spreadsheet. And again, you can view or download this. Same thing is applicable to images as well. So hopefully that clears up how to access it later. Remember the node that the file is at, the item.binary, and then also the binary name. Okay. Next thing, and this is a little bit outside the scope of binary data, but I'm still going to throw it into this section. And this is converting a file from base 64. So a little bit weird, but yeah, let me show you how we could specifically do that. Okay, so how we're going to do this, we're going to start with a manual trigger. So I'm going to go over here to a manual trigger. And next thing we're going to do is do an edit fields. So we're going to go edit fields and we'll grab that. Awesome. So now we have our edit fields over here. Next thing we want to do is grab a base 64 image encoder. The website I'm using for this encoding, and I'll just put this as a sticky note for you guys so you can see it, just because I believe I have my browser tabs cut off. So go to this website, base64image.de. So all we want to do is drag and drop an image over here. And what I'm going to do is just grab a recent screenshot that I had. And inside over here, I just have an image from kind of a YouTube video I was watching. I thought it'd be kind of interesting to at least save this on my computer. So over here, you'll see now that we have all of this code associated with it. And that is a lot of code all the way down over here. Wow, that is a ton. And it says for image elements. And essentially what this is code for this particular image. I can't tell you the math behind it. I never really researched that, but all this can turn into an image. So what I want to do is grab all of this minus the first part, because we don't care about data, image, PNG, base64. We just want this very long string. And all I'm going to do is go over here to manual mapping, and we're going to label that. And how we want to label this, we're just going to call this as image. So image like this, we're going to keep it a string, and we're going to paste in that very long value. And again, if you want to make sure it works correctly, open this up and you'll see this is all of the base64. That is, it's insane for an image. Okay, so if we execute this step, you'll see we just have that over here, like the craziness. Now, the next thing we're going to do is go back into convert to file. So search for convert to file, and we're going to turn this into an image. And you can see it says move base64 string to file. So now what we're going to do is go over here on that side of things. We're going to say base64 input field. We called this image. So make sure we put this as image. And then we can change the output file name. As I showed you, like we change it from data to spreadsheets. It's commonly called data. I'm just going to call this video screenshot. So video screenshot, and change it to how you would like. And hopefully that this works. We're going to execute step. Oh, look at that. And now I can view this. Boom. This is from a school live stream or school video. And you can see we have 101.8% retention, which is not accurate, but yeah, we have this screenshot and it worked correctly. So essentially what we did is we encoded this image, used a base64 encoder, and we got all of the string associated with it. Then we put this into our edit fields as an image name. We just called this a string, or not called this a string, but put this as data type of string, pasted that in over here, and then we converted that base64 string into a particular image. So another approach that sometimes you'll see is people want to have an image as base64 and then convert it a little bit later on. So now that's like the basics. I want to give you guys an example workflow working with binary files. And here is going to be your mini project on this side of things. This is going to be a little bit abstract. And obviously there's other things I want to do with base64, but we haven't really covered OC, or not base64, but sorry, binary files. But we really haven't covered OCR yet. And that'll be a little bit later on in this course. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a form upload. We're going to download the attachment. We're going to remove extra columns from it. We're going to remove duplicate issues. I put billing, but maybe we're going to do like a billing spreadsheet. Add in one data point as in from a merge, and then save as a brand new CSV. So let me give you a little bit of context. What we're going to do on this side of things is we're going to have like a billing file uploader, and we have just name, and we'll pretend like the name is unique. This is unique. So each name cannot be billed multiple times. And then we'll have like a cost. So let's just say like this is a dollar amount in integers. I just want to keep it super basic. So we upload a spreadsheet, we download the attachments associated with it, right? Once we go through over here, remove any extra columns. So let's add an extra column as well. Extra column, let's think about what we're going to say. Let's do something way out there. It does not make sense to put in billing. Favorite color. All right. We're going to remove the duplicate billing issues as well. So we're going to have one person that's duplicated. We're going to have a merge to add in another data point. Let's say the spreadsheet was missing one row. We're going to have another edit set. We're going to bring that in over here, and we're going to save as a new CSV. So I want you guys to kind of test this out and see if you can get the solution. And pause the video. Ready? 3, 2, 1, pause it, and I will be right back with the solution. All right, guys, I'm back. So let's build this out. First, I don't even have the spreadsheet yet, but we're just going to build out this workflow. So what I want to do is go to a form. So we're going to say n8n form. We're going to go to a trigger and do it on a new form event. So this is going to upload our spreadsheet. Next thing what we want to do is extract our spreadsheet. So extract from file. And we're going to extract from a CSV. It's obviously I'm not connecting these yet. We need to remove extra columns. Well, I showed you how to do this through edit set. So we can put edit set over here as well. Great. Next, what we want to do is remove duplicate billing issues. So we're going to go to remove duplicates for here. And we're going to remove within the current input. Okay. Then what we're going to do is add in one more data point from a merge. So we're going to get another edit set. And again, I'll show you how to put everything together here in a minute. Then we need to merge in everything together. So we're going to say merge. And the merge will take in those inputs. And then lastly, we want to convert to a file. So we're going to say convert to file. And let's convert this back into a CSV. Great. So let's actually build out our spreadsheet. And what I'm going to do is just go into personal, and I'm going to create a just very quick data table. And obviously, like, you can call the data table in here instead of uploading a spreadsheet, but I'm just going to do this really fast. And we're going to say billing. So this creates. Awesome. So what did we need in billing? Well, we wanted to have over here name. I go over here and say name. Next, we said we want to have cost. So we're going to say cost. That is an integer. So a number. And then lastly, we're going to say favorite color. So favorite color, it's going to be a string. Great. Let's just put some BS data in over here. So we're going to add in a new row, and we'll add in another row, and we'll add in a third row. All right. So now what we want to do is just throw in some names. I'm going to grab Ichiro over here, baseball player, Ichiro. We're going to say Max for Max Scherzer, and then we'll have Ichiro in over here again, like that. Cool. The cost over here, let's say, is 100, 50, 100. Let's say Ichiro's favorite color is blue. Blue. Max's favorite color is black. Done. Simple. Done in 2 seconds. So we're just going to go over here and export this as a CSV. So download CSV like that. And now you see we have billing.csv. Great. So what we're going to do is go into our form. We're going to say billing uploader. And we're going to add in a form element. And over here, we're going to say billing spreadsheet. And we're going to say upload the billing spreadsheet. We're going to say element type, file. We're only accept one file. We can go over here and say it's a CSV only and execute step. And you'll see it says choose a file. I'm going to just go on my computer really quick. Find this billing CSV. Great, we have it. I'm going to click submit, and we have our billing spreadsheet. Great. Next. Oh, one other thing I need to tell you guys, you can't pin binary data. So you can see pin data is disabled as this node output contains binary data. Didn't cover that in this video. I apologize. It was on my notes and I skipped over it. Okay, so now we need to extract from the binary data. So you notice how I called this billing spreadsheet and it says input binary field. Again, make sure this over here, the field name, is the same as this input binary field name. So we're going to execute this step. And if we go to table view, we have ID, name, cost, favorite color, created at, updated at. So we're looking pretty good over there. Next step, we wanted to remove all these extra things that we don't care about. Only thing we care about is name and cost. That's it. So execute step. Boom, we cleaned that up. Okay, now we want to remove duplicates. Because we have duplicates in our data set, you can see if Ichiro 100, Max 50, Ichiro 100. We're going to compare all fields. And then you can see it is now down into 2. We have Ichiro and Max, cost 150. Great. Okay, now let's add in additional data. Let's say we have another data point we want to add into the spreadsheet. So what we're going to do is create 2 new fields. To keep these accurate, we have name and cost. So we're going to go over here and call these name and cost. So name of cost. And then let's put in those values. So name wise, let's say we have like Justin for Justin Verlander, and we'll put a cost of 75. Let's execute the step just to make sure it works. And it works. However, you notice I put string here. I should put a number. And boom, we have that working correctly. You can see that. We don't want to have mismatch over here. Next, we want to put both of these into the merge like that over here. We're also going to have to do a test over here because this might not necessarily work, but we'll see. Remember, we had that issue a little bit earlier when we were talking about merges, and we have a problem over here. Let's see what our issue was. Oh, you know what? It's empty. We should probably append that data. We're going to just execute workflow and we're going to load this up over here. Submit. And you can take a look over here in that table. We actually didn't call that. So what I'm going to do is say that also starts this over here. Again, just kind of a weird bug with merges, but that's okay. So we're going to just clean this up a little bit. So that way this trigger starts this edit fields and also goes into the merge as well. All right, this should be fine here. We're going to execute this again, upload that billing, click submit. And now you can see we have both items going into that merge node, item 1 there, 2. And now we have 3 items. We have Justin, Itro, and Max. Awesome. So now all we need to do is convert this into a file. So what we want to do is name the file. And did I mention a name? I can't remember. No, I didn't. I'll say like new billing. And let's go to add an option. You can actually change the file name. So I'll say new, or let's call this like final billing.csv. Actually, I don't think I even need the CSV section. I didn't think I should just call it file billing. Let me just double check really quick. Oh, I need to actually put CSV. So make sure you put the exact name over here when it says convert to CSV. Make sure you put that. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And now you can see it says final billing.csv. And I can download our data that we have over here. And this would be also another case where you use edit set over here just to make sure that every column that you want in the spreadsheet is there. And you could also reorder things in edit set. So you can see like name is here first, then cost. So if you want to reorder things, you can use edit set. Didn't really cover that also. Apologies, but essentially download it here and you can see we have final billing.csv. So that is our workflow. Essentially what we did is we submitted a file over here, which was our CSV file. We forced it to be a CSV. On one path, we extracted from the file. We removed the extra columns we didn't care about. We removed any duplicates. On the other path over here, what we did specifically is add in another data point that was just missing from this form. Then we merged all of this together. All we need to do is append because we're just stacking these particular inputs. And then we converted to the file at the very end to have our brand new spreadsheet. So awesome job on this section. What we're going to do next is actually take a look at how you can set up your Google credentials. And this is going to be a big step for you guys because Google is used all the time. You can think of this Google, Gmail, Sheets, Drive, and it's pretty exciting stuff. So I will see you guys in that video now, and great work. So this section is going to cover how you could set up the Google Suite within n8n. This is going to use something called OAuth. And honestly, the first time you do it or take a look at it, you're going to think this is really, really confusing. But you know, kind of the best part about it is once you set up the Google Suite once, you don't have to do it again, unless you're obviously working with customers in some sort of capacity. So once we set this up, you'll have access to using the different Gmail nodes. You're going to have access to Sheets, Google Drive, Google Docs, and some of the other Google services if you specifically want to do that. I would recommend you just follow this step by step, and also the full documentation on how to set this up will also be available to download. Obviously, pause the video as I go through this and follow it because it is super important not to miss a step. Otherwise, you are going to have issues. And something that would take you 10 minutes is now going to take you 20, 30 minutes or longer. After we go through those specific documentation to set everything up, we're going to actually go through the specific triggers and nodes. I'm going to cover some of the use cases that I see from building real-world workflows. And then we're going to go over to projects. So it's going to be another kind of a lengthy section over here, but it's really important because this unlocks a ton of capabilities for you guys. So first, let's jump into setting up the OAuth for all these. Alrighty, so what we're going to do is set up Google Drive into n8n. So what I'm going to do over here is just click over here to add first step. I'm just going to search for Google Drive over here. And you can see that we have Google Drive. And actions, I'm just going to go over here and click download a file. Right now, there's a few different ways that we could specifically set up our Google Drive connection. We could go right through here and build this out in our workflow, or we can go into our account and do that as well. I'm just going to go over here and go through this side of things and set it up like that, just because I feel like this is where most people are probably going to start at. And the first thing that you're going to want to do is go into your Google Cloud. Just Google search Google Cloud Platform. And what you're going to do is grab this link right over here. It says Google Cloud Computing Services. Make sure you go to your account and choose the specific account with your n8n account, right? In this tutorial, I'm using the Ryan Nolan data. And then what we're going to do on this side of things is click over here to console. So this will load up. And what I'm going to do is create a brand new link from Google Cloud into n8n. So how I'm going to do that is we go over here to open project picker, and then we're going to click on new project, right? And I'm going to name this project n8n G drive tutorial. It's going to say location, no organization. That's perfectly fine for this. So I'm going to click create, and it says now viewing n8n Google Drive and organization, no organization. But we're going into this n8n G Drive tutorial. So make sure you click on that. And then we have this up over here. So there's a few steps that we are going to have to take to set this up. And depending when you watch this, the user interface may have changed. So click over here to these 3 lines, and then we're going to go into API and services. Click on to the library over here. And then what we're going to look for is Drive. You should really put Google Drive over here. And we're looking for the Google Drive API, right? So we're going to click on that over here. And the first thing we're going to do is click on enable. So take a second, make sure that this runs, and I will be back once this is ready to go. Okay, so we have this over here. The first thing that we're going to want to do on this side of things is go over to the OAuth consent screen. So click that on here, and you're going to get this blank page. So click get started. We're going to put our app name. I'm just going to call this n8n Google Drive tutorial, right? And then what we're going to have to do as well is put in our email, which I have this already over here, right? Data. Next, since this is going to be an external application, click over here to external, click next. Contact information, make sure to put in your email again. So Ryan Nolan data@gmail.com. Click next. And then I agree to Google API services. Awesome. Continue. And then click create on this side of things. So once that is done, our next step is we're going to want to go over here to the audience tab, and we're going to want to click on publish app. Now, if you don't click publish app, you're going to have issues within n8n when you do set up this connection. So make sure that you publish your app, click confirm, and your app is done. Awesome. So now what we're going to do is go back into n8n. So it's going to say credentials to connect with right over here. I'm just going to click create new credentials, and then we get to this pop-up screen over here, right? So a few things that we are going to want to set up specifically for that. So what we're going to do is go back to home, where we get this on this side of things, go to APIs and services, and then click on credentials. So then we're going to get into this side of things. We're going to click on create credentials and select OAuth client ID. So then we have the application type. Now click on to web application. I'm just going to call this Google Drive n8n put that. And then what we're going to do is authorize redirect URI. So click add new URI. Now go back in over here, and you see it says OAuth redirect URL. So click to copy that. Go down below over here and paste that in over here. And then click create. Okay, now we have our client ID as well as our client secret. So really important that you copy these in. Also save these just in case. So first we're going to do is grab our client ID. We go over here to client ID, paste that in. Then we go to our client secret, copy that. We're going to paste in the client secret over here. So both of those are there. Next, we're going to have to do is sign in with Google. Now, if we didn't publish our app, we will have issues with the sign in with Google, right? It's going to say n8n is authorized. So again, make sure you publish your app. So we're going to click over here to sign in with Google. And you can also see it says credentials successfully created. So what I'm going to do is grab the Ryan Nolan data account. And it says Google hasn't verified this app. That is okay. So click over here to advanced and click go to n8n cloud unsafe. And then make sure you select all on this side of things and click continue. And it says connection successful. This window will close in 5 seconds. right? It closes down the window. And then we have this in over here. It's save password if you want, right? And we have that. Okay. So now I want to show you essentially how we could grab essentially images within a folder in Google Drive. This won't be a full tutorial on Google Drive within n8n, but I feel like it is applicable just to throw this in here at the very end. So what I have on this side of things, and this is actually going to be a tutorial I'm recording right after here. So essentially I have different images of cards and I want to grab them in n8n, right? So I haven't fully decided what I'm going to do with these images as of yet. I'm kind of still in the tutorial planning stages, but regardless, it's going to be part of it. So I felt like show this on this side of things. So what we're going to do is resource. We're going to grab file and folder. We're going to search for JPEG images. So put .jpeg like this. Next, we're going to do a filter. So click add filter. We're going to go over here to folder from list. And what we're going to do is look for the card images on this side of things. And to make sure that this has worked correctly, I'm just going to click execute step. And you can see on the JSON side of things, we have the ID of each of these images and then the name, right? So you can see we have Hannibal over here in the 5th grade. This is where I was actually downloaded from. We have it right over here, right? Up next on there is what? Wolf. We have Wolf. And then lastly, we're going to look for Crespo. And you can see he is on here as well. So just like that, I showed you how we could set up Google Drive within your n8n. Hey guys, post editing for this video. I realized initially this video I had on my YouTube channel only showed you how to set up Google Drive, and you're going to probably want to set up slides, Gmail, Sheets, all that good stuff. So I'm in my n8n Google Drive over here. I just want to quickly show you really fast how you enable this. So when you go to enabled APIs and services, just search for the next API. So for example, if I want to get Google Slides, which I've never used actually in n8n, click on this over here, and then just click on enable. And then you'll see it's getting enabled to your account. Now, obviously, I called this one n8n Google Drive for that particular video when I was showing the Google credentials. You might want to change the name, but regardless, now you can see that this has been enabled in my account. Same thing with calendar. If I want to go over here to Google Calendar, I'm just going to search for calendar, and then we're going to look for this Google Calendar API. And then we're going to click enable over here as well. So we have to enable all these in our Google Cloud account, which this one's the n8n Google Drive, just because it was the tutorial, not my main one. And then when you're back in n8n, what you have to do is you're going to have to authenticate each of these as well. So just follow the same process. Like I'm in version 2 over here. Obviously, that video I recorded early on my YouTube channel when we were jumping into n8n, and I just reused it because it's like credentials. But regardless, same exact thing they're going to go through where we have credential to connect with. You're going to have to create a new credential and then just go through the OAuth over here. So, the client ID, client secret, and you should be pretty good to go. You're going to have to do that for each of these in particular that you want to use with Google. So literally the process is exactly the same that I showed you. All you need to do essentially is enable each API one at a time directly here in Google Cloud, and then just go back over here and copy and paste the same exact information into the individual nodes. Create an account, label it properly. Don't label it like Google Account 1 like I have in this test account, and be good with it. And you should be pretty much set for the rest of this particular tutorial. If you have any questions, I'm actually going to put a full doc, like step by step, on how to set this up properly in our school group. So that'll be there on that side of things. You can just follow it. I'll put screenshots exactly, and should be pretty good to pair with that last video and then also this video over here. But I just realized that this would be a source of confusion if I only showed you Google Drive. So I wanted to throw this in here really fast. I just recorded my laptop. All right. Hopefully you guys are getting a bunch of value. And now let's expand on Google Drive. So let's cover the 4 different Google core nodes that you'll probably use about 90% of the time. The first one is going to be Gmail. And if you go over to the Gmail side of things, you'll notice that there is a trigger, which is on message received, and you have 26 different actions that you could do. So let's first talk about the trigger and why this is really important. So I'll just click over here. First, obviously, you want to make sure that you set up your correct credential to connect with. And then you have a pull time. And if you go over here, it says time at which polling recurs. So this will tell you like how often should this take a look at your Gmail account. And you can change this setting to every minute, every hour, day, week, month, every X, or custom. Custom goes back into cron jobs, which we talked a lot about before. You can say every month, choose a specific hour, every hour on what minute, every day, what hour on that day, as well as minute, every minute itself, every X, you can set a value and you can set the unit, whether minutes or hours. So there's a lot of customization over here, which is why I don't really think most people are going to have to use a specific cron message. We're going to go over here and say, cron job. So you have that. You can also add in multiple polling times if necessary. Again, I just think most people are going to use that. So you can also choose the event. So by default, it's going to obviously be message received. And if you go to your filters, you can include spam and trash, which personally I probably wouldn't recommend. You can also search. So if you want to only grab emails that have an attachment, you can see it says has attachment. It says use the same format as in the Gmail search boxes. So you can actually click onto this and it tells you how to refine searches. So you can say, okay, find emails sent from a specific person. You can go over here and say, search for emails received during a certain time period. Like there's a lot of different options for you. Obviously, I don't think the time period is that great for this search, but if you want it from a specific person, I think that's beneficial. If an email has an attachment, let's imagine that you're doing some sort of contract work and you're getting contracts in and you need to extract the data from the contracts. That's where as attachment would be useful, as well as possibly from. You can do multiple criteria with and over here. Again, I'm not going to cover every single thing over here because it's going to be different for every person, but you can put in that search over there. And a lot of people do that as well. You can do the read status, whether it's unread emails. Again, if you're going to build this out as a trigger, I would assume most of these are going to be unread anyways. And then you can specify the sender over here. So you could specify that in the search, or you could put this on that sender side of things. You know, if you have an internal system, and let's say, for example, I work at a fintech. So maybe we have an email that just sends things that are possible fraud transactions to another email. We could just search for that specific sender. You have also label names or IDs over here. So you can see there's quite a bit over here that you could fill out. And one of the things also that's interesting is simplify versus non-simplify. So when you have simplify, you'll notice also other options are gone. So it's just it gives you a little bit of information. If you want all the information about your email, you're going to have to turn off simplify. And I'll show you that here in a second. You can also download attachments when simplify is particularly off. So I'm going to send myself an email and just show you the difference really quick. Cool. So I just uploaded email, or I should say uploaded, but I just sent myself an email over here. And what I'm going to do is just do a fetch a test event, just so that way I can pull this in. So this is a simplified version of it. So you can see on this side of things from Ryan Nolan data to Ryan Nolan data, we can't actually grab the attachment. It's labeled as important. And yeah, I mean, it's good. We have our subject line over here. The message on this email is actually blank. So maybe I should have put a message over here. And if I unsimplify this, if I fetch the test event, you can see we have a lot more information over here. We have the HTML as well, the text, again, more from information. And then we can go into add options and we can download attachments. So obviously you want to make sure something is secured for those tests or for the download attachments. And now you can see we have a binary file in here. So when we were talking about binary files a little bit earlier, obviously you didn't have Google set up, but one of the most common use cases for binary files, we're going to get an attachment through a specific email. I actually did this recently with a doctor, and we're building out essentially an n8n workflow where he gets a specific email from someone in his department and runs through a whole n8n workflow and gives them results. So it starts the whole workflow with a Gmail trigger, kind of just like this. We download it, we extract it next, which we've already covered, extract from file node, right? We go back over here to extract from file and sorry, I didn't mean to go there. Extract from file, extract from CSV, and we could just go grab attachment 0, put that there. Remember, it's the field name. So this is attachment 0, execute step, and look at that. Now I have my runner notes over here, this table. which I grabbed directly from a Gmail. So hopefully a lot of this makes sense. In addition, what we could do too a little bit later on, and actually let me show you this now, we could summarize emails with an AI agent. And I know we haven't really talked a ton about prompting as of yet. We got our feet wet a little bit with an AI agent, but it's very common to have a Gmail or email go straight into an AI agent and we do some sort of summary based off of this. It's also very common to either before or after the summary have some sort of if condition or a switch to route things around. So let's say we receive an email and if it's a criteria, we go over here or we go over here. Typically, this is probably after like an AI agent or after it's cleaned up, but you can start seeing how we start piling things on together. And this is honestly just from the trigger itself. Maybe I should just keep these in over here. I'll keep this here for you guys' notes. And yeah, so let's also, I'm just going to send you another email really fast. I shouldn't say send you, send myself. We're going to go over here, test for video 2. And I'm going to send a body this time with no else. I'm just going to literally spam my keyboard and hopefully it doesn't hit in the spam filter. All right, so let's test fetch event. Great. And you can see what we have over here. Where is this? Test for video 2. Great. You can see the HTML of the email. All of this getting spammed out, which is fantastic. And this is the non-simplified version. I don't have any attachments here, so I'll just remove that. But if we simplify this, now you can see what we have over here on that side of things. So I would probably recommend, and you can see we have a snippet over here. So one other thing to mention is when you simplify it, you only get the snippet, whereas if you have it not simplified, you can actually get the full email. Obviously, there's some cleanup that you're going to have to do, but I would just recommend don't simplify your specific email. Let's talk about some of the Gmail nodes as well, because I think some of these are going to be pretty important. Obviously, I don't have the time to cover every single one of these, but there's a lot that you could do with it. So you could add labels to messages. You could delete a message. Where I find this helpful is like if you have a ton of different spam or things in your inbox you don't care about. I will say be very careful though, because I just probably wouldn't recommend to delete everything out of an inbox. Maybe you want to send it to a specific area instead of deleting it. You can also get a message or get many messages. So if you want to get every single message within a conversation, you have that option over here. You can mark things as read or unread, remove labels. You could reply to a message. Where this could be helpful for, I don't really say it. You should focus on the draft, but imagine you want to auto respond to specific people. You could have it over there. Again, I would probably recommend draft just because you can add in something called human in the loop, which is essentially allowing someone to review whatever AI generates. Coming from the corporate world, a lot of companies believe in human in the loop. They don't want automatic responses. However, if you know something is like very, very accurate and you're okay with the downside of it occasionally being inaccurate, maybe you do reply to a message. You can send a message automatically. Again, very helpful at the very end of a workflow. If you have an orchestration that you say, once this is done, I want to send a message to person X. And that could be a message, or that could also be a message with an attachment. Find that. You can send a message and wait for a response. There's more labels. I don't really use labels as much as a lot of other people do, but you have tons of actions: create, delete, get label info, or get many labels. Drafts I find helpful. So you can create a draft over here, and I would just recommend doing that. And we're just reviewing an email before it's finally sent, but it can save you a lot of time. And then you have thread actions. So you can add label to a thread, delete a thread, get many threads. So I just want to show you really quick one of these options, which is going to be send a message. So let's go over here and do that. And what we're going to do is I'll just use my Gmail account, message send. We'll put an email. I'll say Ryan Nolan data at gmail.com. And we're going to say hello world. And we're going to say this email will be read live on a YouTube video. You can see for the options down below over here, you can append an attribution or not. So essentially what this does, and a lot of people will turn this off. If you have this on, which is the default LCO sent by n8n, a lot of people don't want to see that. So they just turn this off. Next thing you can do is add attachments. So what you would want to do is have a binary file. Remember that top section in red? Well, that would be the name that you populate over here. So thought we had this. Oh, I guess I had the second example. But if you remember earlier where we downloaded that attachment and had the top name, essentially you just make sure that top name matches over there. If you have an attachment, again, very common to specifically add. Let me remove these, and you can add multiple attachments over here too. You can BCC or CC. You could have a sender name over there as well. Send replies to or reply to sender only. Obviously depends what happens. We're going to send this over here with the n8n attribution so you can see what it looks like. And obviously you can just remove that. So we'll execute the step. It says unread sent inbox. And let's see if I got it over here. Great. I have it over here. And let me populate this here. So it says this email will be read live on a YouTube video. And then we have this email sent automatically with n8n. So if you want to remove this email is automatically sent with n8n, go down over here and remove that. I can send this again. I'll say hello world 2, execute that step. It's been sent. I'm just going to load this up in my email. And once that is ready to go, we'll see. Here we go. This email will be read live on a YouTube video, and that is gone. Obviously, again, we have tons of different options over here. Really start messing with emails because it opens up a lot of opportunities there. Okay, so next is Sheets. Now, before data table, Sheets was used honestly in almost every workflow, just because most people have their Google credentials set up. It's super easy to integrate in with Google Sheets after it is. Obviously, it's a little bit pain the first time you do it. Now let's talk about probably the most used out of the Google suite, which is Sheets. Now it's been down quite a bit since data tables have been added in. Also, I want to say it's kind of funny when you type in Sheet, data tables is first, then Excel, then Google Sheets. I feel like Google Sheets should slot in number 2, but obviously n8n obviously wants to promote their data tables as well. So that's why it's at the very top. But if you go into Google Sheets, you'll see that we have different triggers as well as specific actions. I do want to call out our triggers first over here because I think some of these are pretty beneficial. So really there's 3 triggers, but they're based off of 2 actions. So the first one is on a new row added. So imagine that you have a spreadsheet and someone adds in a new row and you want to start a workflow based around that. And the second is on a row updated. So this is used typically when you want to watch one specific column and see if there is a change associated with it. And then lastly, you have on row added or updated, which is either one of these 2. I'm going to go and show you guys an example on a row updated at. So I'll go in here, and right now I just have a pull time of every minute. Obviously you can change that as required. We can go to a document. Choose the document you want. I'm going to just use all YouTube to update. And what I'm going to go is find our sheet, and we're using sheet 3 over here. So what I have on the sheet 3 is name of 2 artists and then a status. So we're going to look for the status column to specifically change. And this is very, very common. Like people will build out a spreadsheet. They wait for a column status to change, like ready to generate or good to go or something like that. And then it builds out the workflow. So what we're going to do is build that out essentially. So we have a Google Sheet trigger. We're looking at sheet 3. We're triggering on a row updated. Again, you can look at row added or updated. I'm just going to do updated. And options, you can say columns to watch. So this will only trigger the workflow when the status column is changed. So I'll say fetch test event. And you can see we have Bruce Hornsby, Billy Joel. The status is yes and no. Obviously, nothing has changed yet. That's fine. Then what we typically want to do next is have some sort of filter in place. So what we're going to do is have an if. So what I'll have over here is say if, and we're going to say status is equal to, and then you can put something like ready to go. So ready to go. It's going to go and start the workflow over here. Otherwise, you can have a false, and I typically just say do nothing over here. No operation, do nothing. I know we haven't really covered this as of yet, but it literally, as it's mentioned, nothing, do nothing. So like, it's just kind of a blank node. But essentially how this works, you'll see it goes and grabs the sheet, and both of these are going to go into a false because nothing ends up happening. But if, let's say, for example, we change the status over here and we put the status to ready to go, if this was in production, which we're not in production right now, it would run the workflow automatically based off the polling time. And it would go in over here and it'd say, hey, this is ready to generate. And then we'd have our steps that we want to take over in this direction. So if I run this now, take a look. We have one item that populates into the if, and that's going to be Bruce Hornsby, which is ready to go. So a pretty nifty trick that people use to say, hey, this row has been updated. It's time to grab something else. Again, just an example I used recently for a customer is we're building out an email newsletter. There's like 10 columns worth of information that they specifically wanted. And there was one column, which was a status column, which we filtered based around. So as soon as someone put ready to generate, it started the specific workflow for that particular column. And then we had things that are like, yes, it's done, or a failure, and things like that. Like, it's a way more complicated workflow than I would show you guys over here, at least where we're at in the tutorial series, or I guess one video, but another day. So that is one of the biggest use cases, using a trigger. Someone makes an update to a column. If you're looking at for a specific row, imagine someone adds in a row. Let's add in another piano focused performer. I think the first one probably is Elton John, because people compare him to like Billy Joel. And then you can have whatever status, I don't know. And essentially that would start a workflow if we're just adding in a new specific row. I kind of prefer the status, or whatever verbiage you want to use instead of status, because I think it's a little bit cleaner and a little bit more secure, because I feel like people could just accidentally add in a new row. And also, you could have this filter in place over there. All right, let's talk about some of the other things that you can grab in Sheets. So if I go back to Sheets, we talked about the triggers, but there is other actions. So you can actually create a spreadsheet or delete a spreadsheet. So imagine you have a lot of data, you want to create a brand new spreadsheet. Essentially what you can do is go through over here. You can create a document over here, title. You can add in specific sheets as well. This only creates the spreadsheet. You have to add in the data a little bit later on, but you have that option over there as well if you want to particularly delete one. Going back into Sheets, go there. You can see we can append or update a row. Typically, if you do some sort of research or you have some sort of monitoring or logging, you can update and things like, hey, this failed. And you can go back over here and say this failed if it didn't populate correctly. You can clear a sheet as well, which just removes all the data. You see already create a sheet on that side of things. So a sheet is the individual tab. A spreadsheet is everything all together, which is why when we go into create spreadsheet, you'll see the option over here for sheets, and you can add in multiple sheets as necessary. Like in this example, we have 3 sheets. So you could specifically create a spreadsheet with 3 sheets. And maybe I'll do that for you guys here in a second. Going back into our Google Sheets, we can also, let's see, we did append, clear. We can delete a sheet, delete rows or columns, get rows in sheet, as well as update rows. So let's first grab get rows and sheets. So just to show you, I'm going my Sheets account, sheet within document. We're going to go and grab this YouTube one. So all YouTube, we're going to go to sheet 3. You can see that this grabs everything over here. So row number, name, and then also status. You could add in filters over here as you specifically want to. So you can see filters, populate those. So we can add in filter, let's say status over here is yes. You can see it's filtered down, very similar to what we've had in data tables. So that is the get rows in Sheets. And let me just add in a row as well. So you can just go in here, by the way, and change this up. So instead of get rows, we can go and append row, and you can add in something else. So you can see we have to map each of these over here. I'm trying to think of another piano player, which we can add. There's a lot. I'll just put in Mozart. Mozart, I'm going to say no, too much. And see execute step. It's been added, and I go to our sheet and you can see Mozart is added over there. However, let's say, you know what? I actually want to delete Mozart. It does not belong in here. So instead of append, what we can do is delete. So delete rows or columns, which as you saw in data tables, we don't have the option for deleting columns yet, only rows. And we're going to go to all YouTube to update sheet 3, delete. Obviously we want to choose rows, and then you can start with a row number over here. There's other options too, but we're going to start in, over here. We're going to start with row 5. So let's go start in row 5, execute, and it says true. And take a look. That is now gone. Again, there's a lot of options, and you'll get used to Sheets the more that you use it. But yeah, so just going in here one last time. You can create or delete an entire spreadsheet. You could create or delete a specific sheet in itself or clear the sheet, you can add in new rows over here. You can delete rows or columns. So there's not an option right now to add in a new column. You can see it's only with rows, append row, append or update there. You can get all the rows in a sheet. You could update that. And then again, you could start a workflow when someone adds in a new row, or you could start a workflow when someone updates a specific column value. So we're going to just throw all of these over here, and you guys can download all of these templates. What we're going to do next is take a look at, I believe, Google Drive. Yeah, so we can look at Docs and Drive. Let's go to Docs first because it's kind of quick. So we go to Docs, you'll see Google Docs right there. And you have different actions. You can create a document, get a document, or update a document. And yeah, so let's say you have some text you want to turn into a document. You can go in here and create a document. You specify where it's at. You create the title name associated with it. Then what you can do next is actually update the document. So if we go into Google Docs again, we'll just go over here and say update a document. So why I find this really helpful is you can actually specify where in a document you want to upload some additional information. What I've done in the past is create some sort of template. So essentially I'll put like brackets and say like fill this information in, and we can have an n8n workflow that automatically updates a document based off of a template. So you can see we have an insert location at the end of a specific position. We can insert an index as well, but we can also just literally update sections within a document based off of what is going on in an n8n workflow. I'll show you one of those examples. Well, actually, I have it on the channel, so I'd recommend you watch that video because it's like 20-30 minutes. You don't have the time to cover that. But yeah, you can create a document. You could also update a document with a specific text. And then lastly, if you go to Google Docs, I believe the third one is you can just delete a document. It's pretty straightforward. No, you can create, you could get or update. So I apologize, you can't actually delete a document over here, but you can get that document. Okay. And that is Google Docs. Now, what's used a little bit more is Drive. And let's jump into Google Drive. There's a lot of different options over here. So let's jump through those. The first one is the triggers. So you can take a look at changes to a specific file or a folder in Drive. I've started workflows before where, let's say, for example, someone drops a new image into a Google Drive folder, and then it starts a workflow based around that. So you can see changes on a specific folder or the specific file. To jump into some of the things that are used quite a bit, sometimes I've had to copy a specific file to create another version of it. You can create a file from text. You could also delete a file or download a specific file. So downloading a file will get that binary data directly in n8n. You can move files between things, which I don't use that often. Share, don't use that often. You can update or upload a file. You can search files and folders. That can be helpful. You can create a folder, delete a folder, or share a folder. Again, these can be a little bit helpful for the create the folder or possibly delete the folder. Let's say you have a workflow that you want to create a folder full of images every single time. That's where create a folder would be. And I can see this being used with the new image or video models. You have a workflow that you're creating images for a specific Facebook ad, and then you want to just create the folder based around it. You can create a shared drive, delete shared drive, get over here and update a shared drive. So download file is really kind of be the most important one. Let me just pause the video really fast and we'll grab a file to download. All right, so I'm back. So what I essentially did is I have my Google Drive account. I did a resource. I just looked for a file over here, operation download. And then I grabbed a file from list. I literally just looked for the first thing that populated, which I don't use this drive as much. So it's law of large numbers. And this, I believe, was a PowerPoint presentation that I put for that specific YouTube video. Obviously, you can't view the PowerPoint here indirectly in n8n, but you can see we have the binary file that has populated. So you'll use this quite a bit, whether you're downloading a file or uploading a file into Drive. So just to show you the opposite, we go to Drive, and then you can see upload a file right here. So again, you would want to fill this out, choose a specific file name over there, make sure the input data field name matches to what is over here. So 1-to-1 over there, a file upload, and then choose the specific folders that you particularly want. So your parent drive and the parent folder. There's other options over here as well. if you want to specifically fill these out. I don't use those all the time. And yeah, that is essentially it. So that is the basics of the Google Suite. We're actually going to build out 2 workflows together, but just to kind of reiterate what we covered. First, Gmail, really powerful because it allows you to send email messages, allows you to receive email messages, and you can start a workflow based off of an email being sent to you, if that has an attachment or not. Next is Google Sheets. So very similar to data tables that we have here in n8n. There's more that you could do in Google Sheets. And I'm not even going to say Sheets is the final solution because a lot of people migrate from Sheets into Airtable as well. But obviously, we're talking about the Google Suite right now. There's Sheets, very popular to start a workflow based off of a column change. You see it sometimes also with a specific row change, a lot of updates that you can do to a spreadsheet. You have Google Docs over here where you could either create a new document, get a document, or update a document. I've updated documents before just based off of templates. And then lastly, Google Drive, very popular to look when a new file is uploaded. You can sort of workflow based around that. This is downloading a file, which allows you to get binary data into your n8n workflows, and also very popular at the very end of a workflow. You do some type of building out of a file, build out some complicated JSON, you convert that into a spreadsheet, and then you upload that into Drive. Or you create some type of image. Let's say you have an image workflow, you're building on images or videos, and you upload that into the Drive at the very end. But this is really good for storage because you can't technically store the data here in n8n. You'll have to upload it somewhere. There's other services besides Google Drive, but everyone has Drive with the Gmail account or a Google account, and it's just very simple to do. Man, I feel like this has been a very long section, but now we're going to talk about 2 different workflows. I'm just going to take a quick break and then we'll jump those. Great. Let's cover our projects for this section. So the first one that we should do, and I think there's going to be a better way to approach this a little bit later on in the course, but we're going to do a weekly report generator. So let's schedule this at like a Monday at 9 a.m. Google Sheets is going to pull the data. And then what we're going to do is use a summarize node, and then also kind of an email summary at the very end. So I'll leave this up into interpretation for you to do, but let's try to build something out like this. Pause the video, 3, 2, 1, give it a shot, and then I will be back. All right, so let's build this out. So as it mentioned, we need to schedule this on Monday, 9 a.m. So we're going to go into triggers, and we'll go over here and say on a schedule. First thing we're going to do is every week, and then we're going to choose Monday, and then we're going to choose 9 a.m. So you can say 9 a.m. on the dot. So that's perfectly fine. The next thing, what we need to do is grab data from Google Sheets. So we'll go into Sheets like that. And then we're going to get over here, get rows in Sheets. Now, this is going to be the tricky part because we're going to have to do some sort of filtering associated with it. I'm not going to worry about that as of yet. We can either filter directly into the sheet or we could filter somewhere else. Also, I'm just going to create a new sheet 4 over here. And let's build out some basic stuff. So let's imagine we have a date over here, and then we have invoice amounts. We're just going to spam these out. I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. Okay. And let's set some dates. So we'll say this is like 12/10/25. We'll say this is 12/12/25. Let's put some stuff newer as well. So we'll say 12/20/25, 12/22/25, then 12/7. So this is going to be over here. And let's test this out. So we'll go over here and grab this all YouTube to update. We'll go into sheet 4. Let's just execute this step. Great. We have our row number. We have our dates as well as our invoice amount. So we're looking pretty good over there on that side of things. Obviously, we're going to have to do some sort of filter. Personally, with dates, I find it probably easier to filter outside of that. We could also set timestamps and things like that. So I'll just make a note and we're going to say filter over here to be, to be completed. Then what I want to do is up next, use a summarize node. So we're going to say summarize, and let's get some data points that we want necessarily in here. Obviously, we're going to have to filter, but we can just test this for now. And what we're going to do on this side of things, I'm just going to go to the JSON. Let's count the row numbers, add in a field. Let's go over here and find the average invoice amount. Let's go over here and find the sum of invoices as well. And let's grab a max. So we'll go over here. And I guess also instead of row number, we should probably do invoice amount instead. Great. And obviously you can choose these values if you want. And you can see we have this over there. Next, what I want to do is have an AI agent. And what we're going to say is write a very basic prompt. So let's go over here to find below. Say, you are an agent. And by the way, this isn't the approach I would take normally. We're going to show you that a little bit later on in the course. But we're going to say you're an agent that writes a concise email that summarizes paid invoices for last week. Here are the data points. Let's expand that out. Say count, average, sum, max. And just throw these in. Let's put this as an expression. And then let's expand it out just to make this a little bit easier. Counts, average, sum, and max. Cool. And you can see all this is populated over here. Let's add in a model. So let's add in Gemini since we've used Anthropic a bit. And that's fine. We're just going to use Gemini 2. Oh, actually, let's make this 3. Here we go. Where is Gemini 3 Pro Preview? That's image. Cool. So we have that in over here. And now, like, obviously we have all of our data points that we need. We can also build out an email. So I'll go to Gmail. We're going to say send a message. Obviously, we can send drafts if we want. I'm just going to send a message to myself, to Ryan Nolan Data, gmail.com. This week's report, email type, and then message. Obviously, we're going to have to send it from the AI agent. All right. So all of this is kind of looking like it's going to work. The only thing that we need to do now is filter this out. So what we can do is set that filter. And let me think about how we were going to approach that. I'm just going to save this really fast. We're going to go into a filter. And we can use AI to help us out with these dates if we want. We also have the date and time. So there's a few different approaches that we could take. And then we might actually use AI. So we're going to go over here. Date and time is after, we're going to say like last 7 days. So I'm going to ask really quick into a large language model how we can do that. So watch what we're going to do. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to load up Claude. And we're going to go over here. I'm going to say, write an expression in n8n to filter the dates by anything last 7 days. All right, so I'm sending this over here. I sent in a screenshot. I sent some context associated with it. Let's see. This is pretty readable. So let's test this out. And actually, we might want to use an if instead. Go back to if. Yeah, if's going to be better in this case than filter. All right, so what we're going to do is grab this date. Say date and time. Oh, actually, it's not going to matter. Throw that in there. You can see we can set an expression. All right, so we're looking for last 7 days. Let's see if this worked correctly. Obviously, this didn't work as I kind of expected. I'm going to send all of this as a screenshot there. So check this out. That obviously didn't work. Send it back in over here. It'll tell me exactly what happened. I should have put also, I'm using a filter node, not an if. All right, there we go. So it gives me this over here. Take a look. Today minus 7 days. You have that exactly. So that's why I mentioned, like, sure, you could be a little bit faster if you memorized all of this, but really, like, LMs are pretty good at this as well, just creating these expressions. So I'd just recommend that. And you see, it literally took 2 things. I could have prompted this way better over here, but at the end of the day, it worked. We kept 2 items. We disregarded these specifically 3. Obviously, I kind of wish this 1220 was a little bit earlier, but that's fine. Or not later, but that's fine. All right, so now what I want to do is minus the send a message. I want to test this whole workflow. So we're just going to execute this workflow. I don't need this if anymore. And you can see we have a problem with our AI agent. The reason why is I actually have another workflow going on in the background. So I'm going to just use OpenAI really fast. We're going to go to over here, use GPT-5 Mini. And right now, I'm actually building out a bunch of timestamps for our YouTube videos because they were missing. And I actually have like 400 YouTube videos, 300, something like that. So it is not working because of that. All right, so now what you can see is you have this going on. Subject, paid invoices summary, last week. And cool. All of there. And I'm going to say do not include a subject as well. Say do not include the subject, only the email body. Again, later we'll cover what makes a good prompt. And obviously we could define it a little bit better, but it's okay. All right, great. We have this now. And we can pass that in over here. So let's send this output over here as the message. You can see what it looks like. Hi, last week we paid 2 invoices totaling. Average amount was 46 and the largest payment was 93. Is that correct? So let's go back over here. Yep, that looks correct. And we'll send that message. So send that. Put my correct Gmail account. Great, it's been sent. And then let me check my inbox to see if we actually got it or not. All right, and we jump over here. Look, this week's report. Hi, last week we paid 2 invoices totaling 93. Average payment was blah, 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 right? And that has been sent. Thanks. Obviously, I should fix the formatting because you can see over here, going back, the new lines and things like that weren't actually sent. So you can see we should probably send this as like an HTML body. So that way we could format it a little bit better. But this is just a very basic concept for you guys, or a very basic idea. Yeah, we could also change that out. So email type, instead of body, let's put this as text. So that way we could get that to work. And I'll execute this as a step again. All right, it sends. Let me see if we have that over here. Probably should have changed it a little bit different. Great, it actually did work. So last time I sent that as HTML, this time I didn't, and you can see we have that correct. HTML template, by the way, for email, super, super helpful if you're building out some designs and things like that. And obviously I kept this attribution. I could change that if I want, but that's kind of just to show you guys here in that specific video. So great. We know that is working for this use case. Hopefully you're able to solve this out. I just find pretty easy. Add in a filter. First, schedule the trigger at 9 a.m., get the sheets, filter this out, summarize based off these data points, throw that into an AI agent, and then send a specific email associated with it. The next one, which we're going to do also, is an expense tracker. So what we can do on this, and obviously it's going to be a little bit different, but let me show you. All right. So how we're going to work this is we're going to have a Gmail, which receives email, and it said receipt. I'm just going to say receive because I didn't show you OCR yet. Initially, when I was building out this course, I was thinking about putting OCR a little bit earlier, but I decided to put an advanced AI section. So Gmail receives emails. We're going to extract the amounts out. We're going to use an AI agent right now, but later on in the course, I'm going to show you actually a better approach than using an AI agent. We're going to log this to a Google Sheet, and then we don't need that monthly summary. We're just going to do it like that. And let's jump into that. So if you want to give this a try, test it out, pause the video, 3, 2, 1. Otherwise, I'm going to solve it. All right, let's go and solve this. So what we're going to do is use Gmail. Go to Gmail over here. We're going to get a trigger. Say on message received. Now you could remove the simplify. If you want, I would recommend you remove it. We're going to make sure we have a specific sender. Since we're an email, a party email, I'm just going to put my email over here. So nolanbeta@gmail.com. I only want to receive it over here. Obviously, up to you if you want to add in that filter or not. We're going to extract out the amounts. So we're going to have to use an AI agent on there. So imagine we have just an email in general, and we're going to want to extract that out. So we're going to put that over here. I'm going to grab our define below. So I'm just going to say you are an AI agent that extracts dollar amounts from an email. Only extract the dollar amount in email. I'm going to say own final output is to be an integer. And actually, maybe we want to make this a float. A float value and nothing else. Great. So we have our AI agents over there. And then we're going to go to Sheets. So go to Sheets. And then what we're going to do is, let's say, append a row in Sheets. Put my Sheets account over here. Obviously, we don't have this sheet built out yet. So let's go and build out a new sheet. So we're going to say, these are like expenses. So we can say expenses, and we'll say like 50, 100, 125, or 112.45. It's fine. And we're going to add in a new expense over here. Again, I'm not being super scientific about it. We're just making something simple just to make sure you get the concepts down. We have OpenAI over there. Awesome. Let's go in here, grab the documents that we want, go to sheet 5. We have that over here. We're going to say expenses, which is going to be after our AI agent. Obviously, I don't want to pin that yet. So we're going to save that. I'm going to send an email to myself. And let me do that really fast. I'll show you the email too. So I'm going to send that over here. Expense 1228. I spent $25 on a Chipotle bowl and large chip. All right, I'm going to send that out over here. And I have that in. So let's fetch this test event. Great. So you can see over here, I spent $25 on a Chipotle bowl, enlarged chip in queso. We have our text as well. We're good. So now what I'm going to do is send that into our AI agent. We're going to say, make this an expression and expand this out. We're going to say email. We're going to pass in this text. Great. So obviously we want to test our agent to make sure it's working properly. Hopefully we just get 25. Boom, we get 25.0 because I mentioned it's a float. A float is just an integer with decimals at the very end. Since we're doing a currency, obviously we want to have that as well. We don't want to just round it to the biggest whole number. All right, so now what we're going to do is just add this into our sheets. So we have our output over here. We're going to send over this expenses on that side of it. So we've added that in and execute step 25. So now going back over to our sheet, you can see 25 has been particularly added. So pretty cool workflow. We have a Gmail trigger that expects an email from a certain email. We have an AI agent that takes that email, extracts out the dollar amount as required. Obviously, if there's multiple dollar amounts, it's going to get confused. So you should prompt it a little bit better. Like, hey, should we sum these up? Should we ignore it? Should we take the max? Like, you need to define your AI agent for all the scenarios that you can think of. Obviously, like we're not covering that yet in this course. And then we just appended a row in sheet just like this. So I've seen literally jobs on like freelance platforms like Upwork that are this easy at times, but it just adds in like one or two additional steps. And yeah, there's a lot of different opportunities over there. So that was the Google section of the course. We essentially learned how to set up Gmail. We learned how to set up Sheets, Docs, and also Drive. Then we went and built out 2 workflows. Obviously, this was the more difficult of the 2 workflows because I asked for a few extra steps. And this combined both Gmail as well as Google Sheets. I feel like we didn't cover the other ones that well through examples, the Drive and things like that. But probably see a little bit later on in the course when we learn about images and videos. It's gonna be a little bit more applicable. Anyways, I think up next, we're going to be jumping into HTTP requests. No, we actually have documenting up workflow first, and then we're going to be jumping into HTTP. So awesome job, guys, and I'll see you in the next lectures. So this section is going to be a bit of a breather in comparison to the previous ones. In addition, I know upcoming we have our HTTP requests and webhook, which tend to be pretty dense with information. So you guys need a break. We're going to be talking about today how to document your workflows. I feel like this is a pretty important concept, so we should throw it pretty early on within the course, because what tends to happen with a lot of workflows, people will build them out and later on they forget, like, why did I build out this logic? What is going on? Or if you deliver it to a customer, they don't know n8n. And if they're trying to debug something, they just have no understanding what you particularly built out. So I'm going to be showing you guys essentially how you can use sticky notes, how you can tidy up your workflows, some of the other things you can throw in with these nodes as well. In addition, I briefly want to talk about one way to kind of present updates with your workflows to customers. Now, we haven't even really talked about customers, and it's going to be way later on in the course, but I just wanted to quickly talk about that in here. So one of the tools that I use all the time is something called Loom, and it saves me a ton of time. So essentially what Loom is you can record short videos just on your desktop and then send it over to your customer, and it essentially renders really, really fast. And why that is helpful: first, you can kind of walk through what you're building in a workflow, show some results, and you don't even have to jump onto meetings. See, one of the things that takes away a ton of time when you're building out things for customers, or you want to send something for clarity, is jumping on calls, because you'll say, how are you doing? You'll chit chat a little bit, and later you find out it's 30 minutes, where you could record a 2 or 3 minute Loom video and you are way farther ahead. So make sure you guys are using Loom. I'm not affiliated with them in any means, but honestly, it saves me a ton of time. Also, a little bit outside the scope of the section, what I like to do when I give a final workflow is build out a Google document demonstrating like why we have things in certain sections. We'll talk about this in like presenting findings and things like that to customers at the very end of the video, but I just felt like we needed to quickly talk about Loom. All right, so let's jump into our workflow. And obviously I have nothing over here yet, but let's just build out something that could be useful. Let's say we have a form trigger, and obviously I'm not going to build out an actual workflow. I just want to show you the documentation side of things. So let's say we have a form trigger over here. The next, what we want to do is extract from our file, and we're going to just pretend we have like a spreadsheet. Okay, so we're going to extract from a file. Let's say extract from CSV. Next thing we want to do, let's say we have an AI agent of some capacity. The AI agent is going to go and write something for each of these customers and do some research. Let's say we add in another tool over here. I know I haven't showed you guys tools yet, but that's fine. Let's say we have a perplexity tool over here that does some deep research for a specific customer. And then what we have next is, hey, we have all this information together. We need to write an email. So we'll have another AI agent that literally just focuses on writing out an email. And lastly, let's send this over to a customer. So we're going to send this through a Gmail node. And all we're going to do is click send a message. Very basic workflow. I'd probably change a lot of things. Obviously, we would put different chat models in over here. Let's just put these over here just to make this look a little bit cleaner. And yeah, so let's start off and show you where these sticky notes are. So first thing, what you would want to do is mention the whole process, like what is going on. We're going to go into our sticky notes, and I like just putting, how does this workflow start? So this workflow starts, and I'd make a note. Okay, this workflow starts when someone enters in information on form on website, they upload a CSV. CSV, they want more information for. Okay, and I just start going down the line. Extract from file is pretty basic, so we understand what is happening there. For this AI agent, what we're going to say is we research the leads presented in the spreadsheet. Perplexity helps us get this information. Again, if I was actually making this finalized, I would put a lot more detail in here. This is just a quick video. And then I'd say over here, this AI agent goes and I should rewrite this. This AI agent creates an email based on the examples from X, Y, Z. I don't know, X, Y, and Z. And then you can lastly have that send a message to the customer or whoever we send that specific email to. So this is like pretty poor on the documentation side of things, but at least there is some sort of documentation. I really recommend when you have things like AI agents where it's not super clear what is going on, you write a sticky note, because you have to go in over here. You're going to have to take a look at the prompt that someone wrote, as well as the system message, and just extra clicks. And you don't necessarily need to do that. In addition, one of the things that's really helpful is we can actually change what these nodes are called. And, it's not really helpful to have AI agent 1. And if you build more advanced workflows, which you will, you'll have like AI agent 2, AI agent 3, all the way to like 5 or 6 sometimes. So let's just relabel these. And you can see if I go to the top left, I'll say email creator AI agent. And obviously label these how you want, and you could have your own formatting. And like, this is a little bit too long. So maybe I just want to call this an email creator. I'd say like lead researcher. Man, I have caps lock on. I don't even know. Maybe I don't. Hold on. You know what it is? It's my mic that's in the way and I can't see. My nice spelling as well. But let's imagine I actually spelled this correctly. And you could relabel these as well. And I'll just say like extract from CSV. So that's pretty helpful. In addition, what you can do, if you go to the settings, you'll notice that we have notes, and you can display notes and say this grabs email. Obviously, like that's not the case, but you can see we have a little bit extra text over here. Sorry, I should probably put on this one, this research is a lead. this uses Perplexity and gets lead info. And you can see it's a little bit too long on this editing. So just put a small few lines, like maybe 3 words as a description, but you can throw that there. Same thing happens over here outside the AI agent. You just have this extra line. So this is pretty helpful. You can see we have this also over here, upload CSV, and you can see that's populated. So you can use a mixture of, relabeling the node name. You could use sticky notes as well as putting those additional notes here at the bottom. Just remember it's like 3, and you have to click display note in that particular flow. So we're going to save this. I just want to show you a few other things as well with these sticky notes that kind of may be helpful for you. So I see some people, they have different label of colors. So you can see if we click on this right over here, we can change the colors associated with this. So some people might have certain sections or readmes based around this. I would also recommend, if you have a really advanced workflow, all you could do, and I should say all you should do, is maybe have a readme section here at the top, what is happening in this particular workflow. And one of the things that might be a little bit helpful on that is having a distinct color. In addition, having a different size of text. So all this text is the same. In fact, if you go over here and put a header, you can either put 1, 2, or 3 hashtag or pound signs, and it changes the size. So you can see, for example, readme like this, and you'll see the size of it is large. You could also change this up to 2. It's a little bit smaller. You can change this up to 3, and it's even smaller. So typically I'll probably put a 2. I think this is pretty good, and it's super helpful. Now, there's a lot of other things that you can put into a sticky note like this as well. You can actually embed in images and videos. In fact, I've embedded YouTube videos in these. You can also link out to stuff. And I just want to quickly show you the documentation. So you can say you can style with Markdown. So if you know Markdown, you have that option over there. I'm just going to add in another sticky note so you can actually see the guide. And this is what I recommend. Basically, again, I don't memorize everything, but you can see, you can change the position, which I think I already covered in the basic first video, but you can put the sticky note behind the particular nodes. This is Markdown. So you can see bold is 2 stars. So if I want to do bold, let's just go over here, say bold test like this. That is now bold. You have asterisk with the italic. You have italic, which is 1 star. These are the headings, which I talked about. This is an example of putting in a link. You can create lists, which I find really helpful as well, especially in a README. You could say step 1, add CSV file, process, research. And again, these are one word. I wouldn't recommend that. I'd say email and then send. Let me fix that for. Again, be very thorough with your documentation, but you can see I built out a list on that side of things. It says make images full width, and you can also embed a YouTube video. So pretty powerful stuff with these sticky notes, and throw that together. All right, promise you this is the last thing in this section, but another thing I sometimes see is people have jumbled up workflows. Don't make this your workflow. It literally takes 2 seconds to fix this. All you gotta do is click this, tidy up, and look at that, way better. And just make sure these sticky notes are in places that you think would be acceptable. If you're coming from programming background, just think of sticky notes as comments. And for those who don't have a programming background, comments are just really important. So that way someone later on can understand what you are particularly doing. And yeah, that is essentially the basics of a documenting workflow. Again, I would recommend that you probably also have some sort of video demonstrating what is going on in this workflow. You could use a Loom. You could also have a Word document, just doing a very quick write-up. Make sure you put in sticky notes. I recommend putting in a README. There's different formatting that you can put in the sticky notes as well. Very basic workflow with these 5. Make sure that these aren't all over the place. There's no example project for this section since it's kind of pretty straightforward. But the next one, when we're going to be talking about HTTP requests, you can bet there's quite a few examples. So that way you get that skill ingrained because it is so important for orchestration. All right, we're going to jump into that section right now. So these next 2 sections are going to be blended together. The first part, I'm going to be teaching you about the HTTP request node, which allows us to use APIs within our n8n workflows that are not native to n8n. And then the second section, which is going to be kind of lecture 13, is going to be the examples of using real world APIs. We'll use some that have something called pagination. We'll use some that you have to have credentials for. Others, they're going to be pretty easy to set up, and we'll build a few different workflows from this. I assume both of these sections are going to be a bit longer, which is why I separated them out. The first part will be teaching you the basics, and then the second part will be implementing that out. So for this first part, I apologize for the lack of real-world examples. The second part, which is going to be lecture 13, is going to really focus around using the HTTP request. So with that out of the way, let's start covering it because there's a lot to start learning. And awesome. So what we're going to first talk about is the node. So just go over here to the plus and then look for HTTP like this. And you'll see HTTP request. Now out on the surface level, there's a lot that is going on. First, we have a method. So we have delete, get, add, options, patch, post, or put. Then we have authentication, which if you go over here, you can see there's credentials and like predefined. It seems like there's so many credentials there, but then you have generic and you have a lot as well. You have header, custom auth, bare, basic auth, like there's a lot there. And then we have query parameters, we have headers, we have body, like, and then you have even other options over here, batching, lowercase headers, redirects, responses, pagination, proxy, timeout. And you're like, man, I'm confused. What does all this mean? And in reality, you're not going to need all of this for every single API. And every API is going to be a little bit different. What I recommend that you do, though, however, is take a look at API documentation, because that should be kind of the first place where you look in every step, because it'll tell you exactly how to set up this node. In addition, the biggest shortcut of all time is this import in curl. So why this is beneficial, probably about 90% of the time you import in curl, it changes all the settings over here. Hopefully with our second examples, which we're going to go in lecture 13, there's an example with a curl. I assume there would be, and we could automatically fill this out, and you can see it's literally, as they call it, game changer. But let's start talking about the first section, which is going to be your methods. Now there's a lot over here. You don't really have to focus on all these. Let's talk about the two that are the most popular. So the first is get. And essentially you can think of get as you're going to be grabbing data from a website. So let's say a website has information on leads. Let's say you are building out a lead list and you want to supplement that information. You want to see, hey, how much does this lead make every year? And what is their email address? Maybe you have other personal information you're matching on, but you just want those two pieces of information. A website has these two pieces of information. Well, if you do a GET request into that website, you're going to be able to grab that data. Obviously, there's more things involved with it, but for the method purposes, often that will be a GET request. The next one, which you're going to use just as much, actually I'll say a little bit less, is going to be post. Now, post is going to essentially create data on that website. So let's say, for example, you want to use a pre-made scraper, and a scraper will allow you to grab information on the internet. Well, you have to boot up that scraper. So to boot up that scraper or boot up a service that is on that website, you're going to do a post request. So how these work together is in the real world, sometimes you have to use a post request to activate some service on a website, and then use a GET request to get the final results. So in the past, one of the services that I've used before is Appify. And this is a clear example of posting first and then getting the information later. So essentially how this worked is I would have scrapers I would want to use for Instagram. Let's say I want to grab Instagram followers for specific accounts. Well, you have to run the scraper first. So we post first to run the scraper. When the scraper runs, it has all of its data ready to go. And with another API request, I actually get that data and then I bring it back into n8n. So we're going to have to actually set up two different n8n nodes, one for post and one for get. I'll put all the notes here in a second so we can reiterate it once again. But then the other things over here that you're going to use occasionally. So put and patch, depending on the documentation, there may be one of these, there may be both of these. This is updating data on a website. Why I say you won't be using this as much is because typically when you're building out n8n and workflows, like you want to grab data, which is why you're going to have get most of the time, and obviously post to create the data if it's necessary. So patch is just updating data on a website. And then you have delete, which is deleting data on a website. This really isn't that common just because like it's kind of weird to delete data on a site at times. Obviously there is use cases for it, but with your n8n workflows, you're mostly going to use get. You're also going to use post in conjunction with get. I don't use header options. I've never used those before. So really focus on those four. But if I was going to narrow down your focus, really get familiar, no pun intended, with get and post. So that's the first side of it. Next is going to be the specific URL. Now, with that URL, right, we're going to specifically look for that in the documentation. So every website that has an API is going to give you some sort of documentation. So here's an example of some documentation. This is a website called httpin.org. I literally just asked Claude. It's a good example of a free website I can test post and get methods at, and it gave me this one. So we're going to try this out. And you can see over here, we have a curl request, which actually we should use. And then we have a link and it says httpin.org/post. And this is specifically for a post. So if we want to do a post, we paste that in over here. Again, all of the URLs are going to be different based off of the website. So sometimes you might have the same URL, sometimes you might have it different. You got to read the documentation. It'll tell you, hey, do you want to use a post method? Do you want to achieve this solution? Use this URL. You just have to be really good taking a look at the documentation. So in this documentation, all we're doing is execute, and you can see we have this curl over here. So we don't have any authentication on here, which makes it really easy. And if I run this step, congrats guys, because you have officially did your first post request. Like all we had to do is choose posts, use httpin.org/post, and you just set up your first API. Next, we're going to try get. So if we want to try get, we go over here, take a look at get. We can try it out. We can do a test over here. And you can see we have get like this. So grab that URL, go back into n8n, change this out, execute the step, and take a look. We got a response. Now, if you don't get a response over here, you get some sort of error. It means something is wrong. Typically, if something is working correctly, you're going to get a 200 response. If there's an error, you'll get a 400 response or a 500. Typically, 400 is on your end, like something's messed up. 500, something is messed up on the API side of things. So I really want to show you, and I'm going to delete this because it doesn't really matter, curl. So because we have the option over here, and you'll see import in curl. I'm literally just going to grab this curl just to show you that this is super awesome, because all we have to do is paste this in here. And again, this is a very basic API. Like this is your example of walking, and we're training right now for a marathon. So you're learning to walk with this API over here. We click import and you can see we have more information. So I grabbed get, pasted in our get over here, and we're also going to be sending in headers. So it says use field parameters below, accept, and then it says value application JSON. So now if we go this over here, boom, it is working. We imported in our curl. This I believe was optional, which is why we didn't necessarily need it with that first example. But you can start seeing some of the sections over here and take a look at the documentation. So that is curl. Obviously, we're going to go over some more examples a little bit later into the next side. And yeah, so let's continue moving forward. Is there anything else I wanted to cover on the site? Well, we have patch. We might as well look at patch as well. So we can go over here and try it out. We'll execute that, and you can see we have our patch. So just grab that. We'll go over here to our patch. Paste that in over here. And you can see we've updated data. And lastly, we can go into delete. Try it out, execute. And obviously this isn't doing anything. It's just for testing purposes, but you can just go over here and click into delete. I just want you to get comfortable with how this node works and setting it up. To add to this as well, with your AI agents, you can actually use a tool. And I'll just show you with an AI agent really quick. I believe this is a little bit later on in the course. I'm actually recording this out of order, so don't kill me, but it will be in correct order in the final course. But we have our HTTP over here, and you can see HTTP request, and it's the same thing, right? So you have your methods, which we just covered, delete, get, post, patch input. We have our URL. We have the authentication that we're going to be setting up. You can send query parameters. You can send headers. You can send bodies. Then you have add options down below based around everything else. And one thing you'll notice is there's a description on the tool. Again, I don't know if we covered this earlier, or if we're going to cover this a little bit later, but when you're attaching tools to an AI agent, it's super important that you write a clear description of what that tool is used for and when you specifically use it. You put that in the description here, and you put this in something that is called a system message. So put that, and then you also call out like what happens if the tool fails. Now, again, I believe this is a little bit later on in the course, but since we're talking about the HTTP request node, I might as well also cover the specific tool that belongs with it. So that is like the very simple basics of the HTTP request. Let's talk also really quick about query parameters, headers, and bodies. So if you cover over there, whether a request has query parameters or not, whether it has headers or not, and then whether the request has body or not. So depending on the documentation that you'll read through, and again, you'll go to your API docs, it'll tell you, hey, send in a JSON body to our API. This is what you need to send to start a post request. So for that Appify example, historically, I would have to copy an example of their JSON body, and it would be something like this. I'm not going to write proper JSON here. I'll probably make a mistake. Someone might be annoyed with it, but that's okay. And it might say like influencers, like you have to pass in influencers or whatever the case may be. And then you'll have to put in like, okay, IG1, IG2, etc. You get the point. We send this JSON over into the website, and based off of this website, or based off this JSON, then the website can produce the post request. Sometimes you might have a query parameter, and you'll have something like a dataset ID. So your post request gets you a dataset ID, and then you just pass in your JSON. Let's say there's some JSON over here, and you pass it in as your query parameter, and you get those specific results a little bit later. Headers, you'll have like some sort of authentication. So maybe there's like an API key, and then you just post your API key, like the XP API key over here. And one thing to mention is with these API keys, you do not want to store them in your headers with these nodes. So the issue with storing them over here or in a query parameter or whatever else the case is, anyone that accesses your JSON of your workflow can access your API key. That is not secured. So you do not want to do that. Instead, you'll want to set up a credential. So when you go to authentication, you'll see a generic credential type. You'll want to set up one of these auths. Again, it just depends on the documentation. So like the most common ones you'll see basic auth all the time, bare auth, you'll see query auth, so, and header auth over here. So it just really depends on what the documentation tells you to do. If you see, for example, header auth, you see I have a lot of these over here. You can see HeyGen, it's a service to create AI videos of like UGC creators or yourself. That has a header auth. AI, which we're going to go over a little bit later in the series. It generates images and videos. That's a header auth. A Mistral, header auth. Webhook video, I just covered that. A YouTube video scraper, this was a header auth. I go back over here to a basic auth. You can see I've done some basic auth tests. And obviously, this isn't everything over here. Bare auth, I haven't used. Query auth should have some stuff in here. And query auth has our Appify, as well as a Google SERP for Appify. So I guess Appify was here both for query auth. So sometimes you'll use the query auth. And sometimes you'll use, where was that at? Not basic. Query or header, those are going to be the two most popular ones. And again, make sure to set up your specific generic auth type over here in your header auth. All you typically have to do, read the documentation. I'll say, how do you want to have this? And then put in the specific value. And it's going to be in the documentation. We'll cover that with these examples, but it's just super important that you set this up one for one. Otherwise, you're going to have some sort of error over here and you're going to be confused. So to kind of recap what we covered so far, we have the HTTP request. It's either a node or it is a tool that's attached to an AI agent, a node within an orchestration workflow. You have 4 to 5 methods that you're going to typically use. 90% of the time, you're going to use get and post. Sometimes you have to use delete, which is going to just remove a resource. Sometimes you'll have to use patch and put to update resources. It's very common to start with post and then use get. They kind of link together. Next, you'll have the URL for that specific method or that specific call. You're going to find that URL in your documentation. We're going to cover that in the next part. You have authentication. So a lot of APIs are going to be behind an authentication layer. You could be lazy, and when you import in a curl and keep the stuff over here, I do not recommend that approach. Instead, I would recommend that you set it up once for it, whether it's like a header auth or a basic auth or a query auth. Fill out the information, make sure that the name is one for one with the documentation. You paste in your API key over here, because this is not shared. This credentials, these are not shared when you share your workflow. Also, I should have mentioned predefined credentials. There's a ton of predefined credentials as well. So you can see other APIs, like there's tons and tons. So before you spend a lot of time and try to read the documentation, see if your API is in over here. Because it might not always be the case. You can send in query parameters, headers, and bodies as well. Very common to send a body, very common also to send in query parameters. And headers typically have like an API key of some capacity. Query parameters typically I've seen with like dataset IDs, and then body over here. I see this all the time with a post. And one other thing I forgot to mention in this video, and man, I meant to bring it up in the beginning and I didn't. Why do we want to use HTTP requests for APIs and sometimes, APIs that are even already available in n8n? So like n8n has a ton of APIs already built in. So for example, if we go to HubSpot and you'll see we have 31 different actions that we can perform in HubSpot, but HubSpot's API is pretty extensive and there's way more than 31 actions. So if your action that you want to perform within your CRM and HubSpot is not here, you're going to have to set up an HTTP request. For example, let's go into another one. Let's say I wanted to use Kai, which is going to generate images and videos. Well, if I go over here, Kai is not in n8n. By typing Kai, you can see it's not there. So to use that service, which I'll just show you the website, like this is a great website. It's a super popular website. You can't access this without an HTTP request node. So it's just that important for you to build that out, because you're not going to be able to go to this API market and build AI images or videos or music. So you have to set up this HTTP request. So in some ways, like it supplements what's already here in n8n and it expands upon it. Now, if the API request that you specifically want is already in n8n, just use that approach. Like Apify has been added, and in the past, to the run actor and get a data set, I used to have to set up 2 HTTP requests. I used to have to go over here, set up a post request. So I'd have to go over here, post, and obviously fill out all these settings. I would have to set a wait node because it wasn't ready right away. Let's say the wait is 60 seconds. And then I would have to go and get another HTTP request and essentially get our data set. So I'd have this with Apify, and now there's this one single node that does it. So if your API is available in n8n, obviously just search the service over here. If it's available and it's natively in here, or if it's even a community node, do that first, check that out. If it's not, then you're going to have to use this HTTP request to access other items. And because of this, this really allows you to connect any API into n8n, and it's really awesome. So that's going to be the first part of our HTTP requests. The second part is really going to dive in to real examples. I want to say we have like 5 or 6 different examples that we're going to jump through. It's just so important that you get this concept down. Some of them, as I mentioned, are going to be really easy. Some of them are going to be difficult. We're going to cover pagination as well in there, and I will see you soon. So this next section, we're going to be covering 4 different APIs. I asked Claude for some examples of different ones to utilize. So we're going to be taking a look at a very basic one, which is going to look at countries. There's no login over here, and it's literally just a URL that we're going to be changing with our HTTP request. Then we're going to take a look at using binary data. Now, I haven't tested this one at all, but hopefully it does work. And we're going to be either getting pictures of cats or dogs and then passing it through. Our third example is going to actually build out a workflow with an API. This one's going to be using weather. So we'll essentially build out a workflow and test that out with the API in the middle of it. And then the last one is going to deal with pagination as well as a login. So we're going to be looking at different types of movies. So hopefully these will give you some ideas of how to work with APIs in n8n. Obviously, this isn't a full extensive list of every single option. There's a lot of them. And if you want more practice with using APIs, I have about 2 hours worth of content on the channel teaching about the HTTP request node. So the 3 videos I would recommend that you take a look at. First, watch the REST API video, about 20 minutes long. Then we have a video specifically on the HTTP request node. Some of the REST principles are covered there, but it's an hour-long video. We go over a bunch of different structured examples, as well as like different types of logins and things like that. Highly recommend you watch that one. And then we have examples of pagination, which covers 2 different examples over there based off of TV shows. One being Pokemon, and then one being, I think, Rick and Morty. So those are other examples. You know, this isn't going to click right away. I completely understand it. So it's going to use some testing to get this to work properly. You learn by doing, so check those out. Another thing to mention with APIs and things like that, typically you're going to know what you want to use within the API before. So for example, if you're using a CRM, you already kind of know like, hey, I want to use a CRM to update contacts in bulk. So you would just search the documentation for that. In this case, I don't even know what these APIs have minus their names. So we're going to be kind of diving through that documentation. Some documentation is great. Some documentation is very poor. So you can also kind of search online, whether you want to use an LLM or you can use like a Stack Overflow to see if people have other ideas based around that. Other things to note, the 4 examples I mentioned may have to do a pivot in case like an API is down, does no longer exist or is now paid. I had to do a few minor pivots later on in this course based around this. Funny enough, I'm recording this when I'm in my 20 plus lectures into this. So I waited a little bit, but regardless, hopefully this goes well, and let's take a look at these. So the first one we're going to take a look at is going to be our REST countries. So I'm going to make a note, and we'll dive into that right now. So REST countries, we have our URL. This one I do know it works because I just tested it really quick because I know it's going to be shortly after the intro, and it's going to be a pretty easy one. So taking a look at the documentation over here, we can get information about countries, and it says it's a RESTful API. So it says important information. The structure of V2 has been reverted. You can access the API over here, but in order to get a fast response, you should filter by the results in the field you need. So this gives you a good example of what we specifically want over here as notes. And I recommend, like, if you're brand new to an API, take some notes because some of this might save you time a little bit later on. Anyway, you don't have to go back and read it. Talks about contributing, donations, things like that. And it says you can check the field's MD file to get descriptions for each field. So I might not know what every single field comes back as. So I want to take a look at this file over here just to see what happens. So we have different field names over here. Let's say I don't know what CLOC is. And it says, and actually it's CIOC, my mic's in the way. It says Code of International Olympic Committee. Okay, cool. Now I know the acronym. Okay, let's see another thing I might not know. What is Gini? World Bank Gini Index. Someone might laugh at me for not knowing that. I generally don't know what that is. Okay, what else over here? I might not know. Let's see. This I assumed was Latin long. That's what it is. But if you see Latin, you're like, the heck is Latin? So typically you're going to have some sort of data fields that are mapped. Again, some APIs are going to do a great job. This does a pretty good job telling you about it. So it says what version these are in. I think we're in version 3.1, as I mentioned, and it tells you a description. So I like this a lot. Some APIs don't even do that. So big props to this one because it's free and it tells us how to do that. Okay. So then we jump into some other stuff over here as well. And the first one over here is all. So it says you must specify the fields that you need, up to 10 fields. I believe we already put that note in here. Okay, so we sort of put that in here, but I'd still mention that as well. So let's just grab that and populate it. All right, so pretty basic. And then we have name. It says search by country name. So let's start this off by searching by a country name. What we're going to do is grab our HTTP request, and we're just going to go off of what they want. So first thing to note is typically in APIs, it'll tell you like, hey, use a get, use post, patch, put, delete, whatever the case may be. And over here, it does not say it. So you're going to have to think about what I covered in last lecture. What are we doing over here? Well, we're grabbing data from an external source. So since we're grabbing information, this is going to be a get. We're not creating data in any capacity. This data is already stored over here. We're just getting our data. So let's use a get request. So we have get, and then what we need to do is take a look at the example. So we can go over here and grab this country, which is Germany, and we can paste that in over here. Now, it didn't mention anything about authentication, and I know there's no authentication on here, so we don't have to worry about this authentication section. So we don't need to do that. And there's nothing to send with query parameters, headers, or body. This entire API is literally just based around this specific URL. So we can execute this step, and you can see we get all of this information about Germany. So again, if you don't know what something is, let's say like, I don't know what TLD is. And obviously like we work in data and we use AI, we should know what TLD is, but you can go over here and look for TLD and it says internet top level domain. So cool, documentation works pretty nice over there. Oh, I don't know what CCA2 is. Let's go into our documentation. CCA2, ISO 31661 alpha 2-letter country code. So again, you can just go back and forth on that side of things if you necessarily want to take a look at it. And there's a ton of data over here. All right, well, let's take a look at a different country. Well, it says, take a look at this country over here. And let's see what happens. And this is Estonia. So we see EE as the domain, which I don't think I've ever been to an EE website. When I think of EE, I think of electrical engineering, which I graduated with. But of all of this over here, lat long, borders, translations, etc., all across the board. We have the continents, and this is pretty cool. What we have over here as well is an example of name/name. So essentially, it's just saying we can change out this name for another official name if we want to. Okay, so next it says search by country's full name. It can be common or official value. And you can see we have Aruba over here. So let's just do another HTTP request. I'm going to click this one off and we'll just build out a brand new one. So a different way to search it. And we'll go over here. And let's say we want to just search for country based off of this. So you can see Aruba, full text equals true. And we have all of this information over here. So another way we could do this, the difference, right? We have either a name or a full name. So it says common or official value. And just a little bit different. Instead of just putting name, we put name, and we put question mark at the end equals full text equals true. There's other options that we could do. I believe this would be over here as a query parameter, and we could take a look at that as well. So see this question mark and it says full text equals true. So in a URL, when you see a question mark, this is going to be considered a query parameter. So we have this already. Let me show you how we could send in a query parameter. So I'm just going to copy this over here. And we're going to use the same exact thing. So I'm going to go over here and click send query parameters. And first thing I'm going to do is remove all of this. I'm going to go over here. We're going to keep that full name, and then we're going to keep this true. So our value over here, and it's full text, not full name. So the value of this query parameter, if you go back over here, it says full text equals true after this question mark. So we just go into send query parameters, we put full text and we put true to emulate what we have. And you'll see we'll get the same exact results. So it works by keeping it in the URL, or you could have it even cleaner. So if you see that question mark, that is a specific query parameter. Let's keep moving forward over here. We have this code. So this does not change. Like you see, we have the 3 different codes over here. This is our URLs, so we cannot change that out. List of codes. So it says you can search any over here, and we can go through that example as well if we want to. This, again, will not be a query parameter, but we can just go through a HTTP request. We can test that out. So get, just paste that in, super easy. And you can see we have 4 items over here because we're taking a look at the matches of these specific codes. And I lied. You can see over here, there's a question mark. So we actually do have codes we could search by, which would be our query parameter. I missed that because my mic was in the way. But this turned multiple items back. So you can see it brought back over here Estonia. It brought back Norway. It brought back Peru. And then it also brought back Colombia. So what I want you to do right now is pause this and see if you can turn this into a query parameter. So I'm just going to say, change the above. So change the above to a query param. So pause the video, 3, 2, 1, and I'll be back with the solution. All right, I am back. So all we're going to do is just copy this over. We're going to go in over here. And what we're going to do is click send query parameters. We're going to grab everything from that question mark outwards and move that. So we're going to say our codes equal. I'm going to grab the codes. I'm going to paste that over here. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to keep this fixed. I'll show you expressions here in a second. But now you can see we have these different codes that we're searching by, and we still get the same 4 results. So again, just to reiterate that question mark, we can send that into the query parameter side of things. Currency, pretty easy over here. What we have over here. I want to run this for USD. I'm curious how many countries run on the dollar. I believe a lot do. And I'm sure I'm getting some cringe from people saying, how do you not know this? There's enough to know out there. All right, USD. Let's see. 20 items. So not bad over there. United States minor line items, Caribbean, US. I'm surprised US wasn't number 1 on this one. Puerto Rico, which is not a country, but I guess it's showing things like that as well. Guam, again, not a country, etc. Bahamas. It's cool. So that is working over there. Let's see if there's anything else we could throw in. Again, there's a lot that I would just recommend that you guys mess with. So you can see there's subregions, translation. This has a lot of different fields. So this filters a response. Let's actually cover that one as well. So it mentioned in the documentation earlier, you can search up to 10 fields. So let's do the default one. And then I'll just have a question for you guys to run with this. So let's take a look at that. What we're going to do is go over here, use an HTTP request, and we'll just populate that in. So great. And you can see this is shortened quite a bit. All we do is name, capital, and currency. So this brought 250 items, which is in their database. So I actually want you to do something over here. First thing I want you to do is set up a query param. So we're going to say, I'll just put this over here. I guess we'll do it side by side. It doesn't matter. So number 1, turn into query param. And then what I want you to get for fields wise, let's say we're a big sports fan and we want to get FIFA. We want to get Olympics. What else was already in here? I feel like we need to get the name. Yeah, let's get name and currencies. Name and currencies. So pause the video, try it out. And all right, I'm back. We're going to try this first example. So we're going to go over here and do that. So now what we're going to do is change this out. We're going to send our query parameters. We're going to grab this and we're going to go to fields. So you'll see fields over here, and we're going to put in those values. So name, currencies, this will work pretty easily, and we'll test it out. And I want to expand this out now. We're going to do a part 2. So actually, sorry, I wanted to put in Olympic in FIFA, all that stuff. So we're going to go over here. Our Olympic was, where is that? FIFA is what? Just FIFA? Yeah, FIFA. Where is this Olympic one at? Olympics. CIOC. So because of that, I would have never guessed that, but we'll say CIOC, FIFA. This should work. Just make sure that you keep it exactly how they want it. They just don't want any spaces, separate by comma. Cool. So we have CIOC, we have name. We don't need that. We needed the currency, which I accidentally deleted. Unfortunately, I apologize. All right, so it's currencies like that. Obviously, some countries have multiple currencies. All right, currencies, CIOC, FIFA. So that is working over here. Great, we have 250 items. But you know what? I want to consolidate this. So I just want you to filter this in any sort of way. So part 2 is to filter this in any way. Filter this in any way. Because we've already talked about different ways that you could filter. I just literally want you to filter something out. So pause the video, give it a shot, and I'll give you the solution. Ready? 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm back. Let's cover that solution. So I'm just going to literally copy the same thing. And I want to go to my dollar example. Where's my dollar? I'm looking for 20 items. And I guess all these kind of go down. So I'm just going to go into our API. I'm going to find that dollar one as well. It was, well, actually, let's do language. We'll do language instead. So I'll go over here and go to our HTTP request. How about for every English country? So we're going to go over here and go to this URL, and I'm just going to copy that. And instead of cop, I'm going to say English. Hopefully that's exactly what it should be. And I want to get the name, currencies, Olympic, and FIFA for all the English-speaking countries. So this is running. It's a little slow right now, so maybe there's something on the API side of things. You saw some of them were pretty instant. This one is taking a little bit. So when this is done, I'll be right back. I might pause it and restart this just because of that. And this does happen time to time. I think a little bit later on in the course, well, I know later on in the course, we're going to be talking about what happens if an API fails. A little bit outside this side of things, but you can see we got 91 items back. So really cool. I showed you how to filter with this URL. Showed you how we can send query parameters to specify the specific fields. You know, the other thing that's interesting is some of these are empty. So we could take this a step farther and we're like, hey, we just want to get the Olympics countries, maybe not all these countries compete in the Olympics. So what you would want to do is you add in a filter. And what we're going to do is look for our CIOC. We have native name. We don't care about CIOC. So we're going to go over here, value, and we're going to say string is not null. So is not empty. And you can see we kept 68 items, and these 23 do not compete. I've never heard of Bollywood of Jersey. I don't know everything, obviously, but never heard of that. Interesting. But yeah, so we have all that over here. These got filtered out. These 68 compete in the Olympics. So that's the way we've taken the API. We've taken the API, we filtered it down, and then we even filtered it again after. I know very, very common to do in real workflows. Trying to see if there's anything else that's really worth mentioning. I mean, we learned a lot already with this first example. I'm just going to save this as like API 1. We'll just go through the other APIs and just build this out. So that way it doesn't get confusing. So when you guys download this, if you download this in our school group, all of that will be over there. So I'm just going to say countries API, countries API part 1. And then I'll save this and we'll cut into part 2 shortly. All right, we're going to be taking a look at part 2 now. So I'm just going to say HTTP requests 13 part 2. And we're going to be taking a look at dog CEO. So I'm going to go over here and grab this. And we'll throw this in. Cool. So I'm going to close out our countries data, and we're going to take a look at this for the first time. So some APIs are going to return back images, and you might want to know how to work with them in workflows. We've talked about binary files before. So this over here says the internet's biggest collection of open source dog pictures. Read our documentation to find out more. And it says, want to add your dog to the collection, submit photos as a pull request here. And need more dog in your life? Get issue 1 dog CEO Zine, quarterly business and lifestyle magazine for modern dog. It's crazy. And you can see over here, we can fetch a random dog every time that we populate this, which is going to be pretty cool. And then we have our documentation over here, and we have our JSON based around all of this. So we can actually paste in JSON, which is amazing. We can get all of the dog breeds over here. We can get a random image as another thing by breed, by subbreed, browse breed list. So a lot going on over here, and it's gonna be a little bit different. So I think just basic, we're gonna go back over here to the dog API. Let's first try this out and get a random. So all we should do, and feel free to test this out yourself, we're gonna go over here and grab this HTTP. So we're gonna say HTTP. Obviously I can't spell today, but that's fine. We'll grab that and we'll get going. So what we're gonna do is, it's fine, we can have the manual. We can grab this and paste in our image at random. And we see a message and we got our random image and it says success. So let's actually take a look at what this image looks like. And you can see it looks like this right over here. That is a weird dog. I'm sorry if that's your dog, but probably not. Okay, so that's cool and all, but like we don't really get anything out of it. How can we actually view this? There's a few things we can do. We can actually go to HTTP requests like here and check this out. This is pretty cool. We can pass in this message over here. So we have this link to an image. And if I execute this data, we have binary data. So this is pretty amazing because check this out. Instead of having to go to that URL, we get that URL directly in over here. So if I want to run this again, we're going to execute this workflow and go back in, view it. We have another dog. We do the same thing again. We'll go back over here, get a new dog as well. So just in 2 nodes, what we did is we went into this API, we got a random image of a dog, and then we have binary data that we can mess with. And, you know, we can change our binary data name. We can go to edit set. And let's say we go over here and manual mapping. We'll go over here and say binary data. And this is called data. And let's change this into dog. So I actually had it flipped. We're going to call this data over here. We're going to call this dog as the new name. And you can see we relabeled this over here. So this is now dog. Again, same image back and forth. We've labeled this over here. And we can pass obviously binary files into a Google Drive or wherever else we want to populate them. But now we have our binary file. We go to this URL. We get an image of a dog. We get this into our workflow by just pasting in this image URL. And this is another hack of an HTTP request. I don't think I talked about it in the previous videos, but you can just paste in an image URL and now you have a binary file within your workflow. Pretty cool. All right, so that's our random, which is the basic one. This is super, super easy. But let's take a look at the documentation. So what we first have is list all breeds. Let's take a look at that. So maybe you want to see what all the breeds are like. We'll go to our HTTP request and we'll just paste this in. So we're going to see all of our specific breeds and we have all the names over here. So a lot of these I've never heard of before. I have an Australian Shepherd like that. And I also have a Golden Retriever. And where's our Golden Retriever at? Maybe it's under Retriever. I don't see, oh yeah, Retriever right over here. And you see Golden. So we can also search by those specifically if we really wanted to. And, you know, there's some that are easier than others. If we go into this list, I don't know why, you have these over here, or you have the ones that are in particular down below on that side of things. So again, a few different options over there. And yeah, so let's take a look also at our documentation. So this lists all the different breeds and you can see how that is built out. So this can be pretty helpful if you want to just search for a specific breed. You have the random image, which we've already covered. You also have by breed. So you can take a look at this and maybe let's start trying to figure out how we could change this out. So I'm going to close that out over here and we're going to go to another HTTP request. So HTTP request like that. And yeah, we'll jump in over here. So taking a look at this, let's just paste in our URL. Again, this is a get because we're just grabbing an image. We're not generating anything. And this gives us a bunch of different images based around hounds. And actually there's so many, I didn't expect all this to populate. 807 different images that have been uploaded. And obviously you can change out the different breed. We already saw how we can get all these type of breeds. Going back over here, you can see this is Hound Afghan. If we go back over here to breeds, we can do this also another way, but you can see Hound Afghan. So maybe I want to change this into a Australian Shepherd. So we'll go to Australian like that and go to Shepherd and go over here and just make this Australian first. So you can execute the step. Then we have all of these over here for the Australian side of things. So you can see Australian Kelpie or Australian Kelpie. Then we have Australian Shepherd over here. So we have all of these over here. Maybe we want to break these out and then filter them out. So we go into our nodes, and I've already taught you the data transformations on these. So we can just split all of these out from the message. So now instead of having one binary file, or it's not one binary file, but one item for all these across the board, now we have 13 different URLs. So you can see that right over here. We go to table, we have these 13, and maybe I want to filter it out. So I just show Australian Shepherds. So I can filter on this side of things, and we'll say our message over here, text string, it needs to contain, and we're going to say it has to contain Shepherd. So Shepherd like this. And now we don't have any of them because I obviously misspelled Shepherd, which is embarrassing. But now we have 5 Australian Shepherds over here: Forrest, Leroy, Pepper, Pepper 2, and then also Sadie. So we've taken essentially our API that has all these images. We split this out based off of a filter on Australian dogs. We got 13 items, and then we just filtered for Australian Shepherd. So we have that, and this is by breed. We could also have done this easily with by subbreed. So you can see over here, it says breed images. We can go over here by subbreed. We can take a look at a little bit more information over here, list all subbreed images. So instead of using what I just did over here, I want to go to an HTTP request. Just jump over here and we'll go over here. We'll say Australian. And then I'll grab Shepherd, which I obviously misspelled it the first time, so I don't want to misspell it again. I'll just go over here like that and paste that in, get our images. You'll see we have our 5. And again, if you want to split these out so that they are their own URLs, you have this like that. So there's always multiple ways to do things. Like, I think this is the more efficient route rather than passing in all 13 and then just filtering it out for shepherds like I put over here. Like, documentation tells us how we could go for the subbreeds. Obviously, I didn't see that initially, but we have that over here. You can also get a single random image from a subbreed, so we can grab that if we wanted to. I might as well do that one really fast. And this is like a very, very easy API. Again, we're just kind of getting our feet wet. We went through a basic one for our countries, and this one over here just lets us work with binary files. Wish there was a little bit more advanced stuff with this one, but that's okay. And you can see we get a random image every time for this one over here. Again, you could go and this into a binary file if you want to. I'm not really going to work with that side. Multiple images, so you can grab multiple images as well. Just paste in that extra number here at the end. It's pretty easy there. Browse breed lists. So we already kind of taken a look at this with our API on that side of things. And this is pretty self-explanatory. That is going to be the dog API. I don't really have any challenges with this. I guess the only challenge, like if you want to, and I'm not going to do it, but like I'll just put this as an extra credit assignment. So I want to note, like, extra credit. If you want to be a good student, you'll say extra credits. Build a workflow where we pass this data into a Google Drive. See if you can do that. I think it would be fun for you to learn how to do it. It's honestly just a few extra nodes, and this will tell you if you're really picking up stuff. I mean, I already did bulk of the effort over here, and maybe you want to do this by a specific subbreed, like choose a random one, or you want to send all of them. It doesn't really matter. Choose your approach. Oh, one other thing I wanted to show you really fast, and this will be after the extra credit or before it. So we've ideally gone through all this. So we've gone through breeds. So you might be wondering, like, okay, how do we make this a little bit more dynamic? Because like we have this breed over here, Australian. So let me grab this over here. It's this one. Cool. Like, okay, you've been hard coding all this extra stuff. Well, all we have to do is have an edit set. So I'm going to go and use a retriever for an example. So let's say I go over here by breed. I'm going to search for broad breed lists. Where's our retrievers at? This isn't in order, or is this? No, it's not in order. That's annoying. We'll go back over here, list all breeds. I'm just going to search for a retriever really quick. I know I could just over here. Cool. We're going to get our golden retriever. So what I'm going to do is go into this. I'm going to set something called breed. And you can imagine like you could have a form that lets someone choose something, and maybe we'll do that as like a part 2 here in a second. So now what I want to do is go in here. I'm going to set this as an expression. I'm going to execute the previous node. And instead of this Australian over here, what I'm going to do is paste in this JSON retriever. So you can see we can pass in JSON in these URLs, and we can do the same thing with query parameters, body, headers. Like we can pass in JSON from previous nodes. And you can see we now have retrievers. So to take this a step farther, right, and I'm just going to deactivate this and delete it. Let's imagine we have a form. So you can go n8n form. And we'll do a trigger. We'll say dog image creator. Obviously, it's not a creator, but it's fine. Field name, we'll say like breed. And then we'll put dog breed over here. We'll have that as text. So I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to paste this in over here. And what we're going to say this time is, let me just grab this over here. I don't want to misspell it. And then have it not work. I'm going to execute this step. Dog breed, I'm going to say it's a retriever. So we have our retriever over here as breed. And then I'm just going to paste that in. So it'd be the same thing over here, right? The JSON.breed. I'll just show you that. Like it's not changing. But now we get this on the form, and now we have this dynamic. So anytime this form is submitted, we can change the dog breed. I can go over here and let's say I want to run this now for Australian. So we're going to say Australian. Submit it. You'll see now we have our 5 Australian Shepherds. We put that over there. So this really kind of just expands it out when you add in that dynamic element to the HTTP request. Again, I would recommend you do this as like extra credit. Feel free, like if you want to start with an edit set or a form or chatbot, like whatever you want, really, and just build this out where you can save it into Google Drive. It's really easy. I'm not going to show it to you because I want you to try and do this on your own. And we'll be back with our next API, which is going to be open weather. So what we're going to do with this one, it's going to be pretty cool, is we're actually going to build out even more of a n8n workflow. We're going to send an email based off of the weather. And yeah, we'll have some fun with it. All right, I will see you in the next part, which is part 3. All right, so we're on example 3 now. So let me make that note, section 13, example 3. And what we're taking a look at is the open weather API. And, you know, based off of what we have in here, we're actually going to build a workflow around it. So let's take a look at what's going on. So first we have how to get started. This page is a comprehensive guide to get access to capability of open weather's APIs. From initial registration to making API calls, you'll find detailed instructions. All right. So first thing it says how to start with our API. Start with our services, easy. So sign up and get an API key. So we need to actually sign up. And we'll just test these out over here. Not a robots, great. And now I'm going to just fill this out, and this is going to get cut out, but it'll be right back. All right, so now we have how and where you'll use our API. And let's see if we have an option over here. Guess other, because it's like there's nothing for, oh, education and science. I'm just going to click save. Cool. All right, and now what we need to do is just check the email. We're going to go to Gmail really quick, and I'm going to check my email to see if I got this or not. And I did get our confirmation. So you'll get your confirmation like this, and then I'll just verify my email. Great, we've been verified. I don't know what the pricing is. I would assume there's free pricing. Okay, first 1,000 API calls per day are free. Great. So this should be fine for us. But obviously there's historical data up to 46 years. Like, note that the subscription requires your pay as you go. Obviously there's other things over here. I think we should be fine with our first one for free. Hopefully it allows us to go. I don't want to pay. This is the thing with trying to find like free APIs and things like that. I don't want you to do some billing. So maybe we're not going to use this open weather. All right. So actually this is free access right here. So we can get current weather and forecast or current forecast and historical data for education. So I think we should be able to get our API key for this one for current weather. So I'm going to click get API key. You're already signed in. All right, let's see if we have an API key over here. Where is this at? All right, let's see if I have an API key. Go to my API keys. And we have our API key here. It's blurred out on my screen, so you guys cannot see it. My editor will do that. And we will test this out and see if we can get that free version. Hopefully that's the case. I obviously don't want you guys to pay. So we're going to do an HTTP request. And we'll set this up here in a second based off of the documentation. All I did again is I went to the API. I found that free section, which it looks like it's gone from my side now for like the current weather. But unless it was on the pricing page. I think it was the pricing page. All right, so current weather and forecast. We need to find that documentation. So we're going to go to guides, open link. And let's find the current weather. All right, so current weather and forecast, real-time updates every 10 minutes. Current weather data, this is the one that we want to take a look at. So we're going to look at the API doc. Great, I think we're in the right spot. You can see that this is an example of a much more comprehensive API. So what we have over here is our example. So it says HTTP equals, we need to put our lat, long, and our API key. So these are all required parameters. So you can see it says required latitude over here, required longitude. And this is an example of the API call. So typically what I like to do is start with an example, and you'll see we get a JSON response associated with it. Where is this at? Let's do a lat and longitude of a city. So, you know, obviously it's 12/31. New Year's is about to hit in the States in less than 12 hours. There's the big New Year's ball in New York. So let's say the lat and long of New York City. That is going to be this. So this is the lat and long of NYC. Let's paste this in over here. So what we're going to do is take a look at that. Cool. So this is the lat and long of New York City. We're going to get this example over here. So this is an example of an API call. And we'll grab that over here as well. So we'll just throw that in. That. Great. So this is our URL, and we've already kind of covered our specific URLs. We can change this up as needed, but let's grab that first. And you can see also with the example, let me just go back over here. All we're doing is changing these parameters, because if you go to this, you'll see all they're doing for the lat is putting this lat with 2 decimal places. This is and long, and we just put that with 2 decimal places. So with our New York example, it'd be 40.71, like that. And then I'll just put like a bracket, or not bracket, but a colon like that. column. I said colon, like that. Okay, cool. So now let's test that out with our thing. So I'm going to go over here and change that up. So we're going to do 40.71. I just find this easier just to manipulate this out over here for a second, just so you guys see what I'm doing. 74 in like that. And then I need to put in my API key, which I will put in a second. If I can delete my API key, I'll probably just use the API key for this example. I'm just going to go to our API key really fast. Let's see. Okay, I'm just going to deactivate my key after this section. So it's showing, that's fine. I don't really care. I'm going to grab my key like this, and I'm just going to paste it in over here. So you'll see that is my API key. And yeah, we'll test this out. And obviously this is not secure. Like if we share this workflow with any other person, they can access our API key because n8n will save this over here. So I'm gonna have to show you how we can get rid of this API key within this section. Yeah, we'll cover that here in a minute. So I'm gonna execute this step and it says invalid API key. Unfortunately, we have something going on with our API key. That's annoying. All right, let's see why this is not working. So status is active. Why is this not working though? There you are, API key. We did the exact example. Let's see this error. So it tells us where we can see this error. 401, you did not specify your API key in the API request. Your API key is not activated yet. With the next couple of hours, it'll be activated, ready to use. Well, we might have to wait. You're using free subscription. Try requesting data available in your subscription, for example. All right, maybe we have to go to 2.0. Let's try 2.0. No. This API is not ready. Unfortunately, we're going to wait on this. All right. So essentially, I did a little bit more research on this 401 error. I'm going to keep this in the video because this is kind of real world debugging, like what's happening with an API key. I found this on Stack Overflow, which if you're not familiar with Stack Overflow, it's a really great place for developers to take a look at information. So I literally just Google search open weather map error 401. And someone has already said this is a duplicate error. They have code over here to specifically jump into the API. And someone says, check this out. Reasons why your API key is not working. Also, it takes 2 hours for key activation. Take a look at this. This is from 10 years ago. And someone also mentions that it takes 2 hours for our key to work. So unfortunately, or fortunately, and this is not going to work for us for 2 hours. I want to get this course to keep moving forward. So I'm going to pretend like this actually works and we'll still walk through the documentation. Maybe you want to wait the 2 hours and come back to this lecture. We're going to still cover another API in that next side. I think this was a good example though of showing you like some things are out of your control. Like waiting 2 hours is out of my control in this because I wanted to go into these APIs a little bit blind. But that's a bummer. As you can see, I was looking at the 401 errors and things like that. So going back into like what we expect to receive, we could still build out a workflow just based off of predictions. Like we can obviously just edit our values and things like that. We can still talk about other stuff as well. So documentation wise, let me kind of explain a few things. When you are looking at documentation for an API, if they mention that a parameter is required, you have to put that in there. Otherwise, you're going to get an error. As you can see over here, lat long app ID is required. Optional means you don't necessarily need to pass it on, but you can do that if possible. So you can see this is lat long. It's easy. App ID is unique API key. It shows you where you can get your API keys. Mode optional is a response format. Possible bubblers are XML or HTML. If you don't use the mode, format is JSON by default. I'm fine with JSON, so that's good there. I wouldn't pass in mode. Optional units of measurement, standard, metric, or imperial. Obviously, this depends on the country that you're at. And then it says language optimal. You can change this output in your language. So if you're overseas and you don't want to have this in English, you can change that language, and you would just keep passing these on. So you can see what we have over here is this question mark. So we can pass that data specifically on in our query parameters section. So to show you how that would work, we'll go over here and next, and you can take a look. We have our question mark. So what we want to do is send query parameters, and we'll add in multiple parameters this time because we didn't cover that on the last side of it. So we're going to take that question mark and we're going to paste that over here. And first thing we have is lat. So we're going to keep this to 40.71. Then we're going to do our long, which is 74. So I'll just put name long, should be long like that. Put the value over here, 74.00. And then we have our app ID, which is our API key. Now, I do not recommend you put your API key over here. I'm just going to clean this up and just show you that. So I do not recommend that you put your API key here. And I'll explain here in a second. I'm just cleaning that up. I noticed I had an error. So you can see I took lat, I put a value 4071, long, I put a value 74, and then app ID. And again, we saw that because there was a question mark in here. We could use these as specific query parameters. So what I would recommend that we do is set some sort of authentication up for this app ID, because it's just not the best approach to use. When we share this workflow, someone else will be able to get our value, even if it's right here or if it is right down below over here. So same if you do headers or body. If you have your API key in over there, typically won't be in body, but sometimes you'll see in header, anyone can access it. So what we want to do is go into authentication, set up a generic credential type. And then what we're going to do is look for a query auth. Okay. Then what we're going to do is create a new credential. And we're going to say like, this is open weather. So open weather. And then we need the name. So we go back into our stuff and we'll edit this here in a second. I'm just clicking save. You'll notice it says name is app ID. So going to open weather, we'll call this app ID like that. Save it again. And then we grab our value. So we go back in over here and then we paste in our value there. So now we have our credentials to open weather saved. And you can see it obviously saves over here. We have this saved directly in our HTTP request. And now I would recommend that you delete this over here. So now all we have to paste in every time is our lat and long to get this API working. Whereas we just have to choose this query authentication over here. We choose a generic type, a query auth, because that's where it defined it in the API. We saw that with the question mark. We just go over to query auth like that and then set it up. Okay. Again, app ID, it tells us this directly in our documentation. So if we go to our documentation again, wherever that's at, it's here. It says, and app ID like this. We have this after our question mark. So we know that that's a query. We put the app ID and we paste in for a specific value. Obviously, I would show it to you guys, but we can't work on this for 2 hours. So is why this is not currently working. And happy to take a look at this a little bit later after the video uploads if there's any issues on that side of things. But yeah, so I wanted to show you that. But the other question you might have is like, okay, well, if I save this over here as a query auth and a generic credential, if I share my workflow, will other people have access to it? And the answer is no. This is based off of your specific credentials. So if you share this, all they'll have access to now is this lat and long. They will not have access to your API key. So this is the most secured way to do it. You set up a credential type. Obviously, you want to see if something's available and predefined. Otherwise, you do a generic credential. And like, let's say predefined. I don't think open weather is going to be over here. It's the exact name, right? Open weather. Yeah. So I'd look first to see if open weather is here or not. It actually is. So you can see open weather map API, create a new credential, and you can just paste this in up over here. That is the same thing, or the route that I did. And just to create the credential here, put my access token, that side of it, which I have that. Do I have it saved over here? I do. So 2 different routes that you could go. If it's not available in a predefined credential, paste that there. It says couldn't connect with these. We already know why it's not going to connect because of the 2 hours. We'll assume it does. And you can set that up as a predefined. Otherwise, if it is not in predefined, I recommend you do generic. You see, based off the documentation, this documentation said it's a query. And then I just set it up directly in here, just following app ID and then value. Hopefully that makes sense. That was kind of one of the big things I wanted to cover on the side because I knew we had to log in some capacity. The other thing is I wanted to build a workflow. So you can imagine on the side of it, like we get our values back. We'll get some JSON. So what I want to do is just copy this JSON. What we're going to do is pretend to paste this in a HTTP request. So we're going to go here and I'm going to click edit. And I'm going to just paste this in. So you can see this would be our example. So it says this data is test for pinned executions. We have our coordinates, we have the weather, temperature, feels like, which seems way off. Temp 282. I'm reading that right? Temp 280, 284. What the heck? That's weird. That seems off. Is this just like a fake thing? No, this is a real thing in Italy. I'm sure I'm getting roasted. Why is it showing the temp in 284? Let's take a look. Temperature unit. Unit default is Kelvin. That explains a lot. I'm like, man, why is it so off? Kelvin to Fahrenheit. I'll do Celsius in a second too. Yeah. Kelvin 0 is the coldest thing possible. 48 degrees Fahrenheit. It's freezing. Okay. Cool. And we'll do 282 for those that are in Celsius, 8 degrees Celsius, cold weather, at least here in Florida. All right. Regardless, not to go on a tangent. I don't know why Kelvin didn't click for me in a second. I know what Kelvin is, but I would have expected that this would have populated either in Celsius or Fahrenheit. All right. So we have all this data over here. And you can imagine, like, we can essentially have, let's say, a database of all of our customers. So this is what I was going to work on specifically. And obviously, like, it's not possible based off of this right now. But we have a database of customers, which I'm just going to put in Google Sheets. So we'll say Google Sheets. And then what I was going to do is run this API based off of location. So let's say if they're in Florida or like Orlando, Florida, where I'm out. Okay, what's the temperature over here? What's the temperature wherever else? And then either get this data, would have like some sort of if node. So I don't know why I type in if node. We would have an if node over here. And then like one route, like, okay, if this is going to be based off of the temperature or weather. So temperature, or if it's raining. And then based off of this, we can promote a product. So like, imagine if it's cold. So for example, if it's freezing in Florida, promotes a jacket. Hey, so essentially this was my goal for this side of it. Obviously it's not going to happen for the 2 hours. We have a database of customers. Let's imagine this is in Google Sheets. We build this out. Then we run the HTTP request to get the current weather and locations. So now we have the customer. We have, okay, how cold is it in their specific area? I'll just convert this from Kelvin into Fahrenheit. I believe the API also mentioned we could change that out. So we would go into the temperature, or if it's raining. I didn't decide which one I was going to do for this video, but we can go with the temperature idea. So if it's like under 50 degrees Fahrenheit, I have an e-commerce store that sells jackets. I want to promote that. So I'm going to say an email to these customers. Hey, it's freezing in Orlando. Buy a jacket, which it is cold today. It's actually 45 degrees out, which is very cold for us here in Florida. And yeah, that was essentially the workflow I was going to build out for this video with you guys. Unfortunately, that's not the case. If you want to test it out, go for it. See what you can build. I think you have all the skills to build this out as of now. I showed you how to set this up. Other thing I'll just really quickly go through to see if there's anything else that's interesting. I remember how I mentioned we're going to get these fields. So you can see over here, unit default, Kelvin, metric, Celsius, imperial, Fahrenheit. Found out really fast when I went into this documentation, right? Like I had, why is this 280? That seems off. And I thought they were going to give us some fictitious information at first. Oh, it's in Kelvin. You can see feels like temperature parameter accounts for the perception of weather in Florida. It can get really, really hot based off of that. Also, we're super humid over here. You see wind values, cloud values. So if you really want to get some more information about how this API works, it is all available over here. I just recommend that you get your responses back in JSON. There's other information over here as well. A list of weather condition codes. So if you want to see the codes, they're all over here. Give you some other icons and information as well. And yeah, there's also options for bulk downloading that site too. A little bit more info. What else do we have? Built-in API request by city name. So this is pretty cool. We can actually do city as well, and instead of that long. So this would just say over here, the queue is required. So city name, state code, and country code divided by a comma. So this seems like a little bit extra work. There's probably an example here. Oh, actually, we just had to put in London, I guess London, UK like that. Is there's, I think, a London, Canada. Built an API request by city ID. If you know the city ID on top of your head, maybe we want to build this out in a database and go through. Again, you can see required versus optional, which you've now learned about in this section. And yeah, I think this is pretty good. Examples of API calls. So this is great. It tells you about different languages. I think this is a well-documented API. It's just a bummer. It's going to take 2 hours, if not more. Some of the people that I saw on Stack Overflow mentioned that they had to wait overnight for their API keys at times. Again, this is 3 years ago, so things can change. But I think it was kind of helpful for that. So, just to kind of recap on here, if your API key doesn't work and you do get an error code, obviously try to research it. We saw that this takes 2 hours. Not planned by any means like that. We also learned about putting an API key over here in either the URL or query parameters. It is not secured. So your best set is to set either a predefined credential or generic. By default, you should try to take a look at predefined if it's existing. If not, you build out the generic credential. And then I just kind of showed you an example over here, albeit it's just sticky notes of a workflow that I wanted to build for this particular video. The next one's going to be taking a look at a movie database. Hopefully that doesn't take 2 hours. If so, just go to a different API that I've already done with pagination. But I think that's another important concept to teach you guys. And I'll see you in part 4 now. All right, here is our fourth one. And what we're taking a look at is the movie database. So I'm going to populate this in over here. And let's jump into it. So let's set up our API key. So it says you don't have permissions. You have to log in. So I'm going to create an account over here. And registering account is free and simple. Okay. Obviously, again, my first time trying this out. I'm going to just pause the video really quick. And once I get signed up, we'll be ready to go. Then it's going to say, confirm I'm human. We'll begin. Choose all the beds. We'll choose these beds over here. No complaints there. And got that correct. Okay. You're verified. So, sorry, I'm not verified yet. So I need to verify. I'm just going to verify on my other screen. Activate my account. Cool. All it was is a basic thing like this. I just called my username Ryan n8n. So you can see movie. Great. All right. So now I just need to log in. Logged in over here. And we have TMDB. So we have all this information over here. And now we need to access the API. So let's go back in over here and let's look at the API. All right. So offers of API free for personal use. Please ensure you attribute TMDB for any images data used. You can find the logos. So obviously, this is what I'm using for the video, teaching you guys how to set this up. If you're going to use this, go there. Generate API key, click here. Is intent for personal use. Yep, it is personal use. I'm teaching you guys how to do this. And yes, developer plan, no free thing. We'll just say over here, if there's any billing, I'm just going to literally say API tutorial. I'm going to go youtube.com, youtube.com. It's literally just education, teaching people how to use API. All right. It's literally going to make me do the rest of this. I'm just going to go over here, subscribe. All right, that's annoying. I have to put in my address and stuff like that. So I'm going to do that really quick. We're going to cut from the screen once it is ready to go. So I filled out that form and then it says access your API key details here. So now we have our API key both on that side of things. I definitely want to blur this out so you guys cannot see these API keys, just in case I can't actually delete these API keys. Doesn't look like there's a way to delete them. So yeah, we're going to have to probably do that. But it says primary documentation is over here. So we're going to look at the documentation now. And yeah, these keys are going to be blurred out. Okay, so getting started. So we have a little bit of a different guide over here for the API. It says, welcome to version 3. We already registered. Please note the API registration process is not optimized for mobile devices. Agree to terms of use, configuration methods, and we have our FAQ. What do I apply for an API key? What is an SLA? Wrappers. Is there a commercial service? Obviously, if you're building out some type of app that uses it, you're going to have to go to the commercial side of things. API is free for non-commercial purposes. Obviously, this is TMDB's stuff. Does the API change? Yep, it talks about changes. Can I make changes? Nope. All right. And let's take a look at some other stuff. Popularity, movies. So popularity is a fairly important metric. Number of votes, trending. Cool. So this is going to talk about roadmaps, wrappers, and libraries. Like there's a lot of stuff over here, and this might seem overwhelming at first. There's authentication. You can see over here we have a bearer token that's mentioned. So it says the default method to authenticate is with your access token. If you head into your account page under API settings, you'll see a new token, API access token. The token is expected to be sent along. Over here, a simple curl using this method looks like the following. So we can use a curl request as well. It's not a curl request, but use a curl. So let's start with that because I feel like that's probably the easiest way to get started. So we have our HTTP request and yeah, we'll take a look at it. So jumping in over here, let's import in curl. So it's going to start with a get and great. So we have our API, movie, authentication, and then you can see over here we have a header parameter this time. So the previous ones that we've taken a look at are query parameters, and that was with our API key in the last one. This one, actually, you have to put this in a header parameter. So it's interesting that it's over here. So if we want to take a look and define this every time, what we're going to do is first take a look at predefined. We're looking at the movie DB. So let's see if the movie DB is over here. So I'm just going to type in movie and you can see like there's no movie in here. So we're going to have to use a generic credential. Then we're going to go into header. Okay. So now I'm going to create a brand new header. So create this over here. I'm going to call this movie DB like that, movie DB. All right. I'm going to actually save that. I apologize for moving out. I'm going to say movie DB like this. I'm going to save it. And now we need to call this authorization. So I'm going to go over here, name this authorization. We'll save that. And then it says my bearer access token. And that was back on our first page because it says over here, the default method authenticate. If you head to your account page under API settings, you'll see a new token listed, API read access token. This token is expected to be sent as an authorization header. So that is our first one over here. It's obviously blurred on my screen right now. I'm going to head back into n8n. I'm going to go back into this movie auth head. I'm going to paste this over here into value. It's a very long one and I saved it. So we have that over here. And now we can remove this authorization and don't have to send any specific headers. So this is just our first test to see if this is working correctly. I have no idea what this endpoint actually does, but we're just going to execute step And fortunately, you must be granted a key. We have a status code issue. I wonder if we have the same thing where this takes a little bit longer to take a look at. I'm going to just search this really fast. Would I have an error? I wonder also if they sent an email based around it. All right, we're going to try the other key here in a second. So I'm just going to go over here and do another HTTP request. We're going to import in that curl. So go back over here through this row. All right, so importing this over here. First thing we're going to just try is pasting in our key like that. Again, it's blurred so you guys can't see. And actually, you know what the error is? I guarantee this is the error. Yep, I know exactly what the error is. All right, so this is a weird quirk, and let me show you in a brand new one. Okay, this sometimes happens, and obviously I wasn't paying attention too well. So going back over here, if we grab that curl request, you'll notice that it says bearer, there's a space, and then it says access token. So when you set up your credentials, you need to make sure at the beginning there's bearer, space, and then paste it in. So I need to go back over here and then edit this. So you see where this value is? We're going to go all the way to the left. I'm going to say bearer, space, and then we're going to save this. And now I bet you if I run this, it actually works. Well, let me copy our exact one that we had over in this other one that we knew worked correctly. So I'm going to copy my API key. It's a little bit easier to read. And then I'm going to go in here and paste that in. I'm going to click save. And now we're going to test it again. And you can see it works properly. So when you go in over here, make sure your API key looks like this. So it's, and I'll show you one more time. So, because this does happen time to time, and sometimes it does stump people. It stumped me right there for a second. Oh, I wouldn't say stumped. I figured it out within like 5 minutes. But all right, so imagine your API key is like this. All right, so we have our bearer access token. That's our example, right? And let's imagine our API key equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. So essentially, as your saved credential, so saved credential, you need to have this equal to bearer like this, space 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So whatever that key is, that long string, you need to paste that in over here. And that is what is being saved over here in value. Obviously, the name is authorization. You need to make sure that's the same. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. I'm going to clean these out. And again, do not save your stuff in this headers because anyone that can access your workflow will get those values and you don't want to leak your key. So hopefully that makes sense. And I know I said that twice, but super, super important that you set this up. Again, this does happen time to time. So I'm actually really glad I made that error. And yeah, we'll keep going forward. Great. So authentication, we've already covered that as well. And using the API. So now what we're going to have is different examples over here. And what we can take a look at is append to the responses. An easy way, efficient to expend extra results. I want to see where we have different TV shows and things like that. So I want to say we have different examples like that. Let me also check what our output was on here. So going to table wise, we have Star Wars. Is it the only thing that populated? I guess it's like one of the most popular things over there. All right. Let's append to response. This API reference. You can get better. Okay. So welcome to version 3 of the API. This is where you find definitive list of currently available methods for our movie, TV, and actor image API. Honestly, I should have gone this approach over here. I apologize. So first thing that you'll notice over here, and I'm blurring out my credentials over here, you can see we have get, we have over here a post to add a favorite, add to a watch list. We have get, favorite TVs that are get, we have post, get. So it tells you what you need to set up over here. like add in a movie, clear, create. You have a delete option also over here. Lots and lots of really cool stuff we can play with. Obviously, I don't have unlimited time to walk you guys through every single element of this API, but we can take a look at some of this stuff. So let's go look at TV seasons, and we're going to go details, and we'll see what's going on over here. All right, so it says TV series ID, which we need to find a series ID, season, and season number. I'm going to try to grab Stranger Things because I'm excited to see the last episode tonight. Obviously, my token is kind of blocked over here on the screen. But yeah, let's find that. So create details of a TV season. So series ID. We have a response over here. Name. Okay. So I believe this is the same bearer key that I populated. I just want to see where these series ID is located at. That's what I want to figure out. We see we have the curl request here as well. So I can just copy this curl request, go in here, do another HTTP request, import in curl. You can see it actually pastes in our bearer token as well. So I'm going to actually delete this out, but the curl request will put that in there. So be careful with that. CSEPs or JSON, but now we just need to figure out, okay, so we have the season number, and series ID. I want to find where the series ID is. So where can we find a series ID at? So it doesn't have a lot of stuff. Maybe it's in the getting started side. So we have a try it. We have our API over here. Apologize for the dog barking. We have a search as well. Let me just look this up. TMDB series ID. All right, so someone says how to get series ID. I'm looking this up. There are two ways: when you via the website interface or via API. Okay, so look, you can search directly in the API. This is great. This is exactly what we want to see. So I don't want to look on the website. I just want to go over here and search this. So maybe make another HTTP request. And this is a get. I guess this is a little bit different. It doesn't matter. We can do a request, or we can go on the website. So it says that would be 4614. All right, let's find Stranger Things. Stranger Things, and we're going to look in TV shows. All right, so Stranger Things, we have an ID of 66732. So let's see if we can solve that. We'll go back over here. Don't need that one. All right, so we need to have a series ID. Do we have to have the season number as well, or that was optional? Let's go back over here and take a look. Season number is required. Okay, so let's put in 5. That's what's going on right now. This did not work because I actually didn't set up my authentication. Go back to generic, go back to header. And what we're going to do is grab, where's the movie one? Movie DB. All right, so this returned back our data. And take a look. So what we have is the ID of that show, the air dates, episode, the name, the network, which is interesting. Origin country is empty. I would have just probably put that as US. Obviously, I don't have all of this over here. Overview, ID, season number, vote average. A lot of other details associated with each of these. We have another episode over here. Okay. All of the crew and things like that associated with it. A lot of data on that side of things. So now that's only one thing over here for a season. Let's take a look at another thing we can find. So let's go back to TV shows. And where are we going to find TV? We have lists, movies, trending TV. I guess we could do that as well. And that says time window. So this is interesting. This will be another request that we could do. It's a get request. So I still wanted to find, I think this is a pretty good one. I still want to find a TV series, maybe the details. All right, so this will actually give me more information. So let's copy this one because we don't need the exact season. Maybe this will give us all like the episodes. I think there's other ways though. I'm trying to find a pagination example. Maybe it's this. I'm trying to get to us like where we can have multiple pages worth of episodes. And I know Stranger Things might not be the best idea. We want to take a look at something a lot longer, maybe like a cartoon show, like a Simpsons, Family Guy, South Park. But let's try this out. This might not be the best over here, but we will try it. It's images, it's lists. What's list associated with it? List actually might be a better one. Get the list at the, oh, this is gonna be perfect because I feel like there's so many lists. I really, this has pagination. So I chose this because I was hoping that would be the case. All right. Where series ID is 66732. Hopefully I'm not boring you guys to death as well. All right. I think this is gonna be perfect. Maybe not. Okay. This probably is gonna be a good example. So we have a page over here. Doesn't give us all of our examples. There's 105 total pages. So we need to get into that next page. So we're gonna have to do this through pagination. And we'll have to figure out how we can build that out here in a second. So we'll go into our add option, and then we're gonna go into pagination and update a parameter in each request. So we need to say response contains an XRL, pagination mode is off. There's a way we can get into here. There's a way to get to the second page. So I'm trying to figure this out really quick because we can change a lot of different approaches over here. I'm trying to figure that out in a second. Should be documentation on how we can get there. So lists, path params. Okay, so query params, you can see if we change this now to 2. All right, we have a query param where it changes. So let's try that. We have this as page over here. So page, and then let's try page 2. But it should be different because you can see this is page 1. Let's see if that works. The return response was identical 5x, so it stopped. Check if pagination complete when. Oh. To specify that as well. All right, I'm back. I took a quick break to figure out the pagination. So as you saw by default, when we ran this over here without any pagination, one item, but we know that there's a lot of other pages. You can see of one page, there's 105 total pages. So how this was set up, first, I kind of went back and forth across the board. So what we're doing for pagination mode is update a parameter in each request. We're doing a query and we're going with the name page because we see over here under query parameters, there's something called page and it says by default, it's 1. So we have that. Okay. And then the value over here, if we want to update this, we go to the body page plus 1. So we want to get to page 2, we add 1. We add 1 more to get page 3, etc. So all we do is paste in this response.body.page, which we see if we execute the step again. Oh, sorry, I should have pinned this data. Let me pin this data. Both of these. We're going to pin that data. I'm going to pin this data because I'm tired of calling the API. All right. So in response.body.page, So that's what we're grabbing over here. Okay. Just use this one over here. Cool. So we have that. We're just going to keep adding one. I know it says n8n over here. It's just a weird quirk of pagination in n8n. Then I said pagination complete when I typically use other. I build some type of expression and I do response.body page is greater than or equal to response total pages. So obviously if this page is at 105, it's done. So we can say that. And we can also limit the amount of pages. So I don't want to have all of these populate. So I only did 20 and I put max pages over here as 20. And you can see I only have 20 pages that are getting populated for pagination. Pagination is different on everything. And if you are still confused about pagination as well, let me show you an example. I'm going to go to Amazon real quick. All right, so I'm on Amazon, and let's say I want to search for, I don't know, let's go and search for a gym piece of equipment. Let's say we want to get a new, it's like a weight sled. I don't know the official name. I want to get one of these eventually, but weight sled like this. So by default, Amazon is not going to show you everything. So you'll see that we have this page over here to another page, which goes to page 2. So essentially with our API to save resources does not want to show us everything. So it only shows us this one page with 20 items. Well, if you want to get more, you have to use pagination. And this one over here, I put 20 pages of 20 items. Some APIs allow you to change how many results are shown. Some will have like the next URL on this page. Everything's gonna be a little bit different on them. So to really hone in on pagination, I highly recommend you check out my pagination video because both of those were completely different setups than this example. But hopefully that kind of makes sense on pagination. Like all we're trying to do is get more data. It's kind of a weird way to get data. It's going to only give us partial data if we don't set this up. So we have to set up this. Typically, there's some sort of expression. And by the way, this is really one of the most complicated things, in my personal opinion, when working with GTP requests. You also have other options over here too, which we didn't really cover too much in this video, but timeout might be a little bit helpful. This is not pagination, but just how long you want to try for an API before it times out. All right. Let's go into a different direction now. And just really quick, show you an example of like a post or not. Yeah, let's do like a post or let's do a delete or something like that, because we have all these examples and there's just so many. And yeah, we'll just grab one of these over here, for example. So we can add in a rating for a TV episode. And this is going to be a post. So I don't think we've done post with the actual APIs as of yet. So what we're going to do is just copy in this curl and copy that over here. You can see bottom left. And all we need to do is series ID, series number, and it looks like there's another requests section. So what's cool, if I go over here, importing curl, it will change this to post automatically as well. Obviously, I just blurred this so you don't see my key, but you can see we have posts, we have the URL, it says series ID, season, and season number, episode number, and then / rating. And then we're going to remove our authorization over here for my code. And we're just going to say over here, authentication, generic header to our API key. And that's MovieDB. And then raw, it says content type, body. And we'll have to fill this out here in a second. So let's take a look at that example in the documentation. It says rate a TV episode, save it to your rated list. So path parameters, it's required to put in series ID, series number, and episode number. So going back to our Stranger Things example, was this the Stranger Things or was it the next one? I think it was the next one. Yeah, 66732, season 5. So just go here. We'll just rate the first episode. So series ID. Yeah. So let's jump into this expression. So season number, series ID, and going back over here to add rating, where do we change this? TV, first thing we do is series ID. So we'll put that over here. Then it says /season, and it says /season number, episode, episode number. We'll just put 1 over here. So that's saved. And then what says query parameters, guest session ID, and then session ID. Not sure what the guest session ID is. Role body, this is required. And let's take a look at that here in a second. All right, so going back into this, we're going to have to send in our JSON body, I think. Let's double check. Rate a TV show. So it rates the TV show and adds it to our rated list. Right. We have that. Okay. I wish there was. We have to send in a raw body, but there's not an example of that body. Our header, which we have that over here. And you know what? Sometimes if you don't know things, you can also ask. So I'm going to literally ask Claude. So we'll go over here and say, based off this documentation, can you give me the JSON? Based off this documentation, you give me the JSON I need to rate. So I think that's what it's telling me to do is send in JSON. It should be able to access this over here. That's all I have to do is value like that. I already have everything else. That is so easy. We're just going to use value 8.5. I guess all I have to do is put 7.5 here. Because, I mean, we can put the JSON here, but let's try the 7.5 here. Otherwise, we're going to put in the JSON. I don't know how I'd rate episode 1. I think 7.5 is fine. Bad request. Undefined method, each pair for an instance of float. All right, let's try JSON. Using JSON, we're going to try this. It worked. So all we had to do is change it up. Obviously, like, I wish sometimes in APIs, they'll give you an example. So like, you know how it says the response, we have the response over here. We don't actually have the example of the role body JSON. Unless I'm missing it, but I just don't see it in here. So don't be afraid to ask in a large language model like I did right over here or Google search. So, and that was an example of a post, and I can see all requests over here too, and should have a request. I don't know why it's not in here yet, but because it said it was a success, you can see status code is success. So we did rate that over here. All right, what else can we do? Delete rating. So let me just do the opposite now, and we're going to delete a rating. So again, we could use a curl if we want to, or we could set this up by itself. Just copying this over here, I'll go into notes and we'll take a look at what this looks like. So it looks like it's nearly identical. So all we have to do is go over here and delete this time. So we're going to do delete series, and we don't send any body. See, it says defaults to 0. So we don't need to send this over here for the body. And I don't think we need to, let's check our header parameters. Headers, content type, defaults. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, I don't think we need to send the headers this time either. So we're just doing a delete. So we're going to remove this rating that we've already set up, and it should be fine. So execute the step. The item was deleted successfully. Awesome. I'm sure there has to be a patch or a put also on here. Maybe not. Maybe you can't update it. You have to delete it. Post get. You know, I'm shocked that they don't have a put or patch, but either way, that is the movie DB. I mean, we just touched the surface on it, and I really want you to explore it. But really what we did, we set up another API key. This time, this API key was set as a header auth this time instead of the query auth. So I showed you how to set that up. We took a look at pagination. We also took a look at finding where these values are at. Sometimes you're going to have to search Google or look for other places. So showed you that example. Then we really went in depth into the pagination side of things. So like if it doesn't give you all the examples, how do you get more? Obviously pagination is different for everything else. Then we covered a post where we posted a rating to the website. Obviously, we didn't see what the JSON body needed to look like. So I literally just asked our large language model to get what this is, and it gave me that example based off the documentation. And lastly, we did a delete, which showed you, we could remove our specific rating. So that is our API section for the HTTP request. Now we're going to have our n8n workflow act like an API in the next section, which is going to be for webhooks. It is going to be a little bit more technical again, and these are honestly some of the toughest sections and initially, right, between the HTTP requests and webhooks. But you're staying strong. Promise you, the more and more you see this, you'll get used to it. And really, using LLMs helps you a ton. As you saw, like, I didn't know what I was doing in a small section. I asked an LLM and it helped me out. So use that as a resource. You don't have to know everything. The internet exists for reasons. Stack Overflow exists for reasons. So does large language models. So use those to your unfair advantage. Awesome. And I will see you in webhooks now. So this section is going to be very similar to the previous two. So last two sections, we talked about APIs and how we could use n8n to get data from some sort of external service. And then we could also technically update that data. We could delete that data. We could send data outwards, etc. Right? And that was done through the HTTP request node and APIs. Well, what if we wanted to have that external service be n8n? So I'm going to be showing you guys how we could do that through webhooks. And when inside n8n, there's two things to know about webhooks. You have the webhook trigger as well as the respond to webhook node. So essentially with our webhooks, what we have is an app outside of n8n has some sort of action. And then essentially because of that action, a workflow starts directly in n8n. We use the same principles that we covered before, our get, our post, our put, patch, delete. Essentially, we just have our workflow based around it. So it's gonna be pretty exciting stuff. Kind of like what I mentioned last time, I do have a full in-depth webhook video with different examples. So please watch that. In addition to this, if you are confused a little bit, I understand webhooks will take a little bit to understand. So let's jump into this and learn a little about webhooks. So before we jump into the actual node, I just want to show you that n8n does have native webhooks. The easiest example is going to be Google Sheets. So if you go here, and I'm just going to show you Sheets, and you'll see that we have three triggers: on row added, row updated, or row added or updated. Well, when we make a change in Google Sheets, we can start a specific workflow. And that's kind of one of the benefits of having this as a trigger. In fact, any type of external app that has a trigger, well, that is a webhook because we have an action in another app. And because of that action, we want to have something happen directly in n8n. Let's take a look at a HubSpot example. So we go to HubSpot, and this is a CRM a lot of people use. And there's 18 different triggers. So someone creates a company or deletes a company. We want to have a workflow in n8n. Same with the contact, same with the conversation or a deal created or a ticket created. So any of these type of properties, like we change something in HubSpot, we want to have an n8n workflow start because of that. So if you see like, hey, we're going to have a ticket created, a customer has some sort of issue, or we want to reach out to a customer because we noticed something on their account, this could start a full workflow. And obviously there's settings for every single node internally, like, hey, this is what we should do with this workflow, and you'll have to design it. But this is just the very basic level of a webhook. Just again, think of it as a trigger and external app. But what happens if the app that you want to use externally doesn't have anything natively in n8n? Well, you're going to have to set up a webhook. And let me just show you this over here. We can go to webhook, and we'll have two different nodes. So this is the trigger. And what we should do as well is say respond to webhook. So you'll see that we have this over here. And this is our node that we respond back. And this is our webhook that starts our workflow. Just like these over here, this is not branded. Exact same thing as the HTTP request. If there's something natively in n8n, take advantage of it. If there's not, use the HTTP request. So if you go into the webhook, first thing you'll notice here at the top is you have two different URLs, test and production. We'll cover that here in a second, but just know there's a URL. We have all of our HTTP methods: delete, get, head, patch, post, put. Then we jump into our path. So this is our URL. We can change this if we want. So you can see I'm just typing in random stuff that changes. Then we have authentication, and this is a very critical thing. So right now we're in test mode. We're not into production. However, if I published our workflow over here and everything's ready to go, you're going to use our production URL for our webhook. And there's two different URLs, right? You have the test one over here, and you have the production. Test has test in the name. The production is the same exact one without test in the name. Why this specifically matters? Well, with your production URL, anything online could access this URL if you are published. So I could go out there on a different browser in a different country and use this URL, the production URL, if I'm live, and access my n8n instance. The instance being this specific workflow. Again, why this matters is if you have sensitive data in this workflow, if you have an AI agent or you have APIs that are going on that cost you money or cost you security, this is wide open in the web. So that is a very scary thought. Now, the one way that we could handle this, and actually there's a lot of different ways we could handle this, some of them may be outside the scope of this video, is through authentication. So you can see over here, we have a basic auth, header auth, and JWT auth. So as you saw in the last two examples, we had an API key. So someone essentially had to have a specific password to access their API. We can set up these over here with the basic or header. So that way, not everyone online could access our workflows. In addition, there's other things as well. So you can do an IP whitelist. You can allow origins over here, which I haven't used this one before. I do believe it's a little bit new. I believe you can ignore bots, which is right over here. And there's some other pretty cool things you can do as well on these options outside the video, of course. But you have to think about security a lot more when you're working with webhooks, because anyone can essentially go into your n8n workflow, and especially if you have private info or anything that will cost money. So respond to webhook. Sometimes when you're going to have an external service, they're going to kind of make sure that your webhook works correctly. And let me just show you an example. Monday.com has a really great example of responding to webhook. I actually covered this in a full video. If you want to learn a little bit more about it, I'd watch my Monday video. But we essentially built this one out. So we would have a test webhook. It would go into n8n, pass through this data, and then we would have to respond back, and we would have to send back a challenge token. So Monday.com wanted a challenge token to confirm, like, hey, you can actually handle this webhook. And once that challenge token was sent back, the rest of the workflow could be built out. But because Monday.com doesn't have what's needed, that's why we had to go and build this out. So you can see Monday.com, and there is no triggers. So if you want to have something happen based off of a board change, you're going to have a webhook. So while there's some good stuff on here, it just didn't do the trick, and we had to have that specific custom webhook built for it. So what I want to do really fast is show you how we can test webhooks. And the easiest way to do this is through Postman. So what we're going to do is test that. And then we're going to go and use a real application called Typeform. So first, let's go into our webhook on Postman. So I'm going to go over here, open browser, and all I did really quick is create a Postman account. So then when you get to your home page over here, all I went into, I believe, is your workspace. So you can see my workspace over here. So just to go back home, I went to workspaces, I clicked on my workspace, and then you see where it says mock data generation. I just went over here for that. So very basic on that side of things. And we're going to be testing directly in over here, and we're going to send information back into n8n. So I'm just going to save this really fast. I'm going to refresh it because it looks like my instance is running, and it's not. And I should say instance my webhook node. So what I'm going to do is test with this test URL first. So we're going to go over here, and we're not even going to send any information. We're just going to go over here. I'm going to go and say, listen for test events. and I'm going to send information. So you can imagine this is an action in some sort of app. And I'm going to go there. It says this webhook is not registered for post requests. And you can see there's a mismatch because right now, if I stop listening, this is a get, whereas this over here is a post. So you want to make sure that things are working properly. So let's change this up and put this into a post request. Let's imagine we're creating some sort of data. So now this is a post and this is going to be a post. So if I listen for a test event, it should work. And this is good to show you that we need to make sure things line up. And then it says workflow has started. And then you can see over here, our workflow started. We have our user agent, which is from Postman. And again, that's the website we're using for testing. We have no parameters. We have no queries. We have a body that was sent over here. And then, which I don't know why we have Cristobal Mills. That's weird. Either way, or Chester. I don't know what that is. Either way, we have this sent over and it is working. So we can also send in some stuff as well. So we can name a key, enter in a value and a description. So let's say we want to put over here I don't know, we'll put a band and we'll put in the value over here of North Lane. And then we'll say we have a jam band. And the jam band I was listening to today was, and I'll put this over here, jam band. Widespread panic. So we'll put widespread panic in here. Widespread panic. Cool. We're going to send both of these values now into n8n. So I'm going to just listen for a test event again. We're going to send over this data. It said workflow was started. And then you can see over here in our query, we have a band North Lane and then a jam band widespread panic. So we can have an edit set after this and we can extract these values. You can see exactly where these are at. So you can see query band and then query jam band. And now we have these values. These values originally were over here in Postman, which again, you can think of this as an external service. Doesn't necessarily need Postman. It's just for testing. And we sent this into n8n through a webhook. And now we have those particular values. And why I did post is we're going to use this data over here and we're going to create something out of it a little bit later. Maybe you want to do some like web scraping or whatever the case may be. But if you just want to get a data set back, you would want to probably use like get. So try to use the exact things that you're used to, like get or post, which is going to be webhooks probably like 95% of the time, because I don't see like deleting data that often within an n8n workflow, and I don't really see you updating it. So no put or patch. Post would be like creating something, and getting would be returning some sort of data that's automatically ready to go. This data is obviously not ready to go. So I would probably just recommend most of the time you're going to set this to post. Regardless, that's just a very, very basic demo. We can set some sort of authorization though over here so someone can't access it. So let's do that. We're going to go to authentication and let's set a header auth. And what we can do is set a specific credential as well if we want to. Or we can do a basic auth and set a credential. So we can set a thing over here and I'm just going to say webhook long n8n video. And you can set a username and a password for this one over here for the basic auth. So let's say we're going to say the username is, we're going to say jam, and then the password is strings like that. So username, jam, password, strings. I'm just going to make that as a note, just in case I forget that. So jam, strings. And we are taking a look at a basic auth. So you can think of this as a username and a password. So basic auth like that. So now let's go back over here and you'll notice that there's the authorization over here. So there's different options. So this is a basic auth over here. So if we try this without the basic auth, we are going to get an error. So we can still try to send the same values or we can change these values up. Let's change them up. We'll say currents. We'll say fish over here. Both of those. And we'll try this again with this auth. And you'll notice that this is going to fail. So if I go over here, I say listen for test events. Again, we haven't set any authorization. And I'm going to send this over. It says authorization data is missing. So we need to actually set this up for this to work properly. And you can see it's still listening. like obviously it did not work. We're going to listen for test events. We're going to go over here. We're going to put our username as jam, and then we're going to put strings. So strings like that. Now we're going to send it workflow has started because we put the correct username and password. And now you can see we have currents and fish, and our values over here are currents and fish. So that is a basic way of authentication, which is our basic auth. If we go to header auth, it's even easier. So if I create over here and I say long n8n video, long n8n name and a value. So we can put like, I don't know, it doesn't really matter on this side of things. We'll say n8n API, and then we'll say key 123. So key 123. We'll use n8n API, and then we'll use key 123. So that is saved. It says, yeah, don't use key 123. We'll go over here and say header auth, n8n API, key 123. All right, so we have essentially our header auth this time, and I have n8n API and key 123. So then I go into Postman, I go to our API key, I set the value over here to n8n API, and then I set the value to key 123. I specified that this is a header auth. As you can see, we have header auth right here. That's our API key. We have the value n8n API. Obviously, you can change these up as you want. And I just put key 123. We can change up our values that we want to send in over here too. So I'll put goose over here, and then I'll put beartooth. So beartooth like that. We'll send this over here in a second. Once this is listening for test events, send that over, and boom, there we go. We have beartooth and goose right in there, and works. We have this also weird body that we keep getting different names and things like that, which I believe is probably just testing purposes. And you can see, obviously, we have this over here in our edit. So on the basic side of things, right? Once again, you're going to have your two URLs. Test is when your workflow is not live. Production is when your workflow is live. Then we have our different methods. You're going to probably use post or get only when you're creating your own webhooks. Personally, I'd probably just keep it as post because you're going to be doing something with that specific data. Whereas get, you're just going to grab that data. We can change our path, which is going to change our URL. So you can change this to wherever you want. You can set up authentication. So I showed you basic auth, which is like a username password, and then header auth, which is like our API key. And then we can define those down below over here, give it to people only that have access. We have different ways to respond. You can respond immediately, or you can respond to that webhook node. As I showed you with Monday.com, they were asking for like some sort of token. So essentially we need to send a token backwards to confirm that our webhook works. And then, we have different options down here as well to block bots, which I'll just ignore this by default. And obviously I'm just testing. Another thing is like when you're testing stuff out and building it out, I wouldn't put your authentication right away. I would just put your authentication at the very end. You should be pretty much fine if it's a test URL. As soon as you push it into live production, you're going to have to move over some sort of authentication. Also, when you're testing, and if you're building out an app or anything like that, be very careful with your URLs over here. Once you're good to go with your tests and you're going to push things into production, just make sure you switch it out because your test URL is different from your production URL, as you can see. So be very careful on that side of things, because I have seen people just put their test URL and they're like, why is this not working? And they should have been using the production URL when their workflow was live. So that's the first part of this lesson. And the second part, we're going to actually go through Typeform and kind of set this up as an example. So I just created literally a Typeform account maybe 30 minutes ago, right before recording this lesson. So I'm just going to continue with Google, and I'm going to choose my account over here, and we'll jump into it. So all I did is I just created my account, and I think I built like a very basic form. I'm trying to even see where this is at. So forms. Yeah, here we go. My new form. I'll show you what it looks like. I think all I did is just ask for people's information. First name, last name, phone number, email, company. This was like a default choice. Obviously, you can choose whatever you want, but I just built out this form over here just to test it out. So to go backwards to forms, what I'm going to do is now click these three dots, and I'm going to go over I want to say it's either connect or something like that, or workflow. Again, I just started this, so we're going to say connect. Okay, so it is connect. And what we're going to do is take a look at webhooks. And it says trigger webhooks. Not familiar with webhooks? Just ask your tech team for a hand. Well, I am your tech team on the side of things. We're going to figure this out together. So I am going to say add a webhook, and it says find an endpoint. We'll send your webhook to this URL. So we're going to use our example. Let's add in a new webhook. So we'll say webhook over here. We'll put this as post, and we'll grab this over here. Okay. So I'm just going to copy this, and I don't think it mentions anything if it needs to be a post or a get. Let's just click to learn about webhooks to see if it mentions. Look, so here we go. Typeform webhooks are sent with a HTTP post request, and the request body is in JSON format. Perfect. So I was right when I said post. So grab our webhook, make sure that you are in post, and then we're going to say save webhook over here. And you'll notice that we have our webhook. Great. So I think we're on the 7.7. I'm going to listen for test events, and we're going to go over here, and we're going to say view deliveries, no deliveries, send test request. And now we sent a test request with our form. So first name, last name, phone number, email, short text, and then thank you screen. So now what you'll see over here is we have this directly in over. And obviously, like, the properties are empty. So like you can see title, property, it's empty, empty, empty. Like no one's filled this out, but we now have this information directly in here. And again, like always, we can just go and do an edit set and clean up our data. And we can just grab specifically what we want. So like obviously over here, we don't really have our exact names and things like that, but you could imagine if this side was filled out, okay, this is someone's first name. This is someone's, well, actually going back over here, I take back what I said. I think when they have like this title, I think that's exactly the example they give us. It could be wrong. Short text, title, company. Yeah, so I want to say if we went through an exact copy, this would be the data we give us. Could be wrong. Like obviously I could test this and send some other data. I'm not live, but either way, it's going to be one of these over here, like whether it's like a type, title, properties. It's probably this title. If you're going to push this into production, we're not testing this in production wise, but you get the point. I can just go over here, grab what people actually are filling out and make these fields and then do whatever I want with it later on. And I would recommend just renaming these, which is why we're using our edit set. You could say like first name. That's, and then I already duplicated that twice, and then last name. Again, feel free to change up as you want. And yeah, that is Typeform. I also, by the way, I covered webhooks in another video too. If you know a little bit about Python programming, we have a Streamlit video. We're going to cover Streamlit when we talk about user interfaces for applications as well. But essentially in Streamlit, I created a payload that got sent to a n8n webhook, and it was working. So that was Typeform. I just wanted to show you, like, there's going to be documentation about it no matter where you find your webhooks. This was our documentation. It was super easy. Sent via HTTP post request. You saw we just went over here, found a way to test it. All websites will have some sort of way to test your webhooks. Just make sure it comes in over here, see what the data looks like. And I would also test it with real data as well beyond that. But, testing it's half the battle. And when you're ready to go, make sure that you push this into production and you use the production URL. So that is it for webhooks. Be safe with them. Don't have a workflow that's live without any type of security with your webhooks. I would also recommend in the future too with your webhooks, you can really expand this out. You can add in if nodes and stuff like that to make sure the data is correct, to make sure the correct people are accessing your webhooks. Like there's a lot of other ways that you could secure outside of just this basic and header auth. So spend some time if you really worry about the security. This is just a brief introduction. And yeah, that is essentially it for this section. Next section we're going to be taking a look at, I'm just going to look over at my sheet. is going to be web scraping. So this is going to be really fun because we're actually going to grab data online in some capacity. So we'll be taking a look at how we can scrape social media sites, scrape websites, and blog posts. And you guys are going to be a blast for that section. So I will see you there. Great work so far. So this section is going to be pretty fun because we're going to dive into web scraping. Now, historically, web scraping has been difficult. You have to write a lot of code in Python, and you have to hope that a website does not change, because if it changes your code, it's outdated and you're going to have to rewrite sections of it. Tedious process. A lot of people struggle with it. And there was a ton of freelance jobs out there just to build scrapers to check on competitor sites. The landscape of scraping has changed a ton over the last few years, and we're going to be covering revolutionary tools like Firecrawl that make web scraping super simple. Other things we're going to cover in this is going to be Appify. So I use Appify for social media scraping. We're going to use Rapid API as well. I'll show you an example of a workflow that I just built with it. And then we're going to also talk about RSS. And now RSS technically isn't scraping. It's going to get us the latest articles that a website will populate. But I wanted to throw it in over here because some people might just want that information and might go a much more complicated route. So let's take a look at that now. All right, so this isn't technically web scraping, but we're going to start with it, and it's going to be RSS. And what RSS essentially allows us to do is stay up to date with different websites. So often websites are going to be posting blog posts, and you might want to read these or put them in a newsletter or whatever the case may be. You want to stay up to date. And there's two different nodes that allow you to do this. So if you have a middle of a workflow and you want to read a website, we have this RSS read. However, you can actually start a actual workflow with the RSS trigger. So the RSS feed trigger monitors a website, and when there's a new post, we can actually start a full workflow based around it, which is pretty awesome. Whereas this RSS read, we have something else that starts the workflow, and then it eventually goes into this RSS read. The one tricky thing with RSS is actually finding RSS URL. So sometimes it's going to take a little bit of research. Where I find RSS URLs, I'll just Google search, or I'll use Perplexity or a large language model and say, hey, this is a website I want to find information about. Do you happen to know what the RSS link is? Because it's not always obvious. So for example, I searched AI RSS and I came on this GitHub that this person created, a repository over here, and you can see it says all AI news sources, a list of online news and info about AI, ML, big data, and their websites. This is an extract of all the sources aggregated on all AI news website, defunct in 7/2024 update. You can find a live web feed from most source below at, and there's a media site. I don't even know if it's actually accurate or not. Let's take a look. So we have all of this over here. It's a giant feed of data. But if we go in here, you can see we have all of this, tons and tons, which is pretty cool. And you can see there's some with YouTube over here. And actually, I'm curious if I could be added in here. Probably definitely not in over here. Not that it matters. I don't know. A lot of people are searching through this. But you can see YouTube channels have RSS feeds. And we'll just grab one over here. Remember when I was studying for first data analytics job, I was watching Alex the Analyst. He's grown a huge following. So imagine if I want to get an RSS feed from there. Again, we'll just populate this and execute step, and you can see his latest videos. So you have a title, a link, publish date, author, the ID, and then ISO date. So you can see all this information over here. What does a data analyst do? Meetings, data, Excel, SQL, day in life of a data analyst, meetings, SQL, so much food. It's a lot of day in life videos, it seems like right now. Data analyst salary in 2025, 50K to 175K. So that's on like the YouTube side. We're going to go there. We can go to websites as well. So in podcasts. So let's take a look at a podcast, for example. We'll grab something over here called the Machine Learning Podcast. Well, let's actually grab a different one. Let's go Fireside.fm, the Artists of Data Science. Let's grab this. Never heard of this podcast. It's probably pretty good. And we'll just grab RSS. So we'll duplicate this. I'm just going to right click and go over here, duplicate. And what we'll do is paste that in. This actually did not work. No big deal. We'll grab another one. AI in business podcasts. Let's see if that one works. And URLs can change and things like that too. So not a big deal. And you can see this one brought 1,068 results back over here. Why post-merger integrations fail without data governance. I agree. Data governance is something that I was exposed to at my current job. I had no idea it existed. And it's actually pretty important. It's boring, but it's important. So that's a podcast example. And just go over here and copy again. Let's find a website this time. So that's a podcast. Oh, where's the I see TensorFlow? That would be a good one. TensorFlow blog. Perfect. So let's grab that. And we'll use that as an example. Cool. So, and what's nice too is with RSS feeds, they're already sorted. Like there's a sort node in n8n, but, and I'll show you the sort node as well. I think we've covered that in the beginning, but if not, you can go over here and do sort. You can sort to change the item order, a simple random or code. Again, I'm like 95% sure we covered this already, but regardless, YouTube, podcasts, and website, we just covered all that over here. Typically, what ends up happening is I find that people stack these together. So like imagine you had 3 right here. And then ideally what you want to do afterwards is have edit sets. So we'll do like edit set over here. And people often just make sure that the name is going to be the same for each of these. And then there's like some sort of merge. So like go through here. And then we'll have a merge associated with it. So these typically, I want to get all these together. And I see the merge like this not being 2 that often. So maybe we'll do like a merge of 3. Delete all these over here. I'll just show you this in a second. Okay. So we have this going on. Oh, the other thing, let's limit these. So we're going to do a limit. And let's say we just want to limit each of these to like a 3. And it could be up to you how many you want to limit. But I do see this happening. So set those across over here. I'm going to keep whatever is default. It says 1. I'm just going to keep that default because I really don't want to change all these. Add these in here. So next, what we want to do is, and I guess we're building out a workflow for RSS. Didn't really plan on doing that, but that's okay. So we have one YouTube over here. We have a podcast in there. Let me zoom out. So what we're going to do is execute the previous step. All right. And we'll do like, I don't know, title and link for each of these. Title, link, and pub date. We'll just keep that the same. So just make sure we have those. Execute previous node. Title, link, update. That's easy. That's the same there. Is it going to be the same on this one? Sometimes I've seen it differently. I guess they're all same on this one. Maybe it was just like a one-off that I had before. That was a little bit different. No, like most of this is like the same, like 95%. Either way, we have all these now. If I run this workflow, we're going to have 3 items. And you'll see we have a title, link, and pub date across the board. And we just got one from YouTube, one from a podcast. And, you know, we could also do too. I thought of one more idea. Let's call this platform like this. And we can hard code something in. So this is YouTube. And we'll do the same for the other ones. I think I misspelled YouTube, but the monitor is like right down here. And I want to stress my neck out. So we'll do this platforms. This is a podcast. And then lastly, we will say platforms. And this is website blog. So I'll say web blog. Cool. Run this all again. And yeah, that's essentially RSS. Pretty basic. You can see platforms, my nice spelling, YouTube, podcast, and web blog. And, very simple. So if you want to monitor stuff, you have that option for you. So in addition, there's the trigger. So let's imagine I'm a huge fan of Alex Analyst's YouTube channel, and I want to just monitor his channel and say like, hey, anytime he uploads a new video, I want to get alerted. So that's what a trigger would allow you to do. You can put in the feed URL over here, and then you pull to see like, hey, is there new content? I would just do this like every day, set a specific time. If you know someone uploads in the morning, maybe do this in the afternoon. Doesn't really matter. You can fetch a test. And when this pulls and it notices that there's a new piece of content, it starts the workflow, and you can see what does a data analyst do, meetings, data, Excel, SQL. And honestly, I might build out an RSS feed trigger for my own YouTube channel to really automate some social media posts. So still on the fence how I want to build this out yet, but this is one of the triggers I'm thinking about for utilizing that workflow. Either way, that is RSS. I know it's not technically web scraping. It does get us web content. So I wanted to throw this in here as that first example because I think it's pretty impactful. The next is going to be a service, and we're going to be setting this up, and it's called Apify. And I love Apify. So I've used it for customers, and I think it's phenomenal because it allows us to scrape social media super, super easy. And yeah, now it is expensive. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. So if I go to apify.com, I think it's $39 a month. So you can see pricing, and it's $39 a month. And essentially what this allows us to do is to buy scrapers on the website, and we can have $39 worth of scraping credit. So people or Apify build out scrapers, and then you could utilize them. So why this is really helpful, let's imagine you want to scrape Instagram accounts, or you want to scrape TikTok accounts, or whatever the case may be. There's probably a scraper on Apify that you could use. And what it really allows us to do is to kind of expand out our data. So imagine, and it's probably easier to demonstrate over here. We have some sort of a CRM system, and we have influencers in our CRM, but we aren't tracking how many followers that they have. Well, we can scrape for that. And I just want to give you guys like a quick example of something that I built for a customer. And essentially what I do is, and I'll just only grab a partial part of this workflow. All right, so this is one of the scrapers that I use for a customer of mine. And under their social media roster, they have different YouTubers, and they would just want to track like, how is the YouTube channel progressing over time? Is it gaining more subscribers? Are they linking to our service on their YouTube channel? And you can see over here, it says crafted by streamers, but it's maintained by Apify. You can also see on this side of things as well, how you can run it. So there's a form where you can run JSON. I would recommend that you build this out in n8n, and I'll just show you a quick workflow that I built out. And I'm just going to remove some of the sensitive information so you don't see that. But this is one of the different scrapers. So we can post in YouTube channels, and we get a lot of information. You can see in the information side of things, what YouTube channel can I extract with this tool? You get the channel name, number of subscribers, which is great if you want to monitor it, URL, the channel description. So if you're targeting specific things, the location, video titles, video URL, date of posting, thumbnail URLs, total view count, and links in video description. So a lot of data, and there's a lot of different use cases for this specific stuff. It says how to use for YouTube channels, keeping track of competitors' channels, etc. Like there's quite a bit of information. I'll show you how to use this here in a second in n8n. But yeah, so let me also show you really fast, essentially how I built this out. And this, unfortunately, will not be in the final product of JSON that I give you guys. So this is going to be deleted out over here. But this is an example of a customer workflow. So there's also a manual trigger associated with this. And I'm just going to kind of walk you through how this is built out. So ideally in this workflow, what happens is there's a schedule trigger and a manual trigger. We have a Metabase query that's already been built out. Now, Metabase is essentially a BI layer, and it's usually used for like reporting purposes. And essentially what I did is I built out a question Metabase where we just want to have specific influencers where we want to track. So there's some information on there, like what's their Instagram account, what's their YouTube account, and what is, I'm trying to think of the other platform. Oh, TikTok. So that's the 3 platforms we're tracking. All I do over here is clean up this data because I have different branches, one for YouTube, one for TikTok, one for Instagram. And I filter out anyone that doesn't have that particular account because every influencer won't have a YouTube channel. Every influencer won't have a TikTok or Instagram. Then what I do is I aggregate all of the influencer URLs and I send them to an actor. So when you're using Apify, you're going to want to use this run an actor and get a data set. We're actually going to cover this node here in a minute. Then I'm just going to merge everything back together. So this merges the following account back into that specific ID. We edit the fields. We populate it just based off of how HubSpot wants their data, and it gets sent to HubSpot. This code also allows us to look through URLs and make sure that that service is actually linked on their profile. Do the same thing as well over here for Instagram. One of these is an Instagram scraper, and one of these is a TikTok scraper. Again, all we do essentially is we have a list of influencers, which we have specific filters based around, let's say, revenue that is being brought in. Then we filter if they have that specific accounts or not. Then we aggregate all those influencers together just to populate this specific node. And just to kind of show you over here, we go into input. You can see in the JSON, we can use multiple URLs. So since it costs 30 cents every time to run, it's best to optimize it and run for all these channels at once or profiles or whatever the case is. So that's why we have this built in. Merges it back. As I told you, sometimes you'll want to have merges just because it's easier to work with the data. And then we just clean up everything here at the very end and populate that into HubSpot. So pretty easy. Let me show you Apify now as a particular node. So I'm going to go into Apify and you'll see that there's a lot of different things in over here. Honestly, the one that I use 99% of the time is run an actor and get data set. So essentially what this allows us to do, and I'll just zoom in over here, is run the actor, which each of these are considered an actor. And then at the very end, it gives us the results, like how many followers, how many posts, and things like that. So it runs the actor and then gets that back. So if you think about this in terms of like an HTTP request, this is essentially the post. Like our post runs the actor, and then we get the data back. And in the past, you would actually have to use an HTTP request, multiple HTTP requests to get this working. But since this is a node and n8n community node, you're going to have to go through this route now. It's much easier. All right. And then we just jump into this node. So essentially what we do is create a account. So this is my personal account over here. All you have to do is set in an API key. I'll show you where you can get your API key here in a second. Choose a resource. I'm using an actor on that side of things. Operation, run an actor, get a data set. You can use recently used actors, or you can go to Apify store actors. You can grab an actor from a list by URL or ID. So you can see an example URL over here, and then an example ID of an actor. This input JSON, all I do is, if you see, for example, you see how we have this JSON there. All I do is copy in this JSON. So copy, and then paste it directly in on that side of things. And it's literally just as easy as that, right? To get your API key, let me go and show you. We go to API, we go to API endpoints. And then essentially what we do, and you can see it says the URLs below contain your API token. Don't share them with this. And essentially, when you click on this and I'm not going to do it here, it's going to give you your token, which is your API key. All you have to do is paste that directly into our account. So you see this API key, whatever this is over here that's hidden, that's all you have to post. It's so easy. Use the Apify node, label it, paste in your key like that, and you are good to go. I just want to quickly see if I can share. Yeah, I can share really quick one of these examples of what the JSON looks like for an actor. So in this case, all I did for this input JSON is I have this over here, and it's obviously an expression. So usernames, and I have JSON profile, Instagram, and I just mapped these out. I had to clean up a little bit of the data. I got a little bit of help with Claude Code on this side of things, but that is an example of an Instagram scraper. I just used that. If I go into another one, This is an example for, which one? This is YouTube. So let me grab this, just show you what this looks like. So if we go to YouTube this time, you can see I say max result streams, max result, max shorts. Like I don't care about this stuff. All I cared about is the YouTube channel. So I just grabbed our YouTube channel a little bit earlier and I specified those specific URLs. And then TikTok is the last one over here. And it's going to be slightly different for every single actor that you use. And you can see over here, exclude pin post. We have the profiles, results per page, downloads, things like that as well. So very straightforward. That is how I essentially do this with Appify. It's phenomenal because you can literally just go in over here. You can find an actor. So you go to the Appify store, you search for something that you want. You can see TikTok is here at the very top, Facebook posts, tweets. So if you're trying to grab something from social media, I'd probably and you have the budget because it is $39 a month. I would just recommend that you go over here and utilize it. You can see my usage for this month is $10 and I only have $5 in my account. So I'm already over. And I believe it gives you like $5 by default. So I technically can't run this right now and I'm not going to put it on my customer billing. So of course, I'm not going to show you that in the video. And that's why I showed you a specific workflow, but it's really easy. It's just one node. You can set things up and get going. What I am going to show you, and we're going to build this together, or actually I'm going to kind of walk through this with you guys, is Rapid API. So I'm going to load this up on my second screen and I'm going to show you what I built out. All right. So another service that there are tons of APIs and it might work out for you is Rapid API. So it doesn't have a native node in n8n. So you can see if I just search Rapid, it's not going to be in here. So you can see that's not the case. So we're going to have to actually set up an API call. And let me just put a note over here and say Rapid API. And go Rapid API. And we're going to have to do an HTTP request. So HTTP request like this, pretty straightforward. So what's really cool about Rapid API is it's actually quite cheaper than Appify. Although, depending on what scraper you want, Appify may have a better scraper. Rapid API might have the scraper for a specific use case. Each person charges whatever they want for their scrapers. So one of the examples I recently built out is a workflow to get all of the YouTube transcripts from my YouTube channel because I wanted to start adding in timestamps because I know it's good for YouTube SEO. So I found this scraper over here. It says YouTube captions, transcripts, subtitles, video combiner, and they have different costs associated with it. So you can see out of the box, like it's $0 and you get 100 requests. Now I'm paying this pro for 5,000. I'm going to pay for it once. I'm essentially going to get all the videos that I want. And then I'm going to go back into this basic for free because I don't upload more than 100 videos and I'm not doing transcripts for other people. You can see there's obviously a rate limit of 1,000 requests per hour. Not going to pass that off. And so we're pretty good on this side of things initially because I have like 300-400 videos. Need to use Pro and then jump back into Basic. But you can see who the creator was if you want to take a look at their information. It says sign up to contact provider if you have any specific questions. And you can also, test endpoints and things like that. So I'll show you how we set this up. And I'm actually going to give you guys this full workflow. I'll put it in over here since I couldn't share that last one. Mine is just showing. Like I don't want to give away something I built for a customer. However, I am happy to provide the one over here. So I'm just going to pause the video really quick. I'm going to grab it and just make sure I don't have an API key that is being shared. And then we'll kind of explore it. All right. So I loaded in this workflow. I'm going to walk you through all of it. If I went node by node, this would take too long. And next section has a pretty long and thorough example. So there is going to be one node in here that you guys aren't familiar with, which is loop over items. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on in the course, but I felt like this was a good area to kind of present everything else. So what we're doing is taking a spreadsheet of videos as well as URLs. So these are different videos on my YouTube channel that don't have any timestamps on them. So you can see title and video. And essentially, I'm generating the description as well as the timestamp. I'm filtering out anything over here that has a non-timestamp. So I'm looking for it to be empty. Then what I do is I start looping over all of these. I believe I loop 1 or 2 at a time. I do a batch size of 1. And the reason why is I'm getting rate limited. Again, we'll cover this when we talk about the loop over items node a little bit later. Next thing I'm doing is I'm transforming the URL. So you see how this has a video URL? Ideally, I just want to have this section because that's in the API documents. So it says only to pass in this video ID. So this over here just strips it out and gets me the video ID. And then I use my HTTP request. So I just follow the documentation that is based around over here. So it gives me examples. And then I did a curl request as well. So you can see the endpoint says download all, and then you paste in that video ID, which you can see download all, and then I paste in that video ID. Let me close that out and close that out. So we already know where the endpoint is. So just grab that. And then I have to send specific query parameters. And they talk about some examples over here. You can see all the different stuff you can grab. I believe when I was building this out initially, I just did a test endpoint. I would show this to you guys, but it is going to leak my API key. And I generally don't want to have that leaked in this video. So I'm not logged in on purpose. And all I did when I was testing it is import in the curl. You just have to build in this endpoint. Also, obviously, like you are going to get this workflow. So you'll have availability to just paste in your API key right here and test this out. So there's two sides of it. There's the description as well as the timestamp. This will get me all the subtitles for the video and the captions or whatever you want to call it. Now we need to build out a description. I am going to actually parts of this description as well. And I don't want to be super mean, but I spent a lot of time to try to build out a really great prompt on this side of things. And some of the examples I don't want to share, but you can see your YouTube description agent. The best video descriptions have average of 200 to 250 words. It should include the keyword of the video. And you include your keywords early in the first 70 characters. So I'll keep that, but you can see I have quite extensive one. All we're doing is passing in the subtitles as the prompt. And then we essentially get our description, which will be over here. The second one is the timestamps. So I just go over here. You're a timestamp creator. A user uploads subtitles with time. You need to review all of them, suggest a number of timestamps based on the video. Again, it's a pretty thorough prompt. I won't be sharing all of it, but I will give you a good amount to start with. And I would recommend you tweak it for your own specific use case. So we have that over there. Again, I just go to edit fields. One of the things I found is we need to get our initial like video URL and things like that. You can see I have the URL in this loop over items before it passes over here just to get that string. So I just do a merge later on to get that exact YouTube video URL. Now we have all three things. We can actually match on this YouTube URL. And based off this match, we add in the description as well as the timestamp. So that is a little bit more of a complicated build. Like I obviously explained this in like 5 minutes or so, but this took me a lot longer, especially with building out a good description, building out good timestamps. So we go from this Google Sheet, we filter out everything, we loop just because I was hitting rate limits over here just based off of the amount of text. And so we loop over these, we extract just the video ID. We go to an HTTP request, which we set up going through over here. There's also discussions. So if you ever see errors, you can take a look at that and really go through the documentation on that side of things. First, build a description, then we build out the timestamps. Could you build out both at the same time? Sure, but I feel like in this opinion, the timestamp and the description are different. So I just let each of them be generated on their own. Just clean this up a little bit. You can see I just relabeled this as timestamps. I relabeled this as description. Merge everything together, including the initial YouTube URL. And then you can see over here, I map everything. So you can see video used to match is this JSON.video. The title I'm not doing anything with. We're keeping that the same. I use the description, use the timestamps. And then once that's done, it goes back over here and loops over the next one. And you can see like I have hundreds of videos. All of these are just going to get populated over here. I'm not going to run it again because it was expensive to run. And they have been mostly added to our YouTube videos. This one's going to be an expensive one to run as well. It's going to be a long video. So that is Rapid API. And again, you can just take a look at their platform and see what's available out there. people build out a lot of different APIs. And you can see there's MCP for APIs, there's top categories. So tons of stuff. This is a little bit more complicated than Apify. Like Apify is basic to set up. One node. And to show you here, whereas Rapid API, you're going to have a bunch of different HTTP requests depending on the API service that you use. Different pricing as well for every single API. Let's just take a look at this one over here. So real-time LinkedIn. I'm not going to set this up, but I'm curious what the cost is. See what subscription plans this API provides. I guess it's interesting. Yeah, maybe you have to have like a Rapid API plan. The one I was paying on was just pay for results, and there's probably a filter for that too. Let me go back to home page. I'm sure you could filter by that as well if you really wanted to. But there's so many APIs. YouTube API, real-time, Amazon data. So start on one of these sites before you want to specifically write Python code to scrape, because like chances are you're going to get blocked in some capacity. And unless it's like really custom or niche site, chances are it's going to be either in Rapid API or Apify. I wish I could give you guys a little bit more details. I just don't want to leak my API key here. And to be honest, I'm out of spend and I don't want to spend another $40 to get this video going. All right. We're going to cover one more, which is going to be Firecrawl. So Firecrawl is pretty amazing. I was initially going to do an example over here, but in the next video, we're going to be going through a pretty extensive example of Firecrawl. But let me show you. It's a node over here, and you can see a check mark maintained by Firecrawl. So, and it says a new node package is available as well. So I might as well update this. This is a community node. So I'm going to update this over here. I'm going to confirm that update and confirm update. Cool. So package has been updated, and we're just going to load Firecrawl in over here, and we're going to take a look at some of the different options that are available. So first, what we have is search and optionally scrape search results. So I use this one frequently. And the reason why I want to use this one specifically is in Google, maybe I want to get the top 5 or top 10 results and get those URLs. So when I want to do research for a brand, I'll want to do this. So you can search whatever query that you want and you'll get those specific results. So we can test this out on anything like we want. Let's go and search, I don't know. All right, so let's go and search cheese steaks in Philly. We'll execute this step. And you'll see we have these different URLs associated with it. So we have the URL, the title, the description, and the position. Obviously, I only did 5 over here. You can expand this out as well. And we have a guide to Philly cheesesteaks, Reddit talking about ranking 14 tasting table, this other one, top 20, and then visit Philly talking about Philly cheesesteaks. So really cool that we can get our search results. And there's a lot of different services that you could do this as well. It's like SERP API, does the same exact thing where you can go and get the Google results. So next is mapping a website and getting all the URLs. So essentially, if you want to see what URLs are available on a site, this can get expensive if you have a very large site. I believe there's limits over here as well. So you can limit, like there's 5,000 URLs over here. But if you go to a large e-commerce site, like a Best Buy or something like that, they might have 20, 30, 40,000 different items available. So this works with smaller businesses. When you get pretty large or even extensive blogs, might not be the best approach to take. You can see scrape a URL and get its content. So you can literally just paste in a URL over here and it scrapes all the information on that side of it. Then you have crawling a website. So you can go over here and search for specific information, I believe, with crawling sites. Then you have batch scrape for multiple URLs. So we had the one URL, or you can go multiple over here. There's batch scrape status. So essentially, like a little bit more advanced side is polling. So if you're scraping a lot of things, maybe you want to see if it's ready or not. If there's any errors, you have that as well. You can have specific crawls going on, preview crawls, cancel a crawl job. So like a lot of different options on that side of things. But really, where Firecrawl is helpful at is 2 things. Or 3 things. Number one, grabbing Google search results. So if you want to get additional data, Google search results, and you can send this data elsewhere. Number two, it's really great at going on to a website. So you can find all the URLs that you specifically want and scrape a specific URL, or just researching what is on that site. Firecrawl is really awesome on that side of things. Also, their icon really pops in n8n. We'll jump through a bit of an example in the next video. I initially was going to do it in this video, but I actually recorded section 16 before 15, and I ended up making a 50-minute video on a workflow where we build it out from scratch and uses Firecrawl. So don't fret if you're confused and I kind of flew through it, but yeah, we're going to do this in greater detail. So just to kind of cover scraping in n8n, right? We have the first one over here, which is RSS, which can get new blog posts. It can get new YouTube videos, new podcasts. So you could either set this as a trigger to start a workflow, or you can grab a source and take a look at the X amount of their last uploads. Then if you want social media, you have two different options on that side of things. You have Appify, which is super easy to set up. Throw in an API key, just grab your actor. Obviously, you have to set the JSON, which sometimes can be a little challenging if you have a lot of things you want to search, but honestly, it's really easy. It is expensive. And then you have Appify, or not Appify, but a Rapid API down below. Rapid API is a little bit more custom, different pricing plans specifically based off of the scraper that you want. There's a ton of different options on there. I'm paying individually for a scraper like $3 a month, as I showed you guys. And this was an example of a workflow which you guys can download and start using. Lastly, what we have over here is Firecrawl. So Firecrawl helps you on an individual website. So if you want to grab data from an e-commerce website that typically would block a Python scraper, Firecrawl is great for it. In addition, if you want to grab search results. So that's why I didn't really show like a SERP API, because Firecrawl already has this built in. And personally, I'd rather just pay for one service rather than multiple. But you have those options, because I don't believe we've talked about ChatHub yet, but Firecrawl is not available in ChatHub yet, whereas the other one, SERP API, is. But I could see that changing over time. So that is web scraping here in n8n. And I know this was a little bit different than some of the other sections of the course. Hopefully you guys still learned a lot. And just remember, you can play with this whole workflow. It'll be available to download. And yeah, that's the link over here to that specific scraper. A lot of your time scraping is honestly today just searching to see if the scraper exists and it still works. Whereas in the past, you had to really write a lot of Python code. So up next, we're going to be diving a lot deeper into AI agents and really going into what makes good prompts. And we're going to learn a lot more about this system message as well as what the user message is over here. I just realized also you guys don't know a little bit about that, but next video you're going to learn a lot more. Maybe I should have switched these initially, but too late now. See you in section 16, and great work. Now it's time for us to really jump into the nuances of AI agents. So far throughout this course, we've done some very basic, simple prompts, but realistically in the real world, that's not going to be the case. You're going to have some advanced AI agents, and a lot of the principles of designing workflows with AI agents, they're going to matter. So I need to teach you all of this. Essentially, now that we have a lot of the basics and understandings of how like n8n works, also to note, this isn't going to cover everything. There's other AI nodes, which we'll talk about a little bit later. There's other AI settings and things like that, which we'll be sprinkling through some of these other lectures. I do expect this one to be pretty long, and there might be a few things that trip up people, but if it does trip you up, rewatch it and it should click. Also, we're going to probably do 2 or 3 different examples at the end. So don't worry about that side of it. We'll just try to reiterate what we've learned. All right, let's jump into n8n. And yeah, so let's start this off. And I just have a bunch of notes on my second screen, so I'm going to reference those. But first thing is we're going to grab our AI agent. So we'll go over here and we'll take a look at this, and really we'll dissect each of these sections. Let's do a quick recap of what we've learned so far with an AI agent. And so far, and again, I haven't been super explicit, there's 2 ways that you could work with an AI agent. Well, there's like a bit more than 2. The first one is with a chat trigger. So you can see it says connected chat node. So we go from the chat node into our AI agent, and you can see there's no option for us to set a prompt, because what we have directly in here is the prompt. Whatever we put in over here in this chat message, it gets sent to our AI agent, and then some sort of action is taken. Well, there's the other side of it is like, that's not always the case. You could have an AI agent in the middle of a workflow. So just duplicating this, all you have to do, if it's in the middle of a workflow, you go over here and you define below. And you can see it says prompt user message, and you could type in your prompt over here. So when someone talks about a user prompt, they're either talking about something that gets sent from, for example, a chat message, or something that is defined directly in over here. This isn't the only type of prompt that you'll be using. So I want to teach you something that is called the system prompt. And why the system prompt matters? Well, the system prompt does not change, it's static, whereas the user prompt will change every time. So let me just write this out so it's a little bit more explicit. User prompt equal changes every time. System prompt, you can change this occasionally. To get better results. And let me show you, we could access this. So first, if we go into our AI agent and we bring this over here, you have to go into your options settings, and then you'll see it has a system message. And all it says over here is you are a helpful assistant. Well, that is not helpful. In fact, there's a full guideline on how you actually want to set up prompts for your system message versus your user message. And in reality, what you need to do is you need to spend more time on your system prompt. So I'd say like spend 80% of your time on your system message. And this is why, because even a great system message can help with poor user prompts. Sometimes you're going to be building out programs and you cannot control what someone is going to enter in. And we'll learn about this a little bit in Chat Hub, which is our next lecture, but you're not always going to be able to control what someone puts into a program. And what's expected is you write a phenomenal system message that explains like what is going on and let someone put their user message over here. So this is one of the most basic fundamentals, is like getting your system prompt correct and also your user message. And again, we'll cover this a little bit more in detail shortly, but super, super important. So like, what are examples of things that you would want to put in your system prompt? Well, you know what the biggest example is and really, really helps is multiple examples. So a good prompt is going to give examples. And in the AI space, this is going to be called something called few shot prompts. So 0-shot prompts, they give no examples, and 0-shot prompts can work, but they're not the best. Then you have a 1-shot prompt, which is one example. And then you have something called a few shot prompts, which is 2 or more examples. So if we go here and do something like very basic, let's say we're creating a translator AI agent, and let's just call this over here, translator AI agent. And let's say we just want to translate, I don't know, let's think of English to Spanish, right? As basic as it is. So instead of writing here, first, you are a helpful assistant, let's get rid of that junk. And we're going to say you are an AI agent that solely, I probably misspelled solely, so that I'm just going to write, you're an agent that translates messages from English to Spanish. And I don't know Spanish. I just know it's the second most spoken language here in Florida, but I'll just put this over here. And I felt like this would be a good example for you guys. So up first, we define in our system message, like, what is the purpose of this AI agent? And I know we're talking about few shot examples, but first, you need to describe to the AI agent what it actually does. Then what we should do, and doesn't necessarily need to be next, but here are some examples. We'll define something like that. Here are examples. We say user, and let's say hello AI, that example. User AI. User AI. So We can do 3 different examples over there. We can say, welcome to AI agents. And then thanks for subscribing. And all I'm going to do, because I do not know Spanish, I'm going to load up Claude really quick. And I'm just going to ask, and this is going to be an example of not filling this out. We're going to just say, check this out. You're an agent in Spanish. Please fill out. All right. So I'm just asking it to fill out this AI section over here. This is fine. This would be super easy. All right. I did know hola. Okay. And lastly, boom. So we have all 3 over here now. And obviously we could change this up if we really wanted to. But regardless, I think we could actually expand this. It'd be kind of interesting. We'll cover it here in a second. But we have these over here. Let's keep this very basic. And then what we're going to say is user. And then what we're going to do is pass in some information. So let's actually build this one out. Again, there's way more principles of building out an effective system user prompts, but we're just going to start very basic. Also, I'm going to just add in a chat model. I'm going to go over here, add in OpenAI. Should do okay. And we're going to go to GPT-5 mini. All right, so GPT-5 mini. What we're going to do as well, we actually don't need to define that since we're just going to have this over here. And whatever we write now is going to be translated. As you can see, we have this chat input over here, and I'll still show you the other way how we could do this. And let me actually define this translator AI agent chat. So we're actually going to do the other one in a second. Cool. So let's open this chat and then let's write something out. I'm going to write free n8n templates school group. I don't know if this will translate correctly or not, but you know what? Let's give it a shot. So it's going to go over here and we're giving it the user message, free n8n templates to my school group. And then here we go. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. It's a little bit in my way because the microphone right over here, although I can technically see the output. And hopefully that it's the correct way. But you can see, because we have this system message over here that explicitly defines what this AI agent needs to do, we already know our example. Let's expand this out a little bit more. And I want to just make this a little bit more interesting. So I want to do a manual trigger one. And we're going to actually pass in a few things this time around. So what I want to do is let someone choose what language that they want to translate into. And what I'm going to do is go into edit set. And we're going to put in over here, let's say translation string, and then we'll put over here language. Okay, I misspelled that. And we're going to put language. All right. So for the translation string, I'm going to say free n8n templates in my school group. We're still going to put this over here. And then for language, I'm going to put Hindi because I know a lot of people in India watch the YouTube channel. So I'll put that over there. All right. And then we're going to use our translator AI agent over here. And we're going to change this up slightly. So this time what we're going to do is we're going to define our prompt below. And what we're going to say on here is, actually, let me run this here first. So we have this pinned for testing. Cool. We're going to go in here and we're going to define our stuff. So I'm going to just put an expression. We're going to make this full screen. We're going to put a translated string, and then we're going to put a message. So now I need to think this through, and we'll say message to translate. And then we're going to say language. Cool. And now, so you can see we have message to translate and then language. So what I'm doing is essentially building this out where people can choose different languages to translate. So now I need to update our system message. So I'm going to say you're an AI agent that translates messages from English to another language. Here are some examples, and we're going to say is message to translate instead of user. Then we're going to say language, Spanish, and then it's going to go through there. So we will just rewrite these really fast. I'm going to say I should just expand this out. It's okay. Cool. And just fix these out. So we're going to see message to translate. Thanks for subscribing. Great. Yeah, so we have our message to translate here first. And what we need to do is define that. Our language there. And then we just have the example what the AI responds back with. So let's try that out and see what happens. And this is just an example of it being in the middle of a workflow. But what's really cool is I can just change this edit set. And let's say I put Chinese over here, or I put Spanish, or I put whatever else. It doesn't really matter, or Portuguese. This AI agent will automatically translate it. And I have no idea if this is correct or not. So what I'm going to say is Hindi to English. And we're going to put that over here and see. Free n8n templates in my school group. There we go. So we can change this now. And let's say over here, instead of Hindi, what's another language? We'll put Portuguese. I think that's how I spell it. No, it's obviously not because I misspelled it. Let's go over here and spell it. Here we go. Don't butcher me too much in the comments. We'll put Portuguese here. Great. And then we'll run this. And it says this over here. So we're going to say Portuguese, English, and free n8n templates in my school group. So very basic on that side of things. However, we can expand this out even farther. So one of the things that's in n8n that I think is really, really helpful, and this is even outside of n8n, it's been around for a very long time. And also, we're going to say, this is Translator AI Agent, not chat. But yeah, so one of the things that's really powerful is you can actually define how we want our output. And we can structure that with JSON, which is really cool. Because now we force our AI agent to specify an output. And why that's important is we can have extra nodes later on in the workflow. And we could essentially take our results from the AI agent and then perform more actions based around it. So let's say you need to have a specific format for a CRM, or you want to send specific data into an API of some sort. We can format it directly over here. And let me show you how we could do that as well. So I'm just going to go over here and call this a version 2. And I guess this is fine. And I'm going to click in and I'm going to go and choose over here or require a specific output format, which is really cool. So it says connect an output parser in the canvas to specify the format that you require. So what we can do is go over here and choose an output parser. Now, the one I like using is the structured output parser. And you'll see this is an example that they give us. So they say state, California, cities, LA, San Francisco, as well as San Diego. You also can choose a JSON schema like this, but I'll be honest, I use this probably about 95% of the time. So I'm not going to bother changing this up. Feel free to use the schema if you want it to, but I kind of just prefer this approach. So thinking about this now, the translator AI agent, maybe I want the final output to say, hey, this is English before and then after different language. So we can do something like that. Go over here and say new language. I'm going to put over here as Spanish. And then what I want to do as well is say translation. And we'll put one of these examples over here. And we're going to also want to modify this as well. So I'll show you really fast. All right. So actually, what we're going to do is throw this in like this. All right. Let me make this full screen. This can be easier. Cool. So we're going to say language. This, I want it to print out Spanish for the language. We'll have message to translate and then translated message. I don't need that anymore, so I'm going to remove that. Then we're going to say message to translate. Thanks for subscribing. And then we're going to say translated message. Cool. So now, when we look at this, we'll have that there. There's one error, and it's kind of weird your first time using it, but with JSON, just don't put a comma here at the beginning. So comma, you're there. I'm also just going to format this so this looks slightly better. So we say language Spanish, message to translate, and then translated message. So that's exactly how we want our output to look like. I already kind of defined it over here. We could obviously tweak our system message, and maybe if we have a little bit more time, we'd do that. But screw it. Let's see what happens. Through over here, we'll run it. We'll see what happens. I think we're on the Portuguese one still. So we'll see. Okay, so you can see language, Portuguese, message to translate, and then it has the translation right over there. And it's really cool. So you can see that in the schema, our output is like that. And what's nice now, and so if you have an edit set after, this is why I'm saying this is really great. You can see, you can just grab all this. Right? We can grab this wherever we want. Very, very basic. Obviously, I just showed you edit set. There's a lot of other nodes out there that we could work with. However, I just shown you really fast, like drag and drop. We have all this formatted. We're over here. Obviously, we just had our single output with the results. Now we kind of have it broken down, and we don't have the option of like our AI agent saying, here's the translated response, because sometimes you'll get some extra stuff in there, and like, here's the translated response from English to Spanish. And really, like, all we cared about is like, what language was it, what message, what translated message. And we did all of that through a structured output parser, which we have that right over there. Really cool. Again, there's a lot of sections into the prompt, so we're just going to keep adding on that side of things. But I just wanted to show you another quick win when it comes to specifically building out AI agents. So we're going to keep going forward. I'm actually going to delete some of this other stuff. And I just don't want to bore you guys with all the prompting fundamentals. So another thing that's really cool is you can actually enable a fallback model. And I think we already touched on this a little bit in the course, but you know, what happens if OpenAI is down? We can add in a second model. So you want to change these up, and just in case, you'll have like Anthropic over here. So OpenAI is down, you have Anthropic as a backup, or vice versa. Like, choose your first model that you want in this first position, and then have a second one over here just in case. Especially in production builds, you'll want to do this. I know we'll talk about it a little bit more also when we have error handling and things like that. But topic for another day. So in reality, you can have up to 5 different things in this AI agent, right? You could have fallback models. You can also have memory. And we'll talk about memory here in a second, because you'll want to use this with the chat trigger. But you have memory now. Then let's say you have a specific tool. And tools are really cool because what they allow you to do is attach some type of service into your AI agent. And you can see there's a lot of different tools. We can scroll down all the way. So you can add in like the Google Suite, or you can add in other things like that. And, you know, I think we're going to have probably a section just talking about tools with AI agents. Maybe we'll put it here. I don't know. We'll see how long this specific lecture goes. And then you have your AI agent. So let me just add in a generic tool. And you can see if we go and put Gmail as a tool. So you can see it's Gmail, and it uses the same credentials that you had a little bit earlier. You can see we have 5 different things attaching to our particular AI agent. In fact, I do think we're probably going to talk about tools. I'll put that on my list. I didn't know if I was going to put it in this video or another one, but we'll put this over here in a second. Okay, so we talked about the system prompts and user prompts. That's good there. Talked about structured outputs. Let's also talk about some of the limitations associated with these AI agents and large language models themselves. So one of the things that's kind of a drawback that most people don't realize, a lot of these AI agents are trained on old data. So let me explain what is going on over here. And I'm just going to load up Sonnet 4.5 and we'll grab this. So it's probably in the press release, but let's take a look at what it says. We're going to look for a knowledge cutoff date. And I guess we don't see that. I mean, look up another one. Okay, so here we go from Anthropic Transparency Hub. And they have different types of models over here. And I didn't expect us to talk about different model options as well right now, but we're going to cover a little bit. The first thing I want to look for is your knowledge cutoff date on here, because this will tell us its memory. So if we're using Opus, it says Cloud Opus 4.5 has a knowledge cutoff date of May 2025. This means the model knowledge is most extensive on reliable information and events up to May 2025. Why this is important. If you ask a question out of the box to the LLM without any tools, without any other additional API or services or anything like that, and you ask a question of something like, I don't know, right now we have all the different college football bowl games going on in the playoffs. So if you ask like what happened in a bowl game recently, it's not going to have that information. It just wasn't trained on that data because it's May 2025. And this is different for all models. If you go to Sonnet, which is one of the models I use all the time, and it's cheaper than Opus and it still gets pretty good results. So if you take a look at the knowledge, you can see January 2025. And there's ways to cut around it. And we'll talk about Perplexity, OpenAI responses. There's another tool called Tavly. I haven't used it as of yet, but you need to find a way to essentially supplement knowledge. If you know the process that your AI agent can be used through needs up-to-date information. Hopefully that makes sense. So to kind of reiterate it, your AI agent needs to access real-time information or near real-time information, something that happened a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. You need to supplement your AI agent with either a tool, or B, with like another API. For example, OpenAI has a responses API. We'll be covering that here in this video. Responses allows us to get newer information, but it's just super important that you do that. Tool-wise, you could use Perplexity or Tavly. Otherwise, you're going to be missing information. And what happens sometimes is our AI agent will hallucinate and think of an answer which is not correct. So really important. Okay. The next thing I wanted to talk about really fast is like choosing a model. And kind of part of it is understanding what models are used for. Like Opus is a very expensive model. It's really good for deep research, but you're going to pay for it. So if budget does not matter to you, maybe you want to use Opus. However, if you're a little bit more budget friendly and you still want something that performs pretty good, you might want to use Claude Sonnet 4.5. And these numbers are just based off of the updates. So for example, GPT started with GPT-5, then there's GPT-5.1, then there's GPT-5.2. So larger updates will continue to happen. I'm sure at some point there'll be a GPT 5.3, 5.4, 5.5, and then it'll update. There's a massive overhaul to go to the next number. So like this is halfway between Sonnet 4 and Sonnet 5. Maybe not exactly halfway, but on here you can see also the release date. But I want to go and also take a look at some of the pricing. So I'm just going to take a look at that and explain how this is working. So Sonnet 4.5 pricing, and hopefully we have it on this side of it. Nope, that is not on this one. Okay, let's see if it's in this one. So we're going to say pricing. All right, so it says Opus 4.5 is available. We're just going to use the Opus for pricing over here. Pricing is now 5 and then also 25 million tokens. And Cloud Developer Platform actually might have our full pricing list. I don't know why I didn't think about that, but let's take a look at our API pricing. Sweet. Okay, so if you want to start really learning about like what models you want to use, I would recommend start taking a look at the exact API pages that Claude has, that Gemini has, that OpenAI has, because it's going to really tell you some stuff. So for example, what you have over here is your input, and it says $5 per million tokens. Now, what does that mean? Well, this is your prompt that you're sending to Claude. So if we go back into our deeper AI agents, we go into this example over here. We're sending our prompt and our system message over, right? And these are going to count as tokens that count up to your million, and you're getting charged $5 per million tokens. Our output is $25 per million tokens. So that is our response, right? This is our output over here. So we're getting charged $25 per 1 million if we're using Opus over here. Now, why I like using a Sonnet, I use a lot of short prompts. I don't believe in large prompts, and we're going to talk about that in this lecture as well. But you can see if prompts are under 200 tokens, you're getting charged $3 per million tokens. If it's over, you're getting charged $6 per million tokens. And then the output over here for prompts under 200K tokens, you're paying $15. Otherwise, you're paying $22. So you can see if you have larger outputs and things like that based off of prompts, maybe you want to start using Opus because it can get quite pricey, right? $6 per million, which is more expensive than here, and you're paying $22.50 in comparison to $25. You also have prompt caching pricing based off of write and read. Gonna not cover that here, but regardless, your input is what is being sent to the model. Your output is those particular results. You can see over here, most intelligent model for building agents and coding. Sonnet has optimal balance of intelligence, costs, and speed. And then Haiku says fastest, most cost-efficient model. So if you're looking for something that's just super cost-efficient and very cheap, you can see it's $1 per million and then $5 per million on that output. And it doesn't even mention input and output. One other thing to note, and I want to really cover this over here as well. Each of these models have a different limitations with what you're going to be sending as your input. So whether you're using like a Gemini or OpenAI or whatever that you use, if you have to send a lot of text, which again, I don't recommend, take a look at the documentation because you might be getting cut off in some sort of capacity. I can also load up Gemini prices or OpenAI API prices. So let me look this up so we can have that. Okay, so here is pricing for OpenAI. So I use GPT-5 Mini a lot, and you can see the input price is quite cheap, 0.25 per million tokens. Output is $2 per 1 million tokens. So if you guys ever wonder why I use GPT-5 Mini in a lot of YouTube videos, compare the price. Like it is significantly cheaper, which is why like I don't always use Sonnet 4.5. I think Sonnet 4.5 is way better model and results and great for coding, but this is quite cheap. And when we're really doing demos and things like that, I'd rather save the money when I can. You can see GPT-5.2, the best model for coding agentic tasks and industries. Even 5.2, input's 1.75. So already input is cheaper and the output's $14 and output is like $15 here. So 5.2 is still cheaper than Sonnet 4.5. So I am spending a lot sometimes in videos when I use this, but it is what it is, right? You have also fine-tuning models over here, and then you can see other additional information over here. We're going to talk about image generation a little bit later. This is the responses API. So it says our newest API combining simplicity of chat completions with the built-in tools of assistance. We're going to be using this a little bit later in the video. There's built-in tools over here as well. This is going to be used in our RAG section, and yeah, there's quite a bit. Also, what model should I use? We recommend the developers use our large and mini GPT models for everyday tasks. Our large GPT models generally perform better on a wide range of tasks, while our mini models are fast and expensive for simpler tasks. So one of the things that's pretty cool to do is when you're building out your workflows and you're testing, see if you have a big result difference between using a cheaper model and a larger model. Sometimes it does not matter. So if you're really looking for cost savings, what you'll want to do is first test with a cheaper model, then test with a larger model or more expensive model, and just see what the results are. I find sometimes that the cheaper models work perfectly, and sometimes you need to change your model for something that's a little bit better with coding or something else. Again, we have this option to go over here, and you can always set fallback models as well. Another thing to briefly mention, and man, there's just so much. One of the things that people do is stuff way too many tasks, way too much context into an AI agent. And that's just an issue. What I like to personally do, and I'll just write this out for you guys, is one task per agent. Now, this doesn't mean exactly one task per agent, but don't ask your agent to do a million tasks, because what some people want to do is like, hey, I want you to, I don't know, extract this information. Then I want you to summarize it. And then I want you to build out a social media post all at once. And it's like, man, you're confusing your AI agent. You're giving it too many tasks. So I try to break down these to like one simple task at a time. If it's like a supplementary task that you think it could do both at the same time, sure, try it, but really focus on one task per agent, and you can chain things together. So if you go to agents, you can always send the output of one agent into another agent. And guess how we have officially done that? Well, if you go back to your structured output parser, look, we already have our specific stuff, and we could literally just pin this data. I don't know what I'm going to do with this here in a second, but if we go over here, we can send our output over here directly into our prompts, right? Because we have these expressions. I'm going to say lorem ipsum, because I didn't really think about this when I was prepping this video, but you can see we can send the results from the previous AI agent into this agent. So it's not unheard of where sometimes you have like 2 or 3 AI agents together in a row. Again, super important. I'd focus on like one task per agent and limit your context, because although these agents will say you can upload 1 million context and tokens, and let me show you why I say that, Gemini context window. And that's what it's called as well. And where is this at? All right, let's see if this is on here. It's like there's a lot of stuff over here. Let's look for context window. Yeah, 1 million tokens, which means up to 1,500 pages of text or 30K lines of code. Like that is a ton. However, there's research papers. And let me find you this research paper, Lost in the Context. I think it's called Lost in the Context, or it's like Needle and Haystack. I can't remember the exact paper name. But what ends up happening if you stuff too much information into your AI agent, like too many tasks or too much text, things are going to get forgotten, and you're going to have to deal with something that is called a hallucination. And we haven't covered really hallucinations too much in detail, and I'll just put this as a note. But hallucination equals that know-it-all class that think he knows his answer, that thinks he knows the answer. It's wrong. And it kind of goes back into what we're talking about with that knowledge cutoff. Your AI agent will always try to get you the answer unless you prompt it and say, if you don't know the answer, right, I don't know. And obviously you can build out your orchestration based around it, but your AI agent is always going to try to get you the correct answer. Because of that, there's something called hallucinations. And, it's common to get, 2% hallucination, 5% hallucination, 10% hallucination. And our goal is to limit hallucinations. And we can do that by writing a phenomenal system message as well as a really great user message when applicable. So this is some of the basics. We have a lot more to still talk about. I'm just going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, so let's jump into the next topics. So the first is going to be how to write a good prompt and some of the different details associated with it. I actually go through kind of a checklist each time. So let's cover each of these sections, and we could just grab an AI agent. Honestly, I'm not too sure what prompt we're going to write, but we'll just open this up and I'll give you examples through it. And let's go into our system message and expand this out. All right, so the first part of it is the role and identity. So this is kind of what we have over here, your helpful assistant. So what we want to do is like, what is the role or the identity? And I'll just put this over here. What is the role or the identity of the AI agent? Like, what is its objective, right? The next side of it is what tools do we have available? And I know we haven't covered setting up tools with our AI agent. I did say I was going to bring it on in this section, but after we go over a few other things, we'll cover tools. So what tools do we have available? Next, what I would recommend is how do you want to handle errors? So how do you want to handle errors, both as an agent and for the tool? Okay. Another thing that you can define in over here is going to be your tone. So what tone response should the agent have? And some models are better with tone. Some are kind of bland or vanilla, which is fine. Obviously, depends what you want. What rules and restrictions do you have in place? And I should also mention externally, you can also specifically have restrictions based off of guardrails. So guardrails is a little bit later on in this course. I'm just going to check my outline really fast. So this guardrails, where do I have it? In the security and compliance section. So still like 5 or 6 sections away. So let me give you a little bit of a sneak peek on guardrails, and not to exit out over here. But if we go into guardrails, you can see check text for violations. So what we can do is either go over here and add in a guardrail like, hey, if this text has specific keywords or NSFW or PII, like don't run this agent. And you can see, like, for example, I put jailbreak, and you'll see we either have a pass or fail. So if it passes, it can go into our AI agent. Otherwise, it fails and goes down that way. A little bit about guardrails. We'll cover this in greater detail. All right, going back to our AI agent. Didn't want to explicitly say this, but you can also add on with guardrails. All right. What do we have next over here? Oh, our shot prompting examples. So we've already covered that. Shot prompting examples. Next, we'll have additional context. So like, what other information should an AI agent know? Right. And then let's say our formats. Last formats. And what we're going to say on the format is you can define it in here if you don't care about passing it along. Also add in output parser, which we've already covered, right? So let me give you a few of these examples. What is the role or identity of the AI agents? And obviously, like, you shouldn't include all these notes in the AI agent itself. Like, don't have this and then write what is next. You'll want to have this on its own. So for this example, right, and I'll just put maybe like a line so that way you know, are an AI agent that helps craft viral in posts based on YouTube videos. All right. Now let's think about the next thing. So what tools do we have available? Let's say we added in a tool, and this is all hypothetical. But let's say we have let me actually think about what tools. All right. Next, how do you want to handle errors, both the agent or the tool? I haven't really thought about the tool that I want to use for this scenario, so we'll leave that out over here. What tone? So we're going to say use an excited tone. As this post should be for people who are interested in evolving AI technologies. The rules and restrictions that you have in place, this also guardrails. So a lot of this is impactful if you have like a chat trigger and people can message. But, kind of my rules and restrictions, I'll have to think about, like, what do I want to have as a restriction for an agent that has a viral LinkedIn post based off of YouTube videos. So it's pretty self-explanatory. But, well, I actually have some ideas. We'll say, like, do not include the YouTube URL in the social media post text. That could be just one example, right? Obviously, there's more things that we could do. Shot prompting examples. So I'll just say, here are some examples of working posts that you should emulate. I would say like 1 example, 2 example. Obviously, you're filling this out as you go. 3 example. Next, additional context. I'd put over here, a viral post has a hook. As a hook like XYZ, then I'd say end a post asking someone to comment. So this is just more information, right, that you want to feed into your large language model or your AI agent in this case to give you what you want. Format it, define it here, and then you could also add an output parser. I'd obviously want to put an output parser, but I'll also say the final results should only include the text. All right, so what tools do we have available? Let me think of a tool that we might be able to use on the side of things. Like, this probably wasn't the best for a tool. Obviously there's things that we could utilize. However, on the tool side, because we don't really need any up-to-date information, this is pretty straightforward. So in this case, you won't need a tool, in my personal opinion. However, if you have a tool that you would want, you would define it like use tool X to achieve Y. And then over here, we're going to handle both the errors. So like if tool X does not work, right? And then I'd say, if you cannot write a post and not write this post, or aren't confident about this post, write this will not work. Redo. I don't know. You could have some type of escape cost. So to break all these sections up of what takes like a really good system message. First, what is the role of the AI agent in this case, right? Helping craft a viral LinkedIn post. What tools do you have available? In this case, I didn't set up any tools, but you would define it right over here. And again, we'll talk about this in the tool section. How do you want to handle errors in both as the agent as well as the tool? So if this tool does not work, do Y. If you cannot write this post or aren't confident about the post, write something so that way you kind of have some sort of fallback. What tone response should be the agent, right? So like what tone are you going to use? That's defined there. What rules and restrictions should be in place? This example did not include a YouTube URL. Also, you can use guardrails. Another example would be like, imagine you have a runner AI agent that just focuses on short distances. Well, someone should not be asking that agent questions about ultra marathons if someone's running a 5K. So that would be an example over here. Like I just talked about, do not include URL. You put your examples in over here, which really decreases the hallucinations. You put an additional context. So what other information should the AI agent know that is not available all over here and won't be available in that user message. And then lastly, how do you want to specifically format your prompt? So we'll just leave this one like that. And that is an example of a pretty good basic understanding of writing a good prompt. So I'll just put like this because you guys are going to be using these as notes. So you can write a prompt. And obviously, like I would recommend that you just practice and write some good prompts because it is something that it takes a while to ingrain all these individual elements. And every prompt doesn't need to have every single element that we just covered. Like depends scenario to scenario, but that is essentially looking at the prompt side of things. All right, now let's jump into some of the different settings that are available. Now settings are going to change slightly LLM to LLM, but we're just going to go over here. We're going to grab an AI agent and we're going to talk through some of these. And yeah, let's get started. So we have our AI agent. All we're going to care about is just adding in OpenAI for now. And choose your accounts. Just going to choose GPT-5 Mini over here, although I don't believe it actually matters. And you can see over here, we have different options. So we have quite a lot of different options. I'm not going to cover every single one of these. So some of these are good if you're generating text. Some of these are good if you want to have slightly different results. I think like if you believe in like the 80-20 principle, really 80 to 90% of your results for your agent are going to matter based off of this prompt in the system message. And probably like 5-10% really focus on these different options. So let's talk about some of them. The frequency penalty over here, this is a discouragement if the model uses the same phrases over and over again. And that's very similar to like a presence penalty as well. So you can see a presence penalty on there. So that's a penalty for reusing the same word over and over again. Next, you have something called timeout. Now, this one is actually pretty powerful. So this is like how long you should wait for a response from OpenAI. And this is, I believe, in milliseconds, if I remember correctly. So like this one, I would say matters a lot more than penalties over here. Again, just depends on your use case. Like if you're doing some sort of writing, these matter. Like timeout, I think is pretty important over there. Another thing that's important too is the maximum number of tokens. So on this side of things, you can see it says the maximum number of tokens to generate in completion for models that have a context window of 2048 tokens, except the newest models, which supports 32768. So that is also important. -1 means this does not matter. But if you want to set hard limits, if you're on a specific budget or you know, like it should not send a response that's a certain length, I think this one matters quite a bit. You have something called the sampling temperature also over here. And that's kind of the randomness associated with it. Then you have, where is this one at? Top P, which is very similar. And you can see it says controlled diversity 0.5. And so we generally recommend altering this or temperature, but not both. But here's the thing. I want to say GPT-5 got rid of sampling temperature. So like this doesn't even really matter. I don't know if top P has been removed as well. And I can see a lot more of these. Like there's a lot of different options over here. I don't know every single one of these. But some of these over here, I don't think are going to really matter too much here in the long term. So I just want to cover a few of these. Like I think maximum number of tokens, I think that's important. I think your timeout is important. I'd focus more on those than some of the other stuff that I have specifically shared. We're going to cover the responses API here in a second. Obviously, this is just a very small section of the settings. And yeah, so up next, we're going to talk about tool calling, and then we'll cover responses because Perplexity is going to be a tool that we add in. So let's jump into there. So we've already talked about kind of how you can prompt an AI agent. I just want to show you the very basics behind tools. So we can go into a tool and like click over here and we can have our AI agent do some sort of action. So one of the basic examples is we could go and update a spreadsheet, or we can go and send an email. So if I go over here, you can see there's a Gmail tool. And essentially what we can do, if you set up your right Gmail account, you could send a message, you can delete a message, you can reply, you have a lot of different options that your AI agent can act based around. So you could have a message to your AI agent and say, hey, send an email to X person about something. And let me show you how we could do that. Let me grab our chat trigger, which I believe is like way up over here. Drag that all the way down here and build out something basic. So we have our connected chat trigger over there into our AI agent. And great. Next thing, we have our tool. And here's something that kind of trips people up initially. It's like, how do I go and automatically populate information in here? Well, if you see this over here, it says, let the model define this parameter. So you could actually let the model choose, okay, who do I want to send the email to? You can also set the subject automatically and the message automatically if you prompt it correctly. You can add another options as well. So like, I want to turn off the n8n attribution by default. You can let the model choose this parameter as well as if you want. So there's your Gmail tool. You should also update the description. So I'm going to say, instead of send a message in Gmail, like, I think that's fine. Sometimes certain tools are a little bit ambiguous and the model won't know what to do. But this is just sending. And you can obviously, like, there's a lot of things that you could do based around this. And we've already covered a lot about Gmail. But all those are applicable to your AI agent now, which is really, really powerful if you think about it. We've set up Google, and obviously we don't have to change our credentials over here. And now we can have an AI agent automatically send emails. That's pretty crazy. So to do this, let's go over here, and I'm going to say, send an email to Ryan Nolan Data at gmail.com. So use the subject live AI agent. I'm going to also say over here, right in the body, this was live from a YouTube video. We're going to send all that over. And I actually have an error, and the error is because I actually didn't set a chat model. Oh man. All right, we're going to go and add in Latin Sonnet. So we'll go Anthropic. It's cool. We have that over here. I'm going to close that out. We're going to try this again. And you know what? Of course, cool. We're going to go back to our editor. We're going to send this again. Now it's working. You can see everything that's going on. And let's see if we actually got that email or not. So I'm going to load up my Gmail account. And I'm going to just go over here. Check it out. Live AI agent. This was a live from a YouTube video. That's pretty sweet. So, we could, going back over here, there's a lot of other tools. We can update a spreadsheet as well. So I'm going to just duplicate this, show you a spreadsheet. And I can literally, like, there's so many tools in n8n, you could literally spend days just exploring all these tools to no end. And oh, to mention as well, like, you can add in multiple tools from some things. So like, this sends a message in Gmail. And I would also recommend that you like define these. So like, send a message in Gmail. I guess I have that somewhere else. Oh, you know where it's at? I already have this here. All right, that makes sense why. You can duplicate this, right? And then instead of send a message, maybe we want to create a draft in Gmail, and resource, you just go over here to draft. And now you have two Gmail tools over here for this AI agent. One sends a message, one creates a draft. And obviously there's a lot of different options in Gmail, and you can keep building them out. One thing to mention though, when you add a lot of tools in here, it can confuse an AI agent. So think about what you want to add in, if it's 100% necessary, or if you want to add it to another AI agent, because you don't want to overload it and like you think, oh, I can send 100 tools to this AI agent. Like, come on, don't do that. Be specific as much as possible. Like, do I need this or not? Just to show you spreadsheet really quick, let's say like we want to add in a new row. Whoops. So we want to add in a new row into a spreadsheet. So I'm going to do this really quick. I'm going to go find spreadsheets. Should be sheets, not spreadsheets. So you can see there's a Google Sheets tool, and just add in your account that you want. Resource, instead of get rows, I'm going to say append row. I'm going to add in a document, and I'm going to go into this sheet 5. I want to say that was the one that we were doing yesterday. Cool. So we're going to add in an expense and be explicit. So tool description, append a row in Google Sheets. This is when someone asks to add an expense. Great. So I'm going to prompt it and say add an expense of 100, and it's going to go through and do that. So if I open the chat, I'm going to clear this one out. I'm going to say add an expense of, and what's one that we haven't covered yet? 50, 100, 12. So let's add in an expense of 75. And obviously, like, I didn't write a great prompt by any means. And I actually have an error over here. So what is my specific error? It says problem n8n, at least one value has to be sent. And if you go over here, you can see values to send. I never actually explicitly put something over here. Again, an error that most people make. So I didn't mean to make that error, but that's okay. We will run it again. It's good that you guys see me make errors because everyone's human. Like, no one's going to get things off the bat 100%. You can see with the green check mark, it's running still. This workflow is successful. Go back over here. We have 75 automatically added into our spreadsheet. Again, there is so many tools. Like, and we'll be covering stuff as well when we get into vector databases a little bit later. So you can even have it like AI agents as tools, generate an action plan, execute it, can use external tools. You can have workflows as tools. You can use Apify for web scraping, which I really like. And there's just so much over here. There's just too much to cover in one video. However, you can think of like a lot of different APIs and services. You can even add in external APIs over here. If you go to HTTP, look at this, makes an HTTP request and returns the response data. So I'm recording this actually after the HTTP section, but you'll learn this already a little bit earlier on in the course. And I don't know if I'll put this specifically in that HTTP request aside. I might. However, I can add this tool, which is pretty amazing. All right, so we covered tools now. And next thing we should talk about is essentially, how do you get new data? Because we talked about that issue where it's like, man, this is great and all, but I can't grab up-to-date information. So we'll go over here and say how to add up-to-date information. How to add up-to-date information. There's a few different ways, a few different approaches. We're going to go here, very basic. We're going to go to our AI agent. I'm just going to define this below. Actually, we'll do a chat checker. And we'll just keep expanding this on. So one thing that's really nice is OpenAI has a responses API, and that allows you to get real-time information. So make sure you're on a newer model. And I should just delete this OpenAI account 3. That was for old client. But we'll go over here to GPT-5 Mini, and you can see by default we have responses API, and there is built-in tools because of the responses API. So what we can do is add in web search, and you'll see it says search context size. So high-level guidance for the amount of context window space used for the search. I would probably just recommend keeping this at medium. If you're conscious about price, do low. If you don't care, which might overload your context window, put high. I'm just going to keep in medium, and we can ask a question. People always love the Pop-Tart poll. So I believe that was recently. Who won the Pop-Tart poll in 2025? And this is for college football. We'll throw this in over here. And normally this wouldn't get the answer because GPT-5 was not trained up through data in December 2025. But since we're using this specific tool, it says BYU won the 2025 Pop-Tarts Bowl, and it has a link over to CBS Sports. So you can click on that and double check that piece of information. So that's one way if you just want to search the web in general. However, there's other things as well. So you can actually define the domain if you want to search that. So let's say I just want to search ESPN for college football scores. You can go to ESPN.com and say that's like the only one available. But as I mentioned, you could throw in multiple domains if you want. So if there's multiple websites you want to scrape to get up-to-date information, you can put that in. So you can see web search. You can also specify what country. I could go over here and say US. You could specify what city as well as region. And this is good if you want to do research on businesses. So maybe you don't want to have the specific domain over here, but you want to search a business that's maybe in Orlando, Florida, or Sarasota, Florida, or Miami, Florida. And you could put all this in over here and just search for local business news because you want to do some research for a potential customer and have stuff to bring to a call. So you can actually fill out all of this information over here. And I find it pretty helpful on that side of things. So that is one way that you could get up-to-date information. Another way that you could do this is through a Perplexity tool. So you're going to actually have to set up a Perplexity API key. And honestly, it's really easy. But it says interact with the Perplexity API to generate AI response with citations. So why Perplexity is nice is it'll actually give you links to real-time information. So you can think of this as like a mixture of Google search with a large language model. And it's phenomenal. So just to show you, I'm going to load up Perplexity on a tab, show you what this kind of looks like. And there you go. So take a look at this. You can ask the same question and it'll get answers. So we're going to say like, I don't know, who won the Pop-Tarts Bowl in 2025? And you'll see it searches the web and literally 10 sources of information. So you could attach this as a tool directly into our AI agent, directly in our AI agent over here to get real-time information. So it's kind of overkill if you use both of these over here. So I'd just recommend one or the other. Like if you want to just have everything natively and directly in the OpenAI ecosystem, use this. However, if you're going to use another model that obviously won't have access to the OpenAI responses, I would just recommend use Perplexity. You can obviously message the model. I'd set a description of why you're using Perplexity. The text, you can define that over here as well. So defined automatically by the model. And I would just also mention over here, like in our, where's our system message? Use Perplexity to research any related news in 2025. Obviously, this is very short, but I would just recommend that you fill out this information, really go in depth of like, why should your AI agent use Perplexity as a tool? Like give that exact scenario. You think it's going to be possible. And then, so there's Perplexity. And honestly, all you have to do is set up the Perplexity API. It takes 2 seconds. So I'm going to go over here and say Perplexity API. And you go to the Perplexity API platform. Obviously, they have a lot of things over here, and you just have to set up your API key. You should be very familiar with how to set up an API key as of now with all the stuff I've taught you guys. And just to go back into n8n, like to go into Perplexity credentials, you can see it's literally just an API key. Couldn't connect with these settings. So I actually need to update my Perplexity account. I guess I deleted my key. I had some time and, we'll have to update that. But regardless, all you have to do is throw in an API key and you're good to go with Perplexity. So that is up-to-date information. Responses Perplexity. The other tool that people use, and I've never used it, but it's called Tavily. Where is this? Let me find it really fast. Thought it was called Tavily. I don't know why I can't find it. I don't know why I can't find it right now, but I believe it's Tavily to get up-to-date information. So that's another one over here. Maybe it's a custom HTTP request right now. Again, I just haven't messed with it, but I just wanted to call that out. All right, and going back over here. Lastly, just really quickly wanted to talk about memory before we jump into 2 or 3 examples. Memory can be a little bit complicated in n8n. And I'll specifically talk about memory is like the back and forth conversation. So you can see chat message received with the AI agent. I'm just going to show you simple memory really fast. I might actually expand out and talk about a little bit more complicated memory another time, either in this course or on the YouTube channel. For sure on the YouTube channel. But let me clear this out and we'll just grab a fresh AI agent. So if you want to remember all these past conversations with an AI agent, you're going to have to set up memory. And if you click over here, the quickest way to do this is simple memory. So it says stores n8n memory, no credentials are required. You want to set up credentials, you would use one of these over here. Honestly, the most popular ones that I see people use is MongoDB as well as Postgres. That does deal with external databases though, and it's a little bit complicated. So it's not going to be in this section. Again, it's probably going to be a little bit later on in this course, or it's just another video. But simple memory allows you to just save those conversations back and forth over here. And just to show you, like if I asked a question, so like, what is 30 times 11? Just 330. It's quick math. You don't need it. But we'll go over here and go into, where's my OpenAI? There, cool. We have OpenAI. Go to account 1, GPT-5 mini. Great. And we'll just ask this question. And you can see by default, we have a memory of 5, but I'm going to say now I did 20. It's going to know that it already said 330. Now it's going to say 350. So if you want to have a conversation back and forth with your chat, you need to add in simple memory over there. Man, I know this is a long section. I think like we're well over an hour and we still have to do our 2 to 3 examples, which I'll think about before we quickly jump into those. But to kind of just recap everything that we've done, is like, this is just a very, very long section for the course. And it's really critical that you memorize these components. So not everything in detail, but kind of just, where to go. So you have 2 different types of prompts. You have a system prompt as well as the user prompt. You can think of the system prompt as something that's not going to change unless want to tweak it and make it a little bit better. Whereas the user prompt will change every time you run a specific model. Once you ask something a little bit slightly different. Next, you want to include as in their examples. Examples is one way to stop hallucinations. It also provides some context on like how you expecting specific responses. If you want to get a specific response, that way you can keep passing it forward with the orchestration that you're building out, structured output parser. You're going to have to set up some example JSON, but really pairing that with your examples that you're going to provide with few shot prompts is going to help a ton and really stop incorrect results and hallucinations. You can add in a lot of things. So we talked about adding in your main model, your fallback model, memory, as well as a tool and an output parser. So you can also have multiple tools, not just one, but I just showed that over there. Typically, I want to set 1 task per agent. Obviously, it's like complementary tasks. That's perfectly fine. But I find a lot of people will stuff too many tasks within the context window of an AI agent. And it gets confused, or they just send a bunch of text. And really, you should build out a RAG application for that. We'll talk about RAG a little bit later. You can kind of chain together multiple agents to get results. So this was just an example of that over there. We covered hallucinations, which, hallucination is that know-it-all person in class that seems they think they know everything and they really don't. And hallucinations, they're part of the process with AI. You just have to be as careful as possible and try to limit hallucinations as much as possible. I showed you how to write a prompt and the framework on it. So first thing I always define is like, what's the role of the AI agent? If we're using any tools, what tools do we have available and why do we want to use that tool? How do we handle errors within the AI agent as well as those external tools that we provided? What tone of response should we have back? What rules and restrictions should we have in place? Obviously, there's ways to restrict outside of the AI agent as well, such as guardrails, but you can do that directly in over here. Shot prompting, we've covered already so many different times. Hopefully you understand that. Additional context, like what other information should this AI agent know to get the exact result? And how do you want to format your final results as well? So make sure you include those when possible and when applicable. We covered tools. There's hundreds of tools available in n8n and thousands if you really include all the HTTP requests that you could use for external APIs. be super explicit. Why is this tool used? And what should it do specifically? Make sure you put that in the prompt as well as the tool description. You can click that star and it'll automatically populate things. It says defined automatically by the model. Up-to-date information, really Tavily, Perplexity, and OpenAI responses. Use one of those three if you need to get information. Remember, knowledge cutoff dates. A lot of models aren't even trained on 2025 data, or if they're trained like halfway through the year. So if you need real-time information or near real-time information, you have to specifically do that. If you want to have messages kind of saved, set up a simple memory. You can change this like the context window length. So when it pass interaction, the model receives those contexts. And look up the pricing for models. You go to their API, you'll see all the specs as well. Like the first part is your input. What are you sending to the model? And then what is that specific output? The typically output is going to be way more expensive than your input. And every model has different limits on how much context you can include. And we could really turn this into a 3-4 hour video. I'm trying to condense a ton of knowledge all at once, but hopefully you have found this section valuable. So we have two different examples to go through in this section. Let's start with the first one, which is going to utilize multiple AI agents together. So essentially what we want to do is have agent number one do a content summarizer. And there's going to be a better way to do this here in the future, but we're going to use our AI agent now for that. So you can like summarize this blog post in 3 points, bullet points of the main ideas. And then the second agent is going to be a social media writer. So you can use tweets, you could use LinkedIn posts, whatever social media account that you specifically want. Obviously, prompt is better than what I have over here. And we're going to input in agent one's summary. So maybe we want to also have an edit set for the article. Edit set for the article. I want you to try this yourself. I think this is pretty self-explanatory. Obviously, I'll show you how to build it here in a second. So pause the video, 3, 2, 1, give it a shot for yourself, and then we'll jump right into it. All right, so let's build this out. First thing I want to make sure that we have is our manual trigger. And I just want to make sure I didn't use a manual trigger up here. I did, so we're just going to drag this down. Great, so we have our manual trigger. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And the first thing I want to do is get our response API. So what we're going to have to do is set this up in OpenAI again. So let's grab an AI agent and have that over here. And also we need our edit set. So let's grab our edit set. We're actually going to paste our article over here on that side of things. And yeah, so we have our edit set. Well, the article I'm going to grab on this side is this famous cricketer named Miranji. There's also like a prince or something like that. I actually have this as a card. It's from like 1902. I didn't even realize that this was built in 1897, which is kind of cool. So we have that over here. We're going to throw that into our edit fields. And we're going to say, this is the article we want to summarize. Obviously, choose whatever article you want. I just felt like Wikipedia would be pretty easy to do. So we could just execute the step and we have our article. Nothing really too crazy there. Then we're going to use our chat model. Let's do OpenAI because we're going to use the OpenAI responses for this use case. You can see responses is available. So add in a built-in tool. We're going to do web search, select, and we're going to do web search allow domains. And we're going to actually paste this in over here in a second. So what we have over here is this. We have that attached into our AI agent. You can see the article. And what I can do is just paste this in right there. Awesome. So we have that. Obviously, we want to change our model. So I'm going to go into GPT-5 Mini. And, okay. So now what we're going to do is use this terrible prompt. Obviously, we'll make this a little bit better. And we're going to go and change this to define below. I'm going to just put this article over here again, just in case. We're going to say article this. And then what we're going to do is build out our system prompt. So go over here, add in a system message, and we're going to just write this off over here. So let me make this a little bit larger like that. And we're saying summarize this blog post in 3 points. So we're going to start off as you are a blog post summarizer. The goal is to write 3 key points about an article. Be concise. We're having escape. If you cannot write 3 key points, write as many as possible, write 1 or 2, write 0, 1 or 2. In the other key points, state no available to. All right, so this is like a very basic one. It's kind of hard to give an example, but without the full article, but I'll say over here, example, and WG Grace founded Cricut in, we'll just put an exact date, 1860. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Babe Ruth was both a pitcher and hitter. You can just throw another one over here as an example. But we have those over here as 2 examples. So we have our example side of it. We have the task. We're going to add in the article as context. Let's put over here the goal is to write 3 points about an article, concise. The article will be passed in the user message. Well, and going back to our framework, which we had, where was our framework? I want to say it was like one of these up over here. Right, role identity, we covered that. What tools? We're not really using any tools. We're going to use the responses API. We talked about handling errors. Didn't really mention tone. We're just going to be pretty concise on that side of it. We don't really have any restrictions on that side of things. Maybe we'll say do not include the article URL. Maybe we can put that over there. I put some examples. It doesn't really need additional context. We talked about the format being 3 sentences or 3 quick things. And I'll just put over here one extra thing. Examples. Do not include the article URL. Only I'll put the 3 key points on URLs. I think that's fine. So let's test this out and see what happens. And we got a bad request, which is interesting. Invalid domain. Oh, you know what it is going to be? I know exactly what's happening. It's just asking for Wikipedia on this side of things because we're just searching Wikipedia. That's fine. Do Wikipedia. Let's just go back over here to web search allowed domains. And you can see it says wikipedia.org. Wikipedia.org. I wonder if we could also pass in the Ranji. That's fine. Cool. So let's test this again. This should work. I just put extra stuff. I didn't follow the instructions. All right. So let's see what our results are. And you can see Indian cricketer played 15. It actually referenced the link. It did not listen to me. Oh, that's annoying. So do not include the article URL. It did not listen to that. Obviously, I can try to fine tune this prompt, but I still think this should be able to be used for our next AI agent. So we're just going to skip into that. So what we're going to do is build another agent. This is going to be our social media writer. So I'd also relabel our agents as well. So this is content summarizer. Just get a good habit of that. I haven't been really doing that throughout the series, but that's fine. Social media writer. Cool. And obviously, like if I wanted to spend more time, I could write this to be a better prompt and tweak it so it doesn't actually paste out the URL. And it could be also the responses API. It forces you to have a URL based around that. That might be the case. We could always scrub it with another node or code node. It doesn't really matter too much. So I'm going to just literally keep this over here like this. Again, terrible prompt, but we'll change this up a little bit. We'll have to give some examples. I'm going to keep the do not include this. I'll put the 3 tweets. We're going to split this up in a second. All right, so you are a Twitter/X tweet creator. Take these 3 key points and write 3 engaging tweets. Use emojis and hashtags. Example. And let's put an example over here. Now, I'm not the best at Twitter. I don't have a large following, so obviously I haven't figured out the platform. We'll just give an example. Dr. W.G. Grace founded Cricket. Do you know his amazing backstory? Read more. I don't know. We can do something like that. And then we could have another one over here. Most people know Babe Ruth as a hitter, but he was an excellent pitcher. Let's look at his unknown pitching career. Again, these are probably pretty poor, but you get the point. Put some examples over here. Role, additional information. We have some examples. Do not include the article URL. Now I'll put the 3 tweets. And let's find over here. And we should say like separate these tweets. These tweets. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to actually put an output parser over here. So the reason why I want to put an output parser, oh, this is actually really good. Okay, cool. So check this out. What we're going to do is something like this. It probably won't make sense to you right away. And if you are paying attention, maybe it will. Not to discredit people who aren't paying attention, because this is a little abstract. I don't even know if it'll work correctly. I think it will. All right. Put over here and say key points. Pass that in the output over here. Cool. I hope this works. Also, I need to pin this data because I don't want to run that again. All right. So let's see if this works. I'm really hoping it works. 50-50. I might have to rework the prompt a little bit. Now, honestly, a lot of the time spent on builds is kind of reworking the prompt, to be honest with you, because there's always so many nuances based off of what a customer wants and what their expected output is. So you have to like constantly fine tune it. Oh, it did work. Awesome. Check that out. Yes. All right. So, all right, here's the deal. Why I included it like this. Essentially what I want is an array of tweets, because we can break this out. We can now have each of these become an item afterwards. So I just said tweets, tweet 1, tweet 2, tweet 3. And what we can do now, if we go into our nodes, and I believe it's under data transformations. Yeah, split out. So check this out. We haven't used split out in a while. Oh, this is perfect. Let me pin this data as well. Sweet. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we have our initial article over here. We tell our content summarizer to read our article and specifically give us 3 key points. Obviously, I'm just using Wikipedia for this example. You could change this up. Then what we do is we create the tweets. Obviously, I would want to have some type of winning tweet on the platform and really build out a thorough system message. This is like a very mediocre, like a C- system message. So, and then I essentially put a structured output format or a structured output parser over here. So that way we have an array of different tweets, which makes it really easy for us to split this out. As you can see over here, all I did is pass in tweets, and now we have 3 things. So the first one, Ranji, an Indian prince who played 15 tests for England and later ruled, I'm not going to try pronouncing this, reigned from 1907 to 1933, from royal palaces to cricket pitches. His life reads like a novel. I actually kind of like that. Over here, we have some hashtags as well, which we can define like, hey, do we want hashtags or not? That can all go in the system prompts. A revelation that's batting the daring back foot play and popularized, maybe even invented the silly leg lance. A first class average of 56.37 says it all. And then it says his legacy complex. The Ranji Trophy carries his name, yet he was criticized for not promoting cricket in India, and his secession to, again, I'm not going to pronounce that, sparked controversy. So we have that over there, and boom, we essentially split this out. And what's nice is we can essentially go into Sheets if we really wanted to. I'm not going to do it just to save some time, but we can go into Sheets and upload each item individually as tweets or however you want to schedule these on social media. So that's pretty awesome. We have emojis in here. We have hashtags. We have this over here as well. And again, I would just recommend for the social media side of things, really build out a prompt a little bit more complicated than this. I would take a look at what works in the platform and try to emulate that specifically into the system message. So that way it can give you those specific results. Like I would mention, what is considered a good hook, give some examples of that, how many characters you want in your tweet, spacing, like really build this out. And this is something I'm going to be doing in the future, probably for repurposing my content, because I'll be honest, my Twitter kind of sucks and I need to research the platform. So I'll really build something in depth based around that. Like instead of this content summarizer, I'll have something with a YouTube video and then a social media writer for each platform, because there's things that work on Twitter that might not work on LinkedIn. That is essentially it for our first one. Let's take a look at our second example now. All right, so our second example is going to be a little bit more complicated. And this is actually going to involve an API as well. Be honest with you, I have not taken a look at this API, so I have no idea if it's a complicated API or not. We're going to go through it together. So essentially what we're going to do over here is we're going to do a comparison. So like we compare iPhone 17 to Samsung S25. These are newer phone models. I assume models don't have that information. We're going to use Perplexity this time to search for news for iPhone 17. We're going to use another side of Perplexity to search for the Samsung S25. Then we're going to use an HTTP request to fetch prices from Best Buy's API. We're going to use all three of these and use another AI agent. I know it says OpenAI chat model, but it's fine. And then we have all this context from Perplexity on those, the OpenAI results, and then we'll just write a summary. So again, if you guys want to give it a shot first, this is the API, by the way, developer.bestbuy.com. I found it for here. And you can see there's documentation as well. And we're just going to fall through. This could be like a super fast example, or this is going to be something that bites me back. And it might take a while to figure out and might make some errors. But either way, I thought this would be kind of cool to go through. So feel free to try this out for yourself, to change the products if you want, and I will work on the solution here shortly. All right, let's get going. So I know I put manual trigger over here. We could start with that, or we could do a form and just put in each of these. So let's do the manual trigger first, and we're going to go manual trigger. And actually, we have already manual trigger above, so we are off to a great start. All right, then we're going to do just an edit set. Obviously, you could do a chat trigger for this, but I'm just going to go edit set for this route. And we're going to do a manual mapping, and we're going to just call this compare. And we'll use the same exact string over here. Compare iPhone 17 to Samsung S25. So we'll use that. Then what I want to do is build out an AI agent. So we're going to say AI agent like this. This is a pretty easy one. We're not really going to have to do much with this AI agent. I'm just going to pin this data. Oops. To and pin it. Cool. So all we're doing on this, we should use a very cheap model because this task is simple. All we're doing is asking to extract the two products. So we're going to also put a structured output formats. Let's go with output parser. Great. And we'll say products. Product one. We'll put product two next. Two. We need to have that double quotes. Great. So we're in a good start. We're going to use OpenAI. We're going to use the cheapest model, GPT-5 Nano. I'm sure there's cheaper models out there. Well, there is, but I'm going to use US cheapest. That side of things. Cool. Turn off responses. We don't need that. Go to our agent. All I want to say on here is for our prompt, add option system prompt, you are an AI agent that takes the comparison text, which I misspelled comparison, that's all right, and extracts the two products. I can say example, Tops versus Panini. We'll say Yankees or Red Sox. And I should just say man, look at that spelling. Terrible. All right. So we have both these. We'll say user for these. User is what we're trying to do is just give a few examples. We'll say AI. That's just literally giving the example, but it should be. This is pretty self-explanatory, simple prompt. So all we should get is iPhone 17 and Samsung S25. Hopefully that works. Cool. It works. You can see over here with our products. Great. Next thing, what we need to do is split this apart. So do essentially what we covered over here with the split out. Paste that there. A lot of action today with the split out. Not on purpose by any means like that. We're going to pin this also just to save some costs. Not that we need it. Then we're just going to go to products. We should have two products. Great. We have both of those. And actually, I'm trying to think, should we, maybe we don't need to split these out. Hold on. We might not actually need to split these out. I'm just thinking about this architecture really quick. Or we might need to for the Best Buy API. I'm going to save this really quick over here. I don't know if we need to. Let me think of this. All right, this is on the fly thinking. So we need to do a perplexity node. Perplexity. We're going to message a model. Obviously, we could use this in an AI agent. I just wanted to change things up. All right, so then we're going to do, I think this is my perplexity account. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's this one. We're going to go over here. Let me text. So let me just click this. Couldn't connect. It's perplexity 2. All right, I think it's perplexity 2. That's my actual account. All right, we're going to say based on the product. And we're going to feed in a product over here. Search for its specs and latest reviews. Based on the product, I'm going to say search for specs. Okay, so we're going to have a product that goes through here. Right now, if I build it like this, each product goes individually one at a time into this, which I think is probably the route we want to take. Yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to split this out, and then we're going to put everything in. That's what I'm kind of thinking right now. So we were split out. This is fine. Then what we're going to do is go into perplexity based on the product. We're going to put this product over here. This gets us our newest information. Obviously, like we can make this way better as well. You can add in options over here. I think this is fine. Let's just see what the results are look like. Search its specs and latest reviews. Yeah, that's fine. Because we're going to need the Best Buy API still. And I think what we're going to do is probably split this apart. So we have two items. We have citations over here, search result, choices. We have a lot of text. Cool. All right, this should be fine. So this is probably where the Best Buy API is going to go. I'm going to say like Best Buy API. Both of these. Best Buy API goes here. We should probably solve that. I'm going to say it's a HTTP request. Again, I've never looked at the Best Buy API, so I have no idea what in stores for us. We're going to have to merge after that because we're doing Perplexity. And then HTTP request Best Buy API. Then we're going to have another agent that essentially takes everything. Also, you don't need an agent here. You could use a basic LLM chain, but we haven't really covered that yet. Cover it a little bit later. All right. I need to have another AI agent after we do a merge. So we're going to have this AI agent over here. We're going to have a merge. Also, since we're going to be doing a summary on this side of things, I would probably recommend to use a little bit of a better model on that side of things. But we'll cover that here in a second. All right, let's take a look at Best Buy. So we have all the documentation over here. We should probably get an API key and look at the documentation. So I wonder where we have like pricing, things like that. All right, well, there's pagination as well. A lot going on. I think the first thing we should do is sign up. Hopefully it's a fast API to sign up for. It's not garbage. I wouldn't say garbage, but you know what I mean. Okay, so only returns SKU name and price for the products. All right, we'll go through the documentation. Let's actually sign up for this really fast. I need to create an account. All right, let me do this. We're going to just cut this out. Then I got this email just to verify my email. And apparently it doesn't work. We're going to try it again. Okay, apparently this link does not work from Best Buy. Let's see if I can go to my dashboard. Free email and edu address not allowed at this time. Well, I could use my actual email for my website. However, the problem is not all of you guys are going to be able to get access to this API. So I wonder if like another website has a guy we could use. I apologize because essentially what I was going to try to do, and maybe we can just mock this up. I was trying to get us to use an API to get real-time prices. So maybe let's ask Claude really quick. I'm going to put Claude in another screen. I know this is a little bit off and some of you guys might not like this, but you know what? It's okay. We're going to try to go through this. Cool. I'm literally just going to say, I'm trying to use the Best Buy API, use the Best Buy API to compare prices of phones. However, it doesn't allow free email addresses. Are there any alternative sites? Use that will allow for this. And why I'm doing that, just to show you guys like what happens if I have a problem. Maybe a customer said I should use the Best Buy API and they can't access it as well. So do some research. I'm using Claude here. Obviously I could use Perplexity, but I feel like this might help. All right, so it says fake store. No, I don't want that. Dummy JSON. Potential. We could use Amazon. It says use web scraping. And Man, that's really annoying. I mean, I can do web scraping as well. Did we cover web scraping? I just want to double check. I think web scraping was last section. I'm recording these a little bit out of order. We could use web scraping. Will Firecrawl allow me to web scrape Best Buy? It might. We could try it. They have a native node. So we could extract from a page. And I know for you guys, you're like, oh, you just explained it last lesson, but I'm literally recording this section 16 before our web scraping one. So should be able to extract data. And I don't use Firecrawl every single day. URLs. All right. I have an idea. Yeah. Let's see if this works. So we're going to look for Best Buy iPhone or Best Buy. What was the model? S25? Galaxy S25 Best Buy. We might actually change this up a little bit, but let's see what it has over here. We'll grab one of these. All right, we'll grab this. I think this is like a standard model. I'm very curious if Firecrawl will get this or not. Let's just test it out. So let's say we have to figure out how to get these product URLs still. And let me just double check. I'm in here as well. Connection tested it successfully. This is going to extract our data. There's different operations as well. Just double check. Apple website, you get URLs, scrape a URL and get its content. We should probably just scrape instead. So here's the URL. Because we can always clean this up after. Crawl website, we're not going to use that. List of crawlers. Again, all this will be covered in the previous video. Extract data. We might use extract data there too. Let's scrape first and see if this is actually impossible. We scraped it, and you can see we have a value over here as well as this price. So that's the scraping example. Fortunately, the Best Buy API did not work. Let's see the other one, if we can try the other URL. Instead of scrape, we're going to extract data. We're going to add in that URL. Prompt, we'll just say extract the final price of the phone. All right, and then property, we should put like price. So we'll just say price like that. That's all we care about. Let's see if we can get. Nope. Oh, the URL is off. I don't know why that was off there. That's kind of weird. All right, let's try it again. Check your parameters. Having something off. We have the URL there. It looks correct. Extract the price of the phone. Schema, define the structure of the extracted data. I mean, that's literally all we need. I mean, I think this should be fine. We might just use the scrape of the URL. I mean, we'll test this one more time. We're going to get 400 code. Obviously, something's wrong on my side. That's fine. This, we can feel free to test this out, but this will essentially do that. So now I need to think this through. It's like, okay, we have this information. Now I need to get the URLs. So how do I get the URLs now? So that way I can pass it in. And if I test this again, like I just want to pin this. Can I, from this markdown, can I get the actual final price? So what I want to test as well is that we're going to use another cheap AI agent over here. I'm going to pass that over here like that. And we're going to test. So let's try it out. So what I'm going to do is pass this in here. We're going to pass in this markdown. That's the only thing we care about right now. Now I'm just going to say, based on the markdown, can you provide the final price? Based on the markdown in the user message. Can you extract final price? All right, let's test this out. We need to change this up and we'll say price. And what we're going to do is just put something over here like 500 points 64. Let's see if that works. All right, let's test this out. We're going to unpin it. Again, I wish we could have used the API. Look at that, $8.99. Sweet. Okay, so that's fine. We don't need the API. We used Firecall. We extracted it out. So now we need to think about like, all right, how do we get these URLs? Like, because I don't want to manually get these URLs. So we get our AI agent over here. Great. Then we message a model, Perplexity. I'm just wondering now, it's like, okay, and there's a lot of different ways we could find this price. I'm just trying to think like what would be the easiest. So I know Firecall has other nodes as well. I'm wondering if we go Firecall again and search something for a site, they might have that. Search and optionally scrape each search result. That actually might be it. Map a website and get URLs. There's too many URLs on Best Buy for that. Oh, a website might be able to do that, like crawl the site and then get the URLs there. But I feel like there'd be a more efficient way. Cancel a crawl job, extract data. I feel like Perplexity would be really good at just finding the URL. So let's try that. So this we might want to change as well based on the product, search its specs and latest reviews. We might try this again on the other side. So I'm going to say, and we're going to try this out. And again, I don't know if it's going to work yet. We're not. Based on the product, find URL on Best Buy that is not out of stock. All right. This might work. And maybe we might have to put an AI agent here instead of just this Perplexity node. I'm going to say only return the URL. So thinking through this, we're going to have the product here. I'm asking it to find it on Best Buy. It's like a web search. And then I'm saying to only return the URL. Simplify output. I'll rather only return essential fields, ID, citations, message. Let's simplify that out. Add options. Search domain filter. Ooh, this is good. So we can only search Best Buy. We might as well throw that in. So we throw that there. That might not work, but search recency filter. Yeah, it should be the last month. I'll put randomness. We don't need the temperature. Using Sonar. Let's try this. Again, we might have to actually use an AI agent. But we have the iPhone 17 here. Does this work? We need to get the actual product page though. That did not work for that one. And then, I mean, it's close. It's close, right? But this isn't the exact piece of information I want. And I need to prompt this better. So we said based on the product, find one URL on Best Buy that is not out of stock. The URL should be that of where I can purchase the phone and not show a phone plan. For example, buying an iPhone for $1,000. I don't know. We're just going to try this and see if that works. Probably not the best, but we'll test it out. All right, so we have another 2 URLs. Let's see what happened this time. That link does not work. Let's see this link. Okay, that does work. We should also mention that these are base models or something like that. Or maybe we need to look at the unlocked version. I think that might be the best approach. All right, so find one URL on Best Buy that is not out of stock. The URL should be that of an unlocked version of the phone. And obviously this is going back into, you're fine tuning this for a specific domain. Maybe we're doing phone searches. So based on the provide one URL, Best Buy that is not stock, the URL should be that of an unlocked version of the phone. It should have a price to purchase it at and is the base model. Only return the URL. All right, let's try this again. At least you guys get to see some prompt engineering. All right, so it says no matching indicate iPhone unlocked models. They are carrier locked. Is that the case? I don't know enough about phones. And if it is the case, maybe we just compare Verizon to Verizon. Like this gets me the unlocked one. Does iPhone really not have an unlocked version? Or is it only iPhone 17 that there's specific ones? It looks like maybe iPhone 16 is the reason why. Let's just change this to iPhone 16 and see what happens. And obviously, I'm glad there's the fallback, which tells us what happened. This is a little bit annoying, but this is what it is. All right, so we're going to compare the iPhone 16 to Samsung there. We're going to unpin that. Well, I can just change that to 16 there. Cool. We're going to unpin that, execute step, pin it again. Oh, let's try this. So we have iPhone 16. Let's check that out. It was wrong again. Wow. I mean, there's other ways to take a look at it. I would have thought Perplexity would be the best one right out of the gate. It's not product. Find one URL in Best Buy that is not out of stock. The URL should be that of an unlocked version. It should be. Double check the results. Double check the results and make sure there is a price on the page before returning the URL. Let's try it one more time. I might think like SERP API, where we scrape the Google search results. And I think there's a way to do it in Firecrawl also. Might be the best approach now if this doesn't work. Wow. I mean, I wonder if this used to be the URL. Let's check one. No. All right. We need to think this through again. So let's go to Firecrawl, because Firecrawl does have an option to search Google, I want to say. So search and scrape search results. All right, this is what we want to look at now. And we might not even need to scrape and get its content, but we'll double check this. All right, so Firecrawl search, and we're going to have a query. So let's search that. We're going to put our product. We're going to say unlocked Best Buy. All right, so expanding this out, let's just see what the search results look like right now. We're just going to go to the first one. All right, so that doesn't work. It's interesting that these always go to the plans first before it actually goes to the model. All right, so what does this look at? Apple iPhone unlocked. All right, so let's see what the search results look like. Web, timeout, limit. We'll do limit 10. And we'll test it out. Use a custom body if we want. All right, let's try this out. So we have all these web URLs now. And essentially what we'll have to do is figure out what in that URL would have that result that we care about. So let's look at these URLs. We have the title, description. I think this is the one that we want, right? It's unlocked. Or was it one of these? Unlocked black. That might be it. All right, so it gave us 2 items. That's an example of a URL that we'd want. This in notes. So that's an example. Because we need to have some sort of filter before it goes over here to get that price. Because obviously we don't get the price here. I'm just going to pin this as well. All right, and then Best Buy. So I'm looking at this. We honestly might need something that just has unlocked with dashes next to it. You can see this doesn't work. So let's add in a filter. I think this might be it. I have an idea. This won't always work, but imagine we're just scraping Best Buy, and let's figure this out together. So we're going to put in a filter. And what we're going to take a look at is this URL. We're going to say contains, and we're trying to find unlocked, right? So we'll say unlocked like this. Because if you look at the URLs, that's not correct. That's not correct. Obviously, we want bestbuy.com, so we'll have to make sure bestbuy.com is in one of these. So let's just add another condition, and we're going to say this URL. I'm going to say also string contains bestbuy.com. /product. All right, so we have the Samsung Galaxy here. Okay, so we need to split out these URLs first before we do that. You can see it. Okay, I know what we need to do. Let's split out these URLs first before we actually do that. This is turning into a more complicated build than I anticipated. I thought it was going to be pretty easy. That's all right. Okay, so give this split out. Let's split out web. I don't know if this is going to work or not. Okay, so we split these out. I only care about the URL now. So let's do an edit set. Set. We're going to pass in just the URL. Right. So have that. We have iPhone and the Galaxy. Great. Okay. So now let's try this filter. We need to change this out though. Let's use URL. I think this should be it though, because we only want the product page, because we don't want /site, want /product. I think that will give us these 2 URLs. And then we'll do a limit for each of these. All right, we've got 3 URLs. We're pretty good. Let's remove duplicates, because you can see this is a duplicate. Oh, actually, it's not a duplicate. Almost there. We are almost there. Okay. So we need to figure out a way to remove that 3rd product. Okay. That is not too bad. almost there. We're at the final stretch. Let's think about this for a second. So we have Galaxy S25, 120 icy blue. I just want to see why there's two different ones there. So this is $699. Okay. What's the difference between these? Okay. This item is no longer available in new condition. So maybe we actually want to have all of these, and we'll have 3 items just in case, like one is out of stock. Like again, we're scraping Google. We have only like 5 URLs for each of these, and obviously we can expand this out. I think this is a good fail-safe system just in case. All right, let's test this out. So what we're going to do now is paste each of these URLs into over here. It's going to filter out automatically. You watch what's going to happen. So we have this URL, and what I'm going to say, based on the final markdown, can you extract the final price? If there is no price, only output 0. So we have a fail-safe, and we're just going to filter out the zeros at the very end. Because if you look, we put a final price there. So watch what's going to happen now. We go to this extractor and pin this. I execute the step. We're going to get the markdown now for each of those URLs. And obviously, like, I apologize for this being so long. I still hope you guys find value. So we have markdown for each of these. And you can see this third one's just not going to work. And now we're going to test this in our AI agent. Obviously, I want to pin this again so we don't run music cost. Just double check that this is correct. Okay. Execute the step. I feel like we're almost there. And to mention as well, for production, there's things I would change 100% for this, but we're just going to test these 2 phones. All right, take a look. 659, 699, and 0. Wow, almost there. Let's just double check. I think it was correct. That's 699. All right, 659, that was correct there. And then we said 699. Oh, we got it, even with the discounts. Look at that. So let's pin this data. And then we're going to do, oh, you know what we need as well? Oh, this is annoying. All right. We need to update this as well. Because I don't know what each of these are. And we need to make sure that they match. Well, actually, no, because we have, I guess we have this information here. If I execute this step again. However, there could be a scenario. There could be the scenario where these are out of order in some capacity. And it was always going to be iPhone, then Android for this one, just based off of the search. However, down over here, like what happens if there's 2 iPhones and then Android? Like the order is going to be out. It's not going to be, sorry, it's going to be out of order. So we need to pass also the phone. We're like, oh man, you can see like when you start building these advanced, there's always like these edge cases. All right, so we're going to say phone, iPhone 16. Great. And should we put the URL? I feel like we should put the URL as well. URL. I feel like it has the URL. All right, let's try this one more time. I did like these results, but we just want to specify that. I might have to change that prompt though for the output. It might literally just be one extra line that says also prints out the phone type as well as, you know, well, and maybe I want to print colors. I want to see if this works though, out of the box. If it does, fantastic. And we'll just throw that here. That is empty. Weird. All right, so we need to rate this as a prompt. Also, output the phone brand and the URL. If you are unsure, put the phone brand at the URL as an idea. All right, let's try this again. I think I'm also using the cheapest model here, if I remember correctly. Or using Nano. If it doesn't get it correct, I'm going to change this into Mini because it is such a bad model. Okay, I'm not going to say it's a bad model. It's a cheap model. So you get what you get with it. That's fine. I should have been more explicit and say like the brand and the phone type, but for now, this is fine because we have Samsung, we have the URL. We're there. This is a header skip, which is interesting enough. All right, we're good. We're good. We have the phone URL as well as the price. So now what we need to do is filter out the 0. Also should think about like how we want to only have one of these. Maybe a more advanced case would be to use a code node and loop through these and just grab, the one of these that looks correct. We're not going to cover the code node yet, so I'm not going to worry about that. We're just going to filter this out for 0 and assume that every time we get these, it's going to be correct. All right, so filter this out over here. We're going to say value number has to be greater than, and a phone should not be less than $100. So we'll execute that step. You can see it keeps the 2 items. All right, we have iPhone in there. Next, what we're going to do is attach that over here. So this input goes there. This input goes over here. What we're going to do now is combine by position. You could combine by other stuff, but it's fine. Position. Have all of this. Great. We have our thing over here. We should also probably clean this up really quick. So I go to edit sets just because there's a lot of junk. Like we should clean up the junk first before it goes into the merge. So what do we have over here that we actually need? So we don't need all the usage. There you just need to have the content. That's it. That's all we need. All right, so now we merge these in over here. Execute step. We have the choices, which is from Perplexity, and we have our output there. And what we're going to do now is summarize. Well, let's think this through. So we have our choices there and our output. We have the final price. So I'm thinking we do 2 nodes. We do one that just does like a 5-sentence summary about the price and URL. Then we'll combine them together at the very end and do a comparison. I don't know. I'm trying to think this through. I think we might be fine. Might be fine. All right, let's just do a summarize over here. What we're going to do is paste in both of these. We're going to concatenate. We're going to do a new line. Or actually, let's do a custom other. We'll do space /n, like that. I think this is how we'll want to do it. Do the same thing here. Just want to see what this looks like. Other. All right, let's execute this step. Concatenated. Great. You can see these are new lines, / new lines. And then what we're going to do, let's use a better model. Let's use Sonnet over here. So you're paying a little bit more, but you're going to get better results. And now we need to write our message. Again, I did not expect this to be this long. I really apologize. So we're going to say reviews and specs. I'm going to say pricing for all. Now, are a phone, you're an iPhone, I don't know, you're an iPhone, not iPhone, you're a phone comparison article writer. I don't know if I like that. You are to compare two phones and talk about their specs and pricing. Specs, pricing. Let's go back over here and say the phones are separated by this. The phones are separated by this. Okay. Make sure comparison is 3 to 5 sentences for each phone. And at the end, and the link. This is like not the best prompt, but to compare two phones, talk about their specs and pricing. I talked about how they're getting separated. Make sure the comparison is 3 to 5 sentences. We're just going to fix the spelling mistakes really fast. And we're going to test this out. A lot going on over here. I'm going to be paying a pretty penny from Claude for this one, but that's fine. We just want to test this out. And let's take a look. iPhone 16 versus Samsung Galaxy S25 comparison. iPhone 16 delivers Apple's signature premium experience, powered by n8n chips. It offers excellent performance, 30% better. At 170 grams, it maintains comfortable lightweight design. Price $699. Buy at Best Buy. It gives me the link as well over here. And then it says Samsung S25. Talks about that over here. Top performance. Take a look. Price. Buy at Best Buy. I think that's our workflow. Obviously, there's things I would change. Like first over here, like I would make a note and say what happens if there's multiple. Like this is something that would have to change. What happens if multiple have over $0? Like we haven't figured that out. So that would be another step to work out. Obviously, I want to get through this pretty fast, but overall, we take in our string, which could be a chat trigger. We split out the products, which is this split out. First, we use Perplexity to do some research on reviews and what the models have. And maybe we could have factored in reviews a little bit more towards the very end for that 3 to 5 sentences. Then what we want to do is scrape Google to try to find specific URLs from Best Buy. We do that over here. We get the top 5 for each of those searches. So we split this out. We clean up the data. We filter for only Best Buy URLs as well as ones that are for product. Then we scrape each of those because as we saw, some of those URLs were just offline. We go to the AI agent. If it can't find that URL, it's going to just give us $0 for it. We filter out the $0. We take our Perplexity results. We just grab what we want, which I could have just simplified the output, but that's fine. We merge these together by position because we do iPhone first, then Android off of there. We put a summarize so that way we throw everything into the AI agent at once, turns multiple items into one, and we have our AI agent right over there. Obviously, like we could have other areas where we want to print this out at and things like that, but I think this is a well enough example for you guys, and that just became way more complicated than I wanted it to be. Damn that Best Buy API. And that was a good refresher on Firecrawl because I'm literally going to be recording section 15. Now I wanted to get the AI agent stuff out of the way, but I guess I'll be going backwards and doing that. Either way, if you were able to follow along and you understood like 70 or 80% of this, you are doing a fantastic job. If not, I apologize for kind of rambling through this, but I felt like it'd be a kind of a good idea to show you guys, like sometimes you're gonna have to pivot in workflows, even if you have an idea in your head. And I think this series has helped me on that side of things, at least presents it in a way that you guys can understand. All right, next section is going to cover, I want to say Chat Hub. So we'll jump into that. So this part of the course, we're going to be talking about a relatively new feature that n8n rolled out, which is going to be Chat Hub. You can think of Chat Hub as your interface, kind of like with ChatGPT, but just for n8n. The best part is we can change different models. So we don't necessarily are tied to, like, let's say, for example, GPT-5. Maybe you're watching this future 6 or whatever else is out, but we can switch the models. We can go from GPT to Sonnet to Gemini, whatever we want, as long as we authorize it. Another really great benefit is Chat Hub has enabled us to have different levels of users. We can now have users that interact with our flows, but cannot access them. And this is in one place. They can just talk back and forth conversationally with that workflow. But there's some nuances that you're going to have to know to set this up properly, but I want to go into the UI, explain everything, and yeah, let's jump right into it. All right, so I just have a blank canvas over here, but what we're going to do first is we're going to actually show you where Chat Hub is. You might remember this pretty early on in the course, and if you didn't, no worries. You can see it over here. If we go to the left, it says Chat Beta. I'm just going to control click it to open up in a new screen because we are going to be building out a workflow over here, or multiple workflows in that case. And what you'll see is we have this Chat Hub over here. We have a new chat that we could have. We have personal agents. We have workflow agents. You can see also some of my older chats that I had over here. These were essentially basic for my initial Chat Hub video. We're going to be building out brand new stuff, as I mentioned, for this particular video. And then you can go back over here and go into settings as well. But this shows you all the settings, right? So you would have to go to chat settings, which we're going to cover here in a second as well. But just going over here, you can have a normal conversation like you would have with ChatGPT. So first thing to notice is if you go to the top left over here, you'll notice that I have kind of a robot emoji. That means I'm on a workflow agent. I can go over here. If I go to a personal agent, you'll see it has this icon with just a chat. And this is one that I built out for SQL queries. And then if I want to go to a specific model, let's say I want to go to OpenAI and I want to use, we'll go over here and say GPT-5 mini. We'll actually have the logo of the particular platform. So I could see this tripping up people where you think you're actually talking to a specific model and you're talking to a personal agent or a workflow agent. So make sure that you choose your model as required. You can see also, let's say I want to go over here and go to Gemini. Gemini Pro Preview, you can see it has the Gemini logo. I want to go to Anthropic. Let's say I want to use the Sonnet 4.5. You can see it changes to the logo. So let's just test something out here in the chat. I believe I have all of these set up. If not, I'll just show you how to set this up really quickly. I'm just going to ask in general, what were the different guitarists? What were the different guitarists? Man, I can't spell today. In the band, Red Hot Chili Peppers. I want to say they've had like 3 or 4 guitarists. And you can see we have our conversation. And this looks very, very similar into our interface over here. So it said the Red Hot Chili Peppers had several guitarists throughout their history. Main guitarist over here, original guitarist and co-founder. He played on the albums. For here, he tragically died over there. John, obviously the guitarist that just recently came back. Talked about that. Dave Navarro, Jane's Addiction. All that over there. And then Josh, he now plays with Pearl Jam. You can see early brief members also brought up over here. And I think I said there was 4 guitars. That's pretty spot on. And yeah, so we have all of this information. Now, if I wanted to change this chat and go over here, and let's use OpenAI this time. We're going to use OpenAI mini. Or let's say, who are all the different drummers? Trivium. And this might actually get it wrong because one of their recently drummers left, but we'll see what happens over there. We have GPT-5 Mini. You can see it's thinking right now, and we should be able to get a response, assuming I already set this up. All right, so we have the drummers over here, and as I mentioned, it would get it wrong. Alex Bent just left, and they actually got another Alex in the band, but you have the original drummer, and you have a bunch of replacements that happen over a few-year period, and then you have Bent, and yeah, so you can see got it mostly correct except for the new information, which was kind of expected. One of the things with these models, and we talked about it in our section, is they don't do a great job of getting up-to-date information. You're going to have to supplement it in some sort of capacity. So this kind of just shows you that side of things. Now we can continue to do chats like this and change the models. As you can see also in this chat, one really cool thing I forgot to bring up. We started the chat in Sonnet 4.5 and we switched over to GPT-4 or GPT-5 Mini. So what's really cool is you can switch models directly here in the chat. You don't have to create new chats. And I just think that's really just an added benefit. Now let's talk about personal agents. So I'm going to create a new agent over here. You can actually prompt an agent. You can set an icon in name, enter in a description, specify a specific model. So let's say I would just want to use Sonnet 4.5 with this agent. You can also add in tools depending on the model. So let's think of something on the fly. My last video, I did one particularly about BigQuery and Metabase SQL. My full-time job, I do write a lot of Redshift SQL. Not that I would access my n8n instance here, but let's go and build out something for a Redshift SQL debugger. So first, we can change our icon. We can choose whatever we want. I'm just going to give me a check mark over here, and I'm going to say Redshift SQL debugger. And we can enter in a description. So this, and actually I said enter agent description. So I say this agent helps debug Redshift SQL. And by the way, if you're watching this, you're like, why are you making another SQL agent? Well, the thing is with SQL, probably 80 to 90% is the same language, but there's just some weird quirks and things like that. So sometimes you just need to define what SQL you're writing in. All right, so you are a debugger or writer that solely focuses on writing Redshift SQL, no other SQL variations. Now, you would want to choose the model that you think would perform best on this task. Honestly, I've used a lot of the Claude models for coding, and I do like using Sonnet over there. And then you can also add in tools. So we can add in tools that are available to us. There's only 2 available tools right now. So it says use SERP API to search the web for relevant information. So we could actually do that. In fact, I actually have a video, or my first HTTP video, we talked about SERP API. Here's the deal though, this isn't really going to help with coding. And then we have Gina AI for web relevant information. So when I talked about we weren't getting up-to-date information, well, these tools would supplement it. So if I use SERP API in that Trivium search, it would tell me that Alex Bent left the band a few months ago and they added a new drummer. So you can create these credentials over here. And this allows us for a Google search if we set this on. And obviously, like, we need to choose our SERP API and choose that. And actually, let's probably do this as a second version. I'll just show you how to do that here in a second. So I'm not going to set that up. I'm just going to say cancel. And this is one without a tool. So you click save. And then you can see now we have this icon. So it stands out as a personal agent. And then it just knows like, hey, I want to debug or write Redshift SQL. I don't have to put that context in here in the conversations. So normally when I debug, I'm going to have to paste in code. I'm also going to say, hey, this is Redshift SQL, only write in Redshift SQL. I don't have to do that every single time because I already put in this as a system prompt. And that should be very familiar with you because we just talked about that in the last lecture. So it's really cool that we can put in a system prompt over here. This has been around for a while, by the way. This isn't anything brand new, but it's a nice addition into n8n. Let's create one new agent as well. And I'm going to say up-to-date news, up-to-date news. Let's just change an icon. What icon are we going to use? Let's use like the DM icon. It does not matter. Use this agent if we want up-to-date news. All right. And then we're going to put, you are a research assistant. Use the SERP API when you need to search information. Obviously, this is a terrible prompt. And this time, let's use Gemini. So we're going to go over here. Actually, let's go back and use OpenAI GPT-5 Mini because we used that earlier. We're going to set up a tool. We're going to use SERP API account. And I'm going to use this over here. You would obviously want to set up your SERP API account. It's honestly really, really easy. Like, go to SERP API. Let me just show you this really fast. Go to SERP API, register, and literally on the front screen, it's going to give you your API key. Like, I kid you not, it takes you like 2 seconds to go over here. I already have mine, but you would want to register. I honestly just signed in with Google. I'm going to give the API key, and you're going to have to set that up. All right, so I'm just showing you this really fast. You don't have to follow every single step. I just want to show you really quick with tools. I do think there's going to be a lot more tools in the future, but right now, like probably a week or 2 weeks after this is released, there's only 2 tools. So I'm going to click confirm. Your researcher use SERP API tool. You need to search information. I might actually rewrite this. Your research assistant use SERP API tool to find the latest information for a query that someone writes. My only concern was if I put that Trivium question again, it's not going to register that it should use the tool. So I'm going to click save. Hopefully I have some credits on there. I think I do. And then we're going to literally ask the same question. So who are all the different drummers for Trivium? This could fail. This might not fail. So let me show you also how we can get to here. Let's imagine you're at a new chat. So instead of going over here and, hey, I want to go take a look at this up-to-date news, I'm going to go new chat, go over here to personal agents, and I'm going to click up-to-date news, and you can see it changes. And you can see we have one tool attached over here. So let's try it out. So who are all the different drummers for Trivium? Again, hopefully I have some SERP API credits. I probably do not, and that's why it went wrong. All right, let's try it again. No, I don't have any SERP API credits. I never paid for the tool. So minus the one HTTP video. But you're going to have to trust me on this one that essentially what happens is it would search. I would go scrape Google, find the information, and it would tell us what it is. Let me just try one other thing. Let's try a different model just in case. Like 99% sure I'm just out of credits. Maybe I'll just double check that, but I don't want to pay for extra credits because I only just used it for a demo API video. All right, let's just use Sonnet and see if we get that. Nope. So something wrong. That's all right. But you understand now the basics behind personal agents. You essentially were able to add in a prompt. You can also add in a tool as necessary. You can see I've added in SERP API over there. Just make sure that you have credits for these tools. Otherwise, you're going to have the error that I have over there. All right. So that's pretty easy. Next, let me just show you if you want to delete a tool as well. You can just go over here, right click that and click delete. I don't want to have this here anymore. Boom, it's been deleted and now it is gone from your personal agents. So the other side, which is pretty cool, is going to be your workflow agents. So essentially what you can do on this side of things is actually chat with your workflows. You're going to have to need a few different things though to make that available for you. We're actually just going to build one workflow together. We'll throw it in over here on that side of things. So we'll cover that here in a second. Let me also show you really fast some of the different settings behind ChatHub, because I do think it is important. So if we go to settings and we go into chat, here's the different models that you can make available. So first thing, what you're going to do is click on these 3 dots and you can click edit provider. And what you want to do for ChatHub is enable the different large language models. So you can see I enabled OpenAI. Next, you choose the credential. So this is your account that we set up a little bit earlier in the course. And then if you want to limit models in any capacity, you can click over here and then you can choose what model you want to specifically use. So let's say if you set this up, you only are allowed to use GPT-4o latest. I'm not going to limit it. I'll just let people choose whatever they specifically want. And then you can see last edited just now. All these other ones I haven't updated as of yet, but you can just go in here and it literally takes 2 seconds to do that. Other thing as well is you have a users section. So what's pretty cool is you can actually invite users just to see chat. So if I click over here, invite, and you go into role, you can see that there's something called a chat user. So what a chat user only allows them to do is access Chat Hub. They cannot access your specific workflows. So you can think of this in the data governance side of things. Let's say you're a tech lead or the data scientist for a specific team, and you build out all these tools that you just don't want people to access the actual workflow behind it. You just want them to be able to write to that workflow. Well, that is where having a chat user helps. So like you can invite a lot of people. Let's say for my full-time job, I do the data for our risk and underwriting team. We probably have, 25 different people in the department. I don't want all of them to have access to my workflows. So I'll make them chat users, and then they can interact with those workflows as specifically required. All right, so I'm going to go back to Chat Hub now, and we're actually going to build out a workflow agent. So we're actually going to have to start on this side of things, and we're going to build our first step. And because it's literally chat, it should be pretty common sense what we're going to start with. So we go over here and we say chat trigger, and this is going to start our workflow. The next thing to know is no matter what in your workflow, whether you only have a chat trigger and an AI agent, or you have a full workflow, you have to respond back with an AI agent. So pretty important on here. So if I go to AI agent, and the setting that you have to do is if you go over here and you choose enable streaming, this has to be on. If that is not on, your workflow will not work. So make sure that you enable streaming on your AI agent. It is super important. Again, it doesn't matter if it's like right here or if it's like way down here and you have 10 nodes before your AI agent. Make sure that you enable streaming. Otherwise, it's not going to work. In addition, to have a workflow populate in the workflow agents, you have to publish your workflow. So you're gonna have to go through the process and publish it over here to make it available. Otherwise, that will not be there. Going in over here, also for this chat trigger, you'll notice it says make chat publicly available, but then you also have make available in n8n chat. So it says whether to make the agent available in n8n chat, you have to make this. And it says your n8n users will be able to use this agent in chat once this workflow is published. Make sure to share this workflow with at least project chat user access to all users use it. Currently only streaming response mode is supported. So again, with streaming, let's take a look, enable streaming. So please set that up. It's super easy to do within our AI agent. We're just going to build out our very basic prototype. We're going to just have this chat trigger go straight into this AI agent. So just set that up over here and then add in a chat model. What we're going to do is we can add whatever. I'm going to use Gemini this time. So I'll just use Gemini. We'll go over here to Gemini account 1. Actually, it's my Gemini account 3, I believe is the correct one. We're going to go into 3. So we're going to go 3 Pro Preview. Cool. So that's there. I'm going to save that. And, I haven't really changed anything at all. I should probably add in a system message. And what are we going to actually try to solve on this side of things? I didn't even think about this when we're building this out. Actually, it doesn't matter. Let's just test this out. We're going to save this. We're going to publish this. We should version this. Obviously, I would want to write things out. Version 1, Gemini tests, and test for live video. Push. Got it. So obviously we are live right now. I would recommend that you test this in here first before you actually publish this. And I'm just going to click over here and open chat. Then let's ask it a particular question. What I'm going to ask over here is, what is the most valuable basketball card in 1961 Fleer? And again, just a stupid question, but it should be a Wilt Chamberlain, and we'll get the exact results here. I'm curious if it actually gives us like an auction price or just as the exact card. So I could see both. I'll say the Wilt Chamberlain, and then it'll tell us some of the auction sales. But we'll see. Again, just make sure before you actually test in Chat Hub, you have that. And look at that. Without a question, Wilt Chamberlain. PSA 9 have sold for 600 to 700,000. That is correct. Runner-up, Oscar Robertson, Jerry West, and Elgin Baylor. That is also correct over here. All right, great. So we're going to test this out now in ChatHub. So again, we made sure that this is available in ChatHub. We published our workflow and our AI agent is streaming. So those are the three things you're going to have to do. We're going to go over here and we're going to just refresh this. It should be available now. Cool. You can see section 17 ChatHub is available on here. Now, I didn't add in a description. You can actually add in your description as well for your specific workflow. I didn't do that, but you can see this populates over here. Let me just show you really fast how we can add a description. So click these three dots, edit description, and I'm just going to say basic tutorial showing ChatHub. Like that. Again, nothing like too spectacular. I would recommend that you actually write a detailed description for your users that are doing this. Also, one of the things I would recommend too, I'm going to have to republish this and save it for it to show, but that's all right. Obviously, if you go over here, you can see edit description. That's over here. Another thing I would recommend you do is even outside of n8n, write some documentation on how things like work, like what type of prompts you're expecting to come in, because obviously this is pretty open-ended right now. Like people can write whatever they want. And I don't always recommend that, especially if you're trying to get great results. So I'd build out some sort of template outside, like these are prompts I would expect to have over here, just so that things work properly. Anyways, and we're going to ask over here, what is the most valuable? Let's go. What is the most valuable card in 1961 Fleer basketball that is not a rookie card? All those are rookie cards. So it's going to be a Celtics player if you know vintage basketball, but we'll get the exact results over here in a second. Let that run and you can see it's going to go into our ChatHub. I'll show you some other pretty cool things here in a second once we get the actual answer. And again, you can see like I didn't define a model. All I'm defining is that specific workflow right over here. And it's going to get me that exact result. Show you where you can find this in your chat as well here in a second once this loads. It might take a little bit, but most valuable card, 61 that is not a rookie card, is Bill Russell, Celtics. There you go. So there's that one. Paul Azarin over there. Technically not a rookie. Caveat, Will Chamberlain. It's amazing it knows that because some people will argue that it's a rookie. Some people will not argue that it is not a rookie card. So I love that over here. Gemini is such a great model because it even knows the nuances of vintage card collecting, which is a very, very small niche of collectors out there that will argue about this. But yeah, that's pretty amazing. Oh, we got this correct over here on that side of things. So actually, if you want to test this out and you're like, hey, this might bug, like where can I see what's going on? If you go to executions, take a look at this. So we know this is coming from ChatHub. And you'll see it says when chat message received, it goes into the AI agent. So our chat message, the most valuable card that is not a rookie card. And then we have our AI agent over here. You know, I didn't bring this up to the n8n team when we talked about ChatHub, but I do think it would be kind of interesting if there was like an icon over here that just mentioned that this was coming from ChatHub. Just to quickly see this because I can see people testing this directly in here or going to ChatHub. So maybe an icon would be kind of nice. Maybe in the future, I'll bring that up next time I talk to them. Again, this is like the very basic prototype. So I'm going to pause the video really quick on my side of things. I want to build out another workflow within this ChatHub. We're actually going to just probably make a V2 over here for section 17. Both will be in the school group. And I just want to show you like what happens if you have a chat trigger, multiple nodes, and then another chat trigger, or not chat trigger, but a AI agent at the very end just to respond because it is slightly different. So really quick, just before I pause to show you, if we want to get into a workflow agent, just click this over here, workflow agents, and then you can see I go over here to section 17 ChatHub, and now we're directly in workflow agent. You can either go over here and start with that, or you can go into a new chat and just go to workflow agents like that and go into ChatHub. And I think there was one other thing I just wanted to show really fast. Let me go back to new over here, workflow agents. So you can see when we write a description, we actually have the information about it. See, it says generate a video from text. Again, I have to republish this if I want to make that work correctly. But we'll think of a example chat message, multiple nodes, and then a AI agent here at the very end. I'm just going to pause, think about it, and I'll be right back with that. All right, so let's build out our second workflow. I'm just going to go over here and call this section ChatHub part 2, and let's get going. So I thought of an idea. This isn't the best idea as well for ChatHub, but it will kind of get you used to it. So essentially what we're going to do, I make a sticky note to explain. We're going to get a chat. So we'll get a message. Then what I want to do is learn about that message, about the message. We're going to do that through an AI agent. I'm going to show you guys a little bit later, actually, some other nodes that you could utilize that out. But for now, since I haven't taught you about those, we're just going to use a Blink AI agent. Then we're going to go and get an RSS feed based off of the company someone wants to research recent news around. We're going to limit those results because RSS feeds can give you a lot of results. Then what we're going to do is summarize the results. So that way we have all the items in one thing. And finally send to AI agent, which then goes back to chat hub. So as I mentioned, like there's way better ways that we could do this with like RAG and really build out some advanced workflows with other AI nodes. But since I haven't taught you guys that yet, maybe we can explore this a little bit later on in the course. So let's do this one. So first thing what I'm going to do is set up a chat trigger. And we'll grab that over here. And we'll want to make this chat available in n8n chat. And we have that over here. Again, you can put a name and a description over here. I think I skipped this step a little bit earlier. So I apologize on this. We'll say like RSS researcher for news, researches RSS feed. All right, so we have something like that. Okay, the next step, what we're going to do is build out an AI agent. So what we're going to do inside our AI agent first is we have this connected to chat, so we're good there. We're going to add in a chat model. So let's add in Anthropic on the side of things. I'm just going to use Sonnet 4.5. Great. Then what I want to do is go and add option, and I want to go over here. Sorry, not add option, but I want to require specific output formats. And what we're going to do is add in a structured output parser. All right, so what we're going to have in over here, we're just going to remove this last one. And then I'm going to go over here and call this RSS URL. So RSS URL. And then I'm just going to put over here example.com/RSS. So essentially what we're going to do with our AI agent now is we're going to go and add in a system message. Now I already practiced this for you guys. So I'm just going to type this out, or sorry, paste this over here. And I'm just going to say a user will ask about the latest news about a company. I want you to research the RSS feed for a company and give me the URL to use. Only output the URL. So essentially if I know a website has an RSS feed, they're going to constantly post news about it. I don't want to have someone research that RSS URL and spend time. This is going to automatically give me that RSS. So hopefully that makes sense. Obviously, you can build this out way better. I'm just making a very quick section of a very long YouTube video. All right, so we have that. The next thing we're going to do is add in RSS. So we're going to go RSS read. And what we're going to have to do is pass in that specific URL. So I'm just going to test this out. And I'm just going to say OpenAI or something like that. So what I'll do is first disconnect this and I'll say OpenAI. It'll go through here and it will get me that specific RSS URL. And you can see we have RSS XML like that, which I believe this is the correct one. I'm just going to pin this for testing purposes and just go over here and grab that. So grab the RSS URL. You can see 793 items. Perfect. Obviously, we don't want to send 793 items to our next AI agent. So what I'm going to do is do a limit. So we're going to go over here to limit. I'm going to set the max items of 5. Obviously, you can change that as you want. And you'll see now we only have 5 items. We have all this in a table, title, link, publish date, etc., content snippet, GUID, ISO date. Great. Cool. So next section, what we're going to do is add all of these items together. And again, as I told you a little bit earlier in the course, I like using Summarize because I feel it gives us a lot more customization options to it. So I'm going to go into concatenate. What we're going to concatenate is the content itself. So we're going to throw content over here. And then I'm going to add in actually a custom separator. So I'm going to do /n for new line. And I'm going to spam this a little bit. And I'm going to say /n. just to let it know, like, hey, these are new sections /n/n. Right. So if I execute this step, now you'll see we have this big text block. This is a part of an article or content. This is part of an article. And actually, I should probably put a space here at the end, just so that way it doesn't take up too much. Let's execute this step. Good. Now you can see it's a little bit more readable. And you can see where we have these new lines, and that is working correctly. Perfect. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So that's the point. Now we're going to send all of this back into an AI agent. So I'm going to go into our AI agents. And now we have to change a few things up. So first thing we're going to have to change up is we're going to define below. And let me grab what I put for the prompt over here. So I wrote a very, very basic prompt again, like, don't do this in a production. I said, based on the content, provide a 2 to 3 sentence summary based on what is going on with recent news. And there's better AI nodes out there as well for summarization. We're covering that a little bit later on. So what we're going to do is just drag and drop this over here. I would just recommend making this an expression first, then drag and drop that in. Cool. So we have this, and I'm just going to say content. That's perfect. So let me save that. We also need to attach a chat model. I'm just going to go OpenAI this time. It's fine for summarization. I'm going to go to my specific accounts and grab GPT-5 mini. Obviously change the model as you specifically want. And we have one more thing we need to go over here and do. If you go over here and look for streaming, so you need to enable streaming, and then perfect. So I just want to test this out really quick. So based on the content, provide 2 to 3 sentence summary. Perfect. All right. We'll execute the step. Just testing this out. Great. And there we go. Enterprise adoption, Canva, Moderna, PayPal, Virgin Atlantic, BBVA, Cisco, US government. Cool. All of that information over there. Great. So now what we need to do is publish this workflow and unpin our data. So first, unpin our data. On that side of things, we're going to click save. So no data is pinned. So we're looking good there. We're going to publish this. I'm going to say version 1 RSS AI, and we're just going to say added in streaming. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Write your changes over here. Obviously, for a change log, it's actually important, but this is for just a quick video. Cool. So we have all of this built in over here. And what we need to do is now go back into our chat. We're going to go into our workflow agents, and you can see our RSS researcher news is over here. So I'm literally just going to type in a website. Let's go an example and do OpenAI. So OpenAI, and it should now run that specific workflow. And we actually got an error. That is interesting. So I'm going to pause that, and we're actually going to debug this here in a second. All right. So let's take a look at what happened. So I have our executions over here. So we sent in the message as OpenAI, and I have a user will ask about the latest news about a company. I want you to research the RSS feed, only output the URL. I need to actually define this a little bit better. Also, I apologize if you hear the dog in the background. User will ask you the latest. I want you to research the RSS feed and give me the RSS URL to use. Only output the RSS URL. For example, if someone searches or asks about Microsoft, and I'm just going to search Microsoft RSS really quick. Microsoft RSS URL. Actually, I'm probably going to go into Perplexity and search that. What is the RSS URL? Microsoft. And I know it's on my other screen. I'm just going to show you guys this in a second. Cool. We have this over here. Okay, let's just say Microsoft AI RSS feed URL. I'm sure there's one over here. Great. So we have that URL. I'm going to paste this over here. Microsoft AI. Let's try this a second time. Cool. So we'll save that, and we'll go back over here and try this again. So go to new chat. Again, this is why you build out and test a lot more than just once, but that's perfectly fine. All right, so we're going to go into our RSS researcher news. I'll say latest news, open AI. And hopefully this goes through the entire workflow. All right, so we're having errors there again. I'm just going to stop this really fast. I'm going to remove that. Test one more time. And you know what? I need to republish this as well. So we're just going to say v2. Because the changes I made in here aren't going to be applicable on that side of things. All right, we're going to try this again. And I'm just going to say latest news, OpenAI. Now it looks like it's actually working. And I'm actually kind of glad that I have some errors, so that way we can test this out. All right, so OpenAI says more than 1 million customers. Great. So now let's try something else. We'll say latest news, Anthropic. Let's see if we can get something with Anthropic. Please try again. All right, so now let's go back into our executions. Let's see what happened over here. What is our error on this side of things? We actually got a bad URL. So you can see it says that is the URL for Anthropic. However, that is not correct. And maybe they don't have an RSS feed. All right, let's take a look at another one. Maybe Perplexity has one. So we'll go latest news Perplexity. Again, I know this wasn't the best example, and I've told you guys this a few times, but we'll do latest news Perplexity, see if it works. I assume it's the same thing with Perplexity. Status code 403. All right, so we're not actually getting the RSS URLs. Let's look up what are some other RSS URLs for AI news. And just going to search this really fast. All right, we're going to look up something over here and say AI models, FYI, that's one possibly. Hold on, I'm trying to find another good one. Oh, Business Insider might be interesting. Let's do Business Insider. We'll go latest Business Insider. All right. And if this doesn't work, you know, I'll have to change some stuff, but hopefully this example works, knock on wood. There we go. So obviously, like, this needs a lot of work just based off of the prompting, if there's an RSS feed or not, like sending some message back that there is none. But you can see in this workflow, it worked properly. You can see we have our chat message, goes to our AI agent. Our AI agent finds the RSS for Business Insider. RSS over here gives us 20 new articles, and then we have the updates over there. We can try one more. Let's do Crunchbase. So we'll go latest news, Crunchbase. News, Crunchbase. That should be fine. Try it out. I see it as a subdomain, at least on this RSS list I'm looking at, so I don't know if it'll work correctly or not. Again, that'd be something I'd probably put in the prompt if it doesn't. There we go. Awesome. So that is a Chat Hub. Essentially, if you want to have an AI agent start, I would recommend you have a chat message, AI agent, or another node, which I'll show you shortly, processes what's in that message. Then you build out a very basic workflow. I'm just showing you RSS one, as well as summarize, and then go back into an AI agent. Just imagine that they're streaming. Sorry, so just make sure that you enable streaming at the very end, so it goes back into Chat Hub. In Chat Hub, you have personal agents, which you can define your own system prompt. You can add in tools. Right now, there's 2 tools, but there will be more. Workflow agents work directly with your workflows that have a chat trigger and then streaming available at the very end. You can go and use this kind of like ChatGPT. You can go and choose a model if you want, or you can go over here and choose a personal agent, which I talked about, or your workflow agents And again, you can choose different options based off of the security level of a person. So if you don't want them accessing your workflows, you can just set them to chat only privilege. And that is Chat Hub. So next section we're going to do is talk about testing and debugging strategies, which I guess we already looked at a little bit of the basics over here, but that was a little bit of a warm preview for that. Keep up the awesome work. We've learned a lot so far in this course, and hopefully you have really increased your n8n skills. All right, see you in the next section. So this section is going to cover something pretty important. A lot of people will find it boring, and it's unfortunate, but it is something that you need to understand to really take your workflows to the next level. And this is going to be error handling. So what happens if there is an error in a workflow? Everyone thinks they can build out perfect workflows, but the real world hits you. In reality, that's not the case. Like, there's always going to be some sort of edge case. Some API service is going to be down, and you're going to be stuck with an error. And a lot of people that are on the amateur level will not build out specific use cases for error handling, and it's important, really, really important. That's going to be one part of the video. Another one is going to be about debugging and really kind of thinking of how can you fix an error that is going on in your workflow. We're also going to cover some of the nodes that can be helpful in debugging as well, because there's two sides of debugging, right? There's the debugging of your workflow not working, but then that goes into errors, but you also have the side of debugging where you're not getting the correct results in some capacity. So just wanted to share some nodes that might help over there, show some strategies, and we're going to combine these together. So this is going to be our section on error handling as well as debugging. Hopefully you learn a few things, and hopefully it really doesn't bore you. I promise you after this, we're going to go into some really cool AI nodes in the next lesson. So that way you have some more exciting things to learn. Again, I understand this is not everyone's favorite topic. So let's jump into it. First thing, what we want to do is make some errors happen, and that'll be kind of fun. So what I'm going to do is do a manual trigger. And what we'll set up is an AI agent. So just go over here, grab our AI agent. You should be pretty familiar with how to set this up. And we're going to remove this chat trigger. Let's remove that out of the way. And so what we're going to do is go in over here. We're going to say define below. And the first thing, what we're going to do is make an error happen on purpose. Obviously, I don't have a chat model. I'm just going to run this workflow. And you'll see it says, problem executing workflow. There is a problem executing. The workflow has issues and cannot be executed. The workflow has issues. Let's try running it internally over here. And you'll see that there's issues. So I'm going to just save this. If we go into our executions, you'll see we also have errors over here. And it says error in 23 milliseconds. And you'll see exactly where our error is at. This tells us we're in a test execution. If we don't have this icon, we're in a normal execution in production. So be wary of that. But there's some ways to handle these errors here in a second. I just was going to show you what happens. Now, by default, I think everyone knows if there is an error, your workflow will stop, but that's not always the case. We can actually change the way that we approach this. So we can actually continue forward, and it says execution will continue even if the node fails. And you can see we have this icon over here. So we can run this, and actually looks like we probably have another error, probably because we don't have a chat model in over here. But you can see we would be able to continue this forward. Another option that we have is we can go and continue with an error output. So what this allows us to do is have a second output. If our node is success, we go in this way. If we have an error, we go into this path. And why this is important? Well, you can set that second path to notify people on your team or notify yourself. You might have that second path, send an email to an IT administrator or send an email to your AI engineer that's focused directly on building out your n8n workflows. So with an error, you have the three options. You can either stop the workflow, nothing happens. You could go and continue the workflow, even if a node fails, or you could go into that specific error output. Now, the second part of it is what happens if there's a failure? Can we retry it? Well, you can, and you can see that there's an option over here that says retry on fail. So if you click on that, you have a few different settings. So by default, it says you have 3 max retries. So this tells you how many times you're going to retry that particular node. Why this is helpful if you're calling an API or you're using like some sort of AI agent, sometimes the API service is going to be down. So you might want to retry this again multiple times for it to work properly. So by default, it's 1,000 milliseconds, which is 1 second. You can change that. If you go over here, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, you get the point. The same with the retries. It doesn't have to be 3. It could be 2. It could be 4. It could be 7. You choose what you want. And these settings can be in addition to what happens with the error. So you can see this example over here. We have retry on failure. And then we go in here and say, hey, we want to actually continue even after we retry. So you see the icon has changed. If we want to continue error output, again, icon has changed as well. So not icon, but the ends have changed over here as well. So you have a few different options on the errors on that side. Again, this is by default. You can stop workflow and doesn't retry on fail. But if it's really important, I would just recommend that you change that. Okay, so we have that side covered. The next thing, what I want to talk about is the error node. And this is pretty cool because if we go into this side over here, you'll see there's something called stop and error. So let me just say stop and error. So whenever this node is called, there's going to be an error message. So you can see stop and error, and it says an error occurred by default. We can say that. So an error occurred. And why this is helpful, you can see we have the red X. This is what happens, by the way, if your workflow fails. When you go into executions, you'll see it over here. It says error. So you can see stop and error. This isn't set up correctly, which is why that has issues. This actually has an error. But yeah, so you can specify what type of error message you want. I'm going to say error occurred like this. You can see that has specifically changed. But why this is helpful, let's imagine you have some sort of logic in your workflow and you say anything that goes to this branch, this should never happen. Well, and let me just show you that as an example. Let's say we have an if statement, or we could have a switch or something like that. And okay, all cases technically should be if, but just like there's this really weird edge case that sometimes happens. And if this happens, someone needs to know. So let's go and run the stop and error. So if this returns false, it has that specific error. And obviously you can build upon that error as you specifically want, but you have that option over here to use it. So again, in our AI agent, we have the options to retry. And this is all nodes, by the way, just to show you, it's not just AI agent. If we go to edit sets, if we go to settings, you can see over here, we have the option to retry on fail and error, right? So we have that option in both, but we have those settings to stop and handle errors. We also have a way to cause errors on purpose with the stop and error. Again, very commonly used after an if node or a switch node. And obviously it depends on where you want to host this, but typically after some sort of logic like this, where you expect 99% of the cases to go in one direction, if it's something really weird, stop and error. But let me also explain, there's some other really cool things that you could build out with this, because if you actually have errors, you could send those errors to another workflow. So let me show you this, for example, and we're just going to create a brand new workflow. I'm actually going to go over here, workflow, create in personal. I'm just going to make this as like a part 2. So what we have over here is something called an error trigger. So this triggers the workflow when another workflow has an error. So this is really amazing, because what happens, let's imagine you have a larger workflow and you have some sort of error. Well, you can send that error to this workflow, and this does all your error handling. Like, hey, you need to message this person in IT. You need to log this into a spreadsheet. It's really important. So like 2 concepts that you should know is like when you have an error, what do you need to do? Number 1, you need to log your errors. So I have a background in risk, and it's really important. If you have any sort of error, that you need to log it. So make sure to log your errors. This could be in a database. This could be a sheet, like a document of any sort, but you need to specify like, when did you have an error? You need to keep control of that. The second is you need to let people know. So let people know. Who should know? Like, should the AI engineer know? Management, or should like IT know? But that's the two components of it. And you can build out a workflow based around this. Like this error trigger, you could connect this into sheets or data tables, and then you could like add in a new row. And let's imagine you had something that over here just solely focused on errors. So you could add in new rows over there. Let's say you have a Slack channel. So you could go into Slack, and I haven't set up Slack on this instance, but you could also make a message. So let's say you want to create a channel based around it. You can send a message, whatever the case is, send a message. So you have an error, it gets sent over here, and then it updates a row in a spreadsheet, and it lets someone know that something has happened. You could also send an email. So if you go to Gmail, right, you can send an email as well, send a message, and maybe you have all three. But it's just super important that you log your errors, whatever the case that is, and then you let people know that something has failed. Now you might be wondering, it's like, okay, this is really cool, but how do we get an error in here to start this workflow? So if you take a look at these three dots over here and you go into settings, and what we have next is our errors. So it says error workflow. To notify when we have an error, you just go over here and choose your specific workflow. So you can see I have an email newsletter error trigger over here and error handling part 3. So those were two that I've built out. I need to publish this if I wanted to specifically send my errors over here. So make sure that you do that. I'm just going to close that out over there. So that's the other step, right? Make sure you save this, you publish it, so then it will be available on that side of things. But yeah, that's all you got to do. Click that. And then when you have an error, it will populate over here, and you can see your executions like, hey, when did this specifically run? And you can see that directly in over there. So I think that's pretty much the basics of error handling that I wanted to cover. I'm going to take a look at my notes and double check. But we're going to talk about debugging here in a second if I didn't forget anything. All right, I just want to also quickly show you what the error looks like. So for example, you get the URL, it tells you what description of the error is. You also see like what was sent over. This was an error that I had with Nano Banana Pro that I had specifically, a lot more other details associated with it. And this is what you would kind of break up and put within your spreadsheet. So you can see, for example, this is kind of broken out. We can get the URL, the description, the date, which I would put as now, and workflow name. Obviously, I grabbed this from my other video, which we already had this sort of built out for error handling. And I have a full video, like I said, covering error handling in more details if you want to learn, just like everything else in this particular video. Or I should say like 80% of it. But that is kind of the first part of this video. The second part, what I want to cover is essentially how do we debug? So how do we debug workflows? Now, first thing I would probably recommend that you do for debugging is try to see if you can solve it yourself. So it seems self-explanatory, but number one, I'd say try and solve first. If you can't figure it out, and there's ways to take a look at it, the second thing I would try to do is grab the error and then a few screenshots and send it to an LM. So how would that work? Let's make an error on purpose. So I'm going to go and grab my example from one of the previous videos. We'll just go all these workflows really quick. And I want to say it was in the web scraping one where we had this. So what I'm going to do is make an error on this HTTP request on purpose. Let's say we have, oh yeah, we don't have an API key in here. So this is going to be perfect. So let me execute this step. And we're going to make an error happen. So let me grab a manual trigger, which it says I need only one manual trigger. That's fine. just remove this here. And we're going to make error happen over here on purpose. So hopefully we can test this out. All right. Oh, you know why? There is to turn off this filter. So by the way, if you want to test things out, you want to deactivate things, we'll just go to the next node. Cool. This is going to error. Great. So take a look at this error that we have over here. It says forbidden. Perhaps check your credentials. You're not subscribed to this API. Now, this is pretty basic. Like, it's saying that there's an issue with the API, and this is pretty self-explanatory. Like, I don't have an API key, and you'll notice the same errors happen over and over again. But let me show you what we would do in this case. So like, imagine I don't know what's happening. I'm going to go to Claude, and we're going to go over here, Claude. I'm going to say, what is my error, my n8n workflow? And can you help solve it? So first I send the error message. So you can see we have our error message. We have that over here. The next thing I would do is try to get all the different settings. And I'm just going to close out some of these over here. I don't need that part too. That's okay. Next, I would just scroll down. So we have everything through JSON, I want to say. Or no, it's not through the JSON. We have the first part over here missing. So let's take the other screenshots. So we have two screenshots showing everything in these parameters section. And I would also take a screenshot of what's happening over here. All right, so we have the three screenshots. We have all the workflow, and we have the different images inside. Let's see what happens. Looking at any own workflow, there is clear you're not subscribed to this API. You need an active subscription. So it's saying update your n8n credentials with the correct API key. Now, obviously, I do have a subscription, but the hint is over here. Update your n8n credentials with the correct API key. Obviously, I removed the API key here, so it's not working. And that is the case, right? So pretty self-explanatory. Additional issues in image one, your headers show. This looks truncated. Make sure both actual API key, not just X. So obviously read through all of this, but this was just one example, and it's hard to replicate your exact error. But I can tell you from a lot of debugging, like I'll recognize the same patterns over and over again. However, if I don't, I just send it to a large language model. I like using Claude, put the screenshots in over here and let it go. And I also know through MCP, you could also test it with that, and you could also possibly upload JSON. I just find that this approach typically works best for me. So that is what I use. And one other thing to note is if you're using APIs, and I don't know if I talked about this in the API section or not, depending on the error code, it could be your fault or it could be someone else's fault. So if it's like a 500 error code, that is the server's fault. That's not your fault. And I wouldn't really worry about it. There's something else going on that side of things. Another thing is like, how do you debug workflows when you get the wrong output? So I'm just going to say like errors. And how about like wrong output? Well, really, when you get the wrong output, things I would recommend. So number one, I would take a look at your prompting. So take a look how you prompt, because chances are your prompt is inefficient in some capacity and it's just not going to work. So I'd take a look at your prompt. There's probably something off or something that you could tweak in your prompt. Maybe you're getting a lot of hallucinations, something in your prompt. Maybe you need to add in more context, etc. The second thing I would take a look at is your data. Like, is the data bad? And how can we also test this? So a few things that we can take a look at over here. You have a node called compare datasets. So maybe you just have a wrong data set and you have some issues within a data set. You could possibly compare it. Another thing you could take a look at is duplicates. So sometimes you don't want to have duplicates in your data set. So I didn't mean to click clear duplication history. But I would test duplicates as well. Like if you have some bad data with duplicates, make sure to keep that in over here. We've already talked about this, but for testing purposes, sometimes I want to limit and maybe I don't want to send 10, 15, 20 items at a time. I just want to send in one item and see if I can get the correct results or not. So these are 3 nodes that I've used before just for testing purposes and trying to debug. So compare data set to see like if one data set matches the other, maybe you have an incorrect data set, not source of truth. Remove duplicates. Duplicates are a big issue in a lot of different databases. So maybe you're having duplicates and that's why you're having an issue in some capacity, as well as the limit node over here. So to kind of reiterate what is going on, a few things. Number one, a lot of different settings within your nodes. You can retry on fail, which I would highly recommend for critical nodes. I would also possibly change on what happens with a specific error. You have stop workflow, continue, or pass. In addition, if you have workflows with, you know that 99.99% of the data should go in one path, but if it goes another path, there should be alarm bells raising. Use a stop and error with something like an if or a switch. How do you debug workflows? In my opinion, the best way to learn is to try and solve it yourself. So like try to see what is going on, try to fix it. One other thing I should mention is a lot of people mess up with their merges. So please double check what is in your merge settings. I see so many people using the incorrect merge, and I've covered a decent amount in this video. I've covered it a long time in another video. Make sure your merges are correct, because that is one of the biggest errors I see for people that reach out and I say, hey, my workflow has errors. How can I fix it? Well, I see the merge is incorrect. Another thing I see as well, so and maybe I'll put this over here as examples. Oops. And we'll put this over here as examples. Like I see merge incorrect. I see terrible prompts, which this includes like stuffing, too much information, or asking too many things, or not enough context. So I just want to be a little bit more explicit with you guys and explain why. Let's say missing examples. Always, when you provide examples, you're going to get better results. So spend some time and write that. Or the data is bad and you can take a look at bad data, compare data set, remove duplicates, as well as limit. And that is going to be our section on error handling. I know there's really not any workflows for us to build together for this one. We could do a debugging of a specific workflow, but I think we're going to probably do that another time. So as promised, the next section is going to be more advanced AI agents or not AI agents, but advanced AI nodes. And I think you're going to enjoy that one. So see you there. All right. So this next section, we're going to be focusing specifically on different types of AI nodes available in n8n. So far throughout this course, we've been solely focusing on AI agents, and they're great because you can use them in a lot of different use cases, but typically it's not the best scenario. There's sometimes that you want to use a basic LLM chain. There's sometimes you want to use an information extractor. We're going to go through all these different types of nodes, explain why you specifically want to use them. And like all of our other sections, we'll cover some examples at the very end so that way you have some practice using them in real workflows. So let's not waste any time and jump right into it. All right, so first node I want to cover over here is something called the basic LLM chain. Now, I also want to show you where you can find these AI nodes, because if you go over here, let's just trigger our workflow manually for now, and you'll see that we have a section called AI, and we have a ton of nodes. And obviously, we're not going to cover every single one of these today, but we're going to start off with our basic LLM chain. And jumping into our basic LLM chain, let's remove this chat trigger. you'll notice it's very similar to our AI agent. If we click in over here, connected chat trigger, like we can set that up, or you can define below. There's an output format, there's a fallback model. There's chat messages if using a chat model, you have batch processing. So very similar, but you'll notice a few things are missing. Like even if we go over here, output, fallback, which is great. We don't have any tools. We don't have any memory. So this is essentially your dumbed down AI agent. While it can perform a lot of the different tasks, you can't access tools, and also you don't have access to memory. And there's nothing wrong with that, because a lot of things we've covered so far in the course, we just used a model, a fallback model if possible, and an output parser. You don't need an AI agent. Like everything in your AI agent is over here in your basic LLM chain. And again, you could just go over here and choose a model, right? Great. We'll use OpenAI over here. You could choose whatever model you specifically want. It doesn't really matter. I'm blind right now and could not find OpenAI. But you can see for model or fallback model, you got an output parser. So, starting this off, hopefully you already learned, like we could simplify things. So if you see a basic LLM chain, right, someone just doesn't want to use a tool, and that's why it's available for you. All right, so next we're going to jump into something called sentiment analysis. This is a little bit more fun. And again, we'll just jump into here. And we'll jump into sentiment analysis. So very straightforward. If you take a look at it, it says, is this positive, negative, or neutral? And it asks you to add in a particular model. So we're just going to add in OpenAI to save some money. Go over here, use GPT-5 mini. So not the best accuracy, but that's all right. And let's just add in some text. And let's say you wasted 8 hours of my time. I have no idea, by the way, how long into the video this is, but I'm recording in different sections, but I feel like this is way over 8 hours by now. We have an error. Okay, that's interesting. We don't have any error here. All right, let's use a for model just in case. Please Sonnet. We're going to get an error here as well. And it worked this time. So remember how we talk about fallback models? So I don't think you actually have a fallback model option over here for the sentiment analysis. We do not. And I think this was something I did bring up to the n8n team on a call. Like some of these other advanced nodes, they don't have fallback models yet. So if it did, this is a perfect example. OpenAI failed and Anthropic came to the rescue on the side of things. But you can see that you wasted 8 hours of my time. It went into the negative branch because it just wasn't something positive, right? You can have positive, neutral, or negative. This was just straight up a negative. Let's do a critique of the video. Awesome video. Awesome video. However, after 10 minutes, I got bored. This might go into the positive branch. It might go neutral. I think this should go neutral if I was making the decision. And it went into the neutral branch. There's some positive aspects of it. The boredom, that's negative. And so it fit into the middle. I'd say, thank you so much for dropping a 10 plus hour n8n video. That's my goal when I was recording this. I wanted to make this 10 to 15 hours. And we'll see what happens over here. You can see this get put into our positive range. And what's great about it is you can actually build out workflows based around it. So you could have a certain action if it goes to positive, a certain action if it goes to neutral, or a certain action if it goes to negative. And you can think about this, like you have a chatbot on your site asking for feedback or email feedback, goes through, gets information, goes through sentiment analysis, and then you build out different scenarios based off of positive, neutral, or negative. Maybe it's negative, you give someone a coupon and you have someone reach out and see like why did this end up being negative. Just trying to think on my feet, like some of the different ways that you could use this. There's tons of different ways. You could also scrape social media posts for a brand and see like, okay, how many are positive, how many neutral, how many are negative. Let's reach out to these users that just had a negative experience, or let's reward the people that are talking positive about our brand online. Something very similar to sentiment analysis. And by the way, I just want to quickly cover some of these properties over here. So you can actually change your categories and you can add to these if you just put a comma. So you can see like added to 4. By default, it's positive, negative, and neutral, but you have the option to change those. You can include detailed results. So if I actually rerun this again, it says sentiment scores are LM generated, not statistically measurements. They may be inconsistent across runs and rough indicators. And that is true. There is actually fine-tuned sentiment analysis. If you want to go to Hugging Face, we're going to cover that literally towards the end of the video. Not today's lecture, but probably like lecture 30 or something like that. Also, I don't know if you guys are watching like one lecture at a time. You're just trying to watch this all at once. I don't know. Either way, I'm recording this over multiple days, but we go over here and you can see the strength associated with the 0.95, confidence 0.98. I'll run this again and we'll see if it gets the same score. It probably won't, because again, it's LM based and it's very hard to get the same results over and over again. And it's the same exact results. So I take back what I say. Let's go back to you wasted 8 hours of my life. Wasted 8 hours of my life. Unsubscribe. We'll run that. Let's go to the negative branch. Also, if you're seeing those errors over here, I just haven't attached a trigger. So I don't want to do that right now. You can see negative, the strength associated with it, as well as the confidence. Cool. So that is sentiment analysis. Do I have anything else? There's a system prompt. So we've already covered how you could update system prompts. One of the cool things about a bunch of the AI nodes is the n8n team already developed decent system prompts. It's not perfect. I would fine tune this for your specific use case and write a better prompt, but out of the box, it's way better than the you are a helpful assistant. And with batch processing, yeah. So that is essentially the first part of sentiment analysis. Something that is very similar is going to be this next node. So if we go into AI, once again, we have something called a text classifier. So very similar at the very top, where we have an option to specifically classify text. And you can see we have that over here, person to our sentiment, text to analyze. So very similar. And you want to add in categories this time. So we could add in, let's say, for example, we're doing a review site, or not review. Let's say we want to classify reviews based off a product. So we'll say tech product for a tech service. So like imagine you're a PC store and you either fix computers or you sell computers. So someone is trying to buy electronics. Someone needs help with their tech. And I'd really write this like a way better description, but you can see I've just wrote some basic stuff. And what I'll keep saying is my Windows computer keeps saying it's infected with malware. All right, and we're going to run this now. Misspelled, probably malware. These aren't the best descriptions. And you can see this jumps into the tech service branch. And we have one item there. If we want to change this out and say, I want to buy RAM for my computer. My nice, absolute great spelling of computer too. This should go into the other category. And you can see it goes into the tech product branch. So you can add in categories as you want. Keep expanding these out over there. But this is classification. People sometimes get these two confused. Just remember, sentiment is like, okay, this is great, terrible, etc. And you can obviously change these. This is kind of more broad. and a lot of different applications with this. Sentiment analysis is a type of text classification. So there's other things you can also have over here. So you can allow multiple classes to be true. So imagine if someone says, I want to buy computer parts and need help building a computer. I want to buy computer parts and need help building a computer. Should knock out both of these. Again, I don't know because I'm writing this on the fly, but see. And actually, I didn't mark this as a multiple. So this time it probably will. And you can see it flagged for both tech product branch as well as tech service branch. When no clear match, you could have another option. So this is kind of like switch. Like, okay, what happens if we can't match something up? You could either disregard it or output on another branch. You can see over here, now we have other on that side of it. What else is worth bringing up? System prompt. Again, you can see they did a pretty good job building out a basic system prompt, and I would just change it up for that specific domain. So it says, please classify the text provided on the user into one of the following categories and use the provided formatting instructions below. Don't explain it, only output the JSON. Again, pretty nice because you don't even have to worry about output parser. I'd probably just expand on this slightly, but out of the box, it's perfectly okay. So that is going to be our text classifier. I'm just going to mark this off on my page over here to the side. Next, we should talk about the information extractor, another really important node. So we go to information extractor, and I like this a ton when working with chat, because essentially what you can do is pass in text and tell it to say, hey, I want to grab this piece of information. So let's say I want to grab, and I'm trying to think of something to be kind of interesting. Let's think of this for a second. We're going to have some sort of text. And here's an idea, company. So let's say you want to have a chat and say, someone says, I want you to research Upper Deck. Imagine you're doing some sort of review of a potential customer, and you just type into a chat, I want you to research Upper Deck. So name is going to be company, type is going to be a string, and you can change this to a Boolean, true or false, a date, a number, or a string, and say, this is a company that someone wants to look to. All right, so we'll require this. And obviously, like, this is going to be built out based off of what you think people are going to be prompting through your chat for. But we'll execute this step and we'll get nothing because I'm lazy and I forgot to attach in a chat model. So let's add in that over here. We'll execute this step and we'll see what happens. It says company Upper Deck. So we can change this up again. And let's say, I don't know, Philly's Cheesesteak LLC had a phenomenal sandwich. I don't know. And this is just like peak spelling. I can't spell cheesesteak. I can't spell phenomenal. Did I at least spell sandwich correct? I did. Obviously, I know how to spell, but it's hard sometimes with the keyboard down here, looking at the camera, talking. And we'll just see if it pulls out Philly's Cheesesteaks LLC, and you can see it pulls out Philly Cheesesteak LLC. So pretty cool. You can have your chat go directly into your information extractor, and then you get the JSON that you specifically want to pass on in your workflow. And maybe based off of that information that was extracted, we send that to an API of some sort. But very, very common to do it based around that. Another use case for the information extractor is just a lot of text. Imagine you have like a very long paragraph, and I'll just give an example. Go into long paragraph form ISPA. So like imagine you had a very large piece of information, and I'm just grabbing in text, but you have like all this text and you don't want to read it and you just want to grab a few pieces of information from it. You could do that over here. And in this case, like this is the first time I'm reading this lorem ipsum text. I didn't even generate it. I just grabbed it directly from the website. But you could just ask a few questions, like what do you want to extract from here? And grab it out. So let's say, for example, I'm just going to read this to the text. So it says, contrary to popular belief, lorem ipsum is not simply random text, it has roots in classic Latin literature from 45 BC, making it over 2,000 years old. Okay, so let's change this up instead of a name. And what we're going to say is age. And we're going to say, how old is the text? How old is the text in years? And what we're going to do is just say, this is a number. Again, very basic, but you can see like there's a lot of text over here. And let's add in some more as well. Obviously, I don't want to spend all this extra money, but let's say we have all this text. All we care about in this text is the age. Just going to be a number. I run this now, and we'll get our result. It should say 2000. Well, it says 2069. Why is that? That's weird. Why does it say 2069? Oh, you know what it's doing? 45 BC, and then it's adding 45 to get it to 2000. And then, no, it's a little bit off on there, but either way, that is funny. Is it still looking at that 2024 context window? To show the math really quick, if you're confused why I got 2069. So, well, 45 years before zero. So 45 plus, and we're at year zero, right? So then you add 2024, and that's equal to 2069. So it didn't take into fact, I'm almost recording in 2026, but yeah, that's where we got that number from. So it was actually pretty smart on that side of it. And, we can add in, by the way, multiple attributes. So you can specify it's required or not. So if it doesn't figure it out, you can just save this as like not required. And again, you can change the date and things like that. There, you have other options. So this is your system prompt. Maybe you want to add in a little bit more context over there. Again, it's not bad, but I would just add in more additional elements as needed. But I use this a lot. I've had a customer that I essentially helped him take pages of information and just grab a few different pieces of information that he wants. And man, it's a game changer. I know that word gets thrown all the time, but that's information extractor. I'm going to close out of from ISPM because we don't need that anymore. And what we're going to do next is jump into the summarization chain. So very similar to information extractor. However, it just gives you a summary at the very end. And there's a few different ways that you could use the summarization chain. And you can take a look. It's like another one of these nodes. And grab Anthropic. We'll paste that in over here. Cool. And you can see data to summarize. Now, the one thing that's interesting with the summarization chain, since we are taking a look at a lot more information, or it's just assumed we're taking a look at a lot more information, the n8n team does not allow you to actually put in the text over here. So you can see information extractor, we had this text. However, that is not available in the summarization chain, which I have iffy thoughts about. I feel like you still should have that option to classify the text, or not classify, but put in the text over there. I understand why they didn't. So you could either use a node as input. You could upload a binary file or use a document loader. I don't even want to cover document loaders until we get into the whole RAG side of it. We're going to talk like an hour or 2 hours on a RAG, I have a feeling. So let's not cover that today. We already talked about binary files, right? You can have like a PDF of some sort and pass it in, or a document, or you could literally just have all this information in an edit set node or whatever JSON that you want and pass it directly in over there. Chunking, again, I don't want to cover this until we get into the RAG side of things. So we're just going to keep this by default right now. And then you can see there's different ways to summarize over here as well. So you have map reduce, which it just recommends at over here. And it says summarize each document or chunk individually, then summarize those summaries. So I guess I have to teach you a little bit about RAG, but regardless, what map reduce essentially does is you have a full document. Imagine it's 1,000 paragraphs, and we assume each chunk is going to be one paragraph. So what it does is it summarizes each paragraph, and then takes all those summaries and then summarizes it at the very end. Refine, what this does is it summarizes the first paragraph, then it reads paragraph 2 and says, hey, well, your final summary should include this from paragraph 2. Then it goes to paragraph 3. Actually, you're missing this detail as well. Add that in. Chunk 4 has this information, add that back in. And then stuff, it's literally just uploading a whole document and you say, summarize this all at once. But based off of what you choose, you'll have different prompts over here to tweak. So you have a lot more prompt engineering based around this. So you can see subsequent refine prompt and then the initial prompt, and then stuff, you just have the one prompt. So these will have 2 prompts each, whether you use MapReduce or refine. By default, it just uses MapReduce, but I would recommend that you choose one of these, test it out, because sometimes you might get better results based off of what you want. Start with MapReduce, see if it's working correctly for that particular domain or the piece of information that you have in there. Again, I don't want to confuse you too much, but just remember, MapReduce, we summarize each section, and then we take those summaries and summarize that for our final answer. We go into refine, which every section, we keep summarizing it and get more information as we go a little bit farther. And why this works as well is if you think about how a paper is written, typically you're going to have most of the summary or information here at the very top. So it should have a pretty good idea of what that paper is about. Then stuff is really used for a small amount of text. Like if you have a document that's 20, 30 pages, probably wouldn't recommend stuff. But if you have something short, like that Lorem I showed you, probably isn't a acceptable route to go. So that's a summarization chain. Another thing that's really important to know is different services have AI nodes in over here, and you can use them as well. So if you go into AI, you'll notice that there's Anthropic in Google Gemini as well as OpenAI. So each of these have a lot of different nodes. So you can see OpenAI has anything from generated video, which I wouldn't use this right now. We're going to talk about generating videos. You can create conversations. You can work with files. You have audio actions, image actions, which is like analyze an image, generate an image, or edit an image. You could also message a model. And just go into OpenAI to show you, let's say we want to analyze an image of some sort. So we'll go analyze image, and yeah, you can see we have this particular node. Going into Gemini, you can go to Gemini on there, and you can see a lot more actions built. So we have 15 over here. I've used Gemini when I want to process YouTube videos. So like I want to get a summary of a YouTube video. I find it really helpful just to go through the native node directly in here, and I just go to analyze a video, and you can put in a URL. Like I put just YouTube over here. I fill out all this stuff. So it says like text input. What are you prompting it? The one thing that's kind of weird right now with Gemini, and I don't know if they're ever going to do this or not, is I wish you could specify an output parser here. Like just annoying that you can't. Not to go on a tangent. You also have Anthropic. So if I go to Anthropic, you can see Anthropic has 10 actions. So you analyze a document, upload a file, etc., analyze an image. So depending on your use case, you know, if it's maybe analyzing an image or video, maybe you don't want to put that into either a basic LLM chain or an AI agent because you just want that specifically. And feel free to mess with it because sometimes it works in your workflow. Sometimes it won't. I've had issues analyzing videos within a basic LLM chain or an AI agent, whereas this worked perfect. So wanted to show those to you. And lastly, what I wanted to talk about is OCR. So essentially what OCR allows us to do is take an image of text, whether it's like handwritten text or photos, copied text, and then extract all the information onto it and get some results. So let me just show you, we can do this in Mistral. Although OCR is available in all the larger models, Mistral right now, and obviously things change really fast, is the premier OCR model. So you just go to Mistral AI and then you can extract text. So it says document, extract text. You can choose the model, which this is just the one over here. You set binary data, document type, whether it's a document or an image, and then you specify this. And I'd show you how to do this. We're actually going to be using OCR as one of our examples in this video. So we'll do an example of like analyzing a YouTube video, analyzing specifically with this and maybe like one or two other examples. I think this is a pretty good use case just to show you some cool stuff that we could build now that we know how an AI agent works, how we know also about some of these other nodes as well. So I'm going to take a quick break and then we're going to jump into a few examples shortly. All right, so I brainstormed 3 ideas. We're going to build them out together. I haven't even started the workflow, so you'll kind of just see my process of how we're going to build these out. And yeah, let's jump into it. So the first one over here, and obviously if you want to try it yourself first before I build these out, kind of like what we did with some of the earlier tutorials, go for it. I encourage you to do that. But example 1, we take an input, we have a basic LLM chain, again, and then we have an output over here. So chain 1 takes raw notes or ideas and generates a structured blog outline. Chain 2 takes the outline and writes a polished into a paragraph. So think about how you're going to build this out. You can either do a chat trigger or you can do it manually and just set something as like an edit set. I don't really care. And yeah, pause the video and get that going. Otherwise, I will build this out. And I'm trying to think, like, do we have a chat trigger? No, we don't have a chat trigger over here yet. And yeah, let's jump into it. So I'm going to do a chat trigger. Throw that in, and we're going to start this as a conversation. So obviously the first part is we're going to get our raw notes or ideas. Then we need to generate a structured blog outline from that. Okay, so what we're going to do is add in a basic LLM chain. Also to mention, I am not going to be writing the best prompts. I am not going to do a ton of testing, which real world scenario, you are going to have to do that. So please make these better if you're pushing them into production. Make sure you're testing them. Make sure you're like, there's a lot of other steps that I'm skipping over here. Don't watch this and think like, oh, you can build a workflow in 20 minutes and it's good. No, it's not the case. And I say that because I see a lot of Upwork jobs and freelance jobs that people say, can you build this in an hour? And it's like, come on, guys, like be realistic. So what we're going to do is we have our like raw notes and ideas. So I'm going to say, I'm going to create another message over here. We're going to have our system message. We're going to expand this out and say, you are an AI agent, or let's not say an AI agent. Let's say you are an outline creator. That's what we're doing first, right? I should have probably just copied this over so we can keep the verbiage the same. All right. So chain 1 takes the raw notes and generates a structured blog outline. So you are an outline creator. A user will give you a few pieces of information. And your goal is to take that and generate an outline for a blog post. For example, we have to give an example over here. We'll say user. Let's do an AI example. We'll say user message, system message, best practices. All right, so like intro, user versus system message, body. We'll say like user message, body, system message, and then we'll do body comparing user messages, conclusion. Let's think about our conclusion. I'll just say like summarize both of these. Summarize. Like this is so simple. And obviously like I would want to layer this with multiple examples. Like, okay, here's example 1, here's example 2. Let's do another example actually. For example, let's say example 1. But here are 2 examples. All right, so example 1. AI. It's going to be like that. Great. And I should probably just make these a little bit different. That's cool. All right. And let's do a second article. I don't need this best practices for this one. So I was like a comparison article. Let's do another article over here. Example 2. What are we going to do now? Oh, you know what we're going to do? 19. No. I'm going to think about like doing a card set. We'll do like a 1948 Bowman basketball. It's like basketball cards. Okay. And then let's just write these out like this. Okay. So intro wise, history of Bowman basketball cards and checklist. Cool. Then we're going to set a body, let's say most valuable cards, recent auction sales. I don't know. This is fine. Okay. Then we'll put like future Bowman basketball releases. Obviously, like this is going to be better if it's fine-tuned towards something in general. Like I would assume someone that's going to be building out an outline for a blog post is going to be focused on a niche, and it might be a little bit easier. I just gave 2 random examples, an AI one and then a card one. So we're going to just test this out. I'm going to save this really fast, and let's think of something we're going to do an outline on. Let's do, I'm trying to think of a good outline. Let's do an outline on Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains, Seattle grunge scene. Maybe something like that. Let's see what happens. And that did not work because I have the wrong OpenAI account. Man, I knew that would come to bite me. I still need to delete that old account. All right, let's try this again. So anticlimactic. All right, let's see if we get a good outline. And I don't think it'll be too difficult. Obviously, like I said, probably better off if you're fine-tuning it for a specific use case rather than what I have it everything broad. But all right, title, intro. It's interesting. It actually gave me a lot more stuff over here. And you can see brief hook, quick thesis, suggestion, length, section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, section 5. This is actually pretty good. I'm fine with this. I mean, we're not going to use all of it, but like, I think this is good. So the second part, it says takes outline and writes the polished intro paragraph. So let's do that. So we're going to get another basic LM chain. And again, with this, you see that I didn't attach any tools. I didn't do anything else crazy. I just literally just put that over there. So we have our basic LLM chain, and then we'll go over here and instead of connected, we'll define below. There you're going to say this is an expression. Drag and drop this over here so you can see JSON.text. I'm going to add in a prompt system message, and all I'm going to say is intro paragraph. So based on, I'll put that over here. Let me make this full thing. I don't need that to be an expression per se. I just want to make that there. Cool. Man, I don't know why it cut up. All right. To write an intro paragraph that is 200-ish words. And you should be more dynamic. give more of a definition. I'll say 150 to 250 words based on the outline of a paper. I don't know if it needs to be paper. Say an article. A user will give outline. Will give you an outline. All right, so your goal is to write an intro paragraph that is 250, 250 words based on the outline of an article. The user will give you an outline. All you need to do is write it based on an 8th grade reading level. It's fine there. There's other things you could define, like how do you want your intro, type of tone. Like there's a lot of other things. I'm just going to keep it like this to keep it basic. And again, I mess up because I don't throw a model over here. And we'll rerun that again. I'll be fine. I'll have 150 to 250 words for an intro and Alice in Chains, and we'll be good to go. So we take a look at our output now. And here we go. So it says Alice in Chains sits in the center of the Seattle grunge story because their music captured both heavy sound and dark feelings, marked the era. Formed in the 1980s, the band mixed metal-like riffs with haunting vocal harmonies and lyrics. Those elements made them stand out in a scene. Blah, blah, blah. Talks a little bit more about the album Facelift. We'll examine the human side. Staley talks a little bit more. I think this is a pretty good intro. And all I did, if you go back over, take a look at the input, Alice in Chains, Seattle grunge scene. We got our outline, and now we have our article. And obviously, like, you can add in steps. There's something called human in the loop where you can actually approve things before it gets sent along. I just wanted to show you chain into chain. No pun intended with Alice in Chains. I didn't even think about that when I was just giving that example. But cool. So now what I want to do is our second example. Like I said, I thought of these while I was eating dinner and made these out, and we're going to go through them. So our second one is we're going to have like a review that's input in over here. We're going to find the sentiment of a new feature and then send it to a branch. So positive branch will extract specific features mentioned, generate a thank you response. Negative branch will categorize a complaint type, check if the critical bug is mentioned, create a JIRA ticket. I put that as optional, like I'm not going to do it, but you can see with this type of stuff, like you can really expand this out. I notify the product team. We'll do the product team. I'm the product team myself and generate an empathetic response, which I'll just generate them myself as well. A neutral branch will flag for manual review, add to feedback backlog. Yeah, you get the point. So let's talk about the review. Let's just pretend we have like a manual trigger. We already have a manual trigger. We do. Let me zoom out. We're going to steal it wherever it's at. There it is, all the way at the top. I'm going to steal that and bring it down over here. Cool. Then what we're going to do is throw in an edit sets. We're going to put in our review. And let's just take the side of n8n. And what we're going to do is pretend there's a bug. So we're going to say the new AI agent, let's just pretend there's a new AI agent, does not work with Google Gemini 4. Tried everything. But my production workflows are useless. Also, I put this in the wrong section. It's been a long day. We're going to say review over here like that. Cool. So we have our review in our edit set. We have our manual trigger. Next, what we need to do is find the sentiment. And so we're going to do, and just close out of that, go to AI, and then find our sentiment analysis. So we have that over here. And I'm just going to keep it very basic, positive, negative, neutral. No big deal. Let's copy in our LM. Over here, we'll use something cheap. That's fine. And let's test this out. So I'm just going to run this over here. Workflow has issues. And well, you know why the issue is? Because I never actually passed in the data. So if I execute the step, we have that there. We got to pass in our data. Make a lot of mistakes. I'm tired. Cool. So we have this over here, and we'll see which branch it goes on. This goes back into our issue we had a little bit earlier with the sentiment analysis, which it seems like it's broken for GPT-5 mini for some reason. I don't know why. But it was Anthropic, not a big deal. So I'll just grab that, paste it over here, and we'll use that for this example. Let's run it again. Should be fine. And you see it goes into the negative. Great. So now what we need to do is kind of design the workflow. So for the negative branch over here, we got to categorize the complaint type. So we could do like a text classifier of some sort. Let me just make a sticky note. So we'll just go over here. And we'll go to our text classifier. All right, so we have our text classifier. That's going to go in over here. All right, so we're going to categorize the complaint type. We're going to have to fill this out. I don't know how we're going to fill this out yet. We'll figure it out. Check if the critical bug is mentioned. Well, we did talk about a bug. So we should probably do like an information extractor as well. So what I'm thinking is we go over here, information extractor. Saw it here in a second. I'm just going to go down here and grab it. I need our information extractor as well. I'm going to just close that out. And both of those. Cool. What else do we need? We're not going to do the Jira ticket. Notify the product team and write a response. So let's just grab an agent. We could write a basic LM chain for our response. So this will be the response. Again, we can just grab a cheap OpenAI chat model. And then the other thing that we need over here is notifying the product team. So what we'll do is have a Gmail trigger, and we're going to send a Gmail. So we'll say send a message. Great. So this will be over here, and let's jump into it. So let's think about each of these steps. So the first one, let's just generate an empathetic response. So we're going to do the basic LM chain. I'm going to say that we don't need the connected. We're going to use define below, and we're going to pass in this information. So we need to pass in that review into the user message. And then we're going to add in a prompt. I'm going to say based on the review, write an empathetic message to the customer who had a bad experience. Obviously, if you have some type of documentation, you're going to write this a little bit better. Go for it. I'm doing a 2-second YouTube video. And you can see we have this over here. And it says, really sorry, frustrating, must be over here. Thank you for letting us know. We'll prioritize getting it fixed. Help us investigate, escalate quickly. So like, this makes the assumption that we don't have the information where, maybe we do already have that info. I don't know. We could keep that as is. You can obviously tweak it. I'm not going to do a lot of tweaking for this one. And then let's pretend like we send the message back into our customer. I'm just going to send it to myself. Gmail.com. But you know what? I don't actually like this because we should have an output parser. And we're going to tweak this. Say based on the review, write empathetic. Also generate a subject line. Cool. So we're going to have this create a subject as well. We're going to add an output parser. So we will go and do that. And we'll put over here, we're going to say email message. And then we're going to do subject line. Oops. subject. Fine. Sorry. Let's run this again. I'm gonna undo this. Hopefully we get the correct information. Honestly, the more I think about it, like, yeah, we could, I'll keep this going. All right, what's my error over here? Model doesn't fit. All right, so let's see what we put over here. Based on the review, write an empathetic message. Oh, you know what we should probably call this? Just message. Probably getting confused. Let's run that again. Make sure those are one-to-one. And then while that's running, let's go in our information extractor. We're gonna have our text. We're gonna add an attribute, and we're gonna call this product bug. And because we're saying over here, I'll fix this here in a second, but it says categorize complaint type, check if critical bug is mentioned. So we should probably call this critical bug, critical product bug. There is something wrong with the software provided. Cool. So what we can do, I'll test this out in a second with this basic LM chain. I'm not sure why it's not working. I mean, I'm sure I can debug it in a second. Let's see if this information extractor is working. Let's pass that in. It needs to take this review. Cool. I should say this is required as well. The new AI agent does not work with Google Gemini 4, causing problems. Perfect. Let's make sure that's required as well. So that's working. Let's pretend that's sending over to our team as well. So we'll send this over there. Again, we'll say new critical bug. And honestly, just based off of this extraction, I think this is fine. I was saying, like, I don't think we really need the classifier on this side of things because we're just going to look at bugs in general. I mean, we could get super nuanced and do that. I don't think it's fun. We don't need it for this one. All right, so we have that over here. We need to get this chain working as well. So what I'm going to do is build that out. So product team knows we just got to figure out why this chain isn't working. So we have this review. It goes in over here. Now, why does this not work? I think I might have to provide the exact example in this message for the system message. And again, if this doesn't work, I'll just put that exact example. All right. So it says model output doesn't fit to continue execution on error. So I'm not sure why that's not working, but we'll go over here, load this up. Example. We'll just say user, I hated using this product. Then we'll say AI. Message. Sorry to hear that you had a negative experience. Also, I'm just going to go and change this out. Obviously, this is pretty terrible. Saying like we are sorry and things like that, but it's okay. Cool. So let's see if this works. Should. I'm going to execute this step again. I mean, I think I'm very explicit there. Man, did it really break again? I'm generally curious if it did. All right, so let's see what is going on over here. I wonder if it's a special character because you can see we have the text on that side of things. All right, let's try this. Sometimes the basic LM chain is a little buggy. Let's try our AI agent. We're going to try the same exact thing over and again with their agents. It happens. Not a big deal. You got to pivot. And I'm keeping this in here just to show you that things happen. So this says output formats. Find below. Pass in this review. Add in the system message. Try the system message here. Yeah, so go back in and try this out. And if it doesn't work here, obviously, like I have another bug, which maybe I'm oblivious to see, but I don't think I should have an issue. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. And it could be the output parser is bugged as well, or I'm missing like the most obvious thing. It worked. Like you can see, I didn't change anything. So just an error with the basic LM chain. You can see we have this over here, subject line and output. So really we could go back into our email. We could define our subject line. So you could just grab your subject line there. You can grab this message, which I'll just say it's text. And yeah, there we go. I could execute this out as well. I can show it to my Google account. I'm not going to run it, but yeah, so we have our negative sentiment. We send an email to the person saying we're sorry, and then we extract what the bug was from that message and we send it to our engineering team. Obviously, again, I could have created a Jira ticket pretty easily. You know, I'd never set up Jira with an n8n. I know it's a popular thing to do. And really, if I spent some time, we could categorize all the different types of bugs. And I think that'd be useful for like a engineering team to do. Like, oh, this is the type of bug we're experiencing. So that way you can fix those bugs as they pop up. But I just didn't do that here. So next, what we want to do is let's go into our neutral branch. We'll like flag for manual review. So we could just say it's like in a spreadsheet. And yeah, let's do that. So what we're going to do is go to sheets. Let's just pretend we have a sheet over here. We're going to insert into a sheet. So we'll say append a row in sheets. And let's imagine we have a sheet. And again, this could be a database. This could be wherever else. We're just going to populate some information. I'm going to load up Sheets accounts. I'm going to go in all YouTube video update. We're going to load this up here in a second. We're going to create another Sheets. We'll say sheet 6. And we'll say this is going to be a annual review. Well, that exact name is going to be what? Neutral. So it should say neutral reviews. Go and fix that. Then we'll put like timestamp. Oh, we could add in like user emails and all this other stuff. I'm kind of skipping that over here. Don't need it for today. I mean, hopefully you guys understand, just add one additional step. So then all we do over here is go and add in our neutral review. Obviously, we don't have one over here. So I kind of want to change this up. I don't want to get rid of this, but yeah, here's what we're going to do. You can say it's like review 2. Review 2. The product is okay. Favorite, I've seen worse. Like that seems pretty neutral. Then we're going to just send in JSON review 2 over here. Hopefully it gets into the neutral step. And sweet, neutral branch. Again, you could just literally just drop this in. Neutral review is there. And then timestamp, let's just go JSON now. JSON.now. I thought that was the time. It's not the time. I got to fix that. I'll just check that for a second. I think it's just this actually. No, it's not. All right, I'm back. I literally just asked Claude and It's actually just dollar now. And I didn't need to have the extra JSON. Anyways, so we have that now, and we can just execute the step over here, and it'll populate within our spreadsheet. So you can see we have our neutral review and a timestamp so someone can review it a little bit later. All right, great. And then let's look at the easy one. So extract a specific feature mentioned and then generate a thank you for the response. So maybe we want to extract that feature and then put it into a spreadsheet. So I'm just going to go over here and create a sheet 7, and then we'll put like feature liked. I don't know. Again, I'm just architecting. I'm building this on the fly. Like, this is not great architecture. This is really great thinking. But I just wanted to show different ways that you could use this and really start expanding this out. So all we're doing on this one is what? Generate a thank you message. So we already have something very similar. So we'll just say this. Go in here, and instead of based on the review, write a thank you message. We had a great experience. Also generate a subject line. Example. Cool. So we're going to say thank you for such great feedback for our, I don't know, this is pretty bad. Subject line. Thanks for the feedback. And we're going to say, I loved the new AI agent feature. Cool. It's fine. Again, it's very basic. You can always tweak your prompts. So that'll be one version of it. We'll call this JSON review 3. So we had 1 and 2, right? Just double check. Yeah, we'll do 3. I loved the AI agent feature. Great. It saves me hundreds of hours. Okay, so we have that. So we know that's built in. And then lastly, we're going to do our information extractor. Just going to be, instead of bug, we're going to change this up. We're going to go in here and put favorite feature. The feature someone liked. And I'd make this optional because sometimes people will say positive things and not give a feature, and then go to the spreadsheet route. Now, one other thing to note is, like, this is very messy. You can't tell what's going on. So in real world, you're going to relabel all of these. You're going to leave sticky notes. You're going to space these out. As I mentioned, for like the probably 10th time, this is a YouTube video. I'm trying to teach you how these nodes work, how to build flows. So there's definitely things to work on making this better if you're going to actually present this to a customer. Anyways, going back over here, we're going to go into sheet 7 now, and we'll use JSON review 3. It's not going to be a neutral review. We need to refresh this. It's going to fetch these columns, and it says feature linked. I'm just literally just going to go here, copy this JSON review 2, populate it over here, say this is JSON review 3. Yeah, we can just run this one more time. Over here with 3, it should go into the positive branch. Why did this not work? Oh, that's why it didn't work. This should be review 3. Cool. We have review 3 there now. Then we go over here, execute the step. Should go positive. Positive branch. Boom. And then you can see if we extract this over here, should say the AI agent. Ooh. Oh, you know what? Because we're still using the initial JSON review. I was like, that is interesting. Always make sure these are correct. Look at that AI agent feature, and then that would just get populated into the spreadsheet. And you can see in sheet 7, we actually do not get the correct result. We just get that. That's why we don't have this as an expression. And also this is off. It should be favorite feature. That. Now if I execute the step, always double check your work. Cool. Now we have that working over there. And then for agents that will send the email. So let's test what this agent would populate. And we can send that email if we want. I probably won't, but thank you so much for your feedback. We're thrilled to hear the AI agent feature is saving you hundreds of hours. Thanks, glad the AI agent is saving you time. That's fine. Again, I would probably recommend you spend some time and build out a way better system message. And I've taught you the fundamentals behind it. But this video would be way too long to build out something for like a production level for this over here. All right, and we're going to do one more. I'm going to take another quick break, and then we'll jump into example number 3. I'm just going to throw this over here, though. So example 3, add it on here. Cool. So here's our third example. Build this out a little bit later. I'll just drag and drop this here. But what we're going to do is essentially our OCR example. I promised you guys we'd do OCR. We're going to use a filter and things like that. So we'll probably set that up. I'll probably record that a little bit tomorrow morning, jump into there, and yeah, I will see you guys there. All right, so example 3, I have this ready to go. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab input of the image, then we're going to use OCR to extract the information, extract if someone has experiences or not on their resume for a specific job, filter them out, and then add otherwise to a spreadsheet. And a few things we'll need for that. First is resumes. So how did I find resumes? Well, I literally went to the data science Reddit and I just searched resume and I grabbed these 4. You can go to any type of professional Reddit and I'm sure people are posting their resumes. So because people always want to get them critiqued. So you can just go and screenshot these. I already saved these on my computer. So screenshot them or save them. I'm just saving these as PNG files. Another thing you'll need to get is Mistral. So how you want to set up Mistral, just go into console.mistral.ai. And then you're going to want to go into your API keys over here to the top left. And I'll show you how to set this up here in a second. Let me actually do that. So I'm going to go and search for Mistral AI, extract text, and then I'm going to go over here. You're going to create a new credential. I already have an account over here. So I'm just going to click my pencil icon and going into AI Studio, create a new key. I'm just going to say this is n8n big course. It's fine. You can set an expiration date. I'm not going to set one for now. I'm going to create a new key and you'll see I have this key over here. Now I'm just going to pause the video probably and create a new key so that way you guys don't see this. But ideally you would just copy this key and go back into n8n and then fill this API key over here. Obviously I don't want this to be shared, so I'm just going to delete this key. Also, you might have to add in credits. I believe Mistral is still free if they train on your data. Could be wrong on that. So if you need to add in money into Mistral, please do so. Again, I haven't taken a look at that documentation in probably a few months, but I should be good on my side. Just double check it works on yours. All right, I'm going to create a new key and I will be right back. All right, I'm back. So my key has been created. I just called this n8n live 1230 and I put it back into my stuff. Obviously name this as you want, but now we have our OCR. The first thing we need to do though is how are we going to actually get the image into n8n? I'm going to do the lazy route and just set up a form over here. Obviously there's other approaches that you could use, but I feel like this is going to be an easy way to just test this out. And we know how to add in binary data. So all we're going to do is say this is like a resume uploader. I'm going to do like literally the MVP as fast as possible. So field name, we'll just call this data as I see that all the time. Label, we'll say resume goes here. element type. We're going to call this a file, and we're going to accept only one file. We can test this out as well. So I'm just going to grab one of the resumes. We'll throw it in over here, click submit, and we just make sure that we get our file. Boom, we have this file. And if you're watching this video, thank you for uploading to the data science Reddit. But yeah, so we have that over here. And now what we want to do is see if Mistral can actually extract the text from there. So going to Mistral, obviously you have your account. We're going to resource, we're going to use a document operation. We're going to extract text model. They only give you one option. So Mistral OCR latest. Document type, you can choose a document or image. I'm using an image because like this is an image over here. Input type, you can use a URL or binary data. I'll show you URL in a second, but we can do binary data as well. Input binary data name. Well, it's just called data over here. You have other options for like batch processing and things like that too, but I'm just going to execute this step. And what you can see is we have our information. So we have this in Markdown, and just to go into our table, you can see, we scroll down over here, extracted text is our information. So do we want all this? Not really. We just want our extracted text. So what we're going to do is just have a edit set, go edit set, and then we'll just grab this extracted text and populate it there. I'm also going to just put our data really fast, and we'll grab that out. And then you can execute the step. Obviously, we could clean this up if we wanted to, but I think this is fine. All we're going to ask is some questions based around it. Like, does this person have specific information? So because you can see a bunch of skills are listed over here, and we're just going to do essentially a keyword extraction. So going back over to this resume, this is the one we're taking a look at. So maybe we want to say, hey, does someone have SQL experience? Great. What type of projects do they have? Like, obviously, I'm not putting a ton of thought into the design on this one. I'm just teaching you guys how to use the nodes, a real world experience. Like if you're going to build out a resume extractor, you're going to spend hours trying to think about like all the different nuances. I just thought about this right before recording. So what we're going to do next is extract if they have experiences or not. So let's add in our information extractor. So we're going to say information extractor, up over here. And what we're going to do is first pass in our data. So, and actually, it'd be kind of interesting as well. If we did a summary of what this guy's resume is, that would be kind of cool. So out of the box thinking over here, let's go and grab, where is our thing at, the summarization chain. We're going to just grab that. Out of the box thinking, we're going to do this really fast. I don't know why I just thought of this, but it's fine. And we're going to use that to summarize this. Cool. So we have our summarization chain. We'll set this up here in a second. I also kind of want to just do that so I can copy over this, save some time. All right. So information extractor, we have all this. What do we want to grab? So I'm trying to think really quick. What do we want to grab from here? We'll say like SQL experience mentions SQL in the text. Okay. Some jobs require master's degrees. So maybe we want to do that. We have a certification. Do we have even a degree? No, we have education right here at the top. We have a bachelor's. So we'll go over here, master's degree. And I'm saying either yes or no. So I'm going to say like over here as well, either yes or no. All right, so we're looking for SQL. We're looking for a master's degree. Next, we should probably look at another example. Obviously, like this is someone that just graduated college in this instance, but we should probably do like Python as well. So we're going to call this like, and I'm just going to call this master's degree. We'll just do 3. So we'll say like Python experience. Mentions Python, the text. What else can we put in here really fast? I think this is fine. I mean, this is a very basic resume. And I would not recommend you build out your resume like this. If you're applying for a job right now in data science, you're not going to get a job, but that's fine. Obviously there's nuances. Like every job will have like 10 or 15 required skills. So I'm curious where this will populate. I'm just going to click execute step and take a look. So it says SQL experience, yes. Master's degree, no. Python experience, yes. And we go to his resume. So mention SQL right over here. It should mention Python over here as well. You can see Python used multiple times, and then no master's degree. So that's why we have yes, yes, no. Really, really cool, because we just essentially took an image, we extracted all the text over there, and then we're looking for specific pieces of information. So we built that out. Next, what we can do too is do a summarization chain. So what I'm going to do on this one, since it's super easy, we're just going to use a stuff. We're going to use the node input JSON over here, because you can see the JSON is just this markdown. We'll use simple, which is just defined over here. And then it says, write a concise summary of the following resume. I'm just going to say that, following resume. That's it. Again, super basic. I didn't really change stuff, but I'll execute steps and we'll see what happens. Like, this is a terrible prompt. I would not recommend you just only use this prompt, but we're going to use it out of the box. And resume summary, data science. And you know what should we probably put over here? Write a concise 2 to 3 sentence summary of the following resume. And I know I misspelled sentence. We're going to fix that. I don't know why I always misspell it. So we'll test it out now. Obviously, there's other nodes that you could use, but take a look. Data science intern who graduated with a bachelor's in computer science engineering from Guru. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. University in 2023 with an 8.4 CGPA, technical skills in Python, machine learning frameworks, blah, 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 right? So I essentially, what we've done now with the summarization chain and information extractor, there's specific things I want to look at a resume. We've extracted that. We also have a quick summary. Okay, so here's the cool thing as well. We can now merge these together if we really wanted to. So what we can go here is find a merge node. And what we'll do is just merge these together. Great. And how I want to do this is combine. And we're going to combine by position too. So we're going to go here like that. Also, I probably should have just pinned our data here so we don't get extra calls. Fortunately, I'm going to have to rerun that one over here. I'll just pin it. Save us some time. Great. So it's pinned all of this just so that way this can be tested. We'll execute this workflow. I'm just going to drag this in over here. It's not going to really do anything, but sometimes you saw from the merge section, we have issues. So now if I go into this merge, you can see we have text and then we have SQL experience, etc. I probably should relabel this instead of just having this as text, but that's fine. We have this all over here. Next, what we can do is create a filter if we wanted to. So let's put in a filter. And what we can do on this filter now is go over and based off of things. So we want to filter everyone that has SQL experience. So we're going to say is equal to yes. We're going to add in Python experience equal to yes. And then we're going to add in over here. Let's say you want to have a master's degree, and I wouldn't get a job because I don't have a master's degree. But we're going to say this has to be a yes as well. So you'll see it, since all three of these are not met, this is disregarded. So unfortunately, you did not get the job. However, if we remove that option for the master's degree, you'll see it is kept. So we'll put in the whatever we want over here. Obviously, it changes job to job, and we have that there. Cool. So let's just imagine we only care about Python experience and SQL experience, which is very fresh. Like, you don't have a lot over there. Obviously, there's a lot into the resume here. I'm not saying this guy doesn't have experience. I'm just saying if you're trying to get a data science job and you only have Python experience and SQL experience, you're not going to get the job. Anyways, let's go now and add this to Sheets or a data table. It really doesn't matter, to be honest with you. We'll just do Sheets. So I'll just go through this in Sheets, append row in Sheets. We're going to use literally the same sheet that we've been using like this entire tutorial. I don't know why. I've just decided to use this sheet that I'm using for YouTube timestamps, but that's okay. Go over here to sheet 8 and we'll say resume write up. We'll say SQL, Python masters. Great. And then what we can do now is grab this sheet 8, which obviously you can relabel these sheets as well. And what we can do is send our different things. So we have resume write-up, SQL experience, masters, and Python experience. And I can execute this step and check it out. We have that now. So go over here, boom. So obviously we can test this out with others, and I would recommend that you do so. I'm just going to unpin these, and we're going to test it with one more example over here. So we'll find another. Obviously I have 4 different ones on here, so we can really mess with it if we wanted to. So which one do we want to now? All right, so we've already done this one. I'm going to close it out. This doesn't have a name. This doesn't have a name either. We have first a last name. That's a pretty cool name. This is way too blocky. University of London. Oh, that's not University of London. Middle over here. I guess that's fine. We'll execute workflow. I think it's this one. Obviously didn't have a name on it. So we're just going to see it go through the live workflow over here. And I'm curious what ends up happening. Did it filter? It got disregarded. So no SQL experience on that resume. Let's see if that's correct. So that was this one over here. And I recommend that you know SQL if you're working with any data science job, because you're going to have to pull data all the time. Junior data scientist. Yeah, there's literally no mention of SQL on here. It's crazy to me. Like even we would think like people that are gonna, or systems that have things in place, like, hey, we want to make sure that someone has SQL, like put it in at least one bullet point. You can see no SQL. So this guy got automatically rejected. Although it doesn't look too bad on this side of things. You know, you have what happened and then the result associated with it. All right, let's test another one. We're going to test this one over here with the block letters. This is someone out of the USA, and we will test it out. So let's execute that workflow. Hopefully this is the correct one. And click submit. This can go through the same thing. I probably should have looked at what happened in the summarization as well. We looked at information extractor. Like I had like a master's and things like that, but do that. And take a look. This one actually got added to the sheet. So it says yes, yes, and yes. PhD data scientist with 8+ years of experience, specialized in machine learning, statistics, and large-scale biomedical data analysis, proven track record developing novel ML methods and tools that have significantly improved disease, biomarker discovery, and cancer prediction. A lot more over there as well, but I'm not going to read it all. And that is a very simple, again, very simple. This isn't super complicated way to summarize a resume, extract information, filter based around it. We've added a merge in over here. So all this over here, OCR, summarization chain, information extractor, merge, filter, add to sheets. You could really see how things are stacking up and why I couldn't show you things like this initially in the beginning, right? But again, just to kind of recap what we've covered, I still think this one was a little bit more complicated. So the different nodes and things like that, basic LM chain, essentially you don't need tools, you don't need memory. People overuse the AI agent, use the basic LM chain. Obviously you saw I did have some issues with the basic LM chain. So if it does not work for you, feel free to change it into an AI agent. Sentiment analysis, you can see things are positive, neutral, negative, typically used in customer reviews or to find what's happening for a specific person or a company. Text classifier, again, something that you typically will use in some sort of chatbot if you want to route specific areas on there. Information extractor allows us to grab data from a large piece of text and give us answers like, hey, does this person have experience within this section? You can prompt it to say yes or no, or you can say, search through something and get like a specific year or things like that. And I showed you that there. Summarization chain allows you to do a very quick summary of a document. There's 3 different approaches based around that. You have the internal models that have their own use cases, such as like Gemini for video, and you can just pull in a YouTube video and it'll analyze it. on that side of things, we have extract text. This is my OCR that I like using with Mistral. Obviously, other models have OCR as well. I just find Mistral to work really, really well. And then we took a look at some examples, such as like chaining together the basic LM chain. We took an example over here of finding the sentiment based off of a review, and we went different routes associated with it. And then we went through this example of OCR with a resume. Awesome work through this section. If you already learned this, you probably know more than like 99% of people that even touch n8n. And I don't know how long this is into the video, but you should be very proud of yourself. And I will see you guys in the next section. So this section is going to cover kind of advanced n8n nodes, things that I didn't really want to cover a little bit earlier on in the course because they might confuse you and a lot of people use them wrong. This includes things like the loop node, as well as our Python nodes, and it's also going to cover subworkflows. So let's jump right into it. The first node I want to teach you guys about is the loop node. I hinted a little bit about it within the API section. So first, let me show you what the loop node is. So we're going to go over here to loop, and you'll see it says loop over items split in batches. So we'll load this up over here, and then you can see it says there is a batch size, and it says also you may not need this node. n8n nodes automatically run once for each input item. So by default, it actually gives you this over here. I'm going to remove this execute workflow, and let me explain what is going on. So first, imagine we have 100 items, and I'll just make a sticky note over here to kind of explain it. So we have 100 items over here, 100 items over here, right? And then we're going to pass those 100 items across our workflow. Typically, all 100 items will run in one node. Then it goes to the next node, it runs 100 items. Then it goes to the next node and runs 100 items, right? So let's go over here and just explain this out. And I explained this really early on in the course as well. So this is a kind of a good refresher. So by default, we go 100 items, 100 items. And I feel like this should be better. And it should be 100 items. And you can imagine each of these are nodes. So that makes sense. Well, what happens with APIs is you get something that's called rate limits. So rate limits like this. And unfortunately, you have to send a specific amount of data. So some APIs, you cannot send 100 items. This is processing too many requests. And what happens is you'll get some sort of error message that, hey, you're having an issue. You cannot send this much data over there. I had this happen to me with the YouTube transcripts. As I showed you, we used a loop over items over there. Well, the problem was I was sending too much information to Claude when it came to Sonnet 4.5, and I hit limits. And because of that, I had to use loop over items. So why you want to use loop over items? Typically, like only if you are using APIs. There's probably a few other use cases, but people, if they don't understand that n8n works like this, and they think you have to build a whole workflow and just loop over one item at a time like that. No, it's not like a for loop in programming where you need to constantly loop over things, or a while loop. You need n8n, it goes node to node. So if you have something that needs to slow down, that's the best part about loop over items. So only if using for slow down data. And this is pretty easy because it says replace me. So imagine we just delete this and then we set up an HTTP request. I'm not going to set up our HTTP request to an API, but imagine we have this built to an API and we say, all right, we're going to loop over here. It's going to run this and it's going to build this out. And you say a batch size of 10. So instead, what this does is you'll have this going on. Ready? So we'll have our first node. Imagine a node previous to loop over items, and maybe we'll just set this up. Let's imagine we have an edit set node. And we have this edit set that goes directly into our loop over items. So our edit set, again, at fictional world, has 100 items. Then we go into our loop over items, which has the input of 100 items. However, we do a batch size of 10. So what it does is 10 runs of 10 items. So then each time we go into the HTTP request, it only has 10 items. So hopefully that makes sense. And typically, you are not going to just have the loop over items and HTTP request in there. You're actually going to have one other node. And this is really important to add in. And typically, you'll do it after the HTTP request. And this is going to be your wait node. So it says wait before continuing with execution. So why we want to have that is our rate limits. Just to go back to these notes over here, rate limits will tell us how many requests allowed. And this could be anything from like per second, it could be per minute, it could be per hour. Really depends on the API. And how do you find that out? Once again, and I preach it all the time, documentation. And if you don't want to read the documentation, maybe you ask Perplexity, you ask Claude to read it over, and you populate the documentation. But how do you find this out? Documentation. It will tell you, hey, you can only send 100 requests per minute. And I had this happen in HubSpot. So unfortunately, due to the HubSpot nodes, I had to use an HTTP request because they're not really built out that well yet in n8n. If you go over here to HubSpot, there's a lot of them, but for what I specifically needed, it was not in here. Maybe it is in here now, because I built out a workflow about 3 months ago with it. But I had to use essentially this. I had a loop over items. I had a HubSpot HTTP request, and I kept sending payloads over to HubSpot just based off of their requirements. And the funny thing about HubSpot is their rate limits depend on the level of an account. So the more you pay, the more data you can process, which is not uncommon. As you get into enterprise software, there's going to be limits based off of your account level. So if you have a lower tier account, you can send less data per minute or per hour. So something to be aware of. Going into this wait node, you can change up a lot of different settings. So this is the wait amount time. This is in seconds, by the way. And you can change this to minutes, hours, days as necessary. It's really weird they don't have milliseconds over here as well, because I feel like a lot of the nodes in n8n are based around milliseconds. So when you get into wait and it's like 5 seconds by default, it's kind of interesting, especially if you go into, just to show you our settings over here, and we've covered the retry on fail, it's milliseconds. So it's an interesting choice that we have seconds as the default thing over here instead. I'm just going to turn off the retry by fail. So that is essentially what we see with loop over items. People way overcomplicate it. Like they use it for every single workflow. I did not want to teach you this early on because it's a very bad habit that I see. And I thought this at first because I came from a programming background. I'm a data scientist full time. So I write a good amount of loops. And I thought like, hey, you know what? We're going to need the loop over items for all my workflows. So when I first joined and learned about n8n, I always used loop over items until I actually learned how items process node to node. And that is why I taught that so early on in the course, because that is something I wish I knew when I first started n8n. All right. So that is loop over items. That is wait. I want to show you also the different code nodes on this side of things. Now, this isn't going to be a full Python tutorial. In fact, I'm kind of thinking for my next very long video, I just teach you guys everything I know about Python, or like Python pandas or something like that. But we're going to jump into our code node. And right now in n8n, you have two different programming languages that you could use. You could use JavaScript or you could use Python. And right now, I would say if you had to learn just one language for n8n, focus on JavaScript. Now, I don't have a JavaScript background because in data, a lot of programming is done in Python and SQL. So I know Python. I don't know JavaScript. That's going to change next year. I actually want to learn a little bit about JavaScript, but I think it would be helpful for n8n. And I think there's other applications for it that I should learn about it. However, if your only focus is to learn a programming language for n8n, go JavaScript. If your focus is to expand out of n8n and you want to learn AI outside of this, if you want to learn how to analyze data, if you want to possibly become a programmer, I would recommend using Python. So 2 different routes. Personally, I will still say probably go the Python route just because, one, I'm biased, but I think eventually everything that's going to be in JavaScript will be in Python and n8n. And it's only like a few weird use cases that there's no Python available. And I think it's like with the sort node, if I remember correctly, if we go to sort, you can see code. This is only JavaScript. So it's weird that you can't change the sort node into Python. Next time I talk to n8n team, I'll bring that up. However, there's weird cases like that where JavaScript is probably the better approach, whereas Python, you can't use that. But I would just recommend learning how to use Python because I think there's a ton of applications there. And I think you could, if you're going into like a full-time job, I think Python probably pays a little bit higher than JavaScript just based off of what is needed. You see software developers using Python, you see data scientists using Python, data engineers, data analysts. So there's a lot of applications out over there, a lot of AI packages out there also use Python if you know how to use it. So yeah, I like that. Anyways, not to go on a full rant. So by default, you'll see that we have an Ask AI. So we could ask in here directly, hey, how do I build out this code? And the same thing with Python. And I want to give you guys a heads up. A lot of people, what they're going to do is go straight into the code node and go into ChatGPT or Claude and ask like, hey, can you build out all of this code in one code node and skip other additional nodes? And we spent a lot of time talking about nodes like the summarize node and aggregations and things like that. And if you go back over here and go to data transformations, a lot of these data transformations, whether it's like a split out or aggregate or a merge, like people try to do this in the Python code node or the JavaScript node. And it's like, use the native nodes when possible. So one of the mistakes that people use is they'll try to stuff too much information into a Python code node. They vibe code it all. They don't understand what the code actually does, and it just becomes a mess. So do not do that. Only use the code node when you have to. When you have no other choices in n8n and you're like, I'm stuck, I can't figure out what to do next, use the code node. In addition, you're like, okay, should I ask AI in here? Should I? And it's interesting, there's no ask AI on the Python side. I didn't notice that. Look, you have the ask AI for JavaScript. You don't have ask AI over here. Weird. Either way, one other benefit. Oh, sorry. I was going to say for building out this code, what I recommend, and obviously things change. So take this with a grain of salt, because if you look over how AI changed in all of 2025, what things people recommended in January might have changed by the end of the year. Claude Code is phenomenal. So I use that for generating code. Like it's really, really nice. I use Sonnet 4.5 as well. It just like, I think it does a great job. It understands what's happening. As I showed you guys, and I'll show it again, I have a screenshot over here and I populate it. One other thing to mention with both of these code nodes, and again, I'll show you some basic use cases. These are great for building out example data. You know, earlier in the course, we built out example data with our edit set. So we'd go over here and let's say we have name, and I'll just put Ryan over here. Well, the thing with code node is you can actually build out like 10 names at once. And I didn't mean to actually run the code node, but you can see we have output of one item, and that's kind of a limitation of edit set. So you can see it like, okay, well, we built out one, and I showed you we could build out an array and split this out or break it out and have multiple items. Well, we could do this directly in n8n. And let me show you how we could do this. So I'm just going to copy over an example I already did in my Python video. So don't kill me on that one. I try to make a lot of the different stuff here differently, but you can see over here, all I'm doing is return. I'm returning this JSON. I have a name for each of these people, and then I have a salary. And take a look. Now what we have is we have 5 items. So if you want to test with multiple items, the code node is phenomenal for that. You could do the same thing in JavaScript. You just have to essentially give an example. And I mostly build out in Python rather than JavaScript. So applicable to each of these languages. And I find it great for testing because now we've built out 5 items and we can test a workflow based around it. Whereas at our edit set, we only have one. So if you need multiple items to test, code node. Otherwise, you go into here. And just to explain this code, what we're doing is returning a JSON object. We have name over here. We paired all these over here to name. So you can see Alice, Bob, Charlie, Diana, and Eve. And then we set up salaries. There's a lot of other things that we could do within the Python code node. So you can actually do math in here, which I find that to be pretty good. Math, when you're going into like edit set and some of the other stuff, can be a little bit wonky. So I find it easier to do it within the code node at times. Also, if you want to add in a new column for all of these items, I find it easier to do it in Python. And literally all you have to do to add in a new column, and I'll just like add in a new code node. So I'll just grab Python over here. Let's go to Python. And I'll just show you this really quick. All you got to do is this. I'm just grabbing over some code I already have. And it's actually it's actually literally the same as this over here. So I guess I could have just explained it with that, but it's fine. So all we do is we create the new column name. So you can see in the example code, it says my new field. And this one that I built out, I call this status, and I set this equal to processed. By default, you can see my new field is equal to 1. So if I run this, all of these are going to have a new field that says my new field with 1. And this is the default code it gives you out of the box. So it shows you essentially how to build out a new column for everything, which again, I find this very helpful if you want to start this out. And obviously you can build out logic just from this for loop and really expand this out where each of these could have different values associated with it. I want to say I have an example of that over here as well. Let me just double check. Maybe not. I think I did though. Oh, here we go. Here's another example of that. So let me just show you this code. So again, we're using the same structure. So you can see the 4 item and items. This is going to stay the same. We're returning items at the very end as well. So keep that the same. And then all you have to do is write the code here in the middle. So what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the salary for each of these items. And then I'm creating a new category based off the salary level. So if I say they're greater than 80,000, senior, mid-level, junior, if I run this step over here, you'll see all of these are different. So we have the different approaches. We can build out something by default. Again, just go into Python code node and assign all the values over there, which this is the example over here. All we do is create a new field and put the value. Again, super, super easy. Or we can go in and have different customization based off of this. I find if else is probably the easiest route to go. Obviously, there's a lot that I could teach you with Python programming. Video for another day. And obviously, like you can go and use this structure and ask Claude. So just to show you, if I wanted to ask Claude, for example, I'm just going to go into our code node. I don't know. We could ask a question based around this over here, based on this n8n code structure. Can you modify this so there's 5 levels? Like this is super easy coding request, but I would just recommend you take a screenshot of everything that is going on, your input, your code, your output. And then look, it says looking at your n8n code, I can modify 5 levels. Here's the updated Python code. So we have all of this over here. We can just copy this in. Again, super, super basic. You don't need code node over here for that. And now you can see a senior, mid-level, junior, entry level, and we have all that on that side of things. This looks good. So intern under 30,000, entry level over 30, junior over 50, mid-level over 70, and senior over 90. Pretty basic. Great. And again, everything is applicable in JavaScript. I don't know JavaScript as well as I know Python, so I'll probably explain things a bit wrong, and I don't want to do that for this particular video. But you can use a large language model. All right. Last thing I wanted to cover really fast is the call n8n workflow tool and sub workflow nodes. So let's cover that in this section. And what we're going to do is call or execute sub workflow. Great. So we'll have that over here. We'll also add in an AI agent. Grab that as well. pass that in, and then we're going to go and look for workflow as well. You can see at the very top, call n8n workflow tool. All right, so let's explain all of these. Oh, I want to go to execute workflow trigger here as well. Great, so we're going to explain all three of these, and so essentially what we can do in our n8n workflow is call another workflow. So imagine you have logic that you essentially are going to use in multiple workflows, or it's very complicated logic and you would rather just simplify your workflow and have that complicated logic in one area. Well, one way that you could do this is through the execute workflow node, or as well as a tool. So what are the differences? Well, this is going to be in the middle of the orchestration layer. So you'll have some sort of input that comes in over here. Then we execute that workflow. Whatever happens in that workflow, then it comes back into this node and then it processes along the way. This actually changed a little bit between version 1 of n8n as well as version 2. The n8n team really beefed this up so that way you could use a little bit more human in the loop and make it much easier, and which is why we're going to have a full section on this. But essentially, all you need to know for this over here for the execute workflow is you can have another workflow essentially inside your workflow. So imagine what we had over here is imagine we had an AI agent, and I'm building things on the fly, so I'm not like really thinking about what we're doing, but imagine we had some sort of AI agent that goes right into a code node. Let's say code JavaScript that goes into an edit set that goes into, let's go to data transformations. Let's say we go to split out. Again, none of this makes any sense at all. Actually, let's do one more data transformation. What we're going to do is we're going to do an aggregate before we go to that node over here. All right. I'm just thinking on the fly right here, but imagine we wanted to have this. Like, we think this is very complicated logic. We're going to use this logic over again, multiple workflows. Let's send this to another workflow. So you could replace all of that with this node. And the easiest way to replace this in a workflow is if you highlight all of this, you right click, and then what we have the option to is over here, convert 5 nodes to subworkflow. So what we'll say over here is section 20 subworkflow part 2, just because that way I can let you guys download this and mess with it. But you'll see now we have that all replaced with this node. And you're like, all right, that's cool. What happened? So click over here, open a new tab, and take a look. So now what we have is this start trigger, which you need to connect this over here. And then it has our entire workflow. We already renamed this section 20 subworkflow part 2, but now we have this whole workflow in essentially its own blank canvas. And now all of that junk has been cleaned up into one particular node. It's very, very helpful on this side of things. And this trigger starts it. So whenever we hit that node, we go into this workflow. It runs. Once it hits that very last node, it comes back over here into this node and it keeps moving forward. So kind of like the part 2 of this is you can do this with an AI agent as well. So imagine you want your AI agent to have access to a workflow that you already built. Like, hey, this AI agent is going to process data, and you know what? It should access this workflow over here because it goes through that entire process I want the AI agent to do. Well, that's where the n8n workflow tool is. So you can go over here and it says, call this tool to get a random color. The input should be a string with comma separated by colors to exclude. So you want to fill this out with details to let your AI agent know explicitly, hey, this is what's going on in this workflow. This is why you need to call it. And you should also, as I mentioned in our AI agent lesson, you need to explicitly write that in the system message. When should it access this tool? So you need to say the description over here. When should it access this workflow? You need to make sure you write this here. Make sure the names are 1 to 1. I would rename this instead of call n8n workflow tool to whatever thing that you want it to be. So if your workflow generates a random color, call this random number or random color generator. Define that in here as well. It's so important that you do that because otherwise you're going to get hallucinations. Sometimes it's not going to call the specific tool that you want it to do. So be as explicit as possible. So again, to kind of recap what is going on over here. First, you can replace multiple nodes with this execute sub workflow. So you can see it says execute workflow over here. So if you have repeated logic that you're going to use in multiple workflows and you want to control it in one place so that way you don't have to update it multiple times, this is helpful over here. Or if you have something very complicated and you're like, this is just taking up too much space on my screen. And obviously, like that 5-node example isn't really too complicated. I don't know if it's 5 or 6 nodes, but sometimes when you're building out real world workflows for customers, you might have 20 or 30 nodes and you're like, well, a lot of this might be easier done with the execute sub workflow. Maybe you want to go that approach. In addition, it'll go all over here and we can run that. You can also see your executions on the side of things. So you will be able to see your executions in the sub workflow as well as your actual workflow. One of the best benefits of our execute workflow like this, well, there's 2 benefits. The first one is we can use human in the loop, which we're going to talk about in 2 sections. The other thing this is really helpful for is parallel processing. So we haven't really talked about that too much, but parallel processing is a way to optimize the speed of your workflows. Sometimes people have very slow workflows and you'll want to essentially parallel process so they run quite faster. I'll show you that here in a second, how we could utilize that. But that would be the other benefit. So we'll cover that here in a second. In addition, right when we go into our AI agent, what we're going to do is use a call n8n workflow tool if we want to have that agent access a specific workflow. You could also set up multiple workflows to talk to our AI agent. Just remember what you need to do is have a workflow that starts with this execute sub workflow, and that can be called by either this tool or it can be called by this node. And you can see over here, it says source, like where are we looking for the workflow specifically. So this has the section 20 sub workflow part 2, and then you have different modes. So you can run once for each item, or you can run once for all items. So the difference is run once for all items, pass all items into a single execution of the sub workflow, call the n8n sub workflow for each specific item. So this goes back into what I was talking about with how items are processed. So do you want all 100 items directly into that sub workflow? Or do you want one item at a time to go through that sub workflow? It really depends on your specific use case and if you're going to use human in the loop or not. All right, some other settings over here as well. You can wait for the sub workflow to complete, or you can have this continue to go forward. So what that means is like, hey, should we wait for all 100 items to be processed by this? Or as soon as one is done, we should go back over here and continue on the workflow, like the extra nodes that are after. So that is going to be that option over there. The call n8n workflow tool, you can see we have the same exact thing. We just put the description. Let's say, for example, we do the section 20 and it says the sub workflow tool set up to receive all input data. Without specific inputs, the agent will not be able to pass data to the tool. You can define specific inputs in the sub workflow trigger. So if we go over to that trigger, just to show you over here, we can define input data mode. So you can either accept all data, you could accept specific fields. So you can define what fields it should expect, or you could use JSON as an example of what to accept in this sub workflow. And I know we're not really doing an example over here, but when we jump into human in the loop, it's going to be a lot more explicit on what we are doing over there. You're just going to have to wait one more section. So in general, what we covered first, again, loop over items, you don't always need the loop over items. Just use it when you're using APIs and you're getting rate limited. Not even all APIs are going to need loop over items. You'll just, if you're sending a lot of data over and you're having issues, loop over items, use the HTTP request or the native node, and then use a wait. You can decide what the batch size is. So if you want to send 1 item, 10 items, 100 items, and how you find out this information is based off of the documentation. Look at the rate limits. So you'll have to change what's the loop and then what's also the wait. And obviously, like you would want to try to optimize the batch size. A larger batch size with maybe a larger wait is better, because I do find n8n bugs out when you get into like over 100, 200, 300 executions at times through the loop over items. It can be a little bit funky. So try to optimize both of those. And then we talked about the code node. So JavaScript and Python. Obviously, if you want to learn and get better at n8n, I'd focus on one of the two. Really, if you want to grow your career, I would recommend Python, although JavaScript is a little bit more powerful in n8n. You can use this to generate items as well for testing, which I highly recommend. I do that all the time. It's super easy to do in JavaScript as well. Then we talked about the sub workflows. So you can use the sub workflow tool, or you can use the execute workflow node. And then there's a trigger in that separate workflow. You can right click and jump into that. We'll talk about this more in human in loop. And that is going to be section 20. We're going to change it up a little bit before we jump into human loop. We're going to actually talk about multimodal, which is going to be generating images and videos. I will see you there now. So this next section is going to be focused on generating images and videos with AI. Now, I will say the workflow we're going to be using today, I have built this out in a previous video, but I'm going to go through every single step and walk you guys through why I built it and how we can build it together. In addition, we're going to be talking about a marketplace that I use for gathering different image and video models. Image and video models are changing rapidly. So literally probably a month after this video, people's preferences for models are going to change. So obviously use what's popular. This is a framework to get started. Feel free to tweak the workflow. Feel free to tweak how you approach this. So let me jump into there. This is the workflow which we're going to be building. It's pretty easy. And yeah, we're taking a look at a website called i.ai, and you can see that there's like popular video models like VO3.1 or Sora 2 watermark. Or if you go back into the first page, there's some of these other newer models like GPT Image 1.5. I want to say came out like a week ago. I haven't used it yet. I use n8n Pro quite a bit, and you can see it says starting from 9 cents, which is really cheap. This one doesn't say where it's starting from. This Z image is very cheap. Look at how cheap that is. Seedream is pretty cheap as well. So we'll jump into some of these. You can actually generate stuff as well directly in here. So this is an example that they give you. Change your clothing to a blue evening gown, reserve face, identity, hairstyle, and you can see the background is nearly identical, and all you did is change the image. A n8n, it shows you essentially a graphic that was created, although I find it really great for UGC creators. And then VO3 generates videos. So you can generate videos like vertically or horizontally. So vertically for like a TikTok or Instagram, horizontally like this if you're going to get like B-roll for YouTube video. And again, I've used these for YouTube videos and YouTube thumbnails and things like that. So these are actually quite easy to set up here in n8n. I'm going to essentially reproduce this for you guys step by step just to show you how to do this. We can also just go over here and generate something. So this is an example that was generated just by text. This again wasn't something that I created, but something that's already populated over here. And the prompt that this person used is create a photorealistic, candid photograph of an elderly sailor standing on a small fishing boat. He has weathered skin with visible wrinkles, pores, and sun texture, and a few faded traditional sailor tattoos on his arm. He's calmly adjusting a net while his dog sits nearby on a dock. Shot like a 35mm film, photography medium close-up at eye level, use a 50mm lens. The image should feel honest and unposed with real skin texture, warm materials, and everyday detail, no glamorization or heavy retouching. And this is like a very good photo. I mean, this looks realistic. I mean, it's phenomenal. One thing you'll notice is there's a lot of detail in this prompt. Right? We talk about the close-up. We talk about what the person should look like. We talk about the boat. We talk about the dog. So when it comes to like building out really good image or video, a lot of this is dependent on your prompts. And there's so much that you could cover with prompts. You could talk about lighting. You could talk about angles. You could talk about, and video side of things, you could talk about the audio. You could talk about transitions. You could talk about the type of camera shot. Like, is it a close and zooms out, or does it go start far away and zoom in? You could talk about the exact conversation that multiple people or one person says. You could literally build out kind of meme videos with like Yetis and snowmen. And there's so much that you could do with the prompts, but really you just got to describe it. Think of yourself as the filmmaker and what type of shot do you want? Give as much detail as possible. We'll say hallucinations do happen, so be wary of that. So you can see the cost on this is like very cheap. It's $4 to run this. And just to show you the pricing, I think I mentioned in this take, but I've spent about $50 on here. And you can see billing over here. You get $50 for 10,000 credits. So the fact that this is available at 4 credits is super cheap. You can change the quality medium or high as well. And actually, I'm shocked that this didn't. Oh, there we go. I'm like, that seems very cheap for 4 credits, medium and high, but you can see high is way more expensive. I don't know if this is the medium quality or not, but there is that. And you can see our results JSON. We have this image over here as a WebP file. So pretty easy to set up. Let's first show you where you can get your API key at. So all you have to want to do is go to API keys over here and create a new key. Copy the key because we will be utilizing that here in a second. So how this workflow operates, first, what we want to do is, in this case, I am going to use a Google Sheet, and I'm essentially documenting what workflows I want to have built out. So I'm not going to show this because it's part of a customer project, but I'm kind of bulking out images that I want to create. I put like 15 images in this spreadsheet just based off of prompts because I'm going to pass them forward. Next thing I'm going to do is set up 2 HTTP requests. And this is just based off of the documentation. So the documentation, just to go into there, let me grab this for this old man, go into our API. You can see we have different information that we specifically need. And it says all APIs require authentication via a bearer token. And essentially all I did is go over here and copy the curl. And if you take a look, there's an import curl section. We've covered this in the API section, but literally just copy and paste it. I set up a header auth based off of the API key. So in the past, it was populating in here, but I just set up a header auth. And to show you, all I did is call authorization and paste that API key that we saved a little bit earlier. And then based off the model, it's going to ask you to send a specific body. So what you can see is, for example, over here, go to the body. It says model. You have the string over here, callback, and then input. So input parameters based off the form configuration. So there's going to be probably some examples over here. We go to examples. All right, and then we just jump into the examples. So you can see like input prompt. You have all this over here. You have input aspect ratio. You have input quality. So those are your 3 options that you can choose. You put your prompt, you put your aspect ratio, and then you put in your quality. So you can see for this example for Nano Banana, what I put over here is I use the model, there's the callback URL, and then input as a prompt. And I just pass in JSON for this based around what it was in that specific spreadsheet. This one, you had an option to choose an aspect ratio. For GPT image, I don't think you have that option. Let me just go over here. Oh no, you have the option. You have 1x1, 2x3, or 3x2. So you could define that here in the model. Resolution, Nano Banana's 4K, but this one would have the quality. So you just change it up for medium or high. And then output format option, I don't believe over here. So it will automatically give that to you based off of here. But honestly, it's literally just reading the documentation. And to show you, like if I was going to set this up, we'll go build out HTTP. So HTTP requests like that. And let's go through it. So API, let's find our curl. So this is the request example. We're going to copy that curl, go over here, import in curl, paste. Great. And you can see, obviously, we have this barrier API key. Again, I just set this up directly in over here instead. So I just created a header auth. So make sure authentication, generic credential type, header auth, and then create a new one, which I did create new credential, Kai AI. So literally just create new credential. And you can see I called this authorization with a capital A, pasted my API key. That's all you got to do. Authorization, paste in your API key. Everything else is already filled out. And going down over here, all you need to do is change up a few things. Like you don't need to change up your model if you're using GPT-1.5 image. You don't need to change this. You just change your prompt. You change the aspect ratio to how you want it, as well as the quality. Like 3 things. And you can pass in JSON with an expression if you want to define that a little bit earlier. Next side of it. So this is a little bit funky. This is something called pulling. And essentially what we're trying to do over here is wait for the image to be generated, or the video in your case. So because of that, sometimes it might take 30 seconds for an image to be created. Sometimes it might take 3 or 4 minutes for a video to be created. So we have a wait node over here. We're waiting 30 seconds. Obviously, like, you can increase it, decrease it. I would recommend at least 30 seconds. And then we have a second HTTP request. This time we do a GET. The reason why is with this first one, which I skipped over it, but it's a post. We're using post to create the image or video, and then we're using GET to grab those specific results. Again, use the same header auth, and why I recommend just doing this. Also for security purposes, so you don't share your API key. And then what you're going to do is paste in a task ID over here. You'll get your task ID from the first run. So you'll see I have a task ID over here. So make sure that you paste it in on this side of things. Really, it's pretty basic. All you got to do is grab this URL, which is the record info, put in a task ID. And again, I just did this with curl initially, but you can see get task, and this is the request. Like, honestly, you don't really need the curl request. Just get that URL. This is the same as before, and then just send in the task ID. It's JSON. Then I have a switch. So all we're taking a look at is the data state. It might be a little bit different depending on the model, but when I hit success, it'll go over here. Otherwise, if it's not ready, it'll repopulate. And if there's an error, I just set that as a fallback. So sometimes there is errors based off of guidelines of the model. So sometimes if you put something that's in that gray area, Google or OpenAI might reject it. Otherwise, usually it's pretty good. But there's some guidelines too. Like if you use a famous figure, it's not going to work. Then what I did next is just test this out. So I have the generated image as a specific link over here. I just updated this into a spreadsheet. Now I could go a few different routes. Like I could download this image, have it as a binary file, and then upload this into Google Drive if I really wanted to. And that honestly might be the version 2 of this. We're just doing some testing based around this right now. And again, it's a very similar setup. You're using image or video models. Another thing that people tend to use quite a bit is they'll generate the image first, make sure the image is great, and then use that image for a video. So like, you can imagine this old man over here. Someone might create this guy as a UGC creator. And we'll go back over here to text image. Like this literally might be a UGC creator, and someone creates a video about it. And maybe we'll just test this out really quick just to show you. So if I go over here, I'm going to say image to video. And this is a little bit different for video side of things. All right. And I have the old man over here. And I'm just going to say, and I honestly don't have audio on this computer unless my Bluetooth is out, so I can't hear what it's saying. I'm just going to say, have the old man hold up a sign saying, subscribe to Ryan Science. We'll spend the 60 tokens or whatever it is for this. This is image to video. Like there's a lot of things that you could do with this over here. So you can see you can do text to video, just straight up prompt it, which by the way, you can also do JSON for the side of things. We have image to video and then references to video, where like if you have 4 or 5 different images, actually, I believe it's up to only 3 on here. But if you have 3 different images and you want to turn it into a video, the weird thing is like image to video and text to video, you could have it vertical. The references to video, you cannot have this vertical as of yet. So it's very common. Someone creates a static image first. You can use a Nano Banana Pro or a GPT-1.5 or one of the other models out there. And then what people will do is use that image and put it into a video model, kind of like VO3.1, which we have over here. Now this is at 18%. I'm just going to pause really fast. And when this hits 100%, we'll be right back. All right, so the video is ready. Let's see what ends up happening. Again, this is like a pretty terrible prompt, and I would recommend building out a way better one. But I can't hear what the audio is on at the moment unless I turn on my speaker. And at the end of the day, this is just a use case just to share it with you guys. So with the old man, he's doing fishing. And then take a look. Subscribe to Ryan in math, data science. So obviously that's a hallucination, and the sign could be a little bit better. But at the end of the day, this was very poor prompt, and I would probably run it again and describe what the sign should look like, how he holds the sign, things like that. But just to show you, and the API on this side of it for VO31, a little bit different. You can see the screen on this side of it, and you have more options. So going over here, you can see you have your prompts, you have your image URLs, you have your model, generation type, aspect ratio, seeds. So this is the randomness of the video, callback URLs, enable fallback. Like there's a lot more over here than just the image side of it, but it's honestly not too bad. So you can download this whole workflow as well, and feel free to test this out. Why I do this is like, you don't want to wait a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes for every single video. So it's better off just to have a spreadsheet, build out that spreadsheet based off of what you want, run through the workflow, and append at the very end, but feel free to tweak it for Google Drive. So if you remembered anything from this video, it's super easy to build out AI generated images and videos. You can do it manually on Kai or other services, or you can bulk it in n8n. In addition, be super specific with the prompts. The more specific you are and calling out like the type of shots and the type of audio, the better results that you are going to have. I talked about prompting for videos for like well over an hour in another video. So if you want to watch that, go ahead. I'm not going to waste you guys' time for the hour there. And that is the end of this lecture. Next lesson we're going to be doing is talking about something called human in the loop. So essentially AI creates something and then you have to approve it before it is finalized. A lot of companies want to have human in the loop within their workflows. I know my company has a slogan for that specifically, as do others. So it'll be kind of exciting to cover that, and I will see you right there. This section is going to focus on human in the loop. It might be a buzzword that you have heard before, and let me explain what this is. So a lot of different companies are going to have some sort of regulation where they say, hey, we like things that are generated by AI. AI is awesome. But before we actually publish the content that AI has created, can we have a human review it? And the thing about it is why companies have this in place, AI tends to hallucinate. And this will be a way to just have another fail-safe in the system before you publish something. Let's say, for example, you're going to be creating some sort of image when you want to post it on your social media accounts. Well, sometimes when you're doing image creation, text isn't going to be 100% accurate. You'll have some gibberish on a sign or something like that, or you create some sort of graphic and there's just a weird spot and you shouldn't publish this. Well, without human in the loop, you generate something in AI, you automate it, and it gets sent automatically to LinkedIn or Twitter. It makes your company look bad. So instead of automatically posting something, we have a reviewer that takes a look at it, says, hey, this is awesome, this is good to go, and then it gets sent out. And because of this process and it's being used so often, there's a whole section of nodes within n8n called human in the loop. Today, we're going to be covering some of these different types of nodes and show you an example workflow. The workflow we're going to use is based off of the workflow from the last lecture. So we're going to generate an image, then we're going to send out an email and have someone approve of the image or not, and then work from there. And yeah, let's take a look at it right now. Okay, so what I did is I imported in our workflow from the last lesson, and I actually put in one additional item, and that is this send a message. So let's kind of walk through what is going on in this node and where I found this. All right, so you click this plus icon over here, and you'll notice that we have human in the loop, and it says wait for approval or human input before continuing. And then you'll see all the different human in the loop nodes. So we have Discord, we have Gmail, we have Google Chat, Outlook, Teams, Respond to Chat, Send Email, Slack, Telegram, as well as WhatsApp Business Cloud. So, it would take a long time to cover each of these. And I'll be honest with you guys, I don't even have credentials set up for Outlook or Teams. Slack is on my backlog, and I haven't used Telegram before, although I should because it's really, really popular. We're going to go through the Gmail example over here, but you can imagine like if you use Slack, you'll get a message in Slack, and I'll just show you the Slack node here for a second. You get a message and send or wait for a response. You can specify the message and you can set a response type. So obviously there's different settings for each of these particular nodes. I want to show you the Gmail one over here. So what we have in this Gmail node, I literally just connected my Gmail account, which all of you guys should know how to do by now. I'm sending it to my personal email and I have a subject, approval required, please review. You can obviously set a subject as you want. I think this is fine. I said, hello, please review the following request and click the approve button and I send in an image. Now this is the image that's getting generated by this workflow. You can't pass in binary data over here. So I'm passing in a link that will pass into the image. You might have to use a base 64 or something like that otherwise, but I think this is pretty fine. And I say, thank you also. Then we go into the response type. So this says approval. And let me show you what approval looks like. So in my email, you'll see that this looks like, I don't know why this didn't go full screen. Oops, let me move this over here. It's literally getting caught up in my monitor. There we go. All right, so you can see this is an example. Hello, please review the following requests and click the approve button. And you can click that approve and it says automated with n8n over there. So that's approval by default, but that's not the only option. You have free text, so a user can submit a response via a form and you could set that up also, or you could have a custom form where you define below. Let's keep it as approval. And then you can see there's currently no items exist under the options. Well, you have a few different options as well. So you can do approve only, or you can set approve and disapprove. So you can change the label buttons as well. Approve is the primary, decline is the secondary. You obviously could switch these as well. And what's cool is when you have that built in, you can just set a decline and etc. Then we have also over here, let me go back in other options. You have a limit wait time. So you can set a specific amount of time that you should get a response back, which is helpful. You can set like this as 45 minutes. You can say hours, you could say days. I probably wouldn't recommend days on that side of things, especially in a corporate environment. You might want to just have it as like 45 minutes. I think this is pretty appropriate. And then you could append that n8n attribution. Honestly, I would keep that n8n attribution automated with n8n, but you can turn that off if you particularly want it to. So let me show you this example of approve and disapprove. So we're just going to use the same thing that we have over here for a generated image. And actually, I'm going to pin this data point because I don't want to do this all over again. And I'm going to click on this. And you'll see our node is running like this very slowly. And hopefully we do get an email now. I'm going to check my Gmail account and I will load this up. All right, so now we have the email and it says, hello, please review the following request and click the approve button. We have the image. So this image over here, just to show you what it looks like. All I did is generate a UGC creator promoting a watch. So you have that over there. It looks like there's like a branded cup. So maybe I don't want to have that in on that side of things. But either way, we have an image and you know what? You can approve it or disapprove it. So I'm going to click over here and click approve. And it says, got it, thanks. This page can be closed now. I'm going back over here. You'll see it says one item sent out and then it says approved. So what you can also do is based off of this being approved or not, you can go over and set an if node and you can route based around that. Now, I wish this was natively built into this human in the loop node, but that's okay. And you can see over here, what we can say is if approved is equal to, and let's just say the value of true. So go to your Boolean and we'll put true and you can see it executes and we have our true branch. So then we can have, let's say a social media post created over here. If it's false, maybe we want to regenerate this image and just like start again here at the beginning. Let me show you what happens on the false side. So we'll just go over here. We'll click this again. So you can see it's loading and I will wait for the next email to be sent out. All right, so we have this over here and you know what? I'm going to decline it. So I do not want that. It says, got it. Thanks. This page can be closed now. And going in over here, we have this declined. So we can say approved is false. And then we go over here and we run the step, it goes into the false branch. So now we can have our specific workflow go back around and regenerate that specific image. And the same thing can happen again. So you can start seeing that we're going to be building out loops based around the approval or not. And again, we have all these other nodes over here that we could choose. I just showed you Gmail because it's already set up and we haven't really covered the other sections in over here. But you can see if I check for Discord, for example, there's a connection type. We have a resource, send and wait for a response. You set up a server. And it's literally the same type of things, right? Approve and disapprove. You just change the environment where this message is sent. I feel it's pretty easy to do with Gmail. In addition, one of the other really nice things with n8n version 2 is with sub workflows, it makes it actually really easy to have a human in the loop aspect. So you can go into the human in the loop and throw this into another workflow. And I already talked about this a little bit in the execute sub workflows section. I think I mentioned that we're going to talk about it in this video. But what I see happening now is people take the human in the loop section and they just literally populate that directly into another workflow. So let's say like I have this Gmail and I want to send it to another workflow and I just have this execute sub workflow and we use this human in the loop aspect in multiple workflows. So now we've kind of templatized it. Obviously there's other steps that you might want to take after this if it's approved or disapproved in that sub workflow. But it's very common you have this. And then let's say we have our social media posts. Like let's say we have LinkedIn to create a post after, and we have that over here. So we'll just say create a post and it kind of goes like that. Again, you can use these over here, or you could use something like an execute sub workflow. It goes to another workflow and it performs its action. But that is human in the loop directly here in n8n. I want to also mention there's one other approach to this, which really isn't natively here in n8n. So I just want to talk about this really fast. So one of the other ways that you could actually perform human in the loop is kind of writing to spreadsheets. So I feel like it's easier to explain this out. So let's imagine you have workflow 1 that generates an image. So we'll say workflow 1 generates an image. And then we send that image to Google Drive and then add a link to a spreadsheet to the image. Well, then you could have workflow 2 that starts with a trigger. They trigger when the approve column is set to true. And we've already talked about the triggers in Google Sheets. But essentially, another way of human in the loop is building out multiple workflows. So our first workflow generates an image, uploads it to Google Drive, and then adds a link to a spreadsheet. Someone goes in there, takes a look at the image that was generated, and then if they say yes, it starts a trigger on a second workflow. Then we have our second workflow, which starts with a trigger based off of the approve column set to true, and then it will post on social media. Post on social media. So you can do it all in one workflow, or you can go the route of building out multiple workflows and setting up a spreadsheet. It really depends also on what your customer wants or what you personally prefer. I've done both. Like, okay, we have the human in the loop over here, or specify with multiple workflows like, hey, we're going to upload this into spreadsheet and then approve it manually on that side of things. But that is human in the loop. Essentially, why companies have this, well, they just want to have a safeguard. Something like a chatbot, you're not going to really have a safeguard where people can approve it because chatbots are real time. However, when you're doing other types of things like image generation or post generation or whatever the case may be, or email responses, you want to have that human in the loop aspect. And I would just recommend going in over here rather than looking at the normal Discord node, because it is much faster. Like if you're using Discord or Gmail, like way faster just to go into these human in the loop rather than search through all settings, because this is already technically set up for us. We can make it so someone approves only. I would recommend approve or disapprove. So that way you can build out a little bit more complicated workflows. If someone declines something, maybe you want to refresh that particular image. And that's why I would recommend that. And obviously choose a time frame that is reasonable. Don't use like 45 days to approve an item. Make sure it's like maybe 45 minutes, an hour. Obviously it depends on how busy that particular person is and if they're going to be in meetings or not. So that is human in the loop, and awesome job guys going through the course so far. I know this was a little bit of an easier section. The next one we're going to be covering is evaluation, something I really, really like. Another really kind of important, and I wouldn't really call this an advanced skill, but intermediate skill that most people should pick up. We're going to talk about evaluations directly in n8n as well as evaluations outside of it. And I will see you in that lesson right now. So this section is going to be covering evaluations. I'm going to be showing you two different approaches that you could take. One, which is going to be external evaluations, which does not rely on the system that n8n built out. And then the second approach is going to show you what n8n has created within their software. I'm also going to give a little bit of a caveat, because one of the things I found out about n8n is if you're on the cheapest cloud plan, you only can have evaluations on one workflow, which is really a bummer. And it's really not mentioned anywhere where you can essentially expand out the amount of evaluations. So I'm going to just use a workflow that I've already had set up for evaluations. I've already used it in another video, so I do apologize for that part being repeated. The first part is not going to be repeated. In fact, I haven't shown this in another video as of yet on the channel. So let's jump into both of these really quick. So what we have over here is just a very blank workflow, and I just want to demonstrate what I typically do with the evaluations. I use a framework outside of n8n, and this framework has helped me quite a bit when I want to fine tune essentially what I'm building out. So what I want to show you really quick is this spreadsheet. And ideally what I typically have is, let's say I'm running some sort of workflow or automation. I'll first label our specific inputs over here. Like, okay, what did you input to start the system? This could be what's being filled out in a form. This could be what's being sent in a chat trigger. This could be like whatever the case is, like it's sent to a webhook. Whatever is the input that starts the workflow, this is what goes over here. The next part is the system prompt. So often when you're building out AI systems or orchestration or workflows, whatever you want to call it, you're going to have one or more system prompts associated with it. So obviously, if you have multiple systems prompts with different agents, you're going to want to expand this out. I'm just making the assumption you only have one AI agent in a workflow, which is not always the case. And I should say one AI agent or AI node, because you can use system prompts with other nodes. So I would just mention like what system prompt this goes to, as well as the model used. So define your input, what starts your system, define your system prompt for each AI node, as well as the model specifically used. The result could be two parts. So like one is the result of the entire system, or what is the result for that specific AI node or AI agent or whatever the case is. Again, you could expand this out afterwards. Then what I have as well is a notes section. So when you run the workflow or someone else at your company runs the workflow, they can put an additional note. And how I like building these out, I actually like color coding these. So what I try to teach people is like, if this worked perfect, label this as green. If it had a hallucination of some sort or just did not work, label it red. If it almost got it correct and there's just like something minor, whether it's like a formatting or whatever the case may be, highlight this yellow. What I end up doing is I will always take a look at this and say, okay, what do I notice? Do I notice any trends? What can I fix to turn those yellows into greens, those reds into yellow or green? On the corporate side, there's two other things I would probably recommend for you to do. And the first is you want to typically have some sort of backlog where you're showing, or not necessarily a backlog, but some sort of log that shows incremental improvements over time. So what I would define also is a date as well as user, and then also like reviewer and review date. So the reason why is depending on like what type of systems you're in. Like this is just on my side because I work in risk and underwriting. We have external parties that need to audit what we specifically do. So it's really important that we define what is being sent to AI agents, what is happening in our systems. So you'll want to have a framework like this, like who used it, what was the review associated with it like, and then you can just see improvements over time. And this is helpful as well when there's some sort of governance with AI, because since models are changing all the time, if you want to upgrade models, you want to make sure it's working properly. And if it doesn't work properly, maybe you fall back to a little bit of an older model. Either way, that is kind of the framework I like to do. And you can honestly just add this into our workflow where you just append or update row in a sheet. I would just append a row in, and you would append in, that specific results, the date of that results, and some of the other info if you want to grab it specifically or not, or you can just hard code in like a system prompt if you're not really changing it that often. And then what I like to do as well is if like there's a massive change, I'll typically just like black out a line and then just start with the line below. Obviously you can just fill out text over here, just put like all X's or dots or whatever the case may be. So when you append a new row, it doesn't fill in that specific row, but There's a lot of different options on that side of things. So you're going to take anything away from this, like define what prompt you're using, define what models you're using, put in the results, make sure that you put in some notes like what worked correctly, what didn't work, color code green, yellow, red, and put in the dates when things are changing or not. This will really help you out with specifically logging changes and things like that. So that is this section. And this isn't really fun, but I want to show you also what n8n has built out. Now, again, since I'm limited on evaluations, like if you take a look, if I go over here, I'm just going to save this. If we go into evaluations, you could say it says limit reach to your plan includes custom metrics for one workflow only, which is so annoying, man. Wonder if I could happen skip. I can't. Like you can say it says run an editor, and I just don't have that option. So instead of deleting my workflow, I'm literally just going to show you what happens. Like I've tried to figure out how to reset these evaluations. Like I generally don't know how I can reset it. Like I don't want to delete this workflow. And I mean, maybe I have to turn off the evaluations. I don't know. I have to talk to the n8n team still about this because I just don't think it's crystal clear. Like maybe you can clear evaluations and it works in other workflows. Because I like what they built out, and maybe other people are having this problem as well. I just want to quickly go over the specific nodes that we're using over here. So when you use evaluations in n8n, you can actually have an evaluation data set. So you can define that data set in either Google Sheets or a data table in n8n, in Google Sheets or in n8n. And this is what you can use to test your workflow. I see both sides of it, where like you could test with a test data set over here, or you start using live data and test it directly in here. I've seen both used, so they're both okay. So over here, this would be like the test data. Then what you have over here next is check if evaluating. So what this node essentially does is like, if you grab your data from this evaluation, it'll split your workflow and go into the evaluation side. Whereas if it's not, and it's a normal test of your workflow, a normal run of your workflow, it'll go to the opposite side. So you can think of this as like an if else, like, okay, if we use evaluation data, we go one way. If not, we just run this as normal. So that is essentially what this check if evaluating does. Set outputs presents the results that are ran into a Google Sheets or data table. So very similar like what I have over here, just populating in data. Going back on this side of things, what we have next is different metrics. So there's metrics that involve an AI agent, or not AI agent, but an AI model. And there's metrics that don't evolve around an AI model. So you can see it uses AI as correctness, whether the answer's meaning is consistent with the supplied reference answer. So in this case, when we're doing evaluations, we have essentially what we expected for that correct answer and what we're testing, right? Whereas over here, when we go into this one over here, we don't define automatically what the correct answer is. It's up to interpretation of the person that is running. So this is a little bit different than what n8n evaluations has. n8n evaluations expects you to already kind of know what the answer is. Whereas this over here, it's subjective. Someone could say this is correct or not. It's up to them. Whereas this one, it's pretty definitive. Obviously, it uses AI model to take a look at what the supplied answer should be versus what answer you get from your AI agent. So there's two different ways to use this. Use correctness, so whether the answer's meaning is consistent or not, and helpfulness, whether the answer is helpful or not. And n8n defines this as a 1 through 5. There's specific prompts. Non-AI, you have 3 different options. Tools used. So this is important to measure, like, are the tools correctly being used by your AI agent? Then you have categorization, whether the answer is an exact match or not. You can think of this as like a categorization with machine learning as well, like where you're trying to predict a category. This is it with specifically AI agents. Then you have string similarity. How close is the answer to the reference answer? It returns a score 0 to 1 that's going to be decimal of some capacity. So really the difference between both of these approaches, n8n is a lot more structured. Like you have your evaluation set, and then you split your workflow you have your outputs getting sent to a spreadsheet, and then you already have like what you expected to be correct or not. And if it's something that deals with just text in general, like that's not a specific category, text that changes, there's two ways. It's either correct or not. With helpfulness, if it's going to be something that you expect almost like a correct answer every time, it's categorization. String similarity if you have an output, and then tools used. And yeah, like these were some of the different examples I was going to use for this even evaluations video, but I got blocked because you only can have one evaluation at a time. But regardless, evaluations are important. So if you want to delete your workflows or delete these evaluations after you use it, go for it. Or if you have an upper tier plan and you can constantly use evaluations, I highly recommend that you mess with it. Otherwise, kind of go with this Google Sheets route. A lot of people that build AI systems will do this. They'll just kind of have something like this. Obviously, it changed for a different scenario, green, yellow, red, and just improve it over time. This is what I've used in systems that I build for work, and it's done a pretty good job. Obviously, there's things I would improve over time and things that I can add in as design is getting changed a little bit. Also, I apologize, I'm losing my voice. We've been recording nonstop. I don't even know how far into the course this is. I've been recording it over like 3 or 4 days, but so I feel a little tired and my voice is being lost a little bit. I'm trying to get this out by January 1st. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but I apologize if I didn't go in as depth as I wanted to for evaluations, but it is a really, really important concept to test your workflows, see if they are getting it correct or not. And yeah, and you might be wondering, like, what is the correct amount of data to test a workflow? It really depends on how critical a system is and how long you want to test it. I constantly test things at work. Like, even if things are like fully correct, I'm still doing a test every week or every other week just to make sure it still is working properly. And yeah, that is essentially it for evaluations. The next section we're going to be covering is a little bit about security and compliance. So a little bit more important stuff. We're going to talk about guardrails. We're going to talk about just logging in general, which this is very similar to logging. This is kind of just evaluations on that. And talked about webhook security, but we'll cover that again. And then we'll also cover credential management, version control, and naming conventions. So I will see you guys in that next video. I don't know why I'm on this workflows page. We'll go back to this evaluations page and end it there. All right, see you guys. So far through this course, you've been building a lot of workflows from scratch. And if an API doesn't exist, you've had to use the HTTP request node. But I'm going to be showing you guys some shortcuts that might save you some time. This won't be applicable in every single case, so don't use it as a crutch. However, if there is a specific use case that you need done and you think, hey, I might be able to save some time after this video, definitely take that approach. So let's jump into it right now, and I'm going to show you kind of 4 different ways. All right, so the first way we're going to do is go over here and we're going to actually look at templates. So there are a ton of templates online. In fact, I showed you quite early on in the course how to import in templates just because of all the material. But all I'm going to go over here is say n8n template library. And you'll go to the website and it says 7,656 workflow automations. And depending on what you specifically want to search, they might have something already over here that you could start with. Now, the thing with templates, a lot of people will build out some fancy automation and you don't need all of that, or there's going to be small sections that are broken. Obviously, the n8n team does a fantastic job vetting these templates, but n8n is a fast moving software. There's new updates constantly. And, something that uses a Python code node 6 months ago is going to be broken. Something that specifically uses maybe a human in the loop with the execute sub workflow could possibly be broken just because things do change from version to version and you'll have to update that. So a little bit of heads up on that side of things because some of these are a little bit older, but let's take a look at this over here. Generate AI viral videos on n8n and VO3. So I've already showed you essentially how to do that. It says shared on socials via Blolato. And we can take a look at this over here. And first, on this side of things, you can mostly zoom in, I want to say, on these templates. I don't know why it's not letting me zoom in on this one, which is kind of weird. Maybe I'll just refresh. Normally, you can just like zoom in and things like that, but it is not. Like you can just drag around. But either way, you can see step one, like this guy did a pretty good job, put a full tutorial, documentation, requirements on the side. So major props there. You can see step one, collect the ID as an image, create two, create image with n8n. So we have a very similar workflow. Mine's a little bit different. Step three, it says generate video ad script. And then step four, generate video with VO3. And step five, post to all platforms. So I haven't tested Blotato yet. I heard some pretty good things about it. I believe the founder of that was recently on the n8n podcast. But yeah, I don't know why this isn't letting me zoom in. Maybe it's like a bug on that platform right now. But, and you can see last update is 4 months ago associated with this. It tells you who this is for, what problem solve, what this workflow does, the setup associated with it. Like this is really, really good documentation on the side of things. So let's actually try to download this. I'm going to click use for free and I'm going to import in over here. You could copy the template to clipboard JSON. You could open in self-hosting. I'm just going to import the template to my cloud workspace. And we'll see, set this up. And it says you need one Telegram, one Google Sheets, one Google Drive to set up this template. And I'm just going to click skip. Now, obviously, I would recommend that you set up these credentials because I don't have a Telegram yet. I haven't built this out for YouTube yet, but it is in my backlog. Google Sheets, Google Drive, OpenAI. I'm just going to click skip. We're going to load this template up and boom, we have this in over here. Obviously, I have issues with Telegram because I haven't set that up. And that's why you see these red icons over here. It says credential, but we have just successfully gone to the n8n website. We wanted to download this and it says use for free. And we have this over here. So I'm actually curious what this guy, I'm not familiar with this YouTuber. You can see this has 9,000 views, the AI doctor. So someone else to watch, possibly. Don't completely leave my channel for this guy, but regardless, it was a pretty cool workflow on that side of things. And this is not beginner friendly. It's for people who already know n8n. So well-taken point, introduction to 11 lab and information about 1,000 credit. Nice work as an update. So this is not the right link. Connect to my automation. Mine was about n8n. Oh, I guess put the wrong link in his thing over here. Either way, and you can see actually a lot of people watched this video from over there. So full documentation on Notion. Let's take a look at that. Again, this is a great template in my personal opinion because you have a lot of ideas over here. He has his Notion link, download my workflow, has all this over here. Like a ton of stuff all built out on this side of things. Like really, really crazy value on there. I created a Blotto account, pro plan required for API access. You can see it links over here. You can see there's a referral. So obviously some sort of affiliate associated with it. Yeah, this was the n8n, what I want to say, podcast I was listening to. I'm actually curious about the pricing. So you can see starter $29, creator $97, agency $4.99, $12.50 credits per month. There's a lot of different things in here. So either way, I'm going to close out over here, just showing you an example. And yeah, just set up your credentials, test out the workflow, see if it works for you. I'd also personally take a look at like what's happening. So maybe you don't want to start with Telegram, you want to do something else. Like you can always delete these. You don't necessarily have to follow the workflow. Just remember, like there's other nodes that are going to be incorporated. So like you can see over here, this Telegram trigger, this input stats, and also this. So based off of this, like you're gonna have to change 2 different nodes. So just follow the patterns. And also a little bit of pet peeve. I don't like when they're vertical like this. I always just like putting it horizontal, and then if like 2 things need to happen, go like that. But that's a minor pet peeve because obviously there's a lot of effort that was put into this template and things like that. And it probably works fantastic. Regardless, just go through over here and see what's happening. You can see this over here, posts on multiple platforms, TikTok, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Threads, Blue Sky, as well as Pinterest. There's this merge node, which we've covered merge nodes. There's 9 different merges over there. I'm curious. Wait for all inputs to arrive, data specific input, use input over there, update status to done. So pretty awesome on that side of things. So a lot of documentation. So that is one way that you could populate those. I'm going to go back to templates. Let's leave out of here and then just search for something. Now, I don't know what I'm going to search for right now, but let's see. I'm just literally going to look for featured templates or something like that. Automate 3D models. Oh, I saw this on LinkedIn this morning. So let's take a look at this. Automate 3D model generation from images using SAM3D and Sheets. Yeah, I saw this on here. So you can see this one allows click to explore. So this is pretty sick. All right. So what happens? Step 1, Google Sheets. So you can actually mess around with this before we actually even jump into our instance. So in the image model, use the basic image to dress, leave 3D results, get the file API key. This was created with file. Interesting. And you can see we have a golfer swinging, and then we have our golf over here. Although I would have probably just changed that up so they're 1-to-1. That's really cool though. n8n free template and tutorial. Is that his YouTube channel too? My new YouTube channel. Let's take a look. Oh, I guess they're just shorts. I'll give him a subscribe. I don't know if he's watching this video, but 5 subscribers, 5 videos. There you go. I'm subscriber number 6. Either way, this is pretty cool. And you can see use cases, sports analytics, and motion optimization, fitness, health, fashion, gaming. I have some fitness customers, so this is pretty sick. I like this a lot. This is cool. And it says, need help customizing? Contact me for consulting. Oh, I didn't even know you could put that in here on the n8n community forums. So you can put your email in here and you can add someone on LinkedIn. That's pretty sweet. You can see setup steps. There's a lot of steps associated with it, really going into the documentation. So, not everything on the templates is going to have this thorough of documentation. This one does, however, and it is pretty great side of things. So you can click use for free. This time, let's just copy template to clipboard. So we have that over here. I'm going to go into n8n now, and we can go over here and click these 3 dots. And what we could do is import from a URL or a file, whatever the case may be. Let's do a file. I'm going to create a new JSON file really fast, and we'll go in there. All right, so I'm just in VS Code. I'm just going to save this. Obviously, there's other ways you could save your JSON, but I'm just showing you this over here. I'm going to save this really quick, and I'm just going to save this under downloads or desktop. We'll just put this on desktop. We'll say 3D image. Save. And I probably should put an underscore, but that's all right. And then what I'm going to do is click these 3 dots. I'm going to import in from a file. Go over here to desktop, 3D image. And since we just imported this in, you can see all of this over here. And again, like if you download a template and there's a creator that does this, give them a subscribe. Like you have to understand this is a lot of effort to build in these templates, put in the documentation, write it up for forums. So obviously, like people are trying to build out their social following, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I support those creators out there. I know the first one I showed you a YouTube creator. This one also was built by another YouTube creator. They're building on some pretty cool use cases. I like this one a ton. Either way, that is the forums. You can obviously search stuff as well. So just going back to templates, let's say I wanted to have something with Discord. So I can search Discord, and it shows me 113 different templates that people have created for Discord. So let's say I want to do something with HubSpot. And also, by the way, you can see verified creators and things like that and see what other templates they have. So like, imagine you like this guy's template. Well, you can see his other templates associated with it. Rahul Joshi, let's say you like his templates. You can see how many of these over here. And he doesn't really have a lot of views, unfortunately. Let's say David, he has 204. Wow. And he has his school community, a hacker by nature. So you can take a look at what's going on over there. He has his own school community too, 100 members at $47 a month, powered by school. Regardless, he has all these templates on here, and you can take a look at that. So let's say you want to send messages from AI agents with the Mandrill tool to MCP server. It says use for free. We have a full setup over here as well. And yeah, this is pretty awesome. So that is the forums. That's only one way though to essentially build out your workflows. I'm just going to close out my VS Code that I have off to the side because I can't see my notes. And we're going to jump into our next example. And our next thing that's going to save us some time is the AI workflow builder. So I'm just going to create a new workflow. Well, I already have this over here. Where's our section 24? I'm just going to go home, leave without saving. We don't need to have that right now. We're going to go back into section 24. All right. So you'll notice on here, we have add first steps or start from a template. Obviously, you can go templates over here as well, which I didn't even show you, but you can just literally say automated quiz delivery with Google Sheets and Telegram. Let's just use that or scrape AI news. Let's scrape this. Use this workflow. Again, you'll see the same screens. So I'm not going to waste your time setting that up, but I just want to show you that you can do it's a template here. You don't necessarily have to go to the template library, but let's go into build with AI. So you'll see you have a monthly credit on this side of things, and there's other ones that are built in. And later in the course, we're going to be talking about RAG. So maybe I want to build out something automated with a RAG knowledge assistant. So I'm going to click this. Obviously, you could type out exactly what you want. But let's say I want to do the RAG knowledge assistant. So it says build an automation that creates a document to chat RAG pipeline. The workflow starts with an n8n form where a user uploads one or more files. Each upload should trigger a process that reads the file, splits into chunks, and generates embeddings using OpenAI. You can see it uses 4.1 mini, which is an older model. I probably wouldn't recommend using that old of a model. Saved in one Pinecone table, add a second part of the workflow for querying, use a chat message. So like this is a lot of information. This is very thorough. And you should be as thorough as possible as well on this side of things. It's like prompting. The better that your prompts are, the more likely you're going to get a better accurate representation. So let's run this. I'm curious if it's only one credit. So it says remaining AI credits 50, monthly credits 50, one credit equals one message. So credits renew February 1st, 2026, unused credits expire. So one credit to use this, you might as well try it and see how well this goes. And I'm going to run this. And you'll see it says thinking. And we have all this getting built out right now over here, and it's working. So we'll see how this populates. And it says, I'll build a comprehensive document to chat RAG pipeline with form uploaded, embedded generation, and chatbot interface. So I'm actually curious how long this particularly takes, and we'll see. So we're about 2 minutes into this right now, and you can see it already populated these nodes. However, it still hasn't built the workflow. So again, I'll just pause and wait for this to be ready so that way you don't waste your guys' time. All right, another minute in. Essentially, we have this over here, but it still says it's working. I don't think it's ready to go yet. Obviously, taking a look at this, and we will see what happens. Another minute in, and you can see it's changed things up, but it is still thinking. You can see thinking on the side, working over here, and just more updates. All right, so this took me, I want to say 4 to 5 minutes, and cool. Let's take a look at what is going on. So first we have a response, how to set up. It says Pinecone configuration. It tells you data tables, create 2 data tables in n8n, one for storing from uploads, one for logging chat, email address in the send daily summary email node, replace their Pinecone credentials, OpenAI credentials, Gmail credentials. So I think it's pretty nice that it tells you like, hey, set these credentials up. Workflow has 3 main parts: document upload, chat interface, daily reporting every day at 9 a.m. The workflow analyzes chat logs and emails a summary of stats, top reference files, and field lookups. And then it says, complete these steps before executing your workflow. Update Pinecone index with the parameter, store form uploads. So you have to upload these over here, log chat interactions, fetch chat logs, and then send daily over here, update as that side of things. So you can go over here and build these particularly out. I'm actually curious as well, just taking a look at how this is being built out. So what we have over here is our form upload, and also, can I not move these? Okay, I can't move these. I was just first spot. All right. So first off, from the design perspective, I do like how we split this out, but it is kind of weird. So like you can see, I don't know if I would have set this up like this. Like just from the design, it's a little bit funky. I guess that's okay. All right. So I think this looks already a little bit better. Again, I mean, I don't know. I just like having the lines go like this, making it a little bit better. Even things like this, like you can see the chat trigger. And I don't know. I'm one that always likes just duplicating this. Just I think it's cleaner. I know they're both connected to the same thing. I just like that's just a personal use. Like I think this just looks cleaner. Some people are going to disagree, but I think already this looks way better just moving things around. So that's just like a pet peeve. I don't even know if this works correctly or not. And obviously you can test it out. I'm curious. We have different settings already filled out in here too, which is kind of nice. It'll save you some time. Book configuration, book placeholder value. So make sure to fill that in as you need it. You can see over here Pinecone index from a little bit earlier with the exact JSON that we need. And schedule summary. Also, this chat trigger is huge. I've never seen it that big. Never seen it that big. Is it just because it's publicly available? I wonder if I turn that off. That is. Okay. Chat publicly available. No, it went back. That's weird that it turned huge. I mean, Control Z that. Oops. I guess I can't Control Z what's going on in that chat trigger. Interesting. Either way, you can see like it builds out your framework. Our goal of this video wasn't to really evaluate this, whatever was built in, but yeah, so that is another option. You can go over here to the workflow builder and start out. Now, this isn't going to be 100% correct. As I mentioned, even with templates, you're going to have to customize it to your own liking. Some nodes might have incorrect settings, so you're going to have to go in here and test it out. But it does a lot of the framework and already a lot of the building. So there probably is ways that you could architecture things better and make it a little bit more efficient. But out of the box, it's probably not too bad over there. Just remember you have 50 by default. So we're going to just say this is like part 2. Part 1, it doesn't really matter. I don't know. I'm obviously going to be uploading these files to our school group on the side things. So this is saved. The next thing I want to talk about is just asking a large language model, and I'll just create a new workflow for that. So we're going to create a new workflow, and I'll create it in personal. And yeah, we'll just call this building workflows faster part 2. And what I would recommend is use a large language model that's pretty good at code building. I like using Claude, and I actually have a paid Claude account at $20 a month, just because I find if you don't, you run out of messages pretty fast. So I find this is a pretty good investment if it just saves me an extra hour to 3 hours a week. So what we're going to do on here is ask it to build a n8n workflow. And what's really cool is you can actually get JSON back based around it. So I'm going to say, can you build me a n8n workflow based on n8n v2 docs that takes a YouTube video and populates a let's say LinkedIn message. Obviously, this isn't really a thorough prompt, but imagine just taking YouTube video and then we want to LinkedIn message on social media. So maybe I'll, instead of populates a LinkedIn post about it on social media. And I wouldn't recommend you do this as well, because there's a lot of nuances and like what makes a good post and things like that. Things that I'm still learning about. But I'm just going to say over here, please provide me the JSON. All right, so we'll see what happens on this side of things, but you will see what happens. All right, so we have all of our JSON that is getting populated right now. We have all this information, manual trigger, YouTube details, LinkedIn format. Over here, setup requirements. So it gives you setup requirements as well, very similar to what happened with our templates and what happened directly when we were asking the workflow to be built out. It says import this JSON in n8n. Add your credentials, test with the manual trigger by pasting YouTube URL like this. So this is one approach on how you could do that. And just to go back over here, we'll save this into VS Code first. So I'm just going to say this is still 3D image. It doesn't really matter. This is just whatever else it is. So we'll go over here and then we'll import from file. We'll grab 3D image. And yeah, this didn't work correctly. So we're going to have to re-prompt it. And we'll test that out. All right, so obviously this did not work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot of this and I'm going to re-prompt it back over here. So I'm going to say I imported in this JSON. However, it didn't work. Are you using the n8n v2 docs with a question mark? And I'll put this over here and paste that in. Okay, so you're right. I need to check the actual n8n v2 docs, and then it's going to search the web, and it's going to start going through this as well. So a lot of people, if they see a mistake, they'll just give up at first and, oh, well, this doesn't work. But you need to reprompt things if you see errors. So I'm actually curious as well, when jumping into this workflow, we have a manual trigger. We actually have a prompt that's in over here. And then we have the format post data, no path back to node. Yikes. Whatever this is over here, that's weird. Install this node to use it. This node is currently not installed. It either is from a newer version n8n, a custom node, or has an invalid structure. It's probably just invalid structure. I'm going to control Z all this because I don't want this in here over here. And yeah, we'll see what the new JSON is. Looking at your screenshot, I see the issue. The LinkedIn node n8n v2 has a simpler structure when initially provided. I may create a workflow based around it. So now it's building this out. And yeah, we have this over here. So let's see if this works or not. We're going to go over here and paste that in, and we can go back. So we'll say import from file. We'll import in this 3D image again. Obviously, it did not work. So this use case does not work, and it's unfortunate. So I'm going to go over here and say this does not work. This didn't work. Can you please give me an outline of what nodes to use and when? So this is another thing that you could utilize LLMs for. Obviously, like, I don't like relying on a large language model or a workflow builder to build out my workflows from scratch. However, I think using an LLM to give you ideas on like what nodes to use and when is okay. So I'm just going to say this didn't work. Can you please give me an outline of what nodes to use and where at? And what it'll do is think about this, and it'll give me some ideas. So we'll see what the ideas are like on the side of it. It says, absolutely, let me give you a clear step-by-step outline. Workflow outline, YouTube, LinkedIn. Number one is a manual trigger. Start the workflow, add a field. So I don't love the manual trigger. I think there's probably easier ways, but that's fine. Then we have a code node, extract video ID from YouTube URL, and it takes the video ID. Yep, I've done that before, so that's good. HTTP request, get YouTube video details from YouTube data API. Okay, that's good there. Again, I don't know if this is actually working or not, and maybe we want to test this out. Code node, format the data from OpenAI, extracts title, description, views, likes from YouTube response. So we have that over there. This obviously has an issue over here. So it says 5 OpenAI. And then it says create a LinkedIn post, make it engaging. So just an issue with Claude. Step 6 is LinkedIn. So I don't think LinkedIn has a node. I'm not too sure. Let's go over here and say LinkedIn. It does have a node. I just haven't used it. And there's a create a post, which is cool. And it says manual over here. This outline makes sense. Which nodes are you getting stuck on? So obviously, as you're building this out, you can keep sending questions back and forth. I think I showed you guys this in the debugging section, where if you have an issue, you can paste it over here and it can help you solve it. But yeah, I kind of like using the outlines just to get into a new chat as well. You can also add in connectors and stuff like that. We can say add connectors. And I believe n8n also is in over here. So we have n8n access and run your workflows. And we'll cover that here in a second for MCP. I want to say there was I thought there was documentation in over here. I could be wrong though. Either way, that is one option over here, just to kind of show you, like, yeah, you can use large language models. They're probably not going to be the most accurate to build out a workflow as you solve those errors. I would just recommend them to say, hey, what nodes do you specifically want to use? And I think it's helpful over there. The last thing I want to do is finding and vetting community nodes, because as I showed you, like not everything is on here. And really for the community node section, this is going to be more for self-hosted rather than cloud. Obviously cloud is getting more community nodes in, but this part of the tutorial is kind of just focused on self-hosted. So the benefit of self-hosted is you have options for the community nodes. So I'm just going to search over here, n8n community node list. And I believe there's different things over here. So like 100 community nodes sorted. I don't know if this is up to date or not. And I don't know how many of these are directly in cloud versus everywhere else. So these are crawled. When was this last crawled? 2025. So you can see total nodes found, like over essentially a year, 5x'd new nodes total. This is pretty cool. 18 nodes per day. And you can see there's different things around over here. Provides a hub focused on WhatsApp. Provides a channel hub WhatsApp. So you have all these different nodes over here. GitHub. Awesome n8n. And you can just go through each of these, see when they're last updated, what the description is. And there might be things over here that just save you a lot of time. And obviously just keep checking these out. Data processing, validation, utilities. Because some of these you're not going to have to specifically build a HTTP request. Again, this focuses on the self-hosted side of things. I would highly recommend you take a look at the community nodes, see if what you need is in over here, and save yourself some time. All right, so just to kind of recap what we covered today, I showed you essentially templates where you go to the template library. You can grab the JSON or add it directly into your workflow. We also talked about the specific builder. There is ways that you could use your large language model to get more accurate builds. Obviously, this one I showed you today completely failed, but that's okay. You can go in over here as well. I close it and just ask for, hey, what nodes should I use for this workflow? I think that works a little bit better. I've used that in the past for just some idea planning. And I think LLMs are really good also at helping you debug, as well as like taking a look at some settings that you might want to utilize. But building out a workflow from scratch, probably use the workflow builder here in n8n. Again, not to discredit the LLMs. I think there is other ways. And I'd seen some other YouTube videos. I haven't watched them full in depth, but that's kind of my approach on there. So that's awesome. The next section, we're going to be covering security and compliance. So this was a little bit more of a fun one. The next one's going to be a little bit more technical, and I'll catch you in that video. So I know security and compliance can be a boring side of either coding or AI automations, but in the real world, this is something that a lot of companies will require you to do, especially if you're going to be dealing with some sort of sensitive information. So in this section, we're going to be covering that. Some of the stuff we're going to be talking about has been repeated a little bit earlier on in the course. There's also going to be some new material as well. So with that out of the way, let's take a look at the section. All right. So the first part of this, we're going to do a brand new node, which we haven't really covered yet, minus a small mention of it. And this is guardrails. So guardrails are amazing because we have different options. We can check text for any sort of violation, and then we can also sanitize the text. So I'm going to grab both of these nodes and we're going to explain what the differences are. So we're going to go back to guardrails and sanitize text. Okay, so let me explain what goes on for these. So the first part of it, it says check text for violations, and you'll see that there is two paths. So essentially, if your text has something that you do not want to be sent into an AI agent, you would want to use something like this. If it passes, it goes straight into your AI agent. So you could say you have an AI agent over here, and ideally we pass that in. However, if it fails, right, and some will fail, you might want to do something like Slack and then send a message to a specific person in IT. So we can go over here and send a message, or you can send an email, and you can log it as well. So you would want to put like Google Sheets and log this, or use a data table here in n8n. And I'll go over here and append row and sheet. So ideally, if there's no issues with your text, it goes straight in your AI agent. Otherwise, you alert someone. Again, it could be Gmail, it could be Slack, it could be Discord, whatever it is, and you log that information. And what are those violations? Well, let's take a look at the node. So what you have over here is check text for violations. You put in some text and then you add in a guardrail. So first is keywords. So if there's a specific keyword that you do not want mentioned in your text, that could be a guardrail. Have jailbreak. So essentially what a jailbreak is, are people trying to go around violations, and you can customize prompts over here. So this is like jailbreaking a prompt. And you hear about jailbreaking prompts on the news occasionally. So jailbreak is any attempt to deliberately attempt to circumvent, deceive, or manipulate the AI's safety, ethical, or policy constraints. So that is jailbreaking, and you can change the threshold. You can increase this higher or you can decrease this. And it says input scoring less than this will be treated as violations. So that is jailbreak. Let me close those out. Next, you have NSFW. You can obviously change that threshold as well. No need to talk about that, not safe for work. Then you have something that's PII. So this is personal data for people. And you can choose selected entities. So you can see if there's like a credit card, crypto, email address, IBAN code, IP address, location. And like working from the fintech space, PII, like we get in trouble if we send PII information into a large language model. In fact, it's part of our AI policy. So we have to be very careful on what data that you send in. And something like this would be great to use, at least at my personal workspace. All right, so after PII, you have secret keys. So this is like if you send an API key, like you don't want to leak your keys. So another thing that in the corporate world, super important not to leak your keys, because you'll have your CTO or your IT department really mad at you. Topical alignment. So this essentially lets you know, like, hey, we're only expecting prompts that have this information. If it's something way out of left field, we should not send this forward. And again, there's a threshold over here that we can start tweaking with. And I would test this out. And the clear example, and I've talked about this also in the guardrails video, is if you go to Agentic Arena, and I think it was like tacos, this would have stopped that from happening. Going to other things as well over here, we have URLs. So you could block all URLs except. So imagine you're having issues with the website and you just want people to post like a specific page on the site or something like that. So you would want to block all URLs except. Then we have a custom side and regex. So you can set up custom rules as necessary. So again, if it fails a rule, it goes down over here. You should log why it failed. You should send a message to someone. And then you have the AI agent if it specifically passes. The other side of it is sanitizing. So this will actually remove specific text. So you can see we can remove PII data. So going back over here, like this could be either a guardrail, check for violations, or we just remove that information. So imagine if someone's just having issues with their credit card. If you're a company like Visa, if someone sends in their credit card number, which they shouldn't just paste their credit card number, but regardless, if they paste their credit card number into a form, we sanitize that text so that way it doesn't get sent into our large language model. Same with an API key. Imagine you have some type of SaaS product and you offer an API and someone just pastes in their API key and say, hey, I'm having an issue. Maybe you want to sanitize the text and remove it. So you can see that is an option over there. You have other URLs and custom regex, so you can change things as necessary. So that is guardrails, super important node. I'm really glad that n8n added that in. And that is one of the first parts of security and compliance. Another one that we've already talked about are different user roles. So specifically in ChatHub, and we can go back to ChatHub settings over here and go into chat as well as users. So if you don't need a user to have access to everything, you could just go over here and invite a user and you give them a role of a specific chat user. Not everyone needs to be a member or a specific admin. Admin has permissions to everything. Member has permissions to things that you share. Chat user only has access to ChatHub. So if you don't want a user to have access to your workflows, but still to be able to use them, you can use a chat user. And think about this real world scenario. When you're working with databases, you have people that have write access and you have people that have read access. Obviously, there are certain people like the data engineers that should have write access. Some data scientists should have write access. They're building out some sort of table. But someone that just needs to query the data and should not be manipulating the data should only have read access. So this is one way that we could control that. in addition with chat, you can specify what models are available. So you can go in over here, and this is another form of security. You might say, for example, hey, I only want US based models for this company. It might be a rule that your security team set up. So inside of chat, you just only available the US based companies. So you can't use something like DeepSeek. So that is chat. Next, we're going to talk about webhooks, and we've already covered webhook security, but inside webhooks, if you have a live webhook, you need to set up some sort of authentication. So this way someone has some sort of API key or username and password to access your webhook. It is super important because your webhooks, when they go into a production URL and you make your workflow live, anyone can access those. So again, on the security side, we've already covered this, but make sure you either set up basic auth, header auth, or JWT auth and build out those credentials over here. Again, very important. And you can also build out other ways to block people after they get in through this webhook. So that is webhook side of things. Credential management. And going back into n8n, and we can go back in over here and go to our home page. You can see there's credentials over here. So on the credential management side of things, what you should do is first be clear with what the credentials are. I did not do this initially, but let's say, for example, you have multiple credentials for a company. You have credentials for a marketing department. You have credentials for an engineering department and IT department. World scenario, people are in different billing. A company, when it gets larger, isn't going to just have one credit card for everything. Departments have their budgets. So if you're working with multiple departments, make sure you label these clearly. For example, what you might have is a Google Drive account for marketing. So you might say Google Drive marketing or Google Drive engineering and be super explicit. You can also share these. So you can go over here and it says change owner, and you can change the owner specifically on here. You can go over here and give access to people as well. So that is the credential side of things. Next, we're going to talk about version controls. So in n8n, when we publish, so we'll save and we publish, and obviously like these have some issues. So maybe I don't want to set that up specifically right now. Let me turn these off. So that way I don't have any issues. I'm just going to add in a chat model over here. Doesn't really matter too much. I just want to be able to publish this. All right, save. Is this going to let me publish it? Oh, I need a trigger. Cool. All right, let's imagine this is our workflow. Has no trigger nodes that require publishing. Oh, you know what I need? Let's put this webhook over here and activate it. Well, let's not use a webhook. We're going to use a schedule trigger. This should be fine. Once I go to the schedule trigger and push this over here, we're going to be able to publish this. So another thing that you can have is version control. So you want to specify your version of something. So let's say I'm going to publish this. I'm going to say section 25 version 1, or like you can put like V1, and I say added schedule trigger. Like you need to be explicit on what is changing in your workflow. You need to put your notes over here as well. This is very similar to how GitHub works. So ideally what happens is someone's going to take a look at the different versions and see if things are changing or not. In terms of like compliance and things like that, it is super important to have your different versioning and what is changing as well, because regulators are going to ask for that. So one way we could do versioning is directly here in n8n now with publish. So this is pretty awesome on this side of things. And you can see there's a whole production checklist. I'm not going to go through that. However, you can go through that as well if you want to. And you can see section 25 V1 published just now. And I believe you can also see the version history as well. So if I go to settings, I want to say there's an option for that too, to see version history. Either way, it is super important to have that as a backup as well, just in case like there's something wrong with your n8n account. I would probably recommend that you set up GitHub as well and do the same exact thing. I would just download your workflow as JSON. So if you go over here to the 3 dots, you can go and just download this and you'll see it, security and compliance over here. And I would just upload these into your GitHub account. Do the same exact thing, keep your versions, update your changelog within GitHub. just really, really critical that you have your versioning history, especially if something just completely breaks in your workflow. You can go back to a previous version and then work on that specific or particular bug. So that is versioning. It's obviously built in directly into n8n. I would highly, highly suggest that you also back up your very important workflows within GitHub. All right. Next concept I wanted to cover really fast, I want to say, is logging. And I actually have some nodes associated with that. So we're going to jump into that here in a second. All right, I am back. So another thing to mention is just like logging what is going on. I already showed you how we could do this in evaluations, but you can also build out a JavaScript node over here and get other additional information that you might find helpful for just logging what is going on. Logging is a concept that comes from software engineering, and it's important to do. So what I have over here is the timestamp, the workflow ID, workflow name, execution ID, execution mode, the user that's going through this, the instance ID, and other pieces of information that might be helpful. So if I execute this step, you'll see that we essentially create a table. So it says timestamp. I'm recording this here on the first, the workflow ID associated with it, the name, execution mode. I'm obviously in test mode right now, so you can log whether you're in test mode or you're in production. How many items are getting inputted? Obviously I have no items, so that's why we have one over here. The workflow is not active, so it's on false. The time zone over here, which I'm not sure why we're in UTC, but that's okay. Then we have a log ID. So highly recommend that you set up logging. Obviously you can just copy what I have over here and just paste this into your workflow. And then what you can do is have this added to Sheets after. We've already covered Google Sheets so many times, so I'm not going to spend the time in actually add it in, but just go over here, append. I wouldn't say append or update, just append it. When this runs, okay, cool, we've logged it and this is populated in Google Sheets. You can also log it in other locations instead of Sheets. I just mentioned this. The proper way would probably be to log it within a database. So I would recommend that you have logging tables for, again, critical workflows. Log that in your database. If you don't have a database set up, you can use Sheets, you could use Airtable, you could use the native data tables here in n8n. But logging is a really important thing when it comes to security and compliance because people need to see what is particularly going on. Okay, so we've talked about users, we've talked about PII handling, we've talked about webhook security, version control. Obviously, you have this over here directly for n8n, the versioning, as well as in GitHub. Again, you can just go over here and say like section 25, version 2, added logging code node. So it's another option over there. And boom. So now you can see section 25 just published now. Oh, you can go here to workflow history and you can take a look at different versions too. So you can see I have section 25 version 1. I knew I was going to show it to you guys and I apologize for going the wrong area. But you can see this is prior to me saving this. Then you have version 1 and then over here version 2. It says version history is limited to 1 day's upgrade plan to activate full history, which is kind of sucky. So make sure to put this up in GitHub since it's only 1 day. But you can see we have this published on here for version 2. So my GitHub thing, definitely do that, especially if you're on a lower tier count like I am. All right, naming conventions. It's also important to just name your nodes on that side. We've talked about naming nodes, just be explicit. Not really security and compliance side of things, but obviously if you can't read what's going on in a workflow, that's important. It's more, this naming convention is more focused on the credentials itself. Building out documentation is another part of security and compliance. So on the documentation side, what do you need for documentation? Well, what I would recommend documentation is add in sticky notes like this. I would also mention that you need to have like a Google Doc, Notion, or whatever type of document you need to explain what is going on in the workflow. Regulators sometimes will ask for that type of stuff. Again, depends on your industry if you have regulation or not. In addition, I think it's super easy just to add in a Loom or YouTube video, just walking through what is going on, assuming you have like 80-90% of it done. Obviously, you can update it if you have some major changes, but that's the type of documentation I would recommend. And really, sticky notes is directly in n8n. The Google Doc kind of just explains at a high level. You have screenshots and kind of explains some of the additional logic outside of here. And then you have a Loom or YouTube. So that's external documentation. And I should just say, well, you have the internal with the sticky notes, and then you have external for these last two. All right. And also, let's take a look at anything else. I think we're pretty good over here on that side of things. One other thing to mention, I did talk about GitHub, but you could also store these workflows in Google Drive. So you could just save the JSON automatically and populate this into Google Drive, and you can do like a daily backup. So maybe you want to have a daily backup on Google Drive. So like daily backup Google Drive, or just a one-off for this. So again, you can use Google Drive or GitHub. And I think that is essentially it for security and compliance. Obviously, like I don't know everything about security and compliance, but because obviously I don't do IT for a living, but just coming from the payments industry, this is some of the things that we personally require to build out workflows. So guardrails, super, super important. Make sure naming convention is correct. Make sure user management is correct. If you want to log your workflows, like essentially just copy what I have in this code node. Make sure that you have backups either in Google Drive, GitHub, and then versioning is important. Obviously on here with my plan, versioning is only limited to 1 day, which is really a bummer. So I would recommend you just do versioning on GitHub right now. I would hope that at some point in the future, and I don't know if the n8n team will do it, when you publish these and set up versions, you could also just automatically send this to GitHub. I think that'd be a really, really cool feature, but I just don't see them doing that. And then lastly, documentation, put documentation internally into the workflow, add documentation to like a Google Doc or a Notion page, and add in a Loom or YouTube video, just kind of walking through things. And that is going to be our section on security and compliance. All right, so next, I believe we are jumping into MCP, and I will see you there. So for section 26, we're going to make this into a 2-part video. The first part is going to be focusing on the instance level MCP. So what this allows us to do is connect our n8n workflows directly to third parties that support the n8n MCP connection. So recently, Lovable has added this in, as well as Claude. So I'm going to be showing you how we could do this in Claude. We'll do Lovable a little bit later when we talk about building out interfaces. The second part is just going to be talking about MCP as a technology in general, and we'll also go through a workflow and some of the nodes associated with that when we jump into there. But the first part, let's focus on the instance level and get this connected directly into Claude, and we'll start there. Okay, so I'm going to show you a few things before we actually build out a workflow. So the first thing is we need to add a first step, and there's only a few different triggers that you can use currently with MCP. So the first one is our chat trigger. So that is one option. The next is going to be a webhook. So we go to webhook like this. That is another option we could use. We could use a schedule, so schedule trigger, as well as a form trigger. So before even deciding if you want to go MCP or not with your workflow, you have to make sure that your workflow starts with one of these 4 triggers. Now, I'm just going to use this chat trigger right now just for some testing purposes. I don't know if this will be the actual workflow we utilize in this example, but let's just assume we're having that. Okay. Next step, what we're going to do, I'm just going to add in a very basic AI agent, because it's so common to have a chat into an AI agent. And what we're going to do is just add a chat model. I'm going to add in Anthropic since it's all the way here at the top. Very simple workflow. So I'm going to save this workflow. The next step is you have to have your workflow published to enable MCP. So I'm going to click publish over here, and we'll have our different version name, whatever the case may be. So that's fine. We're going to publish it. Got it. Okay. Next, these two are going to be in parallel. So the first thing what we want to do is make sure we have our MCP settings correct. So if you go to this gear icon to the bottom left and you choose instance level MCP, make sure that your MCP is enabled. So I have 2 workflows right now that are MCP. I'm just going to remove access right now, just for testing purposes, and we'll disable it. So yours probably looks like this, and it says connect AI assistants to your workflow, enable MCP access. So you can click that or just turn this on over here. So now that this is particularly enabled, so you should be fine there. So your next step is to go into these 3 dots over here and then click into settings. And you'll see I already have this available in MCP. By default, you'll have it turned off. Then you turn this back on over here. So I'm going to click save, and maybe lost because someone else just updated this workflow. All right, so I'm just going to refresh this really quick because I accidentally updated it elsewhere. Not a big deal. All right, so 3 dots, settings, and we're going to say this is available in MCP. Cool. Now the workflow is saved and we are good to go. If we go back to this instance level MCP and I refresh it, because I deleted these other ones, you'll see we just have this initial one out of the gate. And this was initial kind of description I was thinking about for this workflow. I might change it out, but by default, you'll probably have an empty description. Just go over here and click edit description. Write your description for the workflow, because essentially what you're going to be doing is prompting and saying what workflow you want to use for a specific use case. And your description is really important. You can think of this as like a tool call when you're working with an AI agent. I mentioned how the descriptions are important. So build this out. Obviously, this is pretty vague, but it'll be fine for our demo example. If you want to remove access, there's 2 different routes you could go. You could remove access over here, or you could go back over here and then remove access. So you just go into the settings and available in MCP, that is turned off. Okay, pretty basic on that side of things. And then now what I'm going to do is show you really quick how to set up everything on Claude, and then we'll build out our workflow. To set this up directly in Claude, what we're going to do first is click this plus icon, and then you'll see over here it says add connectors. Then what we're going to do is search directly for n8n. Now it's a pretty popular one, so I would assume it's towards the top. If you don't see that though, you can just go over here and search and type in n8n. And you'll see n8n over here. It says access and run your n8n workflows. So click plus, and it says get a URL from n8n. So you can click on that right over here. This will load up over here. My internet's a little slow right now. It might take a second. All right, so that link over here goes accessing n8n MCP server. There's a little bit more about it over here. It says instance level MCP, enable it, which we already have that enabled. So I showed you that a little bit earlier. And then it says list of workflows, etc. on that side of things. And over here, a little bit more information, settings, instance level MCPs. To get actual stuff over here, it says connected clients, no OAuth collected. Clients that connect via OAuth will show up here. See connection instructions. So this actually will give us our URL that we need. I kind of wish it actually brought us over here, but that's okay. We'll click copy, and we will go back into Claude over here. We'll say paste the server URL. So that is that URL. So again, to get to there, I just went to settings, bottom right, instance level MCP, and then you go to connected clients, see connection instructions, and I'll give you this over here. Then I just go back over here. I click continue, and it says grant access to n8n. Complete the sign-in steps, and it brought me to the screen. Claude wants to access your n8n instance, get a list of your workflows, get details for specific workflows, execute workflows on your behalf. We're going to click allow, and says success. You will be soon redirected back to the client. And then we get brought back in over here, and then we have this icon over here that says connected to n8n. All right, so I'm testing this now. First, I made one minor change. So in my workflow, I deleted the other triggers. I went to the OpenAI chat model. I used GPT-5 Mini, and I'm using web search. We're going to go the college football playoff route. And you'll see I said use n8n workflow section 26 to get University of Miami college football score. It says Claude wants you to use search workflows from n8n, query section 26. I'm going to say allow once. Now it's going to search for my workflows. And we'll see. I found the workflow. Let me get details to execute it. Again, we'll just say allow once. We should probably allow always, but I'm just putting this allow once just to show you what it looks like on my screen. Next, I'll execute the workflow to get University of Miami college football scores. And we're doing chat input. What is University of Miami college football score? I'm going to allow once, and it's executing my workflow right now. We'll take a look at the executions here in a second. The workflow is asking for clarification. Let me specify that we want the University of Miami football and Hurricanes over here. Yep, that's fine. One of the things I noticed too, when you use OpenAI with chat, is it will always ask you more clarifying questions. So you can prompt it and say not to ask so many clarifying questions. I bet you it comes back. Yep, it's going to keep asking it. It's because I wrote a bad prompt, but that's okay. We'll say that's fine. And I didn't even put memory on here, so it's probably going to have some issues. But you see it's going back and forth now with our MCP. And I swear, if it comes back with another question, I'm just going to stop it. We're going to rerun it, and I'm going to be more specific. All right, here we go. Look at that. Great news. Here's the score. And that was yesterday. Check this out. So great news. Here's the University of Miami College Football score from the n8n workflow. Miami Hurricanes 24, Ohio State 14. Most recent game, the workflow used web search. And literally all I did is I used a chat trigger over here. I used an AI agent. I didn't even add in additional prompts, which I would recommend if you're building out something crazy that you do that. I have something crazy, something you push forward. And then you have OpenAI, use GPT-5 mini and covered responses that we did earlier. And all I did on this side of things is use this workflow to get up-to-date information about college football playoffs. And I could prompt this, write a way better system message that I put in a college. And essentially I want to get the latest college football score based around it with this workflow and have this do this correctly in Claude. And I also changed the model for two reasons. Number one, to show you I'm running an OpenAI chat model in Claude, and also to use responses to get the latest score. Obviously, you can add in way more complicated things in over here as well. But yeah, it's going to be quite easy. We're actually going to expand on this into the next section as well when we cover into front ends. I just quickly also wanted to show you there is an MCP tool available in n8n. So kind of MCPs are going the route of like APIs for AI. And we can go over here and search for MCP. So MCP client tool. And you see what we have over here is a specific endpoint. And you only have HTTP streamable right now. Unfortunately, this is quite limited on the cloud side of things. When you go into self-hosted, you have a lot more options rather than HTTP streamable. But I'll give you a specific endpoint. And when you work with MCP, it'll give you a specific endpoint to call to. It'll tell you the server transport over here if there's any authentication that is needed. And then you can specify every single tool that's available in the MCP server, selected ones, all or accept. So essentially what MCP looks like on the n8n side of things, let me just show you. There's like an MCP trigger, and this is your MCP client. There's an MCP trigger. And you'll notice over here, we have different tools. So when you're connecting to a company's MCP server, typically they'll have different tools that you could use in a case. Let's say, for example, we want to build one directly in n8n. We can set up an MCP server trigger to have multiple Gmail tools. So Gmail has quite a bit of tools, as we saw. And you can see if I go to my Gmail account one, you can set tool descriptions, and then resource, like let's say message, like we have all of these over here, label, we have all of these over here, draft. So each tool is like one specific action that you could perform in Gmail. And in the real world, let's say, for example, Firecrawl, they have an MCP server. So if I go to Firecrawl, all of these tools are most likely available in the MCP of Firecrawl. And just to show you, I'm going to load this up on another tab, Firecrawl MCP. All right. So take a look at this. This is documentation. Again, Firecrawl MCP server. Use Firecrawl's API through MCP. So MCP server integrates Firecrawl for web scraping capabilities. Our MCP server is open source. So installation, you can either use a remote hosted URL server locally, or you get your API key from over here, a remote hosted URL. So they have a URL on this side of it as well that you would want to set up. And essentially what you could do, and I'm going to cover this actually in another video for Firecrawl MCP, but going into this MCP client, this works best on self-hosted, but you would set this up and go through it. I think I did Firecrawl MCP when we were talking about it in our self-hosted video here on YouTube for MCP, but a little bit outside the scope on this one. Just wanted to show you MCP instance level. You can use these workflows and connect to it outside of n8n. Inside n8n as well, you can create your own MCP server. You would have your MCP server trigger, and you can see we have a URL over here, and you can actually connect that over here as well. So like, imagine you have one workflow that just has like 10 tools. that you think, okay, these are the only tools I'm going to use in Gmail. Instead of having 10 tools over here, which again, I don't recommend having a ton of tools, but if instead of having 10 tools, you can just use the 10 tools from this MCP server. So you can just click this. See, we can just set that up in over here. And then you can define what tools you specifically want, because by default, it's all. You could choose selected, or you can go over all except. Obviously, I didn't set this up in another workflow, so we're going to have some issues over there. But yeah, that is kind of MCP. So instance level, use n8n workflow outside of n8n, right? And then you also, inside n8n, you have an MCP server trigger, which could have multiple tools that you attach to your AI agent. Cover this in way greater detail inside our MCP video. So I would check that out. And yeah, next video, what we're going to do is cover specifically RAG. Now, RAG could be a 5 to 10 hour video if we talked about all the nuances. So I'll get you going with the basics on that side of things. What I'd recommend for you guys to do, kind of like as a homework assignment over here, build a workflow, like test these out with the different triggers, and test it out specifically with Claude. So this next section is going to talk about adding a front end to a n8n workflow. There's pretty much 3 quick ways that you could utilize this. The first one is going to use ChatHub, and we've already covered ChatHub a lot, so I'm not going to rehash our ChatHub section. But ideally, if you want to have something natively in n8n and people can't see your workflows, ChatHub is going to be one of the best approaches. Now, if you want to add a bit more to the complexity side of things, one of the things that I use at my full-time job is going to be Streamlit. So essentially what you can have is a web interface that is hosted on Streamlit's website for free. And you build this out with Python code. And if you don't know Python, don't worry, you can vibe code a lot of this with a large language model and just do some minor tweaking with the Python code. Although I do recommend that you learn Python. But essentially what this allows you to do is build a quick interface. And I've done this quite a bit with internal Python applications as well as Streamlit apps. So you have the interface and you send a webhook over into the n8n, and then you perform specific actions. But what's really cool also about Streamlit is you can filter your data before it even goes into n8n, and then you can send a response back if you would like. A little bit more complicated on that side of things, but you have to understand the webhook component of it. You're going to have to understand any type of data cleanup that you specifically need, but that is available. And then lastly, we can use MCP and use a builder such as Lovable to create a front end for us. Now, there's going to be an additional cost associated with it because they aren't always free, but that is a third approach that we could specifically take. So I'm not going to do ChatHub, but I want to show you Streamlit right now. So I'm just going into Streamlit over here, and this is a Python library. And they have constant updates. So you can see date and time widget over here. And just to show you what this looks like, literally just a few lines of Python code. You have something like this, my first app, hello world. And it says right over here, trusted by 90% of Fortune 50 companies. And you can see like it's very easy code, and you build these interfaces like this. And I'm just dragging and dropping this over here. You can browse files and upload the files. But this is just like a really enhanced form that you could utilize outside of n8n. And obviously just you need a webhook call to populate this. So you can see what's going on over there and deploy instantly. So it says deploy Streamlit Community Cloud, which I've used, or go Snowflake for enterprise grade deployment or something else. And you can employ Streamlit apps within AWS. You could do DigitalOcean. And these are examples of apps that people have made. These are just data apps. And again, you could have a section that sends it directly into n8n. I actually have a full video on my YouTube channel covering how to build out Streamlit with an n8n, but it's like an hour long, hour and a half. I know we don't have an hour and a half to talk about that today, and I don't know how many people are going to be interested in it, but let's take a look at a few other things. So this would be like a Seattle weather dashboard. Let's take a look at this roadmap or a to-do list. And these are demos that people have created or demos that n8n has. So you can essentially build a dashboard. And maybe you have a button over here that says send to n8n, and you send to n8n and it performs some sort of action. Here is a roadmap. Okay, I think this might actually be the n8n roadmap. So here's a to-do list. So you could have even a to-do list, like as soon as someone checks something off, then it goes and performs an action with an n8n workflow. You can add things in over here. Let's say record 15-hour video. And that has been added over here. delete all that are checked. So we can delete this. So pretty cool on the web app side of things. You don't always need to essentially use a lovable if you just want to have a basic interface. Let's take a look at some other stuff. I actually watched this YouTuber for Streamlit content. Let's add a few others. I think he has a book. I can't remember if that was his Streamlit book or not. Yeah, so you can see you have a sidebar over here with different actions. You have notes. Like there's just so many different components, and I'll just go to the component store so you guys can see over here as well. You can add in plots, grids. There is a ton going on. But yeah, so that is Streamlit. Essentially, you can build out an interface with Python code, and essentially all you have to do is set it up a webhook. Webhook goes into n8n and starts the specific workflow. And obviously, you can track things. You can add to the database. Here's a source code. You can see some of the different options. You can put in charts directly in over here. Like there's just so much that you could do with it. And yeah, so that's our first option. I just downloaded or removed background from image. Interesting. All right, so first side of it. The other I just wanted to quickly show you is Lovable. Now, I have never used Lovable. This is going to be my first time. So we will, we'll see how it goes. And I'm just going to click over here and let's see. We'll get login, continue with Google. We'll test this out. If it's free, I will test this out. We'll use dark mode. And all right, so let's see if we can attach this into n8n. We have, I don't know how many credits we have, but we are going to try this. We're going to go to connectors, manage connectors, and we're going to look for n8n. So we see n8n over here, and I'm going to say connect. Now I need to get this n8n link again. So I'm going to go over here and say connect, grab this URL, go back in over here, add and authorize. It's going to load this up for OAuth, allow, and you can see MCP is super easy to set up. So we have that over here. Great. And I'm going to say, go over here. Is it still section 26? Okay, cool. For section 26, build a user interface where someone can ask about a football score, n8n workflow will then find the score and send it back. And I should say about a college football score. All right, let's give it a shot. I have no idea how long this will take. I don't know if I have enough credits, but we will see what happens. So it is now thinking. I assume this is going to take a few minutes. And it says I'll build a slate college football over here. Search workflows. We're going to ask each time. We're just going to say allow. Obviously, you can automate this as well. I just want to show you the questions it's going to ask me. So it's going to search for these. Get workflow details. I'm going to click allow. Cool. So it's saying what it's going to do. Dark theme with vibrant orange and gold accent, football energy, bold condensed typography, card-based results with subtle animations, load states with pulse effects. So hopefully this works correctly. This is pretty cool to see. Obviously, I really haven't dove in on this side of things as of yet, but we'll see how it goes. All right. So now we have this interface over here, college football score finder, powered by AI, real-time scores and playoff updates. All right. So we already have what is the score of the Ohio State, who won Texas versus Georgia. Ohio State won was last night. We put that over here. Oh, that's Ohio State Notre Dame. This is still a little bit behind. What was the score of the Ohio State versus Miami game? Miami game. We're going to search it over here and let's see what happens. Now this, I will say, looks amazing right out of the gate. And it says, query, what was the score of Miami game? To get real scores, the n8n workflow will be executed with your information. The AI agent will search up-to-date playoff information, results, workflow. So it's interesting. Oh, I have to click allow. I'm like, where are we going to get the results back? But we're going to click allow over here and we'll see it coming back. But this is really cool. Obviously, I don't know if all the code in the back end is correct. I'm not a front end engineer, but it's asking a clarifying question. Let me provide a little bit more. Let's say allow. What is the question we're going to get back? I did update the prompt a little bit. I didn't go full in detail, but just to show you really quick. This is the new system message I put. Obviously, I would change this up completely for another one. Workflow works and returned Ohio State, defeated Notre Dame. Now I need to enable Lovable Cloud so we can create an edge function that will call the n8n workflow from the front end. Let's click allow. But why didn't it present the results over here? I wonder if it's just because of some settings. I mean, again, this design looks nice, but I want to see, like, if I type this in, I want the results to be right here. Because it says score results over here. It just gives me this. Okay, so I think this is going through and editing this now. I never added any credit card information or anything like that. So I don't even know the pricing. We can take a look at pricing here in a second. And it looks like it's going through again. And we'll check it one more time once this goes through. I think there's some games going on now as well. Let me just double check. There's 3 games going on today, I want to say. World football scores. I haven't even seen them because I've been busy recording. All right, Oregon's winning 23-0 right now. Let's see what's else going on. Alabama, Indiana starts in 30 minutes, and then Ole Miss is later versus Georgia. So we'll test the Oregon, Texas Tech. Oh, it's over. Oregon won. All right, this is editing right now. I'll check Oregon. We'll test this one for next one. It is still going. It's taking a screenshot, it says. All right, it says it is ready. Cool. So I think we're ready to test it. Okay, so what is the Oregon, Texas Tech score? Let's see what happens this time. So I'm going to search it. Score result, your query would be processed by the n8n workflow. I guess I have to allow this again. I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something. Unless I have to preview it out over here. It says search information retrieved. Let's see executions. So this is our execution. And this came directly from over there. I don't see the execution of the one that I just tested. You can see the other execution. Which do you mean, football or basketball? Do you have a date or season in mind? Most recent, I should say latest as a prompt. And I say that over here. I guess I need to say, do not ask clarifying questions. Do not ask clarifying questions. This happens all the time with GPT 5. We'll save this over here. But you know what the other thing is? I didn't publish the latest version. That's probably why. Easy mistake. Either way, this was building out a front end. Obviously, you can still constantly mess with it and test it out. But just wanted to show you a few different approaches. Chat Hub, you could use Streamlit, or you could use a tool like Lovable to build this out. Obviously, if you're using Lovable, check your work, make sure it is correct. But I think this is a really cool design that it built out right away. All right, so next one we're going to jump into is RAG. Keep up the great work. We're almost done with this course, and I will see you in the next video. So for this section, we're going to be covering something called retrieval augmented generation. Everyone calls it RAG because that is a wordful, and I'm just going to continue to call it RAG from here on out. So if I was going to make a full section covered about RAG and all the different types of vector databases and all the technical components about it and where the future of RAG is heading towards, that video will easily be 3, 4, 5+ hours, if not longer. And because this course is really focused on teaching you the basics of n8n, I am not going to do that in this section. In fact, this is probably going to be a follow-up course here on the channel if there's enough interest about it. Again, there's just so many different types of techniques. There's so many types of vector databases, and it would be very tough to cram all of that into one specific video over here when we're covering the basics of all these different types of sections. So if you do want to learn a little bit more about RAG and you're interested in that course, just let me know down below in the comment section. I'm really inclined to make it. I think it would be a really fun and interesting video as well. But over here, what we're going to do is a very basic RAG tutorial. First, what we're going to cover is how you can use your own data simply with OpenAI. And that's going to be probably the easiest way for you to get started with RAG. And then we're going to cover more advanced RAG pipeline, as well as uploading data, embedding it, and different things like that. Now, what is the real purpose of RAG? I haven't even really talked about that. So our AI agents, we already know that there's a limitation sometimes on the knowledge based off of the knowledge cutoff date. So if you're working with AI agents, sometimes they only have knowledge up through 2024 or specific time in 2025. However, one big glaring issue with AI agents and other AI nodes, they just don't have access to personal data. Every single company has SOPs, or at least I would hope that they do, and data that is not public online. And because of that, these AI agents are not trained on it. These AI agents essentially are trained on scraped data online. And because companies have their own internal policies or internal procedures, they just don't have that specific knowledge. So RAG essentially helps AI agents with personal information for a company, which really empowers them a lot. Because why you want to have an AI agent, you want to have them take action based off of your own specific policies in most cases. So essentially, by building out something pretty thorough with RAG, you're going to give specific context to an AI agent based off of information that is held within a vector database. Now, what a vector database is, you can store different types of files directly in there. And you'll be doing this through something called a pipeline. And essentially what happens over there is someone will upload a file. We're going to embed the specific file. And don't worry, we're going to go over all the details about embedding and how a pipeline works. But regardless, someone uploads a file, we're going to embed the file, and then we're going to populate it within a vector store. And this is going to be really fun to cover. I am going to give you a little bit of warning. This is probably one of the more technical components of this video. And don't worry if RAG doesn't click right away. All you need to know is that RAG essentially improves our agents with private data. So let's jump into a very basic example with OpenAI. Then let's take a look at building out a pipeline and utilizing it in practice. So I'm in n8n now. I want to show you guys first the most basic form of RAG, and we're going to be using OpenAI for this. So essentially OpenAI has a super easy way where all we have to do is upload a file and it does all of the work for us. Now, it is a little bit pricey. So you get charged 10 cents per day once you have over a gigabyte worth of files over here. And I believe it's 10 cents per gigabyte as well. So let me show you first where you can access this. So go to platform.openai.com/chat. And then we go over here on that side of things. And what we're going to want to do is go specifically into storage. So now we have storage on here, and then we're going to want to go to our vector stores. So we have our vector stores like this. The first thing that we need to do is create a vector store. So we're going to create this over here, and let's set a name for this. Now I'm going to call this Old Judge, and I'll explain why in a second. So we have Old Judge over here, and then I'm going to click this icon. So it says vector store VS has been updated. Now we don't have any particular files in here. So let me show you the file which we're going to be using for this particular video. So I found this article over here talking about Old Judge baseball cards from the 1880s and specifically the Union Association. So the Union Association was like a very early baseball league, and there's not a lot of players in there that actually have cards. And this article talks about like there's no Union Association baseball cards, but some of the players that played in the Union Association and moved on to different baseball leagues have Old Judge cards. And it talks about, I believe, 5 different players. So this is like super niche because first off, Old Judge cards, not even a lot of baseball card collectors know about it. I'd probably say like anywhere from 1% to 5% of baseball card collectors know about that. And then you're talking about a forgotten essentially baseball league. Most people know American League and National League, but there has been other leagues as well throughout baseball's history. This is the Union Association, which I would probably say like 0.1% of baseball fans know, maybe 0.01%. So compile that with Judge Baseball cards, very few people know this. And I doubt this is something that our chat models would know right away. So either way, what we're going to do now is upload this over here. I just put this into a Google Doc. Obviously, you guys will have access to this article and you can do the same. So all we're going to do now is go to the bottom where it says add files, and we're going to upload a file over here and upload that document. Then we're going to click attach, and it's going to be uploaded into this particular vector store. Might have to wait a second just for this to upload. I noticed sometimes I have to refresh. So I'm just going to refresh really fast, and hopefully it is in over here. And you can see once I refreshed it, it is particularly in here. So we're good to go. All right. So next thing we're going to do is add a chat model, or not chat. Oh yeah, we're going to add in an agent, but we're going to use a chat trigger. So chat trigger. And then we're going to go and add in AI agent. So AI agent like that. Also, I apologize if you hear the dog barking in the background. So we have our AI agent over here. We need to make sure we use OpenAI. So we're going to go into OpenAI like this, and make sure you choose your correct account. Model, you're going to have to use a GPT-5 model. So I'm going over here using Mini. So we're going to say Mini like this. And we have that in here. Great. The next thing we're going to do is use the responses API, which is already turned on. We're going to use a built-in tool. So click add built-in tool, and we're going to use file search. Now there's two things that we're going to have to do. We're going to have to use our vector store ID as well as filters. So first, let me show you how we can set this up. So first thing you're going to do is go over here, and you see how this says ID. So make sure to copy that. And this is in our vector store side. So copy that over here. And then what we're going to do is put in double quotes. So make sure double quotes in this bracket, that specific ID. Make sure it's 100% matched to what you have. So just copy and paste it. Next, we're going to have some filters. So I already have this saved off to the side. If you don't have these filters, it sometimes is a little bit wonky. So add in filters like this and then type and. So I just copy and paste this every time I'm using that specific vector store in AI agent. So now we have both of these over here, and we should be pretty good. I'm just going to save this. Just going to double check that our file is correct over here. We see our file, and yeah, we're good to go. So what we're going to do now is open our chat, and we're going to ask a question. So based off this document, I'm going to ask over here, what is the best union player with a full judge card? So very basic question. What is the best union association player with an old judge card? So type that in, and we will see what happens. And again, you can think about this like this is an internal document, something that hasn't seen the web. Obviously, I'm not going to build out an internal document right now. I'm just going to go and grab something I thought was particularly niche. But we'll see what happens on this side of it. And I'm sure at some point OpenAI scraped this site, but regardless, I want to show you that it's literally just searching through the file. And it says the best Union Association player who appears in the old judge set is generally judged to be Fred Sure Shot Dunlap. He was a crown jewel of the 1884 St. Louis Maroons, led the UA virtually in every offensive category. Like, that is insane. 256 OPS plus. And the author calls Hall of Fame worthy as a speak. Number one, provided old judge UA write-up. Other strong candidates in old judge includes pitcher Jim McCormick, who I don't believe is in the Hall of Fame. He should be. And shortstop Jack Glasscock, also not in the Hall of Fame. Tommy McCarthy, also notable as the only UA player elected to the Hall of Fame. Bam, I knew that. Would you like to see any evaluations for any specific old judge card? So we essentially went through this document. We grabbed the most popular players over here. And yeah, so I'm going to say, tell me about Jack Clemens next. So, or Clements. Tell me about, again, this is going to look specifically at our document, and then hopefully it tells us the particular answer. And again, it might take a little bit to search all of this and get the actual answer. And it says, according to the old judge union notes that you provided, Jack Clemens was a leading 19th century MLB catcher known as several distinctions. And it tells you a little bit more over here. I could pull together a full career timeline, season by season stats, photos from the document, or check modern databases for additional context. And I'm going to say, check databases for additional context on Jack Clemens. Now, I don't have even any memory set up over here, which I should have put on because we're having a conversation. But anyways, we're going back and forth. Now, while that answer is going over there, I do want to show you that there is a few special options you can choose with your files when you upload. So I'm just going to upload the same file again. And what you'll notice, we have advanced options over here. So we're going to actually be talking about chunk size as well as chunk overlap here in this next section. But by default, you didn't even have to worry about it. You can see OpenAI used 800 and then 400. So let's actually use those same settings when we're going to build out a custom pipeline. It seems very intimidating, but it's honestly not that bad. And here we go. I searched upload files and found material about this. It just searched over here in the files, but obviously you can add in other tools and things like that as well to search the web and etc. But regardless, I also, by the way, I didn't even put in anything else over here. I literally just kept this as by default. So I wouldn't recommend you do that in production, but for a YouTube video, just to show you, hey, we can search our files directly with something that we upload into OpenAI. It takes less than 5 minutes to do so. I think it's pretty cool. So that is our example of RAG basics with OpenAI. You didn't even have to worry about anything technical. All we had to do was upload a file. But this next section, I'm going to be showing you how to build out a custom pipeline where we're going to talk about embedding, and then we're going to actually ask questions with it. We're going to be using a vector database called Pinecone. It is free to use out of the box, so you don't have to worry about anything like that. Obviously, you're going to have to set up an API key and stuff like that, which I will show you how to do, and we're going to jump into that right now. All right, let's cover more advanced RAG this time. What we're going to do is instead of just uploading a file, we're going to go through and actually build out a pipeline and then ask questions based around it. I'm going to teach you all the different components as well as we build through it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab a file and upload it. So you should be very familiar with this, but we're going to do a form. And I don't know why I was searching form submission, but it's just n8n form. And what we're going to do is a trigger on new n8n form event. So you'll see on new form submission over here. We're going to label this over here, file uploader. And we're just going to add a file. So we're going to say file. And what is the file? We'll just do file. Cool. And I'm only going to do one upload file at a time. Now, here's the deal. When you upload files into a vector store, people will have pretty complicated pipelines just depending on what they are. For example, let's say you have an if node over here or a switch. So like we'll write an if or switch based on file type. See this through like a PDF. So imagine if something was a PDF and you have an if. So if it's a PDF, you might want to go over here and use OCR. And we'll say OCR. To put Mistral, not OCR, but you'll use like a Mistral and extract text from that PDF document. Otherwise, your file should be fine and you can load this into the vector store. I'm just going to be building out the most basic pipeline for you guys. These can get very complicated and outside the scope of today's video. So what I'm going to do is use a vector database. Now, what I'm going to use specifically is Pinecone. So if you go to Pinecone Vector Store over here, this is what I want to do. And I'm going to say add documents to a vector store. So you saw how we added documents to OpenAI. We're just adding documents in this Pinecone Vector Store. There's a ton of different vector databases and out there, but we're going to use Pinecone because it's pretty easy to set up and it's easy. So this brings me to our first section, which is going to be our embeddings. So if you click on this over here, you'll see that there's a bunch of different embeddings over here. I would just start with OpenAI embeddings and you'll see that you already have your OpenAI account and you'll be fine. And then there's different options. So small is cheaper. It's a little bit less accurate than large. So I would just recommend using large text embeddings. It's a little bit pricier, but I would recommend using that. And you'll see that we have embeddings. And you might be like, well, what does embeddings do? Well, essentially what embeddings does is it takes your text. So you can imagine you have a text like this. And what we're going to do is just have a text called n8n. And this is getting it to set to be some sort of vector. And this sounds very confusing, but a vector is essentially like this. It's a bunch of numbers over here, and we'll say like -0.32 or 0.34. We're just going to use this over here. 0.11, and you get the point. These go on for quite a while. The size over here tells you how many embeddings that you specifically have, a large embedding or a small embedding. So we're going to want to build this out because essentially words are going to have different meanings, and I should say like chunks, but we're going to use a word example. So imagine n8n has something like this. And then you might want to use a tool like make, and we're going to have very similar embeddings. We'll say like 0.12, 0.3, and 0.1 like this. And you can see that these are close together because n8n and make are both automation software. Then if you have something like Photoshop, well, it is a software, it's going to be different. You might have something like 0.2, negative 0.7, and then 0.18. So these are farther apart. And essentially what this does, again, you take your text and you represent them in numbers. That's what our embeddings allows us to do. And things that are closer together are going to have similar numbers, whereas things that are different are going to be way off. So you can see Photoshop is farther from n8n and make. Let's say I go over here and I add in a metal band, I'll add in Metallica. And Metallica is going to just have completely different things. It's going to be like 0.8, 0.8, let's say 0.8, right? It doesn't matter. And there's a lot more numbers associated with it. But you can see this is way farther away than Photoshop, which is a software, which is still far away from both n8n and make, since they're very similar software providers. So essentially that's what embedding is. It's changing our data into specific vectors. And that is our first part. Large uses 3072, and small, I want to say, uses, what is it, 1536. And it's important that you keep this consistent across the board. So large 3072, small 1536. So next thing, what we're going to do is add in a document loader. So you'll see the document, there's a star over here. So we need to add that. There's only one option, and it says default document loader. So choose that option. And you'll see over here, we have our type of data. So since we're passing in a binary file over here, we need to make sure that our document loader uses a binary file. So you can see binary. We're going to say load specific data. And then what I'm going to say is data format. I'm going to choose a document over here, and you'll see load docx over here. So that's what I want to choose. And then we're going to say data, and then you have something called text splitting. So this will tell you how you split up text in a document. By default, it's simple. What you see, it says every 1,000 characters with the 200 character overlap. OpenAI, if I remember correctly, was 800 and 400. I apologize for not knowing this right away, but I recorded this a little bit earlier, although you'll see it right after. But you can specify text splitting, keep it default if you want, but you can choose a custom option. Now, when you choose a custom option, you'll see that there is something called a text splitter down below. We have our default data loader. Let's add in a text splitter. And there's three options. You have the character text splitter, which is split text into chunks by characters. If you click over this, you choose a separator. So you can choose like a period or a new line or however you specifically want it on your characters. I don't recommend that approach. The other one over here is a token splitter. So this splits literally by a number of tokens. And if you remember a little bit earlier when we were talking about large language models, one of the ways that they specifically count how much usage is by tokens. So tokens isn't exactly by characters. There's a little bit of difference between them. One I would recommend that you use is the recursive character text splitter. This takes kind of the best of both sides. So it splits text into chunks by characters recursively, recommended for most use cases. So for example, in this one, it'll recursively grab like paragraphs or specific breaks within your text. So this is what I would recommend that you utilize, and n8n does as well. Then you'll see something that says chunk size and then chunk overlap. So what chunk size essentially allows you to see is how many tokens of text are we going to keep together. And then overlap is going to be how much of the previous chunk is used. So to show you a very basic example, let's create two chunks. We're going to start off with a chunk 1, and then we'll have like a chunk 2, just to explain the overlap. So imagine chunk 1, we say Billy Strings is a jam band bluegrass guitarist. And then chunk 2 is going to use a little bit of overlap from chunk 1 and say jam band bluegrass guitarist. He has played with Tool, Fish, and Tommy Amin. 3 completely different styles. And yeah, it's fine over here. So you'll see with an overlap, we keep some of the context of the earlier chunk. So that way we have this here in the beginning, and then we have our specific chunk underneath it. So that is a strategy a lot of people use. Obviously, there's other strategies to use with the data loader outside of n8n, but really out of the 3 options, use a recursive character text splitter. So that is our first part of it. And this is like a very basic pipeline. We have to obviously set up everything in Pinecone still, because we have not done that as of yet. So we're going to have to choose our specific things in here. And you can see we have Pinecone API account. I'll have to show you to set this up. We're going to insert documents for operation. Obviously, there's other things as well that you could utilize in over here. I haven't showed you the Pinecone index, and I haven't shown you the embedding batch size. So a few other things that we're going to have to do, but this is the basics, right? We go over here, we submit through a form submission. We go and set up a Pinecone vector store, which I haven't shown you yet. We're going to use an embeddings model. I would just recommend using embeddings large, a little bit pricier, but a little bit better. You're going to have some sort of data loader, and then you're going to have a recursive character text splitter. Easiest RAG pipeline that you could set up. On the other side of it, and I'll show you this here in a second, how do you utilize what has been built over here? Well, the first thing that you would want to do is have a chat trigger, or however else you want to utilize this. I'm just going to use a chat trigger because we're going to ask questions about a document. And then what we can have over here, there's a few different options. You can use an AI agent as one option. I see this used a lot. Or you can go over here and search for question. So you can see question and answer chain. And you can go over here and ask about this as well. And this one over here has a model and a retriever. I'm just going to use an AI agent for this example, but this is another node I would highly recommend, because you can go over here and use vector databases as well with this. But we're going to just focus on our AI agent for this one. So I'm going to close out of this. Inside our AI agent, what we're going to set up first is our OpenAI chat or our OpenAI model, or it can really be whatever model you want. Let's say we use Anthropic this side. So this doesn't matter for the model. However, when we go to our Pinecone vector store, which you'll see over here as a tool. So if I go over here and search Pinecone, you'll see Pinecone matches. So this is our vector store, right? We're using a Pinecone vector store here, Pinecone vector store over here. And what we have to still do is create our index and match all this, and that's fine. We'll cover this a little bit later. And to set a description. And then after this, you want to use an embeddings model, and it should be the same exact model that you have over here. So sometimes I'll see people that try to have like both of these are the same over here. I just recommend you copy this over, and it's super important because if you don't have the correct embeddings model, you are going to have issues. So make sure that these are the same. Whatever you have on your retrieval component, as well as whatever you have when you're embedding your specific documents, you need to use the same exact embeddings model. You're going to have issues if you do not. So obviously, like this is a very simplistic example over here. All we're doing is chat message into an AI agent. We can use whatever model we want over here. However, your OpenAI needs to be the same. There's a lot more complexity that we can do, and I'll show you a little bit more, but I want to go into Pinecone now. All right, so we're going to build this out in Pinecone now. So go to pinecone.io. You'll get brought to this page right over here. Make sure you click the sign up, and it's going to essentially have you go through that process. I've already signed up, so I'm not going to go through that. Really quick, I wanted to show you where you can find your API key. So I'm back over here. Let's imagine I go back here, and you'll see I have 2 indexes, and we'll create an index over here. But the first thing you have to do is go to your API keys. So you'll see I have API keys over here. Just click plus to make an API key. Going back into n8n, you'll see it says credentials to connect with our Pinecone API. So there, all you got to do is paste in your API key over here. Again, I've already set my API key up, so I'm not going to do that, but it's literally 2 seconds. Just go API key once you have your specific account. All right, so next thing we're going to do is click create index. And what we'll do is choose an index name. I'm just going to call this old judge, since that's what we're going to be taking a look at. And the next thing is you choosing your embedding model. So as I mentioned, it's important that you set this 1-to-1. We already defined our embedding model over here. And if you remember, it's 3 large. So just go over here and search for 3 large. And this is 3 small, this is 3 large. The next thing that's really important is to change your dimensions. So 3 large uses 3072 dimensions. You'll see by default over here, we have 1024. So make sure you choose 3072. Nothing else changes over here. We're going to use AWS, and then I'm just using this US East one. It's the closest region over here. And deletion protected, I just have this off because this is just a testing account. So I'm clicking create index, and it might take a second. And it says index is initializing. It says no records yet. A record is an object you can add an index, creating a vector and metadata. So what we're going to do is just click over here and go back into part 2. I'm going to just close out part 1 because we don't need this here anymore. And what we're going to do is now configure this. So go into our Pinecone index. We need to look for the one that we just created. And you'll see I have old judge over here. So that's the only thing I had to change. And then over here as well, we're going to choose old judge. So we'll actually set up this prompt here in a second. But I just want to set these both up on that side of it. Cool. So now what I'm going to do is specifically add in our document. Remember, we have a large document. We're going to chunk it into smaller sizes based off of what we have over here. So we have a document loader, and then we have our text splitter. I didn't actually set this overlap, so I'm going to do 800 and 400. Good thing I double checked. So we have a chunk size 800. We overlap for 400, and we're going to execute our workflow. So I'm going to upload a file, and I'm going to just find that same exact file we already used. So I'm just going to go to downloads, and we're going to use this document over here. So choose this file, old judge, click submit. And now what it's going to do is go through our vector store and go through there. I don't know why it didn't think I submitted the documents. So I'm actually going to save this and refresh it. I'm just going to double check. I don't know why it's saying I didn't submit it. I'm going to refresh this. Maybe it's already in over here. If not, I'll just resubmit it again. All right, it looks like it's not in here. So I'm just going to execute this workflow. I'm going to choose a document. I'm going to click submit. All right, and I have a problem over here. So let's take a look at our issue. So it says we have our file. Oh, I know the issue. We're looking for data, but our binary file is called just file. So make sure that the top of your binary file is the same. You can see over here, it's called file. Over here, it was looking at data initially. So I just made this file. I'm going to rerun this. So execute. I'm going to grab my old judge and I'm going to submit it. Okay, now you'll see it is loading and it says 17 items. So it took our document, the old judge document I showed you a little bit earlier, it turned it into 17 different chunks. And just to make sure it works, you can go over here and you'll see this has been changed up. So you'll see that we have the text over here. And this is our first one. And it says there are no Union Association baseball cards. It ends off saying, I will do a team breakdown old judge cards versus UA alums. And I can't speak today, but that's okay. The next one over here, Tommy McCarthy is only using the association. Over here, it talks a little bit about that. Next one we have is League Union Association, talks a little bit about that. And then we can see our overlaps over here as well. So recursive text splitter. And I'm going to just control F just to show you guys. We have this in the paragraph above, or the chunk above, there are no Union Association baseball cards. This says over here, there are no Union baseball cards, like that. So same exact text. And then we have that over here on that side of things. And you can see it's getting split a little bit weird because of new lines, but that's okay. So when we have those chunks, we can take a look at them directly in this output, or we can take a look at it on this side of things. So now what I want to do is just go over here and go into our AI agent and test this out. So I need to write a description over here really quick. And we'll jump through that here in a second. So all I'm going to say is a description, and I should be a lot more granular, but I'm going to say work with the Pinecone data, drag data for questions about Union Association, old judge baseball cards. Great. Awesome. We have that. I'm going to save and then let's go and ask a question with the chat. So I'm going to open up our chat and we're going to ask a question. I'm going to say, what are the most famous Union Association players with old judge baseball cards? So this AI agent should populate our Pinecone vector store. Obviously, I'd want to fill out our system prompt as well. I'm just going to say you are a baseball card researcher. For any questions about Union Association old judge cards, use the Pinecone vector store. Again, not the best prompt. I'd do something a little better, but that's fine. All right, ready? Let's save this and let's send this out. So now we're going to our AI agent. It's going to Anthropic first, then it should go into our Pinecone vector store. You can see it went over here. It used our embeddings, came back over here. It goes back to our Anthropic chat model. Right now, chat model is thinking because it has the context of what was searched in this particular vector store. So it searches the vector store. It finds the chunks that are relevant, and it's going to keep sending it back over here until we get our specific answer. So let's see what ends up happening. And yeah, so you can see based on the research data here, the most famous Union Association players with old judge baseball cards, top 5. And I believe this is just everything from our article with 2 bullet points across the board. You can see all of them over here. And this is correct. Tommy McCarthy, Jack Clements, Jim McCormick, Glasscock, and Fred Shershot Dunlap. We have all of our different data points over here just based off of what was in that particular article. So most simple version of RAG over here outside of the OpenAI, where all we had to do is upload a file. You can see it's a little bit of work doing this, and you can really start thinking about all the nuances, like, hey, what's going to happen when we need to update a file? Like, you have to build out things for that. Hey, what happens if we don't have a document? Like, we have to extract out text. And there's other things as well that I'm going to show you really quick. So one of the things I want to show you is a re-ranker. So this is pretty easy to set up. And essentially what happens in RAG is it tries to find the most relevant chunks for you. But what if we want to grab more and re-rank them and get better results? Well, re-ranker can allow us to do it really, really fast. So over here, we can see we only bring 4 relevant chunks. So you can see chunk 1, chunk 2, chunk 3, and chunk 4. Well, our re-ranker allows us to grab a lot more. And all we have to do is go over here and say re-rank results. And I'm going to add in the cohere re-ranker. So I just go over here, and that's the only one currently available. I believe there is other re-rankers out there, but it says use cohere re-ranker to reorder documents after retrieval from a vector store for relevance. So when I click on that, and there's a few different models, I'm just going to keep re-rank 3.5. And you can choose a top n. I'm going to choose a top n of 5 so we get more chunks available. And we can just go over there on that side of things. And yeah, we'll put over here limit of 20. So this will get, well, actually, since we don't have 20, it doesn't make sense. We'll say it grabs 10 chunks. So this side will grab now 10 chunks instead of 4. And then this will grab the top 5 most relevant ones based off of the user query. So a little bit different. The last one we did, we only grabbed the 4 relevant chunks. This one over here is going to grab 10 relevant chunks here. And then the re-ranker is going to rank them based off of relevancy and give us 5 since we defined top n over there. So that is a re-ranker. Honestly, it's so easy to throw in over here. I just wanted to show you that really fast. It's kind of like a little bit more intermediate. We're going to save that. And I can run this question again. So if I open up chat, I'll ask the same thing. It's a very short article, so we can do that. I'm just going to reset this and then paste this in, and I'll show you the difference on what happens over here. So we already saw on this side of things, well, it's gone now. We only had 4, but this time it's going to expand to 10, and then this one over here will show 5. So I'm going to ask the same question. I'm just going to go in over here and grab this specific data. Okay, so we have our results over here, and you can see we get the same 5 players. And it also gives us an important note on this side of things. So our ranking cohere, we have our results. that side of things. And we get the top 5. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And here we have the page content, and we have all that built in. So I would recommend that you add a re-ranker over here. It's probably a little bit additional cost, but it's going to improve your accuracy. And you can see there's 15 items total that were sent back over on that side of things. Okay, so one other thing I just want to quickly bring up on this RAG section is you can add in additional metadata. So why this is important is in a vector database, you could have multiple departments possibly using this, and there's different types of documents, and metadata allows us to really filter down things really easy. So imagine in my vector database, I add articles about baseball cards, football cards, let's say soccer cards, cricket cards, it doesn't matter. I can add in metadata over here. So if you go to metadata, you can add a name. So I can say over here, sport. And for this document, I can say baseball. Now, obviously, this is hard coded in over here, and you can make it a lot more dynamic. But I just want to show you that you can label a specific document and say, hey, this document is just focused around baseball. We can also say era, and well, this is really focused around 1800s. So it's just adding an additional context to the specific information that you're adding to your vector database. So that's what metadata allows you to utilize. In my metadata video, we talk about how we can do this dynamically. Just for use of time, we're not going to do that in over here. All right, so to kind of just recap everything. First, why do we care about RAG? Well, RAG allows us to utilize our own custom data with our AI agents and other nodes. Essentially, when you use large language models, they are not trained on two things. They're not trained on newer data, and they're not trained on your own personal data. RAG solves the answer for the personal data side of things. Now, there's some simple ways that you could use RAG, like what I showed you with OpenAI, or you can build out advanced pipelines. This is a very basic pipeline. I'm not even saying this is great by any means, and I would not recommend that you use this HIPAA pipeline in production, because there's a lot more that you should utilize. This makes assumption we're only using docx files, and we have clean data, and we're not updating our data. In the real world, you're going to have scenarios where there's different data types that people want to upload. There's going to be new versions of data that you're going to have to upload, and you have to really control all of these pieces of information. A few other key points. So when we embed our text, we're taking our text like this and turning it into a vector representation of numbers. When things are closely related, they're going to have closer vectors. When things are far apart from each other, for example, software and Metallica, their vectors are going to be farther away within a vector database. You have a lot of different embeddings models out there. The easiest one to probably use out of the box is going to be OpenAI small or large. Large is going to cost you a little bit more money, but I would recommend that you utilize that. Text splitting wise, I would recommend that you use the recursive character text splitter. So essentially it recursively breaks apart your document. And this is the best one out in the market, at least in n8n. I can see this changing here in the future, but I would recommend using that. And then you can define the chunk size as well as the overlap. And remember, overlap is from the previous section. When you're going to go and actually query the vector store, first thing, you need to make sure that when you set this up, you're using the same embedding model as over here. So make sure those are 1-to-1. You can also return a different amount of results each time. And this is based off of this limit over here. So number of top results to fetch from the vector store. You can also increase this based off of a re-ranker. And a re-ranker will essentially allow us to grab more results, rank them, and only send the relevant ones associated with it. This is static right now, and you can see it says top N, but I can see them making this a little bit more dynamic here in the future. So since with an AI agent, if you add in a vector store, that allows us to grab the information that we populated a little bit earlier over here. Lastly, when you're uploading in documents and text, you can add in additional metadata just to give a little bit more context on what is going on, and you can filter by that metadata as well. So this is, again, surface level of RAG. I'm actually going to be making a lot more RAG videos here on the YouTube channel, as well as probably like a RAG n8n course that's going to be like 4 or 5 hours. It's going to be a lot better presentation than just this RAG section. I'll really dive you through a lot of different examples and things like this. This is just a small part of our n8n course, and there's so much that we have to cover. But just know that this tool is available for you, and I think it will really help out your workflows when it necessarily is needed. I'm actually going to give you guys a RAG challenge. I'm not going to build it out, but I want you to build out a solution for it, and I'll talk about it right now. All right, so here is the project I want you guys to try with the knowledge I just covered. I want you to build out a RAG workflow that will help answer support tickets. What I want you to do is generate some examples of questions that people have and the specific results that would be asked for those particular questions. Obviously, it's going to take some time building out a document and how you want to specifically respond back. But this is just one of the most common use cases for RAG out there. And I want to give you guys a little bit of a challenge. This is kind of towards the end of the course. You have learned a lot about the different nodes. You learned a little bit about RAG, but see if you could build this one out. If you want some feedback as well, feel free to post it in the school community. We've done a lot of walkthroughs together on smaller projects and workflows, but this is one I want to see you build that out. So build it out for a specific domain, post it in our school group, and you'll get some feedback from some of our members. Anyways, the next section is going to be a little bit different. We're going to be talking about how you can land customers. This was the last technical n8n video, and obviously one of the hardest parts to understand here in the beginning. I'm losing my voice because we've talked so much throughout this course and I'm a bit tired, but we're going to jump into Upwork right now for freelancing and I will see you right there. All right. So we've covered most of the n8n material. There might be like 1 or 2 lectures after this, but I wanted to show you guys how you can land customers. I'm going to be using a platform called Upwork. I think this is probably the easiest way for you to get a customer. It's not easy by any means. It will take some work. However, everyone on Upwork that's posting a job wants to hire someone for a specific task. So you're getting a very warm lead. I'm going to share my screen and we're going to walk through probably a live proposal or two. And yeah, so here we are on the website. First, you're going to have to set up your account and get that going. You know, honestly, it might take you an hour, 2 hours to set up an account. My profile is not even that great. If I go over to my profile, you'll take a look at this and I'm going to roast my profile on here as we load this up. So I have data YouTuber specializing in n8n, Python, and SQL. That's an okay title. I should put like data and AI. And we're going to say, well, my hourly is fine. I needed to change that. Data and AI. Yeah, like that. It's fine. That looks a little bit better because these are projects I've taken, n8n projects, Python, as well as SQL. You know, my picture over here does not look that great. I should change that up. It's honestly not that good. Okay. Then I have essentially a bio, data scientist, fintech industry. I probably don't even talk about n8n. Look at this. I have 25,000 subscribers. I talk about AI automations. Oh, there we go. n8n all caps when I first learned about n8n. Portfolio is pretty garbage. You can see I have this project over here. I have YouTube channel and a Looker dashboard. That's it. Now, I wouldn't recommend that. In fact, I'm probably going to go in here and beef up my portfolio because I don't think it's that great. But it shows you, like, if you apply to jobs and you get experience and things like that, you can get jobs. Like my portfolio on here is terrible. This bio is terrible. Like this is okay. A lot of my jobs literally just come from me writing great proposals and just showing value. Also, obviously, this is not that great either as a profile picture. So a lot of stuff I can improve on. I have a video over here that looks okay. And yeah, so let's jump into it on there. So I'm going to go to find work. And the first thing I'm going to take a look at is n8n jobs. So I'm just going to search n8n. Now, people might search for other jobs out there outside of n8n. Like it might say AI automations or Make or Zapier. So you're going to want to look at stuff like that. And this is a senior n8n automation engineer, webhooks, payments, Airtable, and production systems. So this is interesting. We're going to probably look at this here in a second. It's one possible. We're going to go over here and say most recent because you want to apply to new jobs as well. Here is a automation out of Canada. So I'll load that up over here. Data and technology analyst support development of Make.com and n8n workflows and Monday.com. Now, here's the deal. I actually have a Monday.com video. So this actually might be a good one to apply to. AI automation specialist, n8n, ChatGPT. This is out of Columbia. I typically only focus jobs that are like US, UK, and Canada based. There's a few other countries as well. Senior n8n, we already looked at that one. Quick fix needed, $10 budget. That's pretty bad. Experience n8n dev, traditional development experience. Don't like this one at all. Let's see. Email management. These are a little bit older, but I'd still maybe take a look at this. Automation developer to build YouTube video and food blog generation recipes. That's interesting. Might actually apply to that one. I do like some cooking. Workflow error. It's $20. It's not worth it. And here's the deal. Like, you might want to take on some of these $20 jobs just to get some experience on your profile. It's not always about getting $100 jobs, $80 jobs, $50 jobs, 20. Like, start small, get some reviews, and slowly increase your rate. All right, so we have a few other ones over here. Estimated budget $30. Yeah, no, thank you. We vibe coded need to implement our vibe code. I don't want to do that. Text, image, and video process. This is interesting. Oh, you know what? I literally built this out essentially. Let's take a look. We're looking for any especially create the following process for us. We'll have a list of short video ideas on a spreadsheet, then use an open source LLM model like DeepSeek or Llama. We'll create the following. The prompt for the 3 images, a 15-second script. Images video. Back into this. So creates the 3 videos from the 3 images. The workflow needs to turn the 15-second script into audio. So like, this is a fine project, but I'm not going to apply to it. So a few things over here, like the budget's $200. This is going to take a lot longer than a few hours. Like my normal rate's like $80, $90 an hour. And yeah, I think this is way longer than a 2-hour job. So I could increase the rate if I really wanted to, but you can see like this person kind of wants cheaper customers, or sorry, cheaper freelancers. Mentions over here, like $5 for this job, $5 for this job. Has a 4-star review here. I'm not going to go after this job on that side of things. I just don't think it'd be a great fit. Next, we see AI automation developer to build YouTube video and food blog generation system cooking recipes. So let's take a look at this. This is might be up more my alley. Looking for experienced AI automations to develop an end-to-end automated system that generates YouTube videos for a channel focused on creating recipes. It's for an active YouTube channel with its associated website and social accounts. It's expected to have one long-form YouTube video that produces a recipe post on the website and several short reels to be posted on multiple things. So is this like an AI video? I was thinking like we're going to do some type of scripts for a cooking YouTube channel. This person doesn't know what they're talking about. They want YouTube monetization for an AI workflow. Like that doesn't, no. I'm not doing this job. Like we're asking 5 questions over here. Gave a freelancer 4 stars and they're all kind of over the place on this. Like it's not a great fit. So I'm not going to apply to that job. All right. Data and technology analyst to support development of Make, n8n workflows, and Monday.com. So let's see what he says. If you're in a consulting firm and need a junior technology analyst that is well versed in Make, n8n, and ideally Monday.com to help deliver a project. Ideally, you have a computer science or computer engineering background so you can quickly learn the project requirements to deliver. For this particular role, you'll be reporting to an existing manager on my team and will support the manager in day-to-day operations. I think this guy wants like a full-time person for $500. again, like this doesn't seem like it's going to be a great fit. Now, I have a background in electrical engineering, so that's almost computer engineering. We took a lot of those courses. I took a lot of computer science courses. Obviously, I have n8n experience. I built a mmonday.com workflow, but this one, probably not one to apply to. All right, AI automation expert. We're seeking an AI automation specialist to design, implement, and manage scalable systems that improve operational efficiency. The role is responsible end-to-end development, AI-driven workflows. So this is fine so far. Deploy complex workflows, audit manual department processes. This is pretty good so far. Done all of that. Internal tooling, and this AI implementation. Yep. Super easy on here. However, it's only $600. Now, the thing is, it's $45 an hour average rate. So this isn't too bad. You can see there's 20 to 50 applications. So I need someone to upgrade features. What else do we have over here? Google Ads Specialist, 10 hours at 50 an hour, 12 hours at 100 an hour. So this guy will pay. And you can see that was the Martin. Shopify audit, $300. So pretty good reviews back and forth. Like we see some 8 hours there, 50. So we're going to apply to this job. I like this job over here. Let's see if there's any other ones I want to apply to. I have the other one or two up. Let's see, looking, that's $5 to $15 an hour. Probably not going to be the case. I'm still going to look at his salary. He's paid other people. I really like that one so far. I haven't done voice agents yet, but I want to cover that in the future. Ooh, I like Mistral. However, it's in Lithuania. I don't know if I'm going to apply for that one. Good budget, though. Well, let's not discriminate. Well, let's take a look what's over there. All right, I think we're going to be in a good spot. All right, so we're just going to take a look at these other ones. Webhooks, payments. I work in payments, so 30 to 40 workflows. Look at that. Look at how many questions you have to answer. All will be ignored. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's literally like 20 questions on here. Not, oh, well, he already hired someone. It says hires one. So not even worth me going through this. I'm not going to say that I've never seen a job with like 20 questions for an application. I mean, I've had like, I feel like a lot of this could be asked on a call. Like you don't need to have all 20 here. Not the risk jobs, but all right. So we like the $600 one. We're going to get clarity on that budget. What's this one over here? Hello, I have a few n8n automations that I need help fixing, maintain, or optimizing to make sure they work. One, YouTube automation, other social media postings. It's $5 to $15 an hour. So we have 31 hours at 25, 20, 25. This doesn't seem horrible. However, look at this. I mean, a lot of people have great reviews on this guy, but that one person did not. Does kind of scare me a little bit. And this guy is a pretty good freelancer too, and has good reviews. The fact that this is $5 to $15 an hour and there's like no description, I'm probably not going to answer that. Again, you can take risks. I'll look at this one over here. This guy only has 7 hours at $20 an hour. Mistral. It's fine, but there's already 50 plus proposals. Let's just go with this one over here. And obviously the $600, we can start a conversation with it, but I'm going to go and answer this one. And I know I've spent a lot of time just talking this through, but I think it's kind of important to see kind of my mindset on applying to jobs. So we're going to apply now. And we're just going to say by milestone. I'm going to say milestone 1. We're going to say budget 600. Obviously, this is a conversation we're going to have with the person itself. We'll just put this as January 31st. They can change the payments, etc. So let's grab his thing over here. I'll bring that in. First, let's find this guy's first name. So clear direction, awesome client, great client. That might be the name. Yeah, so Farzana and our client, Farzana. Hopefully that's how I pronounce it. But we're going to start this off because we did that research. Hi, Farzanza. So we're seeking AI to implement manage scalable systems, improve operational efficiency. This role offers end-to-end development AI workflows and the seamless integration of core business platforms. So I'm going to say, I build a ton of AI automations. That's AI automations. Well, let's think about this here in a second. My full-time job, and I run a n8n tube channel, over 75 videos, and 100K. I'm just brainstorming right now. 100K views. Next, what we'll want to put in here as well. So first, why I put this over here, it's some sort of proof. Like, I'm going to talk about my full-time job being a data scientist and doing automations. I'm going to talk about the YouTube channel that has 75 videos and gets over 100K views a month. Gets over. I'm going to write this better, obviously, but I'm just trying to think of different things. So design, implement, manage scalable systems that improve operational efficiency. So that's what they're really caring about. And REST APIs. Perfect. Look at that. So REST API video. And what I'm going to do is just go to my YouTube channel and grab those data points. So this could be a portfolio project for you. I am just going to grab my REST API video. That is this one over here. Share, copy link, REST API. I'm going to say n8n REST API video. So I'm just trying to think of like every part what I can give social proof. So she says REST API. What else can we put over here? Design and develop complex AI-driven workflows. Like, cool. Maybe I'll use some of this language over there. So what I'll do is like split this out. Process, audit, manual departments. I need to talk about this. I'll put a note, like talk about this full-time job. Talk about this full-time job because I do this at my full-time job for automations. Connect and maintain data flow between CRM. So perfect. Project management and communication. So system integration. So I'll put in like a monday.com video, which I have. And then I'll also put in a HubSpot video. And like I said, you could have workflows that you just link to this type of stuff. I'm just going to use what I already have. So I'm going to go to monday.com. So let's find where Monday is. So I'm going to share that. Project management. Project. And then we're going to get HubSpot. I'm just going to label this as CRM. It's going to be a little bit later. Let's find HubSpot. Oh, there's my HubSpot. Get shareable link. Cool. HubSpot video, CRM. Great. So we have that internal tooling. So build and manage internal dashboards and custom tools to provide real time. That's outside of n8n. So like mentioned, this is outside of n8n. Again, stuff I've done my full-time job. Prompt engineering, new AI use cases. Again, I can talk about full-time job there. And documentation. I'll mention to like bring up looms, etc. And Google Doc and notes. All right, analytics, automated systems. It's fine there. Anything else I'm missing? Process, deploy. How much is the boost on this one? Oh, boost is cheap. That's 10 minutes ago. Great. So let's build this out. All right. So build a ton of automations at my full-time job as a data scientist. As a data scientist. And I run a YouTube. So I'll just say that. And I run a n8n YouTube channel. Obviously, I should say data AI / because this person's really focused on AI, although it's really data. So you can say AI automation. So I'm just going to say AI n8n YouTube channel. Really, it's data, but that's fine. Build a ton of automations in my full-time job as a data scientist, and I run an AI n8n YouTube channel with over 75 videos and 100K views a month. I might change this out a little bit, and I run a I/n8n YouTube channel with over 30,000 subscribers. Yeah, let's use that. Over 30,000 subscribers. People like subscribers, not 30, but 30,000 subscribers. And what do I have? Like 300 videos? I almost have 400 videos, I want to say. And almost 400 videos. Cool. So we're starting this off based on your requirements. Here are a few videos that I posted. I'm obviously going to reword that a little bit. So build a ton of automations. My full-time job is a data scientist, and I run AI n8n YouTube channel with over 30,000 subs and almost 400 videos. Based on your requirements, here are a few videos that I posted. I don't like how that sounds, but I'm saying based on your requirements, here are a few videos that I posted that fit the criteria of this job. So n8n REST API. I'm going to remove that out over here. Monday.com, project management, HubSpot. I'm going to say CRM. Cool. Let's put this over here. In terms of process optimizations, I use n8n as well as Python and Streamlit. Python, SQL, and Streamlit. I'm just going to put Streamlit because that's a technology I'll probably use for some internal apps. Yeah. To look for quick wins. I'm not going to say quick wins, but where's, and I didn't mean to do this full screen. Where is this at? All right. In terms of process optimizations, I use n8n as well as Python and Streamlit to look for ways to save hours each week. And eliminate manual tasks when necessary. All right. In terms of process optimizations, I use n8n. My internal company's internal risk and underwriting team has over 10 plus tools and workflows that they use on a daily basis to save over 100 hours. A little more than 10 tools, but that's fine. Okay. That's fine there. I talked about internal tools, right? As I said, in process, I use n8n as well as Python, SQL, and Streamlit to look for ways to save hours. My company's risk and underwriting team has over 10 plus internal tools, workflows. So that's fine there. I'm always researching. I apologize for the dog barking. I'm always researching the latest AI news and can help support your internal teams with new use cases and prompt engineering techniques. Then let's talk about the documentation. So we're going to say in terms of documentation, I always provide looms, sticky notes on n8n workflows, and Google Docs, explaining what everything does. And I'm just going to say I put the $600 as a milestone. I put the $600 as a milestone, as I would need more information to project hours on a project and the long-term, I'm trying to think of the word, the long-term partnership to make this a success. Obviously, there's things I think I could improve on here, but you kind of get the gist. So I literally just go through, I first find the name of the person. I give a ton of social proof, like, hey, I've done this before. Here's all this information. Done. I also have the social proof of the YouTube channel for the videos. Like, I need to build out other platforms as well. Like if I had a bigger LinkedIn or a bigger Twitter profile, I'd mention that over here as well. If you have any articles, I'd mention this here. Oh, you know what I need to bring up? And I forgot to say this. I built a ton of automations around there's my workflows. I also have a workflow. You know what I need to do is say n8n workflow published on the official website. Link my workflow over there. That over. Cool. So I built a 10 automations full-time job as data scientist. I run an AI YouTube channel, 30,000 subs, 400 videos based on your requirements. There are a few videos that I post that fit the criteria of this job, right? REST API, Monday, HubSpot CRM, n8n workflow published on the official website. Cool. In terms of process optimization, talked about that. Also bring up, I know other skills outside of n8n. I'm always researching the latest AI news and can help support your internal teams with new use cases of prompt engineering. I'll say I have taught one-on-one calls with subscribers on my YouTube channel, and have hosted hackathons, other companies. My full-time job. AI. Just true. Did a 2-day hackathon last year, or not last year, but this year. I guess depends when you watch this video. In terms of documentation, I always provide Loom, sticky notes, and n8n. Cool. Put the 600 milestone. Great. So next thing what we need to do is we need to set our rank. I'm going to set these 42 connects so that way I am in first place, and I'm going to send it over here. All this project will take, I'm just going to match what they said, which is 1 to 3 months. Obviously, I think this has a pretty good potential to be longer than that. And we'll see where it goes. That is essentially there. You know, I should have talked about, I was just in Canada on vacation. That's okay. We have this information on there. So hopefully that kind of makes sense why, or kind of my approach on how to apply. Obviously now we're at like 30 minutes in, and I'd been way faster if I didn't talk through it. But you can also look at stuff like, go over here to find work. I save all this so I can just see things that are populating it over here. But AI automation is another great, so they can go over here and say AI automation and just search for that. That'll be another one. So if I go to AI automation, you can see n8n, ChatGPT, electronic invoice. It's out of Columbia. We already saw that one. We'll do most recent. Go high level, enablement, Notion, expert, second brain. Like there's tons of stuff out here. You don't always have to search for n8n. And I find sometimes if you just search for AI, they pay a little bit higher than n8n at times. So just go through and see what you want. I just showed you that specific n8n one, and hopefully that was helpful. Hey, you made it to the end of this video, and I got to say you're probably less than 1% of the people, or even 0.1% that start this video. So I just have to give you a major props because you probably watched this video over multiple days. You've hopefully learned a little bit new about n8n. You took action and kind of followed this tutorial step by step. And you should be really proud of yourself because this thing was a marathon. I'm sure just to watch, it was a marathon in itself building this out, or maybe an ultra marathon, because it took hours every single day of recording. I lost my voice a few times. I got really tired in some of these videos, as I'm sure you can probably tell. A few other things, right? This course was very beginner level focused. If you want to learn more about the nuances and things like that with n8n or some of the different nodes, I have a lot of individual videos here on the channel based around them. I try my best to do different examples between what was covered here and in those other videos. For example, I think with my merge video, I did like 40 or 50 minutes just talking about merges, whereas here I had to limit it to only like 10 or 20 minutes. So if you want to learn a lot more about a specific node or a topic, I probably have a video on the channel for you. If not, feel free to request it in our school group or shoot me a message because I do want to continue to expand out this n8n playlist. My goal initially was to have 100 n8n videos. I know they keep rolling out new features, but I do have a backlog of other topics I really want to explore and dive deep into. And I just obviously couldn't spend 2-3 hours on a topic in this video when there's just so much to cover all together. I want to end this video as well and give you a few ideas of workflows that I want to see you try on your own. Feel free to share them in our school group and to get some feedback. So I have them over here on the side. The first one I want you to try is to build out some sort of daily learning system. So maybe you're getting some YouTube videos in from your favorite creators, or maybe you're pulling an RSS feed, or you're scraping a website. And the goal is to have a summary of like new things that are coming out every single day or every single week where you can just read through it and you have an understanding. The same principle a lot of different newsletters use. They'll go after different sources and then turn it into a newsletter at the very end. But I want you to build out your own personal version of this. The second one is a content repurposing system. So a lot of creators, they build out content in one platform and they don't repurpose it in other areas. Same with businesses. And I think that's a very underutilized industry. And I think there's a lot of potential for you to do that. So maybe start with a YouTube video and try to repurpose a YouTube video into a LinkedIn post, or take a LinkedIn post and try to build out an image based around it. I don't know. Feel free to test multiple different ways or multiple opportunities, at least on repurposing content. I think it'll be a fun project. Another one is a competitor monitoring system. So competitors are going to change their prices. They're going to have new updates on their website. So maybe build out a system where you alert someone like, hey, this competitor made a change. You should know about this. I think that's another thing companies are willing to pay for and also track. I know, and coming from the fintech risk space, we have to monitor our specific portfolio, because if a specific merchant has a product on their website, we could get fined by the government because there's certain products that companies cannot sell. But and also same with the card brands and sponsor banks. And I don't want to go too much into details, but in different industries, you're going to have to monitor specific people or specific companies. And I think this is a really great use case for n8n. And lastly, I want you to get familiar with RAG. I could have probably made a 5+ hour video on RAG. And honestly, I'm thinking about it because there's just so much to cover here. And yeah, so what I want you to do is at least build out one workflow, maybe 2 or 3 based around it, because it is confusing at first. You know, everyone wants to have chatbots of some sort. So build out a chatbot, test it out, tweak your prompts, try a few different vector databases, and kind of get familiar with the process and learn about, okay, this is the different chunking strategies. This is why this works versus this. Have fun with it. Anyways, that's the end of this course. I am personally exhausted. I'm sure you're tired of hearing my voice. I'm still losing it. And thank you much once again for watching all of this. I'm open to feedback as well. So if you think this sucked, let me know down below in the description or comment section. Man, I can't even say it right. You know what? We're going to end it right there before I start rambling on. See you guys in another video. And thanks again for watching.